105.3 The Fan.
Now it's Bennett back in. Bennett up the near side, looks across for Hagee. High slide shot. He scores! Connor Verhage, the overtime winner here in Game 3. The Panthers take it 3-2 the final.
Hey, we have a little bit of a series in the Stanley Cup Finals. Good morning, Metroplex. Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started with you on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as it feels like the week has gone by pretty fast again.
It does. It feels speedy, quite speedy.
I feel like this is the fastest
that a year's gone by.
Yeah,
I feel that way every year. Isn't it crazy? Every year I think it gets faster.
It has gotten faster. I don't know what to attribute that to. I don't want to give too much credit to Bobby and Peyton as the new additions getting us to Cowboys training camp. That's usually in the sports radio world in DFW what we target.
Yeah.
All right. Football season over. How far are the Mavericks and the Stars going to go? Rangers are going to disappoint. Let's get to training camp. Maybe it's the Rangers being good.
Well, that part of it, I think, as well. I think the other part is just, when you get into your work life, you have your job, and you have kids, every day is the same.
Yeah, it's a beating. I mean,
it's
insane.
it's Groundhog Day, and you just try to get through each day, and you're like, all right, let's just get to the weekend. Like it's your whole goal, right? You just get through today, and I think that you get in that monotonous roam, and all of a sudden you look up and you haven't paid attention, and it's March. Like the first 3 months of the year, it's like, what happened to January?
Yeah.
Wait, it's St. Patrick's Day. It was just New Year's Day. What happened?
Did your boy go to the Yankee game?
He did. They had a doubleheader yesterday, so because they canceled the night before.
So this is a school trip starting off in D.C., Philly, New York, ending with a Yankees game.
Yep, and they come back today.
You sure you don't pay for private school?
I do not pay for private school. We paid for this trip, though. He paid for quite a bit of it. So everybody chipped in. Grandparents. It was expensive.
Sounds it.
It was expensive. But he's having a great time. He bought clout goggles. Do you know what those are, Peyton?
I don't think so.
Clout goggles?
I'll show you a photo of them.
They sound like the really big goggles.
They are not really like.
You'd think if you need clout, they need to be big.
Those are them. And he's wearing these around town in New York City, all over the place. I swear, he's got good style, I guess, because these things are pretty popular now. But
They look a little douchey.
they are.
Okay.
100%. But he's having fun. Empire State Building, Rockefeller Center, went to Grand Central yesterday. Today, he's going to the Statue of Liberty. And I said, ooh, bring your walking shoes. He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, I mean, you're going to go up top on the Statue of Liberty. It's a lot of stairs. He goes, what do you mean stairs? They don't have elevators? I'm like, no, bro. France, 1865 or whatever, when they got that thing. No stair, no elevator. At least not the one that I knew. I mean, I walked all the way up to the Crown. Couldn't go to the Torch. But yeah, get ready to walk.
What do you think of Yankee Stadium?
He loved it. He said the atmosphere at Fenway was better, which of course it is. I mean, it's it was first of all it was Yankees Red Sox for one, not Yankees White Sox.
Yeah.
And it's Fenway. Fenway's a legendary place. But he loved it. The stadium he said was great. It's an amazing stadium. It's just the atmosphere wasn't what Fenway was.
And the air quality?
Better. It's much better than it was 2 days ago. So on Wednesday, as the kids say, it was awful. Couldn't breathe. He got sick. Yesterday he was fine. He had a little bit of a throat issue, but they were all wearing masks because of the smoke. They couldn't take it.
And he put on the Cowboys jersey in Philadelphia.
He was rocking a Van Der Esch jersey in Philadelphia and New York City because it was the same day. They started the day in Philly and ended in New York.
Did anyone say anything to him?
No. He said nobody said a word. They had another kid.
Job, Philly, you're growing up.
They don't target you unless you're 21 plus.
I don't believe that. Maybe it was Van Der Esch, and they're like, that's a boring jersey to have. We're not going to pick on this poor kid.
Well, and another kid had a Micah jersey, and Micah's a Philadelphia area. He's Harrisburg or whatever, but still, he's he roots for some Philly teams like the Sixers. So you can't kill Micah. They're all Penn State fans there.
Right.
So
Protection.
Did
you warn him against wearing the jersey? Were you a little worried?
I did not warn him. His mom did. His mom said, you can't wear that jersey to Philadelphia. And, he's not really left the state much.
Yeah.
A couple little bit, but not enough to know.
He hasn't gotten threatened yet by an outsider.
Right. Correct. He hasn't gotten threatened. So he's having a blast. He's like, he loves New York City. And I was like, I said, you either love it or hate it. There is no in between there, man.
I think when you're a young kid, you go for the first time. Yes, you're going to absolutely love it.
Yeah, I can see that.
A million miles an hour, all the buildings. I mean, we have a nice skyline here, but nothing compares to that. And the lights. They actually have a downtown.
Yeah, I loved it as a kid going in there. And, I grew up not far from there, but I loved it. But now it's like I have no desire to go. I'll go for a game. I'll go, for like a weekend trip. But you would have to put 2 commas in a paycheck for me to move there.
WFAN?
You would have to. They would
commas?
have to pay me $1 million a year to move there.
I don't know. I probably have a decent idea what you make now. I don't think it would take 2 commas. Start it with a 6.
A 6?
Yep. Start it with a 7.
999 comma 999.
Right. All right. Last night, 3-2. Florida wins in overtime for the 7th time this postseason, it will not be a Vegas Knights sweep.
No, first Panthers Stanley Cup final win, too. They got swept last time they were in it, back in 96. And you know, they were looking at a 3-0 deficit, man. Marchessault had a great goal. That second goal was fantastic for Vegas. And then they had a shot to tie it up. Kachuk was right there for the little bit of the redirect, and that was a great shot. It was a great goal. They tie it. They win it in OT. This is what they've done all playoff long, as they've won games in overtime.
You still Stars depressed, or did you tune in with nothing else on last night?
I cannot watch the Stanley Cup final. Maybe if it gets to a Game 7, I'll tune in. But no, I was all on the Blue Jays-Astros game. Had to scout the second-place team in the division.
Blue Jays Astros.
Yeah, because we get the Astros games. We get their TV provider. So
What happened in that game?
The Astros took a 2-0 lead, and then Yordan Alvarez left randomly in that game. Their big bat, the Astros' big bat, and then the Blue Jays came back and won the game. So now the Rangers have a 5-game lead in the division.
Look at that. Just
Blowing them out.
they're gaining ground when they're not even playing.
It's funny, the broadcast crew, they were already talking about wild card matchups. They weren't even talking about winning the division. The Astros guys were.
Really?
Yeah, they were like, "Ooh, okay, if the Astros, lose out in the division, play the wild card round, they could play the Blue Jays." And I'm thinking, man, they're already thinking wild card round.
Very defeatist attitude. They've lost 3 in a row, 5-5 in their last 10. And, of course, tonight, let us know how excited you are. And if you are going, the Rangers and the Rays, 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7. No, I'm sorry.
It's on the road.
It's on the road. 5:40 first pitch. My bad. I'm sorry. 5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch right here on the Fan.
It's just another short show for the G-Bag Nation. I got to say this. I went and looked at some Tampa attendance numbers for the game, for the season. They've actually not done terrible when it comes to attendance. They had 25,000 for the Dodgers.
I would hope so.
But listen, they still will have their games. Like they played the Twins the other night, and just a quick check of their attendance for the Twins game. They had 12,000. Best team in baseball, record-wise. They had 12,000 fans against the Twins. Now their capacity is only 25. They have tarped off the entire upper deck. It's just lower level.
Just because they know they can't fill it?
They know they can't sell it. Wow. Even when the Dodgers came into town, they capped it at 25,000. And, they got like 21,000 for that. Maybe they'll, for like Red Sox, Yankees, they'll take the tarp off. They'll make it a bigger draw. But, I wonder what their capacity is going to be for this series this weekend.
And my apologies for saying nothing else in sports is going on. We need to see if you have cared at all about the new local dynasty. RJ's been sending it in the prep. He says that the young baseball players are interested. Let's talk about the new local dynasty. We have Crocodile Jesus, and maybe I'll finally believe that UFOs are here after the video in Vegas. Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. We're just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a short show at 5 o'clock. We'll have Rangers pregame as they take on.
Swing and a miss. The Oklahoma Sooners are national champions. They mob Jordy Ball outside the circle. Dog pile Sooners. Dynasty mode activated.
Better call on Sooners radio than some of the NBA Finals calls. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. A third straight NCAA softball title for the Oklahoma Sooners. And they've been in the news now for over the last week. Third straight championship, 53 straight wins.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible dynasty they've got. They've won 6 titles in the last 10 years. Ooh. They won in 2013, then Florida won back-to-back. Then they won back-to-back. Then Florida State, then UCLA, then COVID, and canceled everything. And then they won the last 3 over Florida State, Texas, and Florida State again.
First team to win back-to-back since UCLA in 1990. Their winning percentage is the best in Division I history, 984.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
61-1.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
They were down 1-0 in this game.
They were. They get all the. They get all the players. They get all the stars. And it doesn't hurt that the game is always played in Oklahoma City, the championship. But they still got to get there. They're just a dominant program. They're probably the best program in college athletics right now. Period. The fact that they're doing things that nobody has ever done. When UCLA won their 3 straight back, almost in the wooden days, late 80s, early 90s, it was a different sport. You had far fewer girls playing, far fewer club teams. The sport wasn't as good, wasn't as deep. At the top may have been as good, but wasn't as deep. And now it is. And what they're doing is unbelievable.
And your kids' baseball team is aware?
They're aware. Kids like softball. And if you look at the ratings, it outrates college baseball because it's so fast. These games are over in 90 minutes. It's so fast. It's 7 innings. There are a lot of strikeouts. Even the ground balls. It's like every play is a bang bang play because the bases are so short. It's a really entertaining. It's an entertaining brand of some form of baseball. It's short and now look, there's no stakes on the game regular season, but you get to this area and there is. And that's why it's fun.
Peyton, you have any interest whatsoever? You'll absorb and check out any sports that are on?
Yeah, I'll check it out. Me being a Texas guy, I'm so fed up with OU softball just dominating. It angers me every time watching them dominate. But no, I'll check it out. I'll at least keep up with the scores and stuff and the brackets as well. But college baseball starts today, Super Regionals.
That's right, baby. Go Vols. Got screwed, but whatever.
How so?
Because we beat the higher seed, and we're supposed to be hosting this, but they gave the host a Southern Miss because they're whatever. I have no idea. Well, because they hate us because we've been absolutely the douchebags of the sport, going after everybody for the last couple of years. That's our thing. We got our daddy hats on. Mm-hmm. I should have wore the daddy hat today. I should have wore it. But if we win over the weekend, I'll wear it on Monday.
Who is Jimmy Dunn?
Jimmy Dunn is the guy who got let's correct this, PIF and PGA Tour in the same room.
He was the power broker.
The
Babe Laufenberg of golf, as Laufenberg will join us at 8 o'clock this morning.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
The power broker for us and Jason Garrett and me and Troy Aikman a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so Jimmy Dunn is the guy who got these two parties into the room. He was in the room for the meeting. It was Jimmy Dunn. It was Jay Monahan. It was Yasser over with the PIF. It was the attorney. And it was the lawyer. It was the head of the DP World Tour. Those were the participants in the room for the negotiations. That's it. That's all it was. And he is one of the power brokers that went on. And he is also, I believe, the best quote going right now. Jimmy Dunn was on with the Golf Channel, and he kind of said if anybody that is in this was involved with 9/11, I got a big problem with that.
Yeah, he's being asked about the issue of doing business with them.
Yeah, doing business with people within the Saudi regime who have tons of human rights violations.
And I am quite certain, and I have had conversations with a lot of very knowledgeable people, that the people I'm dealing with had nothing to do with it. And if someone can find someone that unequivocally was involved with it, I'll kill him myself. We don't have to wait around. But the reality of it is is that we need to come together as a people. Even our country, we have too much divisiveness. And at some point in time, whether it's our view of the Japanese or our view of the Germans, there is a point in time where you have to say, let's try to get to know one another. Let's try to understand.
Very interesting point. Bryson DeChambeau said the same thing. You could tell this is kind of their messaging.
It is.
Let's move forward.
Yep.
Let's be forgiving. Let's be open-minded with each other, because this was DeChambeau's main message the other day. But, you know, I could see me and my dad having a conversation about this. Whenever we would talk about politics and negotiating, he would say, you do have to talk to the other side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, are we just going to be enemies forever? This is the point of Jimmy Dunn and Bryson DeChambeau, and I think it's just an interesting discussion.
I do too, and I think Jimmy Dunn articulated it better than DeChambeau did.
Helps that, you know, DeChambeau went and got paid.
It helped he got paid. He got
side.
destroyed for saying what he said a couple days ago.
I'm just trying to, it wasn't about the money. I'm just trying to be more accepting of the rest of the world.
Yeah. Jimmy Dunn, and then Jimmy's like, he you know, the moment he said, "I'll kill him myself," that was like, yeah, man, fist pump right there. But
with your cane,
I know,
he's looking a little old out here, Jimmy.
He's a little old. But I remember when I was a kid, you know, my grandparents, they were, you know, they were in World War II. They would not buy anything that was made in Japan.
Yeah,
they would not buy anything. You know how hard that was around 1980 to not buy something that was made in Japan? It's like trying to find something not made in China today, right? It was impossible. You know, we had to suffer with like a Zenith TV or GE or JVC instead of getting Sony.
Shots fired.
I know, right? Those companies aren't even in business anymore, are they? You know, just terrible. You know how hard it was not having a Sony Walkman as a kid? You know, but that was the conviction they had back then. And, you know, eventually, you know, we all kind of got past it. A generation later, you forget. That's just what happens. It's human nature. You know, they say never forget 9/11, but you forget. People, they will forget. They will forget the next generation who has no idea, who wasn't alive, I was in college. So if you're 6 years old or 2 years old, you don't remember.
Yeah.
You just don't remember. And over time, you forget.
Yeah. So that is why Jimmy Dunn is trending all over the sports world. This is also trending. A Las Vegas family who claims to have seen two aliens in their backyard with some video support from Channel 8 in Vegas.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Okay.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out if this good music, Peyton, if this video is absolutely legit, but in this news story, you see like a light blue thing dropping from the sky in the background.
Yep.
Go ahead.
It's in Nevada, which is where apparently the aliens only know how to get to the West Coast, the desert. They don't go anywhere else. They go to Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, maybe. That's all that's the entire, as far as they're concerned, that's the entire country. That's where they go. I don't know what's going on, but there are reports. There's a whistleblower out there who says that the U.S. has shot down and is in control of 12, aircraft vessels that are not of this world. Whatever. Who knows? I think it's just, it's plausible. I don't know that they're real or not. I just think it's plausible. If you don't want to believe, you don't want to believe. This could be anything.
Peyton's shaking his head. Did you see the video?
I saw the UFO or, whatever it was lit on fire and landed. But then, him explain the two 8-foot figures. It's like, okay, you're just talking at this point.
Well, what do you think is in the video? What do you think that lit up thing is falling to the ground?
I mean, I believe in UFOs, but aliens, I don't believe in it.
What?
I think something else is.
How do you have one without the other?
How do you separate those?
Well, you can have other people fly these UFOs. These are not from Mars or planet whatever, Martians.
Who's flying the UFOs then?
It's not the aliens. It could be anyone. The government. It's all distraction, guys. It's all distraction.
I have never heard.
Show
this,
me proof of an alien. You know,
But you're acknowledging UFOs. You believe in UFOs.
That's just an unidentified flying object.
I mean, if you want to get technical, an airplane you see in the sky is a UFO because you don't know exactly what the plane is and where it's coming from.
Okay.
I can look that
technically
up.
sure.
They have apps for that.
They do. FlightAware. I'm thrown. I don't know what to say. I've never heard that explanation that UFOs are being flown by somebody who's not an alien.
There's no proof. There's no proof. I've yet to see an alien on video come out of these things unless it's Independence Day on the movie.
Peyton Duchovny.
Yeah.
Peyton Duchovny. So that's the news coming out of Vegas at the operator. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll believe you. All right, another day of Cowboys mini camp, and Bobby Belt was there. Our insider catches you up with America's team with our coverage brought to you by Bosch Power Tools, Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Next on The Fan.
The latest. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And that coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt already with a mysterious smirk on your face.
Told you to have that ready, Peyton. I did.
I was already previewing and teasing it up.
We're walking.
I had it ready to go.
I went in there to get headphones. When I walked in there, I was like, you better have Inside the Star ready to go, Peyton. And he's like, I'm only going to play it if you tell me to, not Sean. And I was like, okay, you better have it ready.
That's made up. I didn't know.
And then as soon as I came in here, you would have it ready. And so I'm like, good, told you.
First off, you make it sound like I'm like screaming at him. I'm like,
no, I was screaming at him. I was like, you better have this S ready.
you know, I'm probably, I don't know. This is a good producer question. I would think that I am no, probably not. I was going to say I'm the host that producers would like to work with the most in this building because
That's big no.
What is that? Wait, where?
No.
What is that?
I changed my mind
Yeah.
to no, but my initial thought was
You're the most organized.
My initial thought was I try to play like it would drive Troy nuts when he'd put things on the cut sheet and they wouldn't be played, right? Because he's wasting his time.
Right.
So I try to play every single thing that Peyton takes the time to do. But then I was like, we probably ask for more than anybody. So I'd take that back. I thought you would feel appreciated that I play all the stuff that you pull, but yeah, probably the most
You
demanding.
can't worry about not playing everything. There's called a cutting room floor for a reason.
Sometimes you have breaking news. You know,
You never know. You can't be worried about that. You're the most organized host.
Yeah.
By a mile. You are also the one that will scold more than anyone. Ask Chiafalo. So yeah, that's where it would come in that they don't want to work with you.
Yeah.
Well, just be good at your job, and you don't have to get scolded.
Exactly.
Oh, look at you, Rory McIlroy.
Be more memorable.
Just be
Step
better.
it up.
That's
Be
right.
better. That's
better,
exactly
Grayson.
what it is. You know.
what was memorable out there at practice?
Well, first off, they looked a little bit. I felt bad afterwards because I walked in and I saw they were in T-shirts, and I leaned over to one of the reporters and I was like, "What in the company softball hell are they wearing today?" They're like, "Well, they're Allen Strong shirts." And oh, okay. Well, I just saw T-shirts and I thought they were just wearing like T-shirts. I didn't realize what they were, but they were out there yesterday in Allen Strong T-shirts. And there's a link if you go to DallasCowboys.com or any of the other outlets that wrote about the story. You can find where to buy these T-shirts that they were wearing yesterday. It's an Allen company, and all the proceeds are going to the families who were victims of the Allen shooting. And so that's what they were out there doing yesterday. A very light, joggy type of walkthrough. But we did get a chance to talk to the assistant coaches, which is always good because, you know, Dan Quinn's always a good quote, and Brian Schottenheimer is going to be somebody that we were going to have interest in talking to because of how open Dak and Mike McCarthy were this week about the offense. And so that's exactly what we got. We got a chance to talk to him.
And Brian Schottenheimer seems to have a good personality.
Yeah, he was. I liked him. He's somebody who, this is twice now that we've gotten a chance to talk to him, and he's very personable.
What will
Real quick, what's better, his play calling or his personality?
I guess we'll find out.
Or his offense. Not play calling. His offensive.
Well, I mean, we'll find out about
process.
the play calling in week 6 when McCarthy gets it taken away from him. So.
Well, shut up. I think his personality is probably more interesting than his play calling based upon history.
Yes. History shows that Brian Schottenheimer is basically a part of the run, pass, punt philosophy.
The Pete Carroll Marty school. Marty Schottenheimer
Marty
school.
Ball.
Marty Ball.
Let Russ cook.
Unless it's 1st and goal with 20 seconds left in the Super Bowl, then it's pass on 1st down.
Man, there's still people who will fight that to the death that was the right call. Michael Lombardi is one of them. I can't remember whether you were on that side as well, but there were people who just defended that to the death, that throwing was still the right decision based upon the way that New England lined up.
If I remember right,
never convinced me.
I think Manning said the same thing. He's like, if I was quarterbacking and I saw that look, I would have thrown it as
Did
well.
Brady say the same thing? Because Brady's the one we should ask if we're talking about Super Bowls, Chop.
Well, I don't
like
know.
this. I came in this morning and I was like, I want to pick some fights today. It's a Friday. Let's loosen up. Let's just go at each other. You know, we've been way too nice lately. Let's just have some. Let's have some battle.
If you want to ask Brady about Super Bowls, just go to Vinatieri and ask him. Or Ty Law, or Vrabel, or Brewski, or Bill.
Marcus. Was it Butler?
Malcolm Butler.
Malcolm Butler.
Yeah.
You run the ball. I mean, it's the easy thing. It's easy to say run the ball. But look, I mean, if they're going to give you the right look, was it the right look or not? I don't know. Was it? If it was, then how? I can't kill it. I want to know whose fault it was.
Brian Schottenheimer on what the Texas Coast offense will look like.
Well, I mean, I think we talked about this a little bit before. You know, the number one thing is I said it, and I do believe it. It wasn't broke. I mean, what they've done here over the last, 5, 6, 7 years has been really good since Dak came in the league. We wanted to keep a lot of that in place. It's what our players know. We're a veteran, strong offense that's added some really cool pieces. We were very selective about the changes that we made. We tried to protect some of the language, the things that Dak has used for a long time. But we certainly added some wrinkles. And so, not to put a number on it, but we're somewhere in that, keep 70%-ish. We've certainly added some flavor, but I think the things that we've put in that were new, not only Dak, but Zach and Tyron and those guys, TP, they all like some of the adjustments and things that we've made. So it really has been a very collaborative thing where a lot of good give and take of the stuff that's been in place, stuff that Mike's done, stuff that I've done in Seattle. And again, it's nice to kind of get through this off season, and then we'll go to training camp, tweak some things, and then start getting ready for games.
All I can see now is what you said yesterday, the headline, Texas toast.
That's it.
Cowboys offensive changes.
They got to change the
proved
name.
to be a failure.
They've got to change the name.
It's there now. It's stuck.
It's stuck. They should have said it's the third coast offense. That now it's going to be the first game. It's going to be Texas toast, man.
Bobby said the Galveston offense.
You'll start getting comparisons to like Galveston water and stuff, I think, probably.
How about the Midwest coast? That would have worked.
Nah, because we're not Midwest. We're the South.
They would emphasize mid, like the kids do.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
Okay, since we're all just really hyper-focused on this, it's probably irritating Dak Prescott. Brian Schottenheimer, did you do the full review, the full breakdown of every throw that he made and what caused all those turnovers?
He certainly does need to be fixed. There's no question about that. I mean, guy's a great player. You guys know that. You guys have watched him more than I have, but he's a competitor, right? I mean, he's going to go out there and he's going to compete, and he's going to, I can make that throw. And so he's just got to understand situations of the game and down and distance and all that stuff, and clean up some of the decisions that, that he knows last year he kind of missed. But I love, one of my early experiences as a coordinator was with the Jets, and it was 2008, and I was coaching Brett Favre. And so you guys have seen Brett play, he would force a ball into trap. There'd be like three guys there waiting for it. One of the three was going to catch it. And he'd come over, I'd be like, dude, like, what are you doing? He'd say, yeah, hey, my bad. I'd be, all right, we're good, and move on. And I'd get up to leave, and he'd go, hey, Shotty, I can make that throw, though. I can make that throw. I was like, dude, that's not the point. Yeah, you can make that throw sometimes. So it's a little bit of that competitive spirit. These guys, they all have that. And again, Dak loves some of the things that we're doing, from training the footwork and timing and some of the rhythm things, tying the routes to his feet. So we expect him to have a huge year.
Man, is that Brian Schottenheimer or Brian Broaddus comparing Dak Prescott to Brett Favre?
Yeah, there's a couple different things that I think is interesting. Both answers, he's insisting like, hey, Dak loves the changes, you guys. Everybody loves the changes. What's he going to say? Is he going to be like, yeah, look, this has kind of been like pulling teeth. Everybody's kind of resisted, but ultimately we're finally running the offense that we've wanted to run. He's not going to say that, but
that's like everybody. It's like Jay Monahan saying, everybody at the PGA Tour, they love the change that we just made.
Yeah,
they love the new format. We're flying high.
Exactly. Look, and
I'll personally kill them if they don't.
Exactly.
Jimmy Dunn.
There's growing pains that will be involved with this, I'm sure, and stuff that they're not big fans of. But in general, I find it interesting that, again, you get the Brett Favre comparison there.
Talk about the broadest Brett Favre thing.
So Brian has talked about it was in Brett Favre's DNA to just take the risks and take the opportunity to, force the ball in there occasionally. Just basically what Brian Schottenheimer said there, and that he thinks that exists with Dak as well. Last year there were some times where I think it looked like risk, where it was more, a lazy route or something was miscommunicated or something was read differently. I don't know that he was trying to fit it in between three people.
I thought the knock on Dak has been, if anything, too conservative. The insult has been, bus driver early on in his career. That doesn't line up with Brett Favre. I think Broadus's analogy of Barry Sanders to Bijan Robinson is closer, actually, and that's insane, by the way. But that's actually closer than his thought of Dak to Brett Favre.
Who did everybody compare Dak to for the first couple of years? Remember they used to say he was Alex Smith.
Mm-hmm.
How do you go from he is Alex Smith to Brett Favre?
Have you asked him
It's a
that
bad
on
running joke, Bob.
Love of the Star podcast?
Yeah, I think he says it's just an evolution, that he believes he's evolved into this. Not that he's necessarily been this guy his whole career, that he thinks this is just naturally what he's evolved into. And look, Kitna used to give him the coaching point, and that was when he did sort of change up his style a little bit, but Kitna used to give him the coaching point of, if you see it, trust it, throw it. Like, if you see the coverage you want, and we've called something for that coverage, throw it. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing, throw the ball. And he started taking those sorts of shots, and it was effective, and you started seeing bigger chunk plays. I just think that it's fascinating, and this is probably where Dak gets a little frustrated when we hear the answer a couple weeks ago about, I don't know that Mike totally represented that the best way, is that when these interceptions come up, and they felt like they had a pretty good handle on why a lot of them had happened, is that then you hear things like McCarthy going, well, we had to go over every single one of them and identify what the problem was. And then you hear Brian Schottenheimer say, look, Dak's just got to know. He's got to understand that. That sounds a little bit like taking him by the hand and like, look, he's just got to know better. And I think that's probably what becomes frustrating to Dak.
Let's go around the rest of the NFL. Choppy, you thought it was a waste of time, and the Carolina Panthers finally agreed. Bryce Young has been elevated to number 1 on the depth chart. People think Dalvin Cook is going to the Miami Dolphins because he showed an Instagram story of celebrating in Miami as a member of the Minnesota Vikings. Frank Clark goes from Kansas City to the Denver Broncos. Those are the other NFL stories.
Yeah, and the Bryce Young thing, it's like, so wait a second. To start OTAs, he was 3rd of the depth chart, and in 3 weeks, he's number 1? Okay. I'm sure he was just...
A lot of hitting, a lot of pounding.
Yeah, I'm sure all those padded practices they had in the OTAs
took a pounding
just really set him apart. They did this stupid, we want to keep him... Now, look, I get it. Training camp, you want to keep the logos off the helmets or whatever for the rookies. I don't have a problem with that. That's just kind of, that's traditional football. It's lame, but whatever. But want to keep him grounded. We're going to keep him 3rd of the depth chart and then make him suffer for a whole 2.5 weeks. And he is not going to get an ego in those 2 weeks, my friend. And he's number 1 now. Bryce Young, number 1 on the depth chart. I'm sure they showed him.
Maybe they were suffering watching Andy Dalton play, because we all did. And that it's possible that they looked at it and said, this is brutal even in a practice, and we need to change this up because he's just not very good. And, I mean, look, Bryce Young, I agree with Chop in that it's a little silly where it's like, hey, you got to go out there and earn the star, like that whole mantra that exists. It's a little silly because Bryce Young's clearly the best option. Bryce Young is very pro ready. He can step out there and lead that team. We all knew he'd be starting week 1, so it is a little bit like, why don't you just let him get in the work with the guys he's going to be playing with? Why are you doing this?
And then Joe Burrow making Choppy sick in the cage in Cincinnati, going yard 4 times. Man, I saw Jason Robertson do this the other day. Jason Robertson does not look like an athlete whatsoever.
No, he doesn't.
Dude.
Whenever I see him, I'm
he didn't
like,
play like one either.
That guy's.
He was good in
Fine, in the series they lost. Yeah,
he was.
Go Stars, baby!
I was like, man, Jason Robertson, he is not an athlete, and there's Joe Burrow in the cage.
Yeah, Robertson looked like he looked like 50 Cent out there throwing, but then he gets in the batting cage and he pops one about 380 in the right center.
Eva Longoria probably threw out a better first pitch. Man, she looked good the other night.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, you were an idiot, Tony Parker.
So Burrow,
yeah, I'm sure he's struggling.
I'll take a little sip.
Wow, he been sitting on that drop.
Yeah, he was.
He been sitting and waiting on that drop.
You learned how to use the instant replay, didn't you? I like that. So Joe Burrow took BP with the Reds. Boy, the Reds are the talk of baseball right now. And he hit 4 home runs, 4 out. And I'm thinking to myself, professional athletes, man, sometimes I hate y'all. Because now sometimes you go out and make us look good by throwing like 50 Cent. But other times, no matter what sport it is, you dominate at it. and it's frustrating. It's like, you already get all the women. Can you not also soak up all the athletic ability too?
Especially Zion.
Especially Zion. He gets more than all the women.
Yeah.
He's got a type, doesn't he? Good gosh. But they get all the women. They got all the athletic ability. They got all the money. Y'all are Haagen-Dazs and everything out there.
Can we just talk about what the hell's going on with his hair, though? And the sweatband.
Oh, he's got the Rambo headband.
Yeah.
That looks very 1992.
That's what's out there, though.
You are a hater.
I am.
You're a hater. I already proved you wrong about Burrow, and you're just searching and looking for any way to try to tear this man down. He looks good. He looks cool. What else is he supposed to do with his hair? Put a little better than that little shoestring that they put up there as a headband.
Oh, yeah.
That's a legit headband. Lay off the guy.
That just looks ridiculous. That looks like 1992, beach bum hair.
Let's get you ready for the Rangers and the Rays today. 5 o'clock coverage right here on the Fan. 5:40 first pitch during the G-Bag Nation. How did the Rangers get here? RJ says you better give John Daniels his props. Next.
Keep them.
Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on your home for Rangers baseball. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and today the coverage begins at 5 o'clock with first pitch at 5:40 between the two best teams in the sport, Rangers, Rays. Andrew Heaney again. Oh, my guy, Tyler Glasnow, my favorite player in baseball. You just going to keep doing that till I acknowledge what you're doing?
No, the fan cam already acknowledged it.
What was it?
Just a little dance. I was just, getting into the moment.
Okay.
I don't know, Peyton played a good little song, and I was just getting to it.
Did you dance a lot during that wedding you went to in Deep Ellum?
Yeah, we did. We got the dance. They had a good band. Cut the rug a little bit. Good stuff.
I wore shorts to practice the other day.
I thought you were going to say to your brother's wedding.
I wore shorts and a hoodie, and somebody came up to me from the beat and was like, "Is this what you wore to the wedding the other day?"
Man,
so
they're getting us a lot of Cowboys attention out there in Frisco.
You wore a hoodie. It was 100 degrees outside.
No, I know. The joke was I was clearly super dressed down at practice.
All right, so Rangers, Rays. How did the Rangers get here? You guys did a deep dive study, and a lot of signs are pointing towards the hated one, John Daniels.
Yeah, so, he has obviously...
hated by others, not by me, John.
Correct. Hated by others, not by us. But, he caught a lot of the grief for the last 6 years. And look, he put the team together.
Much of it deserved.
Much of it was deserved. He
They
basically...
sucked.
They sucked. He sold the farm to continue the run. They had that run starting in about 2009 where they got good. 2010 where they went to the World Series, 2011, and they continued it all the way till about 2016. They were very, very good. The later part, they were not necessarily title contenders. They should have beat Toronto when they blew the lead in 2015. They didn't. But 2014, whatever year it was, he sold out to continue that run, and it killed him, and it cost him his job ultimately. But I went to see how this team was actually built. Okay, how the Rangers, the current Rangers, the 2023 Rangers were built. Now, Chris Young was named GM in December of 2020. All right, that's middle of COVID. December 4th was the date. John Daniels was his boss. He was president of baseball operations. He had to sign off on every move. 2 days later, all right. Well, first off, let's go back to here. JD was let go on August 17th of 2022. So last year. So from December of 2020 till August 17th of 22 last year, he was essentially in charge, the boss of Chris Young. In 2019, before Young gets there, they trade cash considerations to St. Louis for Adolis Garcia.
Good trade.
Got it for cash. They also sent Connor Zadzik to Seattle for Grant Anderson. Zadzik is in the minors with the St. Paul Saints. Grant Anderson had an historic debut. Did not pitch very well the other night. In 2020, 4 days after they agreed to terms with Chris Young, they trade Lance Lynn to Chicago for Dane Dunning. My assumption is that in 4 days, he didn't get to the job and all of a sudden trade Lance Lynn.
Have the total power and control.
Yeah.
And we loved Lance Lynn here.
And we did.
Not his personality, but his performance.
And to be fair, I killed them for not trading him at the deadline. They should have traded him at the deadline so a team could get 2 years out of him instead of just one.
Right, like they should have done with Martin Perez last year.
And Lance Lynn, but I don't know now the importance of having starting pitching with DeGrom out. You may be desperately reliant on Martin Perez. Someone had said Lance Lynn could be a Ranger possibility as well. He's got a 6.72 earned run average right now. Not good.
No, not good. Now, 2 days after that trade, so now we're up to December 10th, they traded Heriberto Hernandez, Oslevis Busabe, and Alex Avalos to Tampa for Nathaniel Lowe. Now, how are those former Ranger farmhands doing? Hernandez is the Rays' 17th best prospect, which is actually pretty good considering the Rays. He's in Double-A. Busabe is the Rays' 7th best prospect. He's in Triple-A. And Avalos has a decent, had a decent trajectory. That's kind of subsided a little bit. 2021, February of 21 rolls around. January, February. They trade Elvis to Oakland. Who do they get in that deal? Jonah Heim.
Dude. So far, John Daniels deserves credit for Adolis Garcia, Dane Dunning, Nate Lowe, Jonah Heim, and we'll see about Grant Anderson.
Yeah. Now, that deal was made 3 months after Young arrived, so it's possible his hands are dirty in this one, but I assume in the first 2, when it was 4 days and 6 days after he got here, he didn't have a major role.
He went right to work.
Later that year at the deadline, they send Joey Gallo to the Yankees. In return, they get Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran, Glenn Otto, and they also got one other part of that deal. Smith and Duran have had, they've massively contributed this year. This is one of the better trade returns you're going to see. Gallo did absolutely nothing in New York. Doing a little bit better in Minnesota, but not much. But it's also what they didn't do. They didn't go all in for Anthony Rendon. They tried.
Yep.
Was it a fake offer? Was it 6 for $180 or something? It was a fake offer, and he winds up getting more. Whatever, like the rumor was, they wanted to make it appear like they were going to go sign him, but he was going to take a hometown discount. Never did. They just didn't match. They also went after Carlos Rodon this year, and he wanted to come here. We know for a fact Carlos wanted to come here. Who did they choose over him? Who did they give the money to instead of him?
DeGrom.
Evaldi.
Evaldi.
So, and Nathan's a Cy Young candidate. Rodon, how many innings has he pitched this year?
0.
He's had a back issue. Now, he's throwing bullpens. He threw a simulated game the other day. They're excited about him in New York, whatever. He was also in charge when they signed Seager and Simeon. He was the president of baseball operations. He's going to get none of this credit. Chris Young's going to win Executive of the Year this year, most likely. And he may have put 0 of this team together except for Evaldi and DeGrom. And, because John Gray was also acquired under JD, correct?
Yeah, I do think that by 21, we can probably start assuming that he was involved in those moves.
Oh, he was definitely involved.
So Seager, Simeon, the decision not to go get Story.
Yes.
Picking Seager over Story turned out to be a good move. I do think that he was probably heavily involved in those, but definitely some of those value trades at the beginning of like the end of 2019 into the beginning of 2020. So Heim, getting Adolis, things like that. That's definitely John Daniels' contribution.
Yeah, it definitely is JD contributing to this one. But he's going to win Executive of the Year. He did. He made the move for Bochy. Mm-hmm. He decided to move on from Woody and bring Bochy in. So we'll see where this thing goes. He's going to wind up winning Executive of the Year. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but we will never give JD credit for this.
No.
Just like Brian Cashman gets all the credit for the Yankees dynasty in the 90s, and he didn't put any of it together. Gene Michael did. He gets none of the credit. Jimmy gets all the credit. Jerry gets none of it.
Yep.
Even though Jerry's the boss. It's the way it works in sports.
I can't remember. It may have been you. It may have been Hagee. I can't remember who
was it
mentioned.
A good point?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was me.
It was you. I can't remember who mentioned this, and I think it was off the air the other day, where it's like, how wild is it that Chris Young will probably win Executive of the Year?
Yeah, that was Hagee.
Having made the worst contract signing of the offseason, arguably.
Wow. Yeah.
How often does that happen where the guy who made the offseason acquisition that is probably the worst is going to end up winning Executive of the Year?
That's fair. But, it's at the end of the day.
What would Bassick say to this list, by the way? He'd stutter and stammer, and he'd start getting worked up and say how John Daniels doesn't deserve it. And also the way that they've built, and I'm not insulting Mike, I'm trolling Mike, and maybe insulting him a little. He said, and he brought, history and data behind his point. You have to draft and develop. You have to draft and develop. Have the Rangers done it? Seager, Simeon, Evaldi, and these trades, right? Adolis and Nate Lowe and Jonah Heim and Dane Dunning. Now, maybe they developed Dane Dunning or Jonah Heim. I don't know how much, what effect their coaching has had on them behind the scenes. The point is, those guys, Duran, they did not come up in the Rangers system. So it's been these minor trades, Seager and Simeon, along with Bochy, So they haven't done it the way you're supposed to with drafting and developing.
Right. Now, look, there's a lot of examples of teams that, and listen, I think there's something should be said of knowing who you are and what you're able to do. I think deep down they know they can't develop players. We got a long track record of not being able to develop players.
Young is clicking finally.
Josh Young, yes.
Josh Young is finally clicking.
Now, look, he was a very highly regarded prospect. When you pick 8th, you should get a good player. You should get a very good player.
Hasn't always worked out for them.
Hasn't always
that
worked
high.
out that way. But you should get a very good player. They hit on Teixeira and they picked him in the top 10. He was tremendous. Look, they have not done a great job of drafting. That's still their problem, and that still is probably what's going to keep them from reaching their ultimate goal. If it does, is that they're so reliant on making trades to get players, so other teams have developed instead of developing their own. They can't develop Jack Leiter. Can't.
Bleacher Report had an article actually a couple weeks ago about stacking the teams in terms of the MLB organizations and how good they are at developing pitching. And the Rangers came in at the bottom 5 as one of the worst organizations in sports at developing pitching. And that's one of the things that I think concerned everybody about, like when you take a guy like Kumar Rocker, and I understand a lot of it was about getting Brock Porter later on in the draft in the 4th round with the extra slot money or whatever else. But that's the thing that it's like, why are you taking a dicey pitching prospect when you haven't shown the ability to develop them? That's why they needed to hit on these sorts of trades and things like that. They've needed to build with veteran acquisitions. And they've always, even when they've struggled, they've always done that well. Mike Minor, Lance Lynn, guys like that. They've always done a good job having them rebound.
And I think, NFL teams, right? A lot of times they'll default to what they're good at. Cowboys are very good at drafting offensive line. They can target, spot, identify a really good offensive lineman. They do a really good job of drafting offensive line. Some teams do a really good job of acquiring bullpen. So stick with what you're good at. The Rangers for years did a really good job in the international market. Really good job. Continue doing that. If you can't draft and develop, and they really have shown that for the most part they haven't been able to, do what you're good at. Identify old starting pitching, rebound them, flip them. The problem is that sometimes you get caught up like, well, can we make a run? No, stay the course. Stay the course. You got to be able to recognize. The New York Giants needed to recognize last year they overachieved. Okay?
I don't remember us disagreeing in the moment when they went all in. When they pushed the chips to the middle of the table, we supported it.
In 2016, you mean? 2015?
They did it a couple times.
Yeah, I was fine with that back then.
And
yeah,
now we're going to have that conversation again here now. If they go all in for an ace replacement, I'm going to support it right now, depending on who the ace is.
Yes, that's what it is.
Right.
Depends on who it is. Go get Beltran and Lucroy, great. If it's a Matt Garza, Ryan Dempster type of trade like David Murphy was talking about yesterday, not so much.
Yeah, look, do you the hometown people, fans, are the last to admit someone is overachieving. We told the Giants they were overachieving. Giant fans did not want to hear that, did they?
No.
They did not believe they were overachieving.
Minnesota.
They didn't want to hear that. Somebody outside DFW might say, hey, the Rangers are overachieving, stay the course. We're not going to say that because we don't want to hear that.
Well, I believe it this time. I thought that they overachieved in Banny's 2 division titles.
They absolutely did.
Those teams weren't that good. We said that at the time. We try to keep it real, but that's how the Rangers got here. How much credit are y'all willing to give John Daniels on the truckwreck.com text line as they take on the Rays? Where's John Daniels right now?
Southlake? No, he's with the Rays.
What a perfect segment.
Yeah,
there you go.
Rays.
Headlines at 7, our final Rangers ticket giveaway, and a Friday edition of High Low at 7:20 right here on DFW Sports Station. But RJ it's just the hour of RJ.
Oh, hell
It's
yeah.
the RJ and Choppy show as he has some disrespect towards Texas, A&M, and Oklahoma. It's a Friday edition. Crack a beer early with the college football kegger next. But first...
Luna.
You're not gonna dance like Chop was?
Head nod.
Okay.
Do one shoulder.
Too cool.
Did you dance at your brother's wedding?
No.
Well, then shut up.
Kristen still continues to scream at me because she insists that you said once we got married that you would dance with me, and I was like, I did not. I literally would have never said that.
I saw her dancing.
She was.
I know Clarence Hill did too.
She was cutting it up. Did you see Clarence knock over the mic stand yesterday?
No.
During Dan Quinn's thing, he like knocks it over or something. And Todd's like, Clarence, stop hitting it. Todd Archer. And Clarence goes, I didn't touch it. And Dan Quinn just goes, let's fight right now. Let's see what happens. Y'all do it.
Do you think it'd be fun to have Clarence in studio?
Yes. Yeah, Clarence is a lot of fun. Clarence is cool. I did walk up to him last week at practice after he wrote that Ross Tucker article. I was like, where's your cape? He's like, huh? I was like, where's the big MM on your chest? You're Mike McCarthy's, you're caping for. He's like, that was a ridiculous list. You know I'm no fan. What am I supposed to do?
Yes, and he's a fellow Longhorn, which we're going to get to in a second with a Friday edition of RJ's College Football Kegger. We got headlines, our final Rangers ticket giveaway, along with a Jacob deGrom bobblehead and high-low at 7:20. And Babe Laufenberg wants to pop on the show at 8 o'clock. My God.
Oh, my gosh. He's awake. Tea time. He's got to have a tea time.
He wanted to cancel Below the Belt. He didn't put Bobby on this text for a reason yesterday after the show. He's like, hey, can I come on at 8:40? I was like, even better for you. How about 9:20? You can sleep in longer. He goes, no, I'll come on at 8. I'll come on at 8 a.m. And I was like, oh, my Lord. So
new era.
It is a new era. So Laufenberg at 8 o'clock. We haven't had a chance to talk about this. It's been trending multiple times throughout the entire week. LaShawn McCoy is the early candidate, according to reports, to replace Shannon Sharpe as Skip Bayless's new co-host on FS1.
Dak is ass.
I told you. I mentioned Sean McCoy and you went, no way. I told you this is who they were going to put up there.
Why do you think that they would put him up there?
Because he is
this is a disaster waiting to happen.
He's a Fox person already who is a pot stirrer. So it's just like, oh yeah, somebody else who will stir things up and create headlines.
Can he talk the other sports? Is he as sharp as Shannon? No pun intended. Is he as quick with it? Like, they might be throwing a sacrificial lamb up there, and I think Shady might also get hype with Skip. Like, LaShawn McCoy might also be like, yo, man, I'm Shady McCoy. I'm LaShawn McCoy. You're not going to talk to me like that. It feels like he'd have a little bit of an attitude to throw back there, but I think it'd be a disaster. I think Skip would chew him up and spit him out, which is what that insecure twerp probably wants anyway. He wants someone that he can absolutely own, you'd think, since apparently he doesn't like to be challenged. But Shady McCoy, I think that'd be a mess.
Oh, that'd be a mess. It might be entertaining, though, because of the fighting. Shady ain't going to back down. Now, not that Shannon did either, but, you know, Skip was here's the problem. Skip went after the career of Shannon Sharpe. And he tried to belittle the career of Shannon Sharpe.
Yeah.
And Shannon's like, dude, what do you want from me? I'm in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What do you want from me? Like, come on.
I think Shady would have less patience than Shannon.
I agree. Shady actually might kill him.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, he'd be good TV.
Would be good.
I mean, didn't we all say sort of the same things about like Shannon though? Like, oh, Shannon's got an edge. Shannon's not going to put up with this. And then Shannon put up with it for forever.
No, I
and
don't
Shannon
remember saying
faked the
anything
fights.
about it. No one said anything about what the fit was. Nobody cared. But now we know, though. We know Shannon and LaShawn's personalities. I wonder what Hellman would say behind the scenes. I wonder what Hellman would say. Who else is a candidate that you would prefer or would be better?
You know who social media loves?
Acho.
Who I keep. I've not seen Acho, but the name I keep seeing thrown out there, your old Kansas City buddy.
Nick Wright.
Nick Wright is the name that gets thrown around a lot.
Nick would no.
They would have wars. Because Nick is very intelligent. He is sharp.
But, you know, like,
I don't think LaShawn could keep up with Skip, even though Skip is getting up there in age. I don't think LaShawn could keep up there in arguments about all the different sports.
What's the fit? What type of person do you think they need? And then I'll tell you who it should be.
I don't know.
Do they need somebody who's going to fight with him, or do they need somebody who's just going to sit there and argue with him sharp about sports? Or I don't know. Jay Williams is about out of contract. Do they want to stick Jay Williams across from him?
Oh.
And Jay Williams will talk about anything.
Yeah. Jay Williams would be a better candidate. All right, Choppy's been sending story after story, scheduling after scheduling, odd after odd. So we need to break.
Conference also allows them to schedule Sun Belt Saturday, which has been affectionately referred to when every SEC's team in November schedules West Carolina, South Alabama, UAB, Louisiana Monroe, whatever. Well, Texas wants to come in, and they are trying to say, no, we want a 9-game conference schedule. Chris Del Conte, the AD over there, favors the 9-game. They're trying to push for it. Why are they trying to push for it?
I don't know.
In honor of Romo.
Who are the rivals? So the SEC is going to get rid of divisions. They're getting rid of East and West. Okay? They're going to do an 8-game rotating schedule. You're going to have one common opponent that you play every single year. So it could be Alabama, Auburn, LSU, A&M,
Tennessee, Florida.
It'll probably be Florida, Georgia, though. Who knows? Could be Tennessee, Georgia. Could be whatever. So Texas,
Vanderbilt, my godson, Vanderbilt and somebody.
Vanderbilt, Kentucky, Vanderbilt, Tennessee, Arkansas, A&M. Who knows, right? Whatever. Texas is like, well, hang on. We want OU Texas every year and A&M Texas every year. In an 8-game conference schedule, you can't get that. You got to pick one. So do you pick OU Texas or do you pick Texas A&M? If you do it on a rotating basis, you're going to play A&M every 3 to 4 years. You'll go to A&M every 6 to 8 years. Like, do you want that? So they're trying to strong arm the conference into going to 9 games. The thing is, they've got some support. Kirby Smart doesn't care. Nick Saban's favored 9 games, but then he also favors 8 games. So he talks out of both sides of his mouth. We don't know which one's going to happen. A&M, though, claims that they have been assured of one thing. Now, they did not want Texas to enter the conference. They were against it. And Sankey, the commissioner, was like, I appreciate your input. We'll take it under advisement. And by that, I mean, we don't care. So the AD for A&M was like, Ross Bjork, he's like, okay, we have one demand. Please, please, please adhere to this demand. And they're going to, it looks like. A&M is going to get the first home game between the two schools. So when they renew this rivalry, which hasn't been played in a decade, it's going to be in College Station, even though the last game between these two took place in College Station. So, boy, God. What a hard crack negotiator, man. Oh man, you could have freed the hostages from Iran in 1980 with that kind of negotiating.
Freed
power.
the grinder.
Wow. My goodness. So
we'll whoop them at Kyle Field. That's fine.
Yeah, so SEC has given them a supposed prize, a supposed consolation prize for allowing, air quotes, allowing Texas into the conference.
Are they going to let Chris Del Conte start making strong arm demands if he's going to bail for USC anyway?
Oh, is that the rumor?
That's the rumor. He says no, but that's the hot rumor.
Oh man, I think Texas is the better job. More money. You have more money to work with there. I mean, USC.
The better coach in California.
Yes, you do. You're the better coach in California. But let's see. Maybe it's brawny time. All right. Odds to win the national championship. Did Texas and OU and Texas A&M get a little disrespected? By the way, the favorites here, it is, quite frankly, will Alabama advance to the College Football Playoff? They are almost even money. It's plus 145. Georgia is minus 230 to advance to the College Football Playoff. They have a 70% chance of making the postseason. They're the only ones who are favored to make the playoffs. How about Oklahoma? They are 93% chance of not making the postseason.
Oh.
93. Texas A&M, 96% chance of not making the playoff.
Ooh. Bye, Jimbo.
Texas.
See where TCU is after all that trash talk towards the Horned Frogs.
Texas, 80% chance of not making the playoffs. Their odds are minus 400, no, plus 300, yes. So they're, they got better odds than A&M, obviously. They're right around the USC. USC's got a 76% chance of not making the postseason. My Vols, a 94% chance of not making the postseason. So
who has the odds then?
There's only one team favored to make it. That's Georgia. Alabama has a 63% chance of not making the postseason.
Yeah.
Clemson an 80%, LSU 85%, Florida State 80%.
You know who's probably a good value bet without even looking at the odds, though? Texas and Ohio State would always be good bets, I bet, because the committee loves both of them. The committee always will push them higher than they probably deserve. And so if they're anywhere in contention, Texas will get in. Ohio State will get in.
The second, number 2, behind Georgia, Ohio State is 50-50. They are right at 50-50. Michigan's at 60%, so they got good odds too.
Did you say that the Longhorns, like a quarterback decided on Texas after what's going on there?
Yeah.
What's going on, Bobby?
Yeah, a 4-star quarterback. Has decided that he is going to commit to the University of Texas. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. His name is KJ Lacey, and this is for next year's class. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do they not have Arch Manning?
Malik Murphy committed. He's still hanging around, and that was with them knowing they had Quinn Ewers and knowing that they were going to get Arch, and Murphy was like the 20th overall prospect in the country. So, I mean, this is what happens. You stack up a lot of quarterbacks and inevitably they'll transfer. So he'll be there for a year and then he'll transfer. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to get Texas NIL money or something.
He's from Alabama. He chose Texas over Alabama, Auburn, Oklahoma, Oregon, TCU, Tennessee, and Texas A&M. Now, so he's got another year. So he's not going to commit until next fall. So 2024. So he'll have, a year or two to sit under Arch?
He saw Arch at the spring game. He's like, oh, yeah, I'll go to Texas.
So it doesn't make sense on the surface, but when you think about it, like, hey, by the time he gets there, he'll have a year or two to sit under Arch, then he'll be good.
It's not totally unusual, though, some of these big programs to have 3-4-star quarterbacks on the roster at a time.
Ohio State, remember they had Burrow and Fields?
And Haskins.
Florida had Tebow and Cam Newton. It's not crazy.
College football kegger on a Friday. The Stanley Cup final will not be a sweep. NBA finals are going to resume. We'll get you set for the Rangers and the Rays and the wide receiver star from Cowboys minicamp that will make Bobby Belt look good. Headlines. Then our final Rangers ticket giveaway and high-low 720 Expressway next on The Fan. But are you working with...
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now it's Bennett back in. Bennett up the near side, looks across for Hagee, high slide shot. He scores! Connor Verhage, the overtime winner here in Game 3. The Panthers take it 3-2 the final.
Do we have a series, or was just Florida barely staying alive as they win Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals? 3-2 in overtime. Vegas now leads 2-1. These are your headlines on a Friday to get you ready for your weekend. We're going to play high-low and have our final 4 tickets to hook you up with for turning it on, leaving it on, Rangers and Toronto during the Expressway.
Yeah, look, we do have a bit of a series. This has gone exactly the way it's supposed to go. Home team wins the first 2 games. Guarantee in sports is the team down 0-2 wins at home. And now you see where it goes from here. I still think Vegas is the better team. Even though Florida has completely overcome all odds this postseason. They were getting wiped off the face of the earth by Boston. They were down 3-1. They came back and won the series. Dominated Toronto. Dominated Carolina. And now their backs are against the wall. And the good thing for them is that they've got the guy who is having a tremendous postseason in Matthew Tkachuk. There you go. Good job, Bobby. Bobrovsky is, he was the Conn Smythe favorite going into the series. Did not have a great first game. Got pulled in game 2. Was okay last night. Was okay. So they're back. I think it's a good series.
Hockey hamster?
Yeah, I mean, Tkachuk, he's had the 4-game winners, and then he gets the big tying goal last night, and especially coming back after being in the concussion protocol and being off the ice for that extended amount. And, I heard Florida's coach talking about it in the postgame last night where he's like, you really have no idea what's happening when they're in concussion protocol. Like, there's not this communication that's going on that's telling you, like, oh, he's doing this or that. It's just, oh, here he is. He's back, and then he's back on the ice, and then being there for that rebound and putting it in, and then they're able to bounce back and get the overtime goal. It's a little bit upsetting watching it so far because I feel like Dallas could have played them. Like, Dallas could have played Florida pretty well, I think.
Yeah, so here's an interesting stat. Florida's coach, Paul Maurice, has the most losses by an NHL coach in history. That's 681.
He's Lenny Wilkins.
Yeah. He's got 1,000 wins, or he's coached 1,000 games. He became the youngest coach to coach 1,000 games back in 2010. He also holds the record for the most losses by a coach with 681. Good gosh.
So 2-1 now. Vegas leads the way. Yesterday, mini camp continuing out at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Our coverage brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. And Dan Quinn was asked, does Mike McCarthy have new life since he's now calling the plays in place of Kellen?
It's really cool to see Mike into that role, and it looks, from my opinion, that he's having a blast. And sometimes as a head coach, when you're not the play caller, man, you're yearning for it to be into that space to go. And so I've seen that with him, the energy that he has for it, and it just looks like he's having a blast. So he sets the whole menu and the table for us, and we've thrown a good off season. But him specifically, I felt some happiness and some joy for him going out there, and you can see his competitive juices going. So we'll have some good battles.
Yeah, you're excited to
yes,
compete against him
100%, no question about it. And he is as well. So that's kind of what makes coaching fun. It's not just the player to player. Oftentimes it's coaches to coaches, and I've coached against Mike for a long time. He's one of the very best. So hopefully we have a lot of fun out in California.
That's a cool soundbite. It's got to be reinvigorating for McCarthy. If you're an X's and O's nerd, you want to get involved in the chess match of it versus the CEO game manager. And McCarthy had said in Green Bay, it sounded like it pained him to give it up. And he said, no, I'm never going to do that again. He ended up doing it again, and now he's back in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a consistent line from everybody. Dak, Schottenheimer, Dan Quinn, whoever else everybody talking about. You can tell how excited he is to be back, be involved, in the installation. He was talking the other day about how, we played the cut yesterday where, he's talking about, well, I'm having to cut meetings, short to 25 minutes because I want the extra 5 minutes with the quarterbacks. I want to do this and that. He definitely does seem more engaged and more excited about it, and we'll see how that actually plays out on the field.
So that's the most exciting thing for McCarthy. The most exciting quote from practice yesterday for me had to do with Jalen Tolbert. he seems to be an early winner, Roberto, of OTAs and minicamp. And here is new OC Brian Schottenheimer on how Brandon Cooks has helped the Cowboys receiver that needs to show up this year.
Jalen Tolbert's had an incredible camp. And if you talk to Jalen, what Jalen's going to tell you is he's spent a ton of time with Brandon. And so here's a guy that's been there, done that. And what Brandon wants to do, although come and learn the system, is he wants to encourage and invest in the younger guys. And so those guys spend a lot of time together. I see them before practice in the weight room working together. So what Brandon brings us is way more than just speed. And absolutely, it's really fun to watch him run. Right. Whether it's deep routes, short routes, it really doesn't matter. But what I love is the competitor and the way he is encouraging that entire room of receivers. It's been awesome.
They are beaming about Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore's impact early on. And the other sentence from Schottenheimer on Tolbert, Jalen has had an incredible camp.
Yeah, and that's something that's encouraging. Now, again, they are going to have a better beat on exactly how good he's doing, because the things that he had issues with last year were things relating to the playbook and picking up language and things like that. And so that's encouraging to me, because that tells me that they feel like he's hitting markers that he wasn't hitting last year. And that was going to be the biggest issue. And you know, it's funny, I was on G-Bag yesterday and Cheech had asked me, you know, who is more likely to have a big impact on the offense this year, Kevontae Turpin or Jalen Tolbert? Because Turpin's got a lot of run during these, you know, practices. And to me, I was like, it's more likely to be Tolbert, because I know they have plans for him. They have plans and ideas for him that they think he can do this. They're just waiting for him to step up and do it. They're waiting for him to step up and seize it. And it's at least encouraging that it sounds like he's doing it in large part thanks to Brandon Cooks and the kind of teacher that he's been.
Headlines continuing on a Friday here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Rangers Rays today, 5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch. Heaney against Glasnow in Tampa with the two best teams in baseball. So we cannot wait to go ahead and see how those two match up. Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight in Miami. The Heat trying to even things up. That tip-off is at 7:30. But yesterday, Adam Silver was on the Dan Patrick Show, and the commish was asked, what if John Morant really did just have a toy gun in that car?
We are waiting for the finals to be over. I'm aware, of course, of these reports on social media about, you know, whether the gun was in fact a gun. And so we haven't completely wrapped it up.
Does that matter, Commissioner, if that's a toy gun?
You know, it's interesting. It's the very issue is for Ja, certainly in the first incident, was treating a gun as a toy. I mean, that's what we're talking about. And that's what I think the danger is to society, taking a gun, live streaming it. You know, this is without getting into gun issues in terms of the propriety of owning guns and the use of guns. I think everyone agrees that gun safety is critically important and that guns aren't toys. So it's something that I'm thinking a lot about, because again, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the investigation, but in fact, if you are live streaming something that to the world looks exactly like a gun and in a frankly reckless manner, should it matter whether or not it's a real gun? I mean, I will say at the end of the day, in terms of doing my job, everything that's presented to us is relevant. Past conduct is relevant. The circumstances in which you're doing whatever the act is becomes relevant. And in this case, you know, obviously we're going to take into account whatever's presented to us.
Man, this made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up in a good way. Like this is right up my alley. I am technicality guy. Was it a real gun? Does it matter if it's a real gun? If you brandish it or present it as a real gun, the interpretation could be made that the gun is real, even if the gun is not real. I'm going to tuck you in circles like Jerry Jones. Like that was the message he was trying to get across, right, to the world. Look at me, badass with a real gun. Context matters. Fake gun. You know, if he was confronted by police and he pulls out a fake gun, 100% he's getting shot.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
They're going to, if he comes into your house and you have a gun and he pulls out a fake gun, you're shooting him.
Well, the gun wasn't mine.
Do you have an obligation to
Let me just
confirm that it's a real gun or not.
Let me just save you. I appreciate the BS that you went through. It doesn't matter. And I'm not saying this for the Corey Majors bet. It does not matter. And if it was a toy gun, that's why I asked you yesterday. If Ja would have immediately gone on the gram or whatever and said it, maybe that changes my mind a little bit. They didn't say it.
Right.
I don't believe it. Get out of here.
It doesn't matter if it's a toy gun. That's the point.
It's interesting because it sounds like, you remember the claim from the Breakfast Club was that they now know it wasn't a real gun, and they're saying it doesn't matter, and they're going to suspend him. What's interesting is Silver almost kind of was talking like that was the case, where he's like, well, look, I'm aware of like Dan Patrick didn't even ask him specifically about that rumor. Silver brought it up on his own and said, I'm aware of this. This is something that exists, but it doesn't really matter. And so it sounds a little bit like Silver is saying exactly what that report said, that, real gun, fake gun, doesn't matter. That's not the question. You're still in trouble.
Should I be worried?
I don't think so.
I think to suspend him for 25% of the season, which is about what that would be, right?
20 games. Yeah, it would be 25%.
25%. Does the gun need to be real? No. It would help. It would help your case. For the first time ever yesterday, I got a little scared for you, but I still think they're going to give him more. He presented it as a real gun. Again, if you see somebody pull out a fake gun on you and they're in, do you have an obligation to confirm how real the gun is?
How are they going to prove that it's a toy or a real gun?
I don't know.
How do you do that?
But here's the thing: is that if they were right about that, the toy gun angle, if the Breakfast Club was right about that, which it sounds like Silver was kind of talking about that.
Yeah. He did not completely dismiss it.
Then the other thing they said at the end of that report they had is that Ja was allegedly going to get 30 games. And so if you take that they were right about that report, you should feel even better because they're saying 30 games.
The PGA players who did not take the live money are very bitter, understandably so. And Rory McIlroy says, those guys might need to be compensated after this merger.
The guys that stayed loyal, that had offers on the table, I'm not one of them. I was never offered anything from Liv, but the guys that were offered huge amounts of money and turned it down and stayed loyal to the PGA Tour, there has to be something for those guys, right? I mean, it was a massive decision to do what they did. I feel for the right reasons, but now that all this is shaken out this way, I feel for those guys that, had that decision to make, and I felt like made the right decision and are probably somewhat questioning that decision that they made now, right? So I think something has to be done for those guys. And I think for me, my hope and my ambition has always been to protect the PGA Tour and to protect the aspirational nature of it. So I hope for me going forward that is still the case, because I love what the PGA Tour stands for. I like the competition, the meritocracy of it all, and I hope and think that will continue.
If you like the meritocracy, and a lot of players killed Liv, they said we want cuts. Golf is made to have cuts, 72 holes. You got to pay. You got to win in order to get paid. Well, if that's the case, and you said that, John Rahm did, you can't take money from them. What I would suggest to give the guys who said no and say low to the tour, lifetime memberships to the PGA Tour. You never have to worry about keeping your tour card falling out of the top 125. You never have to worry about not being able to get into an event. You basically have the same status that Tiger Woods enjoys. Tiger Woods, whatever the cutoff date is for the Charles Schwab Challenge, if he wants to play in it, as long as he says by that date, I want to play, he gets automatically in the tournament. He doesn't have to go through any hoops. He's in. He's a lifetime member of the tour. That is what they should get if they want to give him something. The guys who stayed loyal, who turned down Liv, don't give them money, because part of this was, hey, we want to work for this money. Okay, fine, you get to. Here it is. Lifetime memberships to the tour. You still got to earn your paycheck, but you never have to worry about getting an event.
I think Rory looks awful the last few days. Just in general. The flip, and then
he also supported the commissioner. He's like, no, I think he's a good businessman. I'm not turning on him.
That's it. And exactly. There's been a lot of talking out both sides of it. I do think it's funny that he's like, they should get something. I'm not one of them. I never got offered, even though that was the report that he did get offered, is that it's like, well, they should get something. It feels like he's lobbying for something. But just in general, the flip-flopping, and you go back and look at everything he said for the last year, nothing he said the last 2 days has been consistent with that.
OU softball wins their third straight championship yesterday. How many straight wins? 53?
53 in a row.
53 straight wins, 3 straight titles in college World Series action.
Yep, Super Regionals start today in Fort Worth, 4 o'clock on ESPNU. You can watch TCU take on Indiana State. Tomorrow, you're going to have Texas at number 8, Stanford, 5 o'clock on ESPN2. Hey, kudos to TCU fans real quick. They're hosting Indiana State. Indiana State should be the ones hosting. They had a Special Olympics conflict that took up so many hotel rooms that Indiana State could not meet the requirements of a certain amount of hotels within 30 miles. So they're hosting the game in Fort Worth. TCU fans stepped up and donated $25,000 Indiana Special Olympics.
Good job, TCU.
Great job, TCU.
Very classy. Very, very nice gesture. Headlines on a Friday. To get you ready for the weekend, we have our final Rangers 4-pack giveaway. We're sending you, the friends and the family, to see the Rangers and Toronto, a DeGrom bobblehead. And next, a Friday edition NBA Finals version of High Low during the Expressway.
Otherwise known as I Win.
Bobby's the defending champ. Let's see if it continues.
Crap.
Next. Morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday. Feels like this week has flown by just like last week.
Yes, it has.
Right? That's good news. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, do you disagree with the speed of the week?
Yep. Disagree with the speed of the week, the speed of the year, the speed of life. That's why I'm trying to have another baby, trying to slow things down. I heard Chop mention this earlier.
So you feel like the week has gone by slow?
No, it's going by too fast. Yeah. I want time to slow down a little bit. I don't want to be like, I blink and I'm 60.
You're not happy about it.
I don't want to blink and be 40 like you. I want to enjoy my youth a little bit. Like, geez.
As every commercial break, you're working out a different kink in your neck and your shoulder and your body.
Yeah, I know. It's all happening so fast. You nailed it, though, earlier, Chop. I read a study about this. They say that time, our perception of time, to slow it down, they suggest you do new experiences because our long-term memory goes, don't need to store that, don't need to store that. It's just same-day monotony. And so we think of life in terms of milestones. So when we go 6 months apart of one, 6 months feels like a week.
Babe Laufenberg at 8 o'clock. Our final Rangers ticket giveaway 4-pack to go see Toronto with a Carbach Brewing experience and a Jacob deGrom bobblehead during the Expressway. Right now, we are commercial free for the next 40 minutes, and it starts with an NBA Finals MVP edition of High Low.
Woo! Another episode. It is High Low. The defending champ, Bobby Belt. Surprisingly, Bobby's the defending champ.
Shut up, Peyton.
His first ever win, I believe, since I've been here. So the rules are simple. It is a NBA Finals MVP, so all the answers will be former MVPs. Obviously, they're former. They can't be future, although Nikola Jokic will win it this year.
Hot take.
Did you say Nicolo?
Nikola
Ultra.
Remember Kevin Lockery?
Of course.
Jordan's old, I think it was Jordan's first coach of the NBA.
Yeah.
Said that Jokic is the best offensive center of all time.
Woo.
And he's seen a lot of players. He's like 80 years old.
Yeah.
He's seen Wilt, Kareem, Hakeem. He said, Hakeem had better moves. Kareem had more finesse. Wilt was Wilt, but nobody had all three. Now, defensively, it's a different story.
Yes.
But offensively, he said you could make the case that he is the best offensive player, center that he's ever seen.
Nothing that anyone's saying about him right now is crazy. I don't know that I'm necessarily agreeing, but I'm not offended. I'm not outraged by it.
Yeah.
That's how good he is.
No, I think that's fair. Even saying best offensive skill set or whatever else, you can make a case for that.
So the rules here are simple. I will ask RJ, Sean, Bobby, high pitch, low pitch. I will play a 10-second audio clip. If you cannot guess the right answer, that's for 3 points. The 10-second audio clip is for 3 points. Then if you get that one wrong, I'll give you the first clue. That's for 2 points. If you don't get that right, I'll give you a second clue for 1 point. And if you don't get that right, you get 0 points when we move on.
Don't be cheating either. Shut
Bobby?
down the fan
Oh,
text.
yeah. Everybody, for some reason,
text.
always thinks it's me cheating. Here's my laptop all the way over here.
Why are you already in a bitchy mood?
Because
You won last week. You should be happy.
Because I know I'm going to lose.
Why?
Because this is just what happens.
'Cause you can't
And
go
also,
back
I'm
to back.
reverse jinxing myself because last time I said I'd lose.
All right, let's go.
Bobby, high pitch, low pitch.
Hi, Gene.
All right, I got to start, figuring out how I want to start getting ready for the season because I need to get ready for that particular team. Right. They want to leverage this team with this team. We'll talk I might come to LA. Could be the Clippers, could be the Lakers.
Dang, that's tough.
For 3 points.
Let's go Stephen Curry. No idea.
Clue number 1.
Do you know it?
I do not know it.
A forgotten piece to a special dynasty.
Yeah. Andre Iguodala.
Nice recovery. You had the dynasty there, the wrong player.
A special piece. That's what that was the clue that got it for you?
Yeah, what gave that to you?
Because that's clearly a modern day player, and all the modern day winners have been like KD and Steph. That's the only one that would be a forgotten MVP.
Wow. Impressive. I would not have gotten it off that clue. 2 points.
2 points for Bobby. Now, Sean, high, low?
Let's go high.
High.
For me, my goal was if I can be a good little backup and I can play 10 minutes, I'll be happy. That was really my goals because I didn't know if I can play in NBA.
That has to be Mr. Eva Longoria, Tony Parker.
Oh.
Yeah!
Oh, wow. I did not.
Peyton, I love you.
I would not have gotten that.
Who else could it be? I mean, the hard part in that is remembering that Tony Parker won MVP, but I heard that accent. I was like, I'm not going to give away any of
Yeah,
that.
I'm not gonna give it away, but I did not. I never would have got that.
All right, well, you wouldn't have gotten the first two, but somehow you'll get this off the first guess. Miracle guess here.
I gotta stand up. That's the problem. I'm sitting down. Ryan, I'm up. Thank you.
High scoring again. I like it. RJ, high low.
Let's go high, Gene.
I was one of those kids in one of those families. We were extremely poor. We got offered a lot of money, and we wanted to take the money, my brothers and them, and we wanted to get paid to go to college.
I want to get this wrong on purpose because I hate this guy.
Man.
But Isaiah Thomas.
Peyton going old school.
That's right, baby! 3 points!
3 points for RJ Chop. And just like that, Bobby.
You have a heart condition. You need to slow down, okay, Chop?
I know all of the issues that are causing the heart condition, sir. I can just stop them, but I won't.
Hi, Gene.
Bobby wants high.
Stop
You
doing
know,
high.
it's
Hang on,
amazing
stop. Well, let's just take out lows. We should have to alternate every other round.
Yes.
The guys
We need to
doing
flip
the
a
work.
coin.
Yes,
Flip a
I
coin.
agree.
We should flip the coin or the second round.
Yep.
Like, stop being a wuss.
There's a reason why when they're trying to conceal deep throat, they use low, not high. It's because high, you can actually kind of tell their voice. But fine, low. Play low, Peyton.
You know, it's amazing how the game has come so far and all the time they put into it to make it better. So the NCAA has done a great job, and it's just getting bigger and bigger.
I hate you, Sean. This is your fault that I'm not going to get this.
We'll all take low.
I'll take low this time.
I think I know. It's tough.
John Koncak.
Come on.
I don't believe John Koncak ever made the NBA Finals, let alone won an MVP. But good SMU, right?
Yeah.
SMU?
Yeah.
Clue number 1 for 2 points. Multiple league MVPs and was part of one of the biggest rivalries in the NBA ever.
Magic Johnson.
Oh,
nope.
Good guess.
No idea.
Hate to see it.
Okay, clue number 2 for 1 point. Bobby can tie the score with this
Look
right
at him
here.
moping. Look at the temper tantrum.
This finals MVP might be watching some college baseball this weekend with his alma mater.
Oh, what a tough clue.
That's a tough clue.
That's tough.
That's very
Give me a
tough.
WNBA clue, why don't you, Peyton? I don't.
0.
Oh, no.
Elimination.
Michael Jordan.
No, they're not.
Larry Bird.
Larry went
legend.
to Indiana State.
That's exactly my point. With low pitch, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson both sound equally reasonable to me.
Play the high Bird. Let's see how easy that would have been.
You know, it's amazing how the game has come so far and all the time they put into it to make it better. So the NCAA has done a great job, and it's just getting bigger and bigger.
Would you have gotten that?
I would have gotten it more. I would have gotten it on that second guess because I wouldn't have guessed Magic.
Okay, we're all going to take low. Okay. We're all going to take low. Bobby has 2. Choppy and I have 3.
Trying to make me go Papacitos, man.
Let's go 3.
Yeah.
Low here, Sean?
Oh, yes, low.
You hurt his side, not at him, at the fact that I won't get a chance to play. But I'm not going to now take it out on him because I understand that he has to look out for himself.
Oh, my gosh.
I think I have.
Let me go. Kawhi Leonard.
Clue number 1 for 2 points. His team averaged 59 wins during his time with them.
What
kind of clue is that?
What, are you serious?
That's good, though. That's good. I like that clue.
Say it again.
So in his era with the team, his team averaged 59 wins when he was with this team. They won a lot.
Duncan?
I think I know this one.
Clue number 2.
You jerk.
His team averaged 59 wins during his time with them, but had a 6-7 record overall against Michael Jordan.
No.
6-7 against Jordan
overall.
Joe Dumars.
Say it.
It was Magic Johnson.
Oh, no. Wasn't gonna guess.
Let me hear the high with Magic.
you're hurt inside, not at him, at the fact that I won't get a chance to play. But I'm not gonna now take it out on him.
That's enough. That hurt. That hurt. Terrible clues by you, though.
Oh, dang it.
Awful clues by you.
Those are.
Well, I didn't want to give like HIV clues or anything. That would've
Oh
given it
my
away.
gosh, Peyton, freaking Russell. Let's
go to the next one.
What in the world?
He's very confident knowing this is Joey's last day and we don't have somebody on standby.
Ryan's jaw has dropped. I've never.
All right, we're going to the next one.
I
here.
am thrown. I can't believe you went there. Jeez. Okay, so
RJ, high.
I got to follow that one.
High, low. I guess you're going low.
I'm going low. I'm going low, but you went lower.
Not lower than that.
All right.
I was just old enough, like maybe 9 years old, to remember Charlie Scott. He was the first black to come to the ACC.
There's no way you're going to get this. Come on, miss.
James Worthy.
Yes, right! That's right! Yes!
Wow.
You gave him era clues and ACC. You gave him all of it right
James
there.
Worthy is on the tip of everybody's tongue.
The ACC basketball player who would have been in the 80s, I think, Worthy or Jordan.
I was 2 years old. You know why? Age doesn't matter.
Hi.
That's right.
Hi, Sean.
I'm marking at 6.
All right, Bobby wants high.
Hang
for
on,
three.
Bobby's out. He's out. Come on, throw it.
Bobby, do you want this one?
Hit me with it, Bobby. Hit me with it.
I don't. I don't.
Hit me,
I
Bobby, one
don't.
more time.
Here you go, Bobby. For
Play it. Hi.
And I've even told Melo this. Scoring 30 meant too much to Melo. It meant too much. Because he could have games where he had 20, 22, we win the game, and he's mad.
That's tough.
I stopped listening. I've already won.
Dwayne Wade. I don't know.
Clue number one.
That was a fake Finals MVP that he won, by the way. It should have been Dirk's.
This Finals MVP seemed to get better at age. In fact, you could think of him as a trailblazer. Better with age.
Thanks.
I'm genuinely lost here. I'm blanking
Take
now.
the L. Buzzing.
Clue number two. Born in Denver and probably rooting for the Nuggets because he played for them, but not where he won his Finals MVP.
Yeah, no, the Nuggets just went to the finals for the first time, Peyton.
I know this one.
Antonio McDyess.
Chauncey Billups.
Oh, yeah.
Chauncey.
Two.
Saw Antonio in the locker room one time. Most impressive thing I've ever seen.
All right, give me high.
Sean wants high.
NBA Finals, high-low, MVP. I would have to get this on the first one, and RJ would have to get blanked to force overtime.
I'm so proud of the guys, the energy. First of all, the coach. And the coach just said, let's do what we do in practice every day. That's how they practice. I'm happy to be here.
The man who Bobby says is better than Kareem, Hakeem, the Dream, Elijah Wan. Let's go. Let's go for overtime.
Right.
Give him a hard one, Pepe. Give him a hard one, baby. Please.
All right.
Please.
He won.
For the win. Give him a hard one.
High, low.
Oh, come on, Bob. RJ, throw me a bone.
All right, I'll go low, just for Sean.
Ooh, low.
Utah was a hump we had to get over. They were dominant early on, and especially in my career, we had to get over that hump. Then it was the Lakers, it was Phoenix, it was Dallas, who had good teams.
Stop it right there. Yes. Oh yeah. That's a miss. That's a miss. Pull this one out of your
Lakers,
rear end like
Phoenix,
normal.
Dallas had good teams. Let's go with Durant.
Did you record that clip with a toaster?
Yeah, that was the forget about the low. What the hell clip was? I don't think I got one word.
You better make this a hard clue. Come on.
No, they gotta be the clues. The clue.
This Finals MVP was once ejected for laughing on the bench.
Jesus.
Hey. I have no idea. I don't know what that means. Laughing on the bench.
Your final clue better be harder. Oh, we gotta go to overtime.
LeBron James.
Pressure! Under pressure!
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh, please let this be more difficult.
Last clue.
Overtime.
For 1 point. And the win.
Overtime.
This finals MVP was once ejected for laughing on the bench. He also was a former number 1 overall pick.
Oh my God, we're going OT.
Laughing on the bench.
We're going OT.
Unless he just throws it out.
Tim Duncan?
RJ got it. Wow.
The Joey Crawford stuff.
I can't even take look, I dominated the first 2 rounds, but like that was I'm still upset about the quality of the audio clip. It's very, very poor.
It was tough. It was cut number 9.
Play the OT one low. What would have been overtime?
Michael Jordan is one of those rare specimens that could have played at any particular time and is a gifted athlete who is using those gifts in basketball incredibly so.
Who is it? That's not Kareem, is it?
I was thinking Kareem.
Nope.
No.
Dumars?
Nope.
I'm trying to
give the clue.
It was a sudden.
Play it high. Play it high first.
Michael Jordan is one of those rare specimens that could have played at any particular time and is a gifted athlete who is using those gifts in basketball incredibly so.
Is that Jerry West?
Clue?
I didn't have one. It was the sudden death one.
Who would that have been?
What era? Let's see if he knows. What decade?
80s.
80s.
You said Dumars?
Dr. J?
No.
Moses Malone.
Moses.
No.
What team?
Lakers.
You said Worthy.
Worthy, Kareem, Magic.
Who else?
Did we do
on
Magic?
The 80s Lakers. Yeah, we did Magic. Who is
Did
it?
Byron Scott win a MVP?
Let me make sure I got the era right.
Yeah.
I know I did.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You did. It's not an 80s Laker.
70s. Early 70s.
Wilt?
It was Wilt.
Wilt. Okay.
All right.
RJ Choppy takes the crown back.
It was really the James Worthy one, baby.
From Bobby Belt. Yeah. James Worthy. No, an early 80s ACC basketball.
His team had 59 wins. Oh, well, that narrows it. Thanks.
Average 59 wins.
Yeah, that was real helpful to me.
That was real helpful.
Really appreciate that.
I think Dirk averaged 58.
59.
I thought it was going to be I thought it was going to time out to where Bobby was going to get that clue. That's why I did it.
Let's hook up the Tolos for turning it on, leaving it on, hopefully all week long. Every week, the promo department does their best to set us up, to set you up. Rangers tickets, 4-pack giveaway against Toronto, and of course a DeGrom bobblehead right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Toronto Blue Jays on June 16th. You'll want to get there early, Tolos, because it's also Jacob DeGrom City Connect bobblehead night, and there will be a Carbach Brewing pregame happy hour. Get tickets and information now at rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Babe Laufenberg is coming up at 8 o'clock on your home of America's team with our minicamp coverage brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Right now, let's get to the leftovers and the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
The new Madden cover boy, maybe the last one ever, my guy, Josh Allen, who you all continue to disrespect out there in the football world, especially RJ Choppy. Josh Allen is on the cover of Madden. Now, why could it be the last one ever? Well, Peyton, gamers like you have been destroying the game. By the way, 5th quarterback to appear on the cover in the last 6 years. Lamar Mahomes and Brady appeared twice alongside Madden. The return of Superstar mode is also coming to the game, an updated franchise mode, and improved field sense. So it feels like the Madden video game has been plunging in terms of how good it is. Josh Allen is on the cover, and will these be good enough improvements to make people not want to quit this thing forever?
Probably not, because those were not the things they're bringing back are not things I ever cared about or thought were like great additions to the game. And so the biggest problem is every year the gameplay's terrible. The gameplay's gotten so awful. It just feels like a roster update every year without trying to get any sort of particulars ironed out. Ever since ever since Madden got the exclusive licensing, there's been no competition, nothing to threaten them to make them elevate the game. And so it's just been terrible pretty much every year. But people continue to buy it because the NFL's the NFL and they want to play the game.
Meanwhile, you are more interested in the college version of all this.
Well, the EA Sports NCAA college football game, there is going to be problems with this. This game might actually never get off the ground. There is talk that the College Football Players Association, which they kind of have one now, is telling them to boycott the game. They are not going to give their name, image, and likeness. Why? Because EA Sports is only offering up $500 per player. $500 per player.
Man, that'll really make an impact in the world of NIL now.
Yeah.
Here's $500,
Here's
kid.
$500. And so I asked, Major League Baseball players, they get more than $30,000 each to be in for their name, image, and likeness.
What?
Yeah.
A year?
Yeah, it's all part of their licensing agreement. So anything that happens is all part of, they all get the same amount of money. It's not like Mike Trout gets $500,000 and Derek Holland gets $30,000. No, they all get the same. They all get the same through the licensing agreement through the Players Association. Now, it's not all just for the MLB The Show. It's for everything. Whatever. It's a blanket number. So they need to pay more than this.
How many Major League Baseball players are there?
25. Well, there's 40. Just say 40-man roster. So 40 times 30. So is that 1,200?
Okay, so
there's more. I know there's more. That's 12 teams.
Yeah, that's the SEC. If they say they're paying $5 million and that would end up being $500 per person, that means they're trying to license 10,000 people.
Yeah,
that's going to be tough.
Yeah,
that's going to be a huge.
Okay, they pay out
cost.
$10 million. I mean, they're paying out.
But then that's $1,000. Are they going to be happy with 1,000 if they weren't happy with 500?
I think they'd be much more happy with 1,000 than 500. I mean, you have guys like there's only a handful of players that anybody even knows of. I mean, you don't know the college football player names necessarily.
But the idea is that everybody's supposed to be included in this,
right?
With their NIL, that everybody's supposed to be able to get there's going to be a bunch of guys getting money here or cash here who wouldn't normally get it. So if in the process of trying to up that money for the star players, you end out saying, well, we'll have to cut off these extra players that we were going to include. Aren't those guys going to become bitter? Like, hey, I was supposed to get some cash out of this. Now I don't, just so you can get more.
So there's your football video game updates. Choppy.
All right.
Show us what junk you have.
Okay, I've got a lot of junk here. You want Crocs? You want Apple?
Let's go with Jesus Croc.
Okay. Boy, good luck for this female crocodile explaining this one to the male suitor. Let's see how this one looks. But in Costa Rica, in a zoo, a female crocodile has made herself pregnant. She produced a fetus that was 99.9% genetically identical to herself. This is called virgin birth, which means there was no male suitor. We've found this in species of birds, fish, and other reptiles, never before in crocodiles. So this is an evolutionary thing. This crocodile, which was separated from males in the zoo.
So Zion was not around this croc.
Zion was not around. She was completely separate from males. She figured out a way.
This was in a zoo?
This was in a zoo.
Okay.
Completely separate from males. She figured out a way to impregnate herself and lay eggs or whatever. I guess reptiles lay eggs. I don't know which ones do. And lay eggs without a male. This is evolutionary history.
This is Star Wars, right? Anakin Skywalker. He was Darth Vader was conceived by midi-chlorians. His mom didn't actually conceive with a male Jedi, and so this is what's happened here.
The egg was laid by an 18-year-old female. The fetus inside fully formed, but stillborn, and so it did not hatch. But she was able to lay an egg without a male.
Do you believe in this more or the Las Vegas UFO with the 8-foot aliens in the backyard, according to the people who called 911? 111. 911. I'm giving out gate codes here.
Now, real quick, you know what this is? This is Satan.
The Virgin Scary?
Satan came in the form of a snake. He always likes to come in forms of reptiles. He's now in the form of a crocodile in Costa Rica.
I was gonna say virgin births would not be Satan historically.
Yeah,
no, it would not.
So, but I don't. I guess this. I don't know.
Believe the UFO one?
No, just because every single time we think we have.
Did you
one
watch
of these,
the video?
Yeah, every single time they think they have one of these, it's like, oh, it turns out it was But of course, we've also had all these leaks lately from government documents and stuff where it's like, oh yeah, these things exist. We don't know what they are.
We got like 8 of them in the garages.
Yeah.
We got facilities and shelters that have like 8 of the UFOs.
Exactly. So that I don't know. Maybe I'm talking myself into the aliens in the middle of this answer. Probably the aliens.
I mean, look, if the zoo says she was kept from male crocs and they did a genetic test, they found it was 99% just identical to her.
Yeah.
DNA. I mean, that's pretty pointed that it's just her. I mean, evolution, other species have done this.
Maybe.
And in Jurassic Park, they figured it out too. How to change births or change sexes.
From Crocs to Broncos, the Ford Bronco is being recalled for the most Gen Z reason of all time. People are...
It doesn't drive for them?
Somewhat close. They're feeling like people may be discouraged from how difficult it is to buckle the seatbelt. So they have to recall it and change all the buckles. The quote from Ford, they say they're going to have to recall 176,000 of its Ford Bronco SUVs, models 2021 to 2023, because the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration found that drivers and front seat passengers can have difficulty reaching the metal portion of the belt when it is in the retracted position. And Ford said the customer may experience some dissatisfaction.
You okay?
Jeez, I know.
911?
I'm having some choppy reading issues here. Dissatisfaction or be discouraged if they are unable to easily access the seatbelt. So this feels like I've never heard of an entire car recall coming from, oh yeah, they got a little frustrated. It was kind of difficult to reach the seatbelt, so they decided not to. And that's a safety concern. So the Ford Bronco successfully recalled because it was too hard. It was too difficult.
Was that the OJ car?
It was, yeah.
It was. The white
AC,
Bronco.
Al Callins.
All right. What else you got, Chop?
Okay, I got some airplane stuff or Apple. You know what? Let's do airplanes. This is the worst human in the world. I cannot with this guy.
Is this the double decker?
This is the double decker. As if flying didn't suck enough.
Right.
This loser 23-year-old who should be out like Peyton chasing women. Okay? He should be out there chasing women.
That's what I do.
Instead,
or men,
this guy is just trying to follow money. I hate this guy. He is coming up with double-decker plane seats. He had this idea like 2 years ago. It kind of went viral on social media. Everybody killed him. So he went back to the drawing board, and he said, you know what? It got enough play. I'm going with this. And now airlines are actually literally considering this. They are considering having lower-level seats and then upper level. They say it's going to give you more legroom. But you also know it's going to give you pink eye. Because if you're on the lower level, you are eye level with the person's butt in front of you. And did you know that you are 30% more likely to fart on an airplane than anywhere else because of the pressurized cabin?
What?
Yes, 30% more likely to fart in an airplane.
Really?
This is absolutely absurd. If they go through with this, holy cow.
I've never, I can't recall a time where that's happened to me on an airplane, but pink eye is relevant because the middle one has pink eye again. She had it 2 months ago. She's got it again.
You've never passed gas on an airplane?
I'm saying that, like, I feel like I would be keenly aware of the social situation of, like, how do I do this with people right here next to me? And I don't recall having one of those issues. I feel like that's something that would stick out in my head as
I do find, like, after
out.
traveling, like, when I land at the destination or get back home, like, some difference in bathroom issues.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Maybe it is the pressurization.
Pressurized cabins on airplanes. You know, as the pressure decreases, it changes.
Do you want something this tight though? Like, I don't care if there's extra legroom. That's like really tight to slip into.
No, I don't want that.
Do you see her? Like, she's got like her face is right on the seat.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that.
How much extra legroom though?
Her legs can extend all the way out.
Okay. I don't know. Might be worth it. Might be worth it.
Why don't you just pay for first class, Sean?
Well, I don't jeopardize my family's future like you do with those types of expenses. All right, it's the junk drawer. We continue to empty things out that we have left over from the week right here on 105.3 The Fan. Babe Laufenberg coming up at 8.
Did you see that RJ Choppy's going to be leaving the show?
I did not.
He's going to be pursuing a new career after Sweden officially declared sex as a sport, and they are now organizing the European Sex Championship.
Shut up. No way.
Yep. In fact, it just took place yesterday. It just got started yesterday.
16 disciplines.
There are, yes, participants in the championship will compete for 6 hours each day over the course of many weeks with individual matches reportedly lasting 45 to 60 minutes. Good for you guys.
No.
The competition will last several weeks, and the competitors from different European countries.
It's not a real story.
It is.
No, it's not.
Will face off in 16 different disciplines to showcase their talents and abilities. The championship features a wide range of disciplines, Sean, including seduction, body massages.
Wait a second. So there's going to be judges to watch this?
Yeah.
I guess so. Exploring erotic zones, prelude, which I guess they call it prelude over there.
Foreplay?
Yeah, and then all these other things I can't say. Endurance, physical appearance, pose execution.
Shut up. Stop.
Creativity.
Wait, so when you're done, you hit the gymnast?
Yes. Creativity and position changes.
Carry tug. That's good. That's good. I showed Sarah the story, and she had 2 questions. One,
how much is a flight to Sweden?
How can we watch? And 2, how can we enter?
Well, I mean, you can enter a couple different ways. Yeah. The capacity, one of the things they're being judged in is the capacity to raise blood pressure and heart rate.
Stop. I don't believe this.
It's a real story.
No, it isn't.
It is.
How much would you pay to be a judge? Are we getting photos of like the participants? I got it. What do you win? Like, this isn't going to be for the Olympics.
I mean, isn't that if you win, isn't that its own prize?
Yeah.
Just be like,
I'm the champ.
Any bar, you go, hey, have you ever seen what title I won?
Yeah.
You're the new American Gladiator.
Exactly.
I watched that.
It's like Kelly Clarkson, right? Like you won American Idol. You can just walk in anywhere and say, I won American
I carry
Idol.
a belt everywhere I go. Championship belt everywhere I go.
All right. So there it is. The rest of the junk drawer during the expressway. Everyday commercial free. 7:20 to 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg wants to chime in on what's been happening out at the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco this week. Our mini camp coverage brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The Cowboys color analyst is next.
But let's get you over to number 1 Aaron right
Odyssey app. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour kicking off on your home of America's team. We have not talked to this guy on air for a long time. He was the power broker for the discussions between us and Jason Garrett a few weeks ago. He made sure to introduce me to Troy Aikman. Very, very kind. Even though I insulted him, I told Aikman, hey, I can't get this guy on the radio before 8:30. So here he is right now on Sean and RJ. Babe Laufenberg back with us on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. And you know what? I didn't know that it was light outside at 8 in the morning. I've never been up this early.
Generally is.
I think you're only up now. Aikman was like, yeah, I go on at 7:50, 7:55. I don't love that time. So now you're just trying to match Troy right now at 8 o'clock.
Well, you know what I loved about that? And I think we all know where he does his show and all that good stuff. But when he said, the ratings are higher in the morning, I was like, you're on Monday Night Football. You get seen by like 40 million people a week. Why would you care if an extra 400 people listen in the morning or something, but hey, more power to them.
All right, I'm
glad we got to facilitate those little meetings, so that was fun.
Yes, thank you very much. And we know that you're a big coffee guy, but in your tweet to promote your appearance this morning, you said, attack the day and enjoy every sandwich. Are you a huge sandwich guy, and what's the last sandwich that you have had?
Well, you know where that comes from. Warren Zevon, who I'm a huge fan of, he had terminal cancer. He was on the David Letterman show. It was literally his last appearance before he died, and he knew he was dying. And David Letterman was a huge fan of Warren Zevon. Had him on the show. He was a musical conductor when Paul Schaefer would be gone and all that good stuff. But anyway, David Letterman said, what do you know about life that maybe I don't know? And Warren Zevon said, enjoy every sandwich. Just meaning basically enjoy every moment. So I will put a lot on the back end of my text or whatever. Enjoy every sandwich.
Nice. Fantastic.
What's your favorite sandwich?
Yep. And of course I got to go, not got to, but had to go through it with my son. And one thing you realize, man, better enjoy every sandwich, right? Enjoy every cup of coffee.
Yeah. Enjoy
your time with RJ this morning.
You should.
Yes. I mean, you just got to force yourself.
Sometimes it's hard.
What is your favorite sandwich?
What is my favorite sandwich? That's a good question.
Thanks. I came up with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to. Really? I don't have like a go-to. I guess if you gave me a chicken parm, that's always going to be acceptable.
One. Yes.
What's the most overrated one? What's the most overrated one?
You know what? What is the Reuben where they put the sauerkraut on it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like hold the sauerkraut. Yeah, whoever decided we should put that. Well, we should even eat it.
Nailed it, babe.
We should even eat sour. It should not be edible.
Oh my gosh,
that is nasty stuff.
You're all morons. That's awful take. Just pretend. Dump that. All right, babe. What has jumped out to you from some of these Cowboys sessions? I know it's hard to garner a lot of things with the way that they're practicing, but what are some of the things that have stood out to you?
Yeah, it is. People ask about, hey, how's Mozzie Smith look? Their defensive tackle. It's like, how would I know? He walks around practice, But the one thing that jumps out, if you will, is Brandon Cooks. I mean, the receivers do. Hey, you do get to see them do kind of what they do. They're running routes. He's coming in and out of breaks, and the one thing I look at, too, with an older receiver, guys hit 30, can they still run? That's like Julio Jones. He's beat up. Great player, Hall of Fame player. But, he just couldn't run these last couple of years. But I'm looking at Brandon Cooks and saying, wow. I mean, we know what he's done, obviously, had 1,000-yard seasons and been a very, very productive player. But he's jumped out where I'm like, okay, that gives this offense a little juice. So at that wide receiver position, which really they had CD Lamb and then, a bunch of relatively average guys out there because of Gallup coming off the injury. But if Brandon Cooks plays like he looks like he's going to play, and Michael Gallup comes back to the guy that he was, that could be a formidable threesome they throw out there at that wide receiver position.
Are you chuckling and laughing at how we in the media are blowing up the Texas Coast offense, and we're just dying to find differences between McCarthy and Kellen Moore? What is the reality of what you're seeing and what you're hearing and what you think the offensive changes will be?
I do like the Texas Coast, but we got to go a long way south to get to the coast, right? Unless we're talking about the coast of Lake Grapevine, maybe.
What's wrong with that?
Hey, I went to Stanford coming out of high school, and Bill Walsh was there. And so I was there at the forefront of the West Coast offense. So I know what the West Coast offense looks like because we installed it. But I don't think, honestly, to the naked eye, you won't know a difference. I may not know a difference in what you see. I don't think anybody's going to go to a Cowboys game that they open against the Giants in New York, but nobody's going to look at it and say, wow, you know what the difference was? I see they're doing this and this and this. I think it's going to be imperceptible to the average person. And I'll include me in there. Now, if you're a defensive coordinator who played against them last year and you're scouting them all week and you're looking at things, you're probably going to be able to say, okay, they're doing this a little different and that a little different. But I don't think you're going to see a ton of change.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys radio analyst, join us here at 105 through the Fan. When McCarthy said he wants this to be Dak's offense, ownership of the offense, I think it's important for a quarterback to be in complete control. Like, do you think quarterbacks play better when they're not doing what the coach wants them to do, where they can see it and do it themselves?
You have to ask Aaron Rodgers about that. No, I mean, plays would come in for Aaron Rodgers. He'd say, screw that. So, I mean, I think every coach and wants his quarterback to take ownership, if you will, of the offense. I think that's just a given. And any good offensive coordinator, play caller says, hey, what do you like? I don't care if R.J. Choppy's my quarterback. I'm going to R.J. and saying, hey, what do you like in the game plan? What do you not feel comfortable with? Any coach is going to do that. No coach is going to say, hey, well, I don't care if you don't like it. I think it's a heck of a play. We're going to run it. So there's always that feedback between quarterback and play caller. And I do think, much like baseball, and maybe Mike Bassett can address this, that play caller and that quarterback have to be like the pitcher and catcher, where that catcher flashes a sign and that pitcher says, man, exactly what I was thinking, exactly what I wanted to do. So as a quarterback, you're out there on the field. Of course, now you don't flash signs. They talk in your headset in your helmet. But when that play comes in, you say, oh, man, that's exactly what I wanted to run right here. So we'll see how long that develops. The interesting thing, though, gentlemen, and this is not maybe it's a defense of Kellen Moore, but I don't think he needs to be defended. The offense has been good.
Yeah. Yeah.
The offense has been really good. I'll give you Dak Prescott, right? Which starting quarterback, you'll know the answer here, led the NFL in points per game last year?
Dak Prescott.
Mahomes was second. Jalen Hurts was third. Josh Allen was fourth. Over the last 3 years, which quarterback, when he started, obviously, so I'm not talking about the team, but which starting quarterback has averaged the most points per game?
Dak.
You know the answer. Dak.
Peyton Manning.
Dak. He's the only quarterback, as a matter of fact, to average 30 points a game over the last 3 seasons. Only guy that's averaged 30 a game for the last 3 seasons. So typically you don't say, hey, let's get rid of that coordinator. I don't know who the heck's been calling the plays, and I don't know who's running that offense, but we got to get rid of him because our quarterback has only led the NFL the last 3 years
right.
in points per game. So it's going to be a very interesting, it's almost like they can only go down, right? I mean, they're the 4th highest scoring offense in the NFL last year. So there's 3 spots above you. Are you going to go get one of those? So it'll be a very interesting year, no question. But I do think, hey, Mike McCarthy, you're the head coach. You want to do it your way. clearly there was some, well, I don't know how you want to describe it, but they said the parting was mutual. And I always say nothing's ever mutual, right? Somebody comes to somebody and says you're fired, right? Or somebody comes to somebody and says I quit. I think as McCarthy was walking down to Kellen's office, Kellen was walking to McCarthy's office, and they met halfway and said, yeah, let's end this thing.
Babe Laufenberg here on The Fan. What are the passing concepts in the West Coast offense, and how do they apply to Dak's skill set?
I don't know exactly how you would say they apply to Dak's skill set, because really the whole thing comes down to, you know, are you throwing the ball accurately? A little more reading in the West Coast offense. I mean, I could go into the particulars of all of it, and quite honestly, a lot of the offensive concepts have come from the West Coast. Now they've changed through the years. They've taken it and they've gone different ways, but. You know, it was funny because yesterday somebody asked me, what's the difference between ball placement and accuracy? And I said, there is none. we never, you know, if you put the ball where you're supposed to put it, you can call it accuracy or ball placement, call it whatever you want, but It's the same thing. And we never dealt in ball placement, right? You just said, hey, Roger Staubach had a great throw. Put it right where it needed to be. Now we have to deal with these nuances, and we need new words for basically the same thing that's been going on for 100 years or whatever, right? So hey, and Dak liked Kellen Moore. That's going to be the interesting thing. I mean, this was not a situation where Dak wanted Kellen Moore gone. So it's just going to be an interesting evolution. Not saying good, not saying bad. We'll see what relationship in terms of that play caller quarterback, Dak and Mike McCarthy develop. But to Dak's credit, Dak is always going to say the right thing, right?
Yeah.
He is always going to say, this is great. I love it. The changes we made, I love all that. The proof will be in the pudding, as we know.
Babe, when you look at this week specifically, it felt like Mike McCarthy, Dak, Brian Schottenheimer, there was this increase in talking about turning things over to Dak and freeing up Dak and putting a lot of this in Dak and ownership. I want him to own the offense. You referenced there that Dak was a fan of Kellen Moore. We know Dak was a big fan of Doug Nussmeier. I don't think he was necessarily thrilled with either move. Do you think that that empowerment is part of the install process that they've gone into, has just said, hey, we're trying to show you that this is not anything we're doing to try and limit you. We're trying to free you up. We want a lot of this to be what you want.
I think that's probably a good point. I think if they talk about the fact that it's going to be Dak's offense and Dak's can take ownership, that, you know, suddenly you become invested in that, right? So even if you weren't thrilled with the changes that were made, all of a sudden when you're now the guy and it's on you, I think there's a different element involved at that point. So I think that's an outstanding point by you. And you talk about letting Dak take the offense. Well, Brian Schottenheimer, if you remember, he was in Seattle when they were saying, let Russ cook. So, and then, of course, Russ crashed and burned in Denver last year, but, you know, he was out there through that whole deal. So he certainly, you know, Schottenheimer is certainly an engaging personality. He spoke yesterday after the practice, and got a great personality about him, great sense of humor. And we'll just see if we're all laughing at the end of next season.
Are the quarterback meetings still taking place with Aikman and Garrett?
You know, they are. But Mr. Aikman, you know, currently in Italy.
Oh,
yeah, so we know. The world knows.
Yeah. Well, don't get me started there.
Why does the world know?
Oh, the viral photos. Have you not seen these?
No.
Oh, my God. You're on the internet more than anybody. She's posting photos with his new lady. This was basically the announcement of his divorce that happened that nobody knew about. You knew.
His abs look great, by the way.
They do. For 70 years old, he looks fantastic.
Hey, Bobby, if you were on steroids instead of Soto, you'd look like that too.
Look at that. I got some like medical steroids here, but not the anabolic.
No, I'm kidding. Hey, but Chop, that will have to be a topic of discussion at the next quarterback meeting. Okay.
His girlfriend's younger than mine.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, we won't make you uncomfortable anymore. It's good. It's good to hear from you. We look forward to catching up. And I probably should have cleared this with you beforehand to mention it, but it made me think of it after we talked the other night at Nick and Sam's. Of Laufenberg is fantastic at like a very touching moment. He's the only one that still continues to write handwritten cards. And whenever I get frustrated with my son, I think of, Laufenberg wrote a letter of congratulations when my kid was born. And what you do every week, remembering Luke, kind of gives me a kick in the butt when I'm complaining or bitching about something that's really insignificant. So I just wanted to point that out. And
thank you.
You really do keep his memory alive.
Well, I try. The ancient Egyptians say that if you say a man's name, he is still alive. So I try to say Luke's name a lot.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you,
brother.
Okay.
We'll catch up.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Babe Laufenberg on the home of the Cowboys. How many All-Stars are going to be playing in this series starting today on this radio station? Let's get the Rangers-Rays totals of the All-Stars for the series of the year so far next. But
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The chances of Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, and LeBron James ending up on the Dallas Mavericks next year. That's coming up at 9 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you on 105.3 The Fan. But today, the big-time event is Rangers-Rays, 5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch. It's going to be Heaney versus my guy, Tyler Glasnow, on the mound in Tampa. How many All-Stars do we have added up between these two sides?
Yeah, ESPN did a way too early, or not way too early, still too early, as they call it, projection of the 2023 All-Stars, starters and reserves. How many starters between the two teams do you think ESPN is projecting?
I'm going to guess they have 7.
8.
Starters?
Oh, starters.
Starters.
3.
6 total. 5.
3.
So it'll be
2.
Simeon.
Yes.
Wander.
Yes.
Arozarena.
Diaz. No, that's not a ring up. He got the last one wrong. Yandy Diaz.
Wake
at first
up.
base.
Don't check out yet.
See, you know what? And
Yeah,
if you
one Magic Johnson line and you're off all day.
they've got Matt Chapman at third base. But if you could get Josh Young to play third base, we would have an all Rangers Rays infield at the starting lineup.
Chapman's going to be tough to unseat, probably.
He's Josh Young. Jared Sandler just tweeted it out a little bit ago that Josh Young is the top, I believe, average and on-base percentage and second in OPS for third baseman in the majors.
Wow.
So he's been really good.
His defense is good. So is Chapman's, though. Chapman, I think I'll check their WAR out.
They have a couple of reserves. Well, both of them have 2. So they have the Rays getting 4 All-Stars total. The Rangers getting 3. The reserves for the Rays, Randy Arozarena, and then Shane McClanahan. For the Rangers, who do you think are the 2 reserves they get? Just 3 All-Stars, so we're off, Hicksy.
Well,
they
they're
didn't
going
get
to
9.
They're going to do pitching, so Valdi will make it. And,
Nathan Eovaldi.
So they have him on there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they added pitchers, too, to this.
Yes.
Okay, because the pitchers are picked by the manager. Eovaldi and
Bruce?
No.
It's not going to be Adolis.
It's Adolis.
Yes, it's Adolis.
Because they've got Salvador Perez as the backup catcher.
And who they have as a starter?
Rushman. So they've got that. So you've got no Jonah Heim, which would be disappointing. If you get no Heim, no Young with how well they played, I get they're not going to get a lot of the same credit.
Right,
or
but
in Perez's case.
The issue you're going to run into is Kansas City has to have every team in Major League Baseball by rule has to have at least one All-Star. So Oakland's going to have a guy, and Kansas City has a guy, and Cincinnati and Miami. Now, they're not obviously Cincinnati and Miami don't matter to the Rangers, but like what I'm saying, like around the sport, everybody has to have a representative.
Which I know from being an avid listener of the 610 Throwdown 13 years ago. I know that Sean Sharif hates this rule. Hates that every team gets an all-star representative. As he said, what kind of a loser do you have to be to need to see Joakim Soria in the do not get Bobby stuff ready to see Joakim Soria in the all-star game? Should be the best player, which I agree 13 years ago, Affliction Sean Sharif. I agree with you. It should not.
Wait a second. Why did you go back and listen to that?
Because I just remembered that was one of the...
We did it during our bits of the old resume tapes.
Yeah.
And played that, or remember playing that?
We didn't play that one. I just listened. That was part of the discussion.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
Yeah,
let's play your tapes.
Yeah,
now.
let's play Peyton's tape from an hour ago.
Jet wanted to go into selfish mode.
You're such a D. Oh, gosh.
You have any more, Bobby?
Gather the foreigners.
No, that's you. That was you. Is Tampa the baseball version of the Nuggets?
What, boring?
The Nuggets. That's a good question. In terms of...
They're the best.
You cannot get Tampa.
Well, they're the best.
They're the best. But it's like, okay.
Well, Texas is the best, I feel like. I feel like Texas is playing better than Tampa over the last month. And but
Okay.
You can't get them engaged.
They're
you
six
can't get
games.
the fan base
They're
engaged.
6 games better than we are. That's a hell of a lead.
But that's because they started on
Okay.
such
Well, the
fire.
season begins at the start of the season.
Now, I'll tell you, the Rays
46 wins versus 40.
The Rays have at least as a couple of weeks ago. And I haven't checked up the updated aspect of this, but the AL East, they have struggled more so against the AL East. Like they were, there was a time where they were like basically 500 against their own division.
Well, I mean that division's hell.
The division's hell, but this is what great teams that we always say, and this is why I hate the notion that they haven't beat anybody. Great teams in baseball destroy the bad ones and try to play 500 ball against the good ones.
They're 16-9 against the East.
Yeah, they were like 7-7.
They're 12-1 against the Central, though.
I got a couple of baseball odds from Bet Online. Will every AL East team finish over 500 in the regular season?
The last place team is the Red Sox. They're a game under right now. They're 31-32. Blue Jays 36-28. Yankees 37-27. They're 37-27. They're 8.5 back. Baltimore's 38-24. They're 6.5 back. Baltimore, that's crazy.
The latest that all 5 teams in a division were over 500, October 1st, 2005. Do you dare guess the division? 05.
October 1st, 2005. That would have NL West?
No.
AL East.
NL East. The
Okay.
National League East, on the last day of the season, the Nationals lost to go to 81-81. The slight favorite is no. All the teams in the AL East will not finish the regular season over 500, but it's 1-2 versus 3-2. Will Oakland beat the worst regular season record in a 162-game season? Yes or no?
No.
The worst is, do you know who it is?
It's the
Detroit, right?
Good job.
Yeah,
03 Tigers. 43-119. The A's record is 14-50. They're on pace for 35.5 wins.
Oh.
But they still have it as no. Oakland will not be worse than Detroit.
I think they will be. They have, as of last week, they had 4 guys in their starting rotation with ERAs over 8.
They beat the Braves. They won a series against the Braves 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they did.
They're things are looking up in Oakland.
So those are the amount of all-stars that are going to be on display starting today. 5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch, right here on the Fan.
Should be more. Honestly, Josh Young should be an all-star, I feel like. And I mean, if not for the silly rule of, every team's got to have a representative, then you would get Jonah Heim. But, overall, pretty fair, I think.
Baseball viewership sliding, Bobby points out, on ESPN and Fox. It's rising on TBS.
Yeah, this is weird. So TBS is way up. TBS is up 45% year over year, but you've got a decline in Fox and ESPN. So Awful Announcing was talking about this. Their explanation is they think that the Yankees and Red Sox haven't played yet this year. That's always going to be a big draw. A lot of times, like I think early last year, they had Yankees Red Sox games that could be part of the reason. But it's still interesting to see that there would be a decline for ESPN, Fox, because I felt like we've all thought this was drawing in more people. You're coming off the World Baseball Classic, which got a lot of buzz about it. And then with the rule changes, it seemed like there was more engagement, like we were getting more people interested in watching the game.
It is on a local level, though. Baseball you don't watch out-of-market games.
Yep.
Now, I will 1,000% go on the MLB Extra Innings package tonight and try to find Ellie De La Cruz's at-bat for the Reds. The Reds are now must-see baseball. They are must-see. They have the most electrifying player, at least the guy that just came up.
The exit velo god. That's what they call him.
Exactly. So,
And I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, he's the new stud for the Reds. He hit his home run apparently the other night.
His first major league home run, 458 feet.
And
I saw that.
Yeah, the exit velocity. It was apparently picked up by like a local military base radar.
It was the Cincinnati International Airport.
It picked it up on radar, the ball that he hit, because of the launch angle and everything else.
Speed.
But
Do you think he's being hyped properly on like the shows that we watch on TV?
They show him up. The MLB Network shows him all the time. Yeah, the Sports Center showed him. Social media showed him a ton. MLB on Fox, social media, like all those. They've shown him quite a bit. He went from home to third in 10 seconds.
He's a freak.
Now that's 90 yards.
Him and the other story are who? Let me PR test you, Bobby.
The other story in terms of nationally with baseball?
Yeah.
Who would the other story be other than
like individual player
yeah.
or team?
Individual player.
I don't know. Spencer Strider, who?
Oh, give it to me.
Peyton,
you want to guess?
Is it the guy from Miami?
Oh, the 400.
What's his name?
Be more specific.
What's his Arise.
Luis Arise.
Luis Arise.
Yeah, and him hitting 400.
So basically, that's where I'm just trying to judge popularity and following.
Yeah.
How many are aware of Luis Arise and what's happening, and then the kid in Cincinnati?
Well, the kid in Cincinnati, he's played 2 games.
Yeah.
So it's so new. Nobody knows about Luis Arise. The problem with him is he's hitting 403. He's got 1 home run. He does not hit home runs. He does not do anything that is like, he's got a 946 OPS. You know how hard it is to have a 946 OPS and have 1 home run and about a dozen doubles? Like, he's basically got a 946 OPS by hitting singles, which is like impossible.
We'll have more on it in Diamond Calves. The debut of Diamond Calves at 9:20 this morning on your home of the Rangers. Bobby, what's coming up in below the belt?
We're going to take a look at the top 10 most complete teams heading into 2023, and also one Denver Broncos player saying, you fools are going to eat crow about Russell Wilson.
Next.
Let's get you over.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Let Russ cook so Sean Sharif can eat crow. That's what one Denver Broncos teammate is saying anyway.
He knows my name. He knows my name more than Jerry does.
He does, although he pronounces it like Sean instead of Sean. So how well does he really know the name? Yeah.
Sean.
Thank you.
Literally just said the same thing.
Just read the story.
I'm going to get to that in a second. See, I tease and then say I'm going to get to it in a second, and I lead off with something else. Eric Edholm over at NFL.com has the NFL's top 10 most complete teams for the 2023 season. Quick guess, where would the Dallas Cowboys end up on this list, do you think?
Most complete team?
Third, fourth.
I'll say 6.
Neither one of you are right. Number 5 says Dallas is pretty loaded on defense and could definitely field the top 5 unit. Cowboys addressed a need at defensive tackle with Mozzie Smith. When you factor in the pass rushing duo of Mike Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence and some good depth outside, the boys boast a deep, talented front. Goes on to talk about the addition of Brandon Cooks and Michael Gallup and Jalen Tolbert finally stepping up. Says Dallas needs to find a kicker. But all in all, this is one of the NFL's best NFL rosters from top to bottom. Can you guess the 4 teams ahead of the Dallas Cowboys?
Buffalo?
No.
KC.
Buffalo comes in at 6. KC is number 2.
KC's defense regarded like that?
Well, that's why they're number 2, I guess.
Philly.
Well,
Philadelphia's number 1.
Miami.
No.
But should KC's defense be that high?
If their offense is so good that it can potentially...
Name me 3 defensive players on the Chiefs.
Chris Jones.
Honey Badger still there?
I don't believe so. It's Chris Jones, it's L'Jarius Sneed, and Juan Thornhill.
Okay, that's my point. So I'm a little surprised. San Francisco.
San Francisco is number 3.
So we're missing how many more? One more?
One more. The number 4 team, just ahead of the Cowboys.
Jets.
Nope. Number 8. This is the home run god.
Matt Ariza?
The Bengals.
The Bengals and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys actually come in as the number 3 team in the NFC.
Again, Cincinnati's defense, is it that highly regarded?
I think I get it. It's one of those things where if the offense is so strong, and you've got Cheeto Awuzie, because PFF, they talked about, what was he, like the 14th best corner, and they're so smart. And so when you look at how good the offense is, I think that the completeness of it is it covers over some of the sins of the defense. And so thus, you get a more complete package. But I do think it's rather interesting that they would have the Cowboys ahead of the Bills. Because when I think of the Bills, I think of there's not many holes on that team at all.
Yeah, complete. Sean McDermott, defensive guy. But there you go. We'll take it as a win.
Now, one of the teams that
another offseason win.
One of the teams that RJ Choppy just mentioned, the Miami Dolphins. Tua Tagovailoa was out there testing out a new helmet designed specifically to protect quarterbacks. And by the way, he was out there yesterday. He was went kind of viral for his quarterback cam, which I guess normally is somewhere in the helmet. Yesterday, while they were doing a lighter workout, he looked like one of these bikers who sticks a GoPro out there. He was literally running around throwing with a GoPro like suctioned on the top of his helmet, and it looked ridiculous.
I see it.
But
it looks like a Kodak camera.
It looks really stupid. But the NFL and the NFL Players Association approved a new helmet. This is from Pro Football Talk. That helmet makers designed specifically to protect quarterbacks from the kinds of injuries they suffer when their heads hit the ground. Unsurprisingly, Tua Tagovailoa is interested in it. And so he said he's still trying to feel out which helmet he likes. And so he's using OTAs as this chance to fit it in, see what he likes, get to training camp, have it there. My question is this, is that if he's already looking at, okay, what kind of helmet can I wear? Let me go take instruction on how to fall properly. Yeah. Acknowledging in media interviews this offseason that, hey, you know what? I did think about retirement, briefly. Like that thought did have to pop into my head. How much longer, even if he's healthy, is he going to be able to play? Like with his mindset the way it is?
First of all, there's nothing wrong with his mindset.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying if that already is creeping in your head, that it's taken up this much of your time to think of how do I protect myself from this, how much longer can you feel comfortable?
I mean, his fingers were locked.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody in the NFL would have thought about retirement at that point. At least not thought they were going to seriously consider it, but just the thought crossed their mind like, hey, can I really do this? if this jiu-jitsu taekwondo thing really works, where he has learned how to fall, and this new helmet has protected him, then maybe he could play for a long time. I hope he does. I hope it works. I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Like I think there people like criticize Tua a lot of times. Maybe he didn't like his arm strength or whatever. But I think generally everybody really is rooting for him at this point.
Yeah, I think everybody felt that was such a. You could obviously the DeMar Hamlin thing was the scariest thing we saw on a football field last year, and how serious that was. I think the most jarring visual I saw on a football field last year was what Chop was just referencing when his hands went up and locked up like that. That was terrifying.
Yes.
And because we didn't totally understand what was happening with DeMar Hamlin when we initially see him fall.
Yep.
With Tua, that was just jarring. I think that's things that when you see that visual, it's easy for everybody to go, oh man, this is serious. And I don't think anybody would have blamed him if he would have chosen to retire. So, Garrett Bowles, the Broncos left tackle. I think he was the one who famously texted Russell Wilson, said, "You're not gonna have to worry about getting hit over here anymore, bro. You're just gonna be able to cook. You're gonna be able to go." Well, Garrett Bowles was talking to Jeff Legwold of ESPN yesterday, Broncos coverage, and he is really excited about Russell Wilson and said that Russell Wilson has been phenomenal. And he says he's a great dude. He's the same guy every single day. He works his butt off, and I'm ready for that stuff to go away, the criticism. And when it goes, everyone, especially Sean Sharif, he says,
why are you pointing
is going to
me
eat
out?
crow.
There's not one person listening or in this station who believes that Russell Wilson's going to bounce back. We all think it's done and over with, I think.
Right. I agree with that. I prefer to target animosity within segments to you, though.
Okay.
And so I think that's just the easiest way to do it.
Here's my
who's buying the Russell Wilson comeback season? Is anybody?
Well, here's what I will say. I'm rooting for it. I'm not rooting for it for Russ. I don't like Russ. He's a fraud. I'm rooting for it to be right about the genius of Sean Payton. This is a Sean Payton argument to me. With all of our Mike McCarthy Cowboy tie-ins, I believe that Sean Payton is an offensive genius. Let's see. If he revives Russell Wilson, it's going to be hard to deny him like Chop still tries to do Kyle Shanahan. So, to me, I'm rooting for it to try to be right about Sean Payton, not because I like Russ. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
It's 100% going to happen.
Russ?
Yeah.
Russ revival?
It's just, it'll be a one-year thing. It's just general positive regression. He had a year that was, there was a little bit of unluckiness to it. It's just positive regression. He'll be fine this year.
Whoa.
Now his rest of his career is gonna be like this though.
How many wins for Denver next year?
8, 9.
The back half of his last season in Seattle, in fact, a little more than that, was bad. Though.
Yeah, he's been showing 2 or 3 years of regression.
He's regret. No, it's due. He's due it. Like they lost. How many games they lose because of Hackett early on? They were in a lot of these games last year, especially early in the season.
I mean, they were in them because their defense was so good. They were losing games like 13-9.
Yeah.
And so they were awful the whole way.
Who knows if the defense carries over year to year? The studies show that it doesn't.
They've got Randy Gregory.
They do.
Says to me they will.
For 3 games.
And they just added Frank Clark yesterday, by the way. A new signing, another weapon.
I suspect he'll have a top half of the NFL season. So my assumption is that his efficiency numbers will be somewhere between 13 and 16.
Now here's which is the bigger PR hit or the bigger national conversation hit on Mike McCarthy, you think? If Sean Payton revives Russell Wilson's career or if Justin Herbert has a career year under Kellen Moore?
Oh, Justin Herbert.
What's the bigger
which one becomes the bigger heat turn up on him of what's this? You could have had this.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it be Sean Payton or Kellen Moore, like you had this opportunity and you let it walk out the door.
To me, it's easily Kellen Moore.
That's a great question. Nationally, I think it could be Sean Payton.
Yep, I agree.
Here, it'll obviously be the Chargers.
Because Sean Payton would be reviving a career.
Yes.
Whereas Kellen would be elevating somebody who most people talk about already being somewhere between 5 and 10.
Yeah, nobody cares about Kellen Moore anymore now nationally. He's done. He's irrelevant. Just like the Chargers are. Irrelevant nationally. If Dak and the offense take a step backwards, struggle, like Babe Loffenberg said, is probably like likely to happen, law of averages, then people are going to say, look what Sean Payton did with Russ. What could he have done with Dak? They made a mistake keeping McCarthy there. That will be the national narrative.
That'll be, and I think you're right, though, that when you talk about Russ, there's no way.
And how many Cowboy fans will apologize if Herbert takes a leap and the Cowboys take a step backwards? How many Tolos will apologize for destroying Kellen Moore? I know the answer, but that's what should happen.
I don't think any of them will apologize for the attacks on Kellen Moore. What they'll probably say is, I always supported Kellen Moore. Why didn't you keep this guy? I think that's more what it'll be. It'll be some forgetting how critical they were when he was there.
Except we don't have Alzheimer's, and we have a fan text that can go back a year.
Right.
But everybody in town wanted Kellen Moore out of here.
The NFL has a new secret weapon to stop all these players that apparently have no clue that they're not allowed to bet on games or where they're allowed to bet on games or whatever else.
So stupid.
They are now enlisting Tom Brady.
Tom Brady
for a PSA. You remember those NBC, the more you know, dun, 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 where it's like, don't leave your kid alone in the street at midnight or whatever. And they were all these really obvious
leave your kid
messages
alone in Times Square.
Yeah.
Hey, in the
poor
season.
air quality. You always had these really obvious messages where you'd have these stars come in, or this is your brain on drugs, that kind of thing. That's what Tom Brady's doing now. He is the star of a new video PSA being distributed to NFL teams and facilities. And in the video, apparently Brady talks about how much he loves football. It's the opportunity to play in the NFL was the privilege of a lifetime. And then he says, betting on NFL games hurts the integrity of the league and the reputation of everyone on your team, and it's just not worth it. And my question is, when does he create a similar video for the officiating to say, look, being terrible at your jobs it hurts the integrity of the game and makes it an awful product, and be better.
And I'd be like, Tom, you gambled on your marriage and lost. Why are you talking to me about things? But you did love another Tom Brady video yesterday. You got emotional.
I did get emotional.
Teared up.
Yeah, I did get emotional. There was a documentary that Fanatics put out yesterday. It's a short. I don't know. Did you think it was too visual to play?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought so.
I thought so too, but they had a lot of the rookies sit down to do this document. They tricked them into thinking they're doing this documentary. And then they had some of their favorite players of all time come in and welcome them to the NFL. I thought it was really, really touching.
And give him a signed jersey. Deuce Vaughn got a signed jersey from Barry Sanders. Luke Schoonmaker got one from George Kittle, and a video message, and it was good.
Final hour, starting with my favorite segment of the day. What Vegas thinks about Messi, the stars repeating, and Bron, CP3, and Ayton ending up on the Mavericks, along with Dalvin and D-Hop on the Cowboys. That's all next. Final hour of the week on Sean and RJ after this.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now it's Bennett back in. Bennett up the near side, looks across for Hagee. High slide shot. He scores! Connor Verhage, the overtime winner here in Game 3. The Panthers take it 3-2 the final.
We are not going to get a sweep in the Stanley Cup Finals. That was the call on Panthers radio. Florida is now down 2-1 in the series. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So I was going to start off with Vegas, all the odds on the Dallas Stars repeating and all these players coming to the Mavs, but Tolo Andre, who is fantastic on social media, sent me the photo, and I want to know if we're falling for it again or it's legit. Andre Jackson tweeting a Luka skinny sighting from Luka's Instagram. What do you think, Bobby? You're the soda guy right now. Is this legit weight loss? Is Luka skinny? And then I'll go to RJ for whether we are being fooled again like last year.
I've already fallen for it, as you said just a second ago.
You couldn't speak an hour ago, so shut the hell up.
I think he looks skinnier. I had to run it in there to Corey Majors. I had to show him. I was like, hey, he looks skinnier here, right? He's like, yeah, he definitely looks skinnier than he did at the end of the season. So I think he definitely looks thinner. But as Corey brought up, do we want thinner or do we want jacked? Like, do we want a little more cut?
Thinner to me.
Look, this is the photo last year. It's identical.
Let me see it.
It's that one of him on the bench playing for Slovenia.
Turn it around and show it to me, Chop.
Little cut in the arms.
No, he's thinner in this picture.
He's got more cut in the arm. No, it's the same crap.
Let me see it again.
Here's what happens. He went to Slovenia. They don't use the same processed foods in Slovenia they use here. He walks everywhere in Slovenia. That's what they do in Europe.
He walks everywhere.
They walk miles a day, miles on miles, uphill both ways. It's just a different world. He probably smokes more cigarettes, so he's got less of an appetite. It's an appetite suppressant. And it's also overrated. You know,
what's overrated?
His body fat percentage is not correlated to his shape, like his cardiovascular conditioning. You have marathon runners who are not overweight, but like they don't look shredded. You don't have to be shredded. I don't care about that. You know, it's cool, looks good. But you know, Joker's not shredded. He seems to be in fine shape right now. He's doing well.
Yeah, but he lost a lot of weight. He lost 20 or 25 pounds from the beginning of his pudgy career.
Yeah, that's that's fine. Like,
yeah, and it was an improvement for him.
It is, but he's still not shredded. You know, and Luka's not fat. There's not fat. He's not fat.
He's chubby.
We should ask Mike. I think he would disagree with you.
He had Romo chubbiness to him.
Sure. Look,
the question is, how much better could he be from a cardiovascular standpoint? That's the question.
That I have no idea.
I don't care whether he's shredded, ripped up. It's gonna make me believe
like
that
James Harden is not shredded, and in his prime of his career, he was fine.
He was fine. Yeah. I mean, he didn't appear to be huffing and puffing. Could James Harden have been in better shape if he took his conditioning more seriously? Common sense in my mind would tell me yes.
Yeah, look, Kevin Durant couldn't bench press 185 pounds coming out of college. He's still weak. Does Kevin Durant not care about conditioning? He's still weak as hell.
You think Luka takes his conditioning just fine?
I mean, I really have no way of knowing. I have no idea. I don't know what his workouts are.
Well, you're making the case that the storyline's overrated.
Well, I'm making a case that we can't tell by looking at somebody what kind of shape they're in. From a cardiovascular standpoint. Right. From a body fat percentage, you can't.
Here's the bottom line for me. The Dallas Mavericks have to play faster.
Oh, yeah, they're too slow.
They have to play faster. They have to get some easier transition buckets. When Luka doesn't have the ball, he needs to actually move and not just pound the rock and isolate and hold on to the final seconds of the shot clock with the ball in his hands. This needs to be a faster basketball team because the grind and the pound of the way that they play ends up turning you into the Miami Heat at the end of your run. And that's why I think there's room for him to get in even better shape, not get worn down, and play faster, which the Mavs, I think, have to do if they keep Kyrie.
Okay, I've done some quick Photoshop work so that we could get a direct side-by-side comparison. And Chop, you are flat wrong.
Oh, well.
That is not, Sean, take a look at this. That is not the same size. He is definitely thinner this year.
What are you talking about?
Look at
It's
that,
a different
Sean.
pose for one.
I'm looking at it.
That's thinner.
Tweet it out.
You can't
I'm going to.
Maybe he's wearing Skims too. Who knows?
It could be wearing like
Male
a
Skims.
tight undershirt.
He's got a girdle underneath.
Wear a tight undershirt.
But look, he sent out the video of him running up like that drawbridge or whatever the hell that was. He knows what he's sending out. He knows what he's putting out there, and he knows it's a storyline. I'm going to choose to believe that he is skinnier, and this is not a trickery of the eye. But I did fall for it last year. Peyton, what do you think? Have you looked at it?
I have not, but
way to go! I mean, we've been talking about this for 5 minutes.
I'm not buying it. Yeah, no, not buying it.
Peyton is checked out.
He is checked out.
He is checked.
He got a call from the boss after his Magic Johnson comment. 100%.
8:30. He's totally checked out on the show. Thinking about his Korean barbecue tonight.
What do you got? Is that where you going tonight?
No, tomorrow night.
Date night? Is it date night?
It's not date night.
Is it date weekend?
You know what? Maybe. Maybe.
Why are you being so
weekend.
sketchy about it?
Yeah.
You don't have plans?
I don't have plans. Yeah. No,
Is it not?
Just,
do you not feel good about the momentum of another date with the girl?
I don't know. I'm just different vibes right now. You know, the texts have been slowing down the last couple of days. I mean, no plans for the weekend.
You live in Rockwall, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to be in Rockwall tomorrow. I'm going to be hanging out there. I don't know what time yet, but I'm going to be at Siren Rock Brewing tomorrow in Rockwall. You need to bring your date with you, and I'll wingman it for you. Yes.
No, absolutely not.
Well, if RJ says no, then
what time are you going out there?
I haven't decided. It's between 11 and 10 is when they're going to be out there. So whenever you want to go, I'll go.
11 and
because
10?
it's 11 and 10, it's a second year celebration. So whenever you want to go out there, I'll time it out the same.
I don't think I have anything. I might join you out there. I might bring the boy out there.
There we go. See, it is family friendly.
But there's going to be alcohol.
Yes, there is alcohol as well. Lots of it.
I got a shelf to put together. I can't.
We didn't invite you. 877-881-1053. So there's a Luka photo. We need the reaction on whether you think it's legit or are we falling for it again. Choppy's not buying it. Me and Bobby are, and Peyton still has not looked at it.
And real
I'm
quick,
looking at it right now. I got it right here. He's with a friend of his. It looks like.
Maybe it's not that he needs to lose weight. Maybe his lungs can't take it as a pack-a-day smoker.
Where are you reporting that he's a smoker
He's from Eastern Europe.
I've never seen him smoke a cigarette.
It doesn't matter. They all do in Eastern Europe. That's what they do. They come out of the womb with a Marlboro in their hands or whatever blue pack of cigarettes they have over there.
Yeah.
Everybody in Eastern Europe, you have to.
You act like Vlade was his babysitter.
In order to get a passport, you have to show them a pack of cigarettes there.
The only thing we have evidence of is that he's hookah Doncic. That's it, is the hookah. We have not seen the cigarettes.
All right, bet online with a bunch of odds to throw at you. LeBron's next team,
LeBron James.
if it's not the LA Lakers, yes, the Dallas Mavericks are the favorites. If he's not a member of the Lakers, 3-1 odds. The Warriors, with his dream to play with Steph one day, are 4-1. Then Phoenix, the Cavaliers, the Knicks, and the Heat. Chris Paul's next team, the favorite is the LA Lakers at 3-1.
They're going to banana boat again?
David Stern rolling in his grave after he canceled that trade when CP was in his prime. So maybe they banana boat again. Chris Paul, Lakers 3-1. The Mavericks are second at 4-1.
Let's go. Get Chris Paul and LeBron here, baby.
Oh, my Lord. Boston's third. DeAndre Ayton's next team, if not Phoenix. The Dallas Mavericks are the favorites. Never has a team with jack squatting assets been at the top of all these lists for all these players. So it's Mavs, Bulls, Hawks. Dame Lillard's next team, if not for Portland.
Heat.
Yes, it is. Way to listen yesterday to the clip. Miami, then Brooklyn, New York, Boston. The Mavs are on here at 14-1. So those are all of your NBA odds with some offseason movement. Dalvin Cook's next team.
Well, I believe his Instagram post is Miami Dolphins.
Actually, I don't know if this has changed, but as of 2 days ago, the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, he played for them.
I know, but the thought was there was discussion that he could get cut and re-signed a la Zeke.
No.
Okay.
Which, by the way, Zeke was at the Star on last Friday. Did you see that in Mickey Spagnola's notes?
No.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, and Mickey walking out of the building ran into Zeke, and he's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, just hanging out. And so apparently Mickey asked around and was told, he was probably there for Cowboy Club, but nothing stirring at the Star. But he was hanging around the Star last Friday.
Dolphins are the favorites for Dalvin. Then the Jets, Bills, Bengals, Cowboys at 10-1. DeAndre Hopkins' next team. Remember when Vegas had us? It was us for 2 weeks. It was the Cowboys. D-Hop was coming here. Tennessee at 2-1, setting up a visit with them. Then Cleveland, Buffalo, Kansas City, and the Cowboys at 7-1, followed by the Ravens and the Patriots and the Giants for DeAndre.
I was going to say, Patriots, it was just reported by Ian Rappaport that he's going to take a visit with the Patriots. And so that I was surprised it took that long down the list before you get to New England.
Chase Young's next team, if not the Commanders, after Albert Breer reported they're listening to offers in D.C.
The Browns.
No.
The Ravens.
NFC. One of Choppy's favorite.
Detroit.
Detroit is the favorite for Chase Young at 4-1. Then Seattle, Chicago, the Giants, the Armpit, the Saints, Cowboys all the way down here.
Old Dan Campbell. They're building something special up there in the Motor City. Old Dan Campbell.
Don't have him yet. Okay, you want Stars or Mavs chances to win the championship? Let's go with the better team. Let's go with the Stars.
Let's go Stars, baby.
Favorites to win it next year.
Boston.
It is Boston. How many other teams, Hockey Hamster, can you name before the Stars?
Edmonton.
Yep.
Good job. Tied for third.
Carolina.
Carolina?
Yeah.
Yes, they are above.
Colorado.
Yes, they're number 2.
Look at this.
Did you read my email?
I didn't. I did.
Hang on.
Seriously, did not.
How are they number 2? Landeskog's out for the whole year.
I don't know whoever that
Same
is.
Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah, I know who Nathan McKinnon is.
Okay,
But
I don't know.
They lost their captain.
All right, Bobby, go ahead.
Vegas.
Yes.
And then...
So every playoff team from this year is over the Stars, basically.
Man, Peyton's so bitter.
Listen to that. This
So bitter of
good,
this
though.
start.
It woke him up since 8:30. That's
Yeah.
good.
Come on, let's go. Give us some more.
Then are we getting to Dallas?
No.
Oh. I bet you still got 3 or 4 more teams.
Go ahead, name them though.
Go.
You
Oh,
want
this is
putting
for
pressure
Bobby.
on him.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. I'll take Florida.
Florida Panthers. Yes.
Let's go with you already said Carolina. Rangers.
Yes.
And let's go with
Are we getting really disrespectful here?
Devils.
Yes.
Yep, the Devils.
You
will.
named them all. Here are the teams. Count them.
Boom. All right here, chap.
With the favorites. The favorite to win the Stanley Cup over the Stars. Bruins, 15-2. Colorado, 8-1. Edmonton, Toronto, Carolina, the Rangers, Vegas, Florida, the Devils, and then the Stars are tied with the Lightning at 16-1 after being a Final Four. How about that?
I would love to be tied with the Lightning every year in hockey odds because they seem to win the title like every other year, except for the last
They're
couple.
like the Giants.
They're like the Giants.
Of baseball.
Yeah, they just win titles, even though they're kind of like they're on the downswing. But yeah, look, did the Stars overachieve this year? That's the question that you got to ask. Did they overachieve?
I think they won the 2 series they should have won.
Who
and
has-
they lost the one they should have.
Who has more teams in front of them to win the title? The Stars or the Mavericks?
Stars.
Mavs.
Okay, give me the teams in front of the Mavs.
In front of the Mavs, Celtics.
Yep.
Warriors, Milwaukee.
Warriors are not in front.
I was gonna say I wouldn't think Warriors. Celtics will go Milwaukee.
Yes.
Denver.
Yes. There's one more.
3. Okay, so one
That's
more.
it.
Wow.
I know. Why would you think the Warriors would not be ahead?
Phoenix.
Phoenix is. Why would you think the Warriors would not be ahead?
Because that's starting to fall apart. Kerr basically said we were a bad basketball team this year.
Well,
It's
they
about
made the
getting
playoffs.
depth. Yeah.
They made the second round.
That's absurd that we're, 6th?
It is absurd, I think. Denver, Boston, Milwaukee, Phoenix, and the Mavericks are 9-1 to win the NBA championship. We have the 5th best odds. How can that be? Over Golden State, over Philly, over both LA teams, over the Grizz and the Heat. The Heat are down here at 18-1.
Okay, well, I could easily say the Grizz because Ja Morant's going to miss the entire season. Maybe they believe LeBron.
Hear that, Corey?
Maybe they believe LeBron's coming here. Maybe they think LeBron's coming here.
It could be the LeBron chatter.
No, it
it's
can't
also
be that stupid.
You can never. Here's the thing: whenever you've got a player like Luka, though, who can just ISO his way to the Western Conference Finals. Like, you can't ever have bad odds on them.
Messi before going to Miami.
You Messi.
Inter Miami was 80-1.
Yeah, they weren't having a very good year at all.
What are they now?
10-1.
18-1.
Ooh.
18-1 from 80-1. Los Angeles FC is still the favorite, then FC Cincinnati, Nashville, Filthy, Seattle, St. Louis, where's FC Dallas? New England, Atlanta, Miami, and right behind Miami and Messi, FC Dallas, 22-1.
Wait till we get Mbop. As soon as we get Mbop on our team.
Mbappe?
No, it's Mbop. Yeah.
I love the meme I saw yesterday.
Peyton, who's famous for singing Mbop?
This is a good one. You know, I was just thinking about this the other day.
That's a lie.
Is it Earth, Wind, and Fire? Thank you.
Ring it out.
He rung himself up.
Oh my God. The meme I saw yesterday was great.
Hanson, by the way.
It was one of those it's one of those side-eye looks like, oh man, really? It's every MLS team seeing their best player, some random dude from Portland, and Miami just got Messi. It's just like, oh, crap.
All right.
We get run.
I just want to kick Peyton for the rest of the hour now. So come up with your ways to do it.
Let's play How Young is Peyton Russell next.
Crosstalk at 9:40 and the debut of RJ Choppy's Around the Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next.
But let's get you over to
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
The 0-2, swing and a miss to finish the ball game. Jordan Romano, a very thrifty 1-2-3, top of the ninth. And the Blue Jays take 3 out of 4 from the defending champs with a 3-2 win here tonight in downtown Toronto.
Rangers extending the lead in the American League West, and they're not even playing. 5 games up on the armpit with the series of the year. Starting today on this radio station, 5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch. Rangers in Toronto right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you.
I'm ready for a sweep. I'm ready. If we just win the series, all right, let's say the Rangers just win the series, will they finally start putting Texas above Tampa in all these power rankings? Because everybody's been refusing to, even though Texas has been better for a month.
Okay, they've been better for a month. You are totally ignoring
Tampa
is 6 games above us in the standings.
You are a what have you done
like
for
a
me
homer.
lately? He is a what have you done for me lately?
But if you look at some of the peripheral numbers and things and the way that their run differential's better, Texas has been better.
But the Rays have played a much tougher schedule.
Factor that in there.
Largely irrelevant, okay? Because I said so.
What a homer.
Now the Rays have feasted on crap too.
Although they're
12-1 in the AL Central. They are 16-9 against the AL East, which is amazing.
Great record.
But they did feast on Oakland, Cincinnati earlier. So they have feasted on some crap.
You know what this sounds like?
Or I'm sorry, Detroit, not Cincinnati.
Sounds like the introduction that we need for RJ Choppy, Diamond Cast.
You never experiment when you compete, not at the major league level. That's the way baseball goes.
Earlier this week, was it this week? It was this week. We had Matt Hicks on, and we asked him, and he said the Rangers are flying under the radar, right? They're flying under the radar a little
Agreed, Hicksy.
And we agree. So I figured since we're part of the disrespected crowd, why don't we look at some of the other disrespected crowds around Major League Baseball? Let's take a look at some of the more overlooked storylines going on right now. I think one of the big ones is the Arizona Diamondbacks. Banny's team. They are Banny's team.
When's the last time you talked to him?
He called me a couple of months ago.
Wow.
Just to chat. He'll check in every now and then. You saw he was with Nancy Pelosi the other day. You saw those photos he posted?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he posted photos of him and what is she now? Is she a speaker or something?
Did you unfollow him?
No, I don't care.
Okay.
If she came in here, I'd say hello to her. I'd take a photo with her. I'd take a photo with anybody, any head of state, any dignitary. I'm like that. They lead the National League West.
Kim Jong.
I would take a photo with Kim Jong. Apparently, he's quite large these days.
Like fat?
Yeah,
these days.
He blew up a little bit. Played his video games a lot.
He was always big.
He's always been chubby. Yeah, he's always been big. He apparently has blown up even more.
Okay.
Who knows what he's doing now? So the Diamondbacks have a 1.5 game lead on the Dodgers. They've won 8 of 10. They're 20-14 at home, 17-11 on the road. Their run differential is not great. Dodgers have a much better run differential. It's 30 runs more than the Diamondbacks. But you got to credit Arizona. They have been absolutely fantastic. They've got a payroll of $115 million. That is $230 million less than the Mets payroll. The Mets payroll is $345 million.
Wow.
That is stupid. They've got a couple of studs. Corbin Carroll
has
a higher WAR than Aaron Judge this year. Zach Gallen.
And Corbin Carroll's the one that they're talking about as the only other possible Rookie of the Year winner over Josh Young.
Right, now that's NL, so they'll be different. So they could each win one. But yeah, if you were just going to do a major league rookie of the year, Corbin Carroll's probably your runaway winner today. But Josh is going to win the American League, I believe.
Okay, just to compare his numbers to Josh, Carroll's hitting 300, 11 home runs. The WAR is a 2.6.
Yeah, and WAR is cumulative. So if you miss a lot of games, you're going to have a lower WAR.
WAR, Peyton. What is it?
Wins above replacement.
No.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that's right.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Very nice.
I want multiple. I want many of these throughout the segment.
Yeah.
Zach Gallen is an early Cy Young favorite in the National League. He may not win it, but he is a fantastic pitcher. So
Josh Young's WAR, by the way, is a 2.0. So 2.6 versus 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, look, Corbin's great, and Josh has been fantastic, and I think they both are deserving of winning their respective ROIs. ROI.
Who had the 3 worst records in baseball 2 years ago in 2021?
The Rangers, the Diamondbacks, and the Orioles, right?
Yep. 3 of the best teams in Major League Baseball now.
You got to suck to be good.
Mm-hmm.
So she said. Another story that no one is talking about. We briefly mentioned it earlier. Luis Arraez. He was basically the reason Aaron Judge didn't win the Triple Crown last year. He was in Minnesota, and he won the AL batting title. Gets bumped, moved to Miami this year, and he's batting .403 right now. For record, we have not had a 400 hitter since Ted Williams did it back in 1941. It's a couple years ago.
Ted Williams played for who, Pepe?
The Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, he's on fire.
So here he is, 60 games in, batting .403. His OPS is 945. Do you have any idea how hard it is to have a 945 OPS? Got 1 home run.
How hard?
I don't know how hard, but it's very, very difficult.
That's what she said.
Yes.
So he's Wade Boggs.
Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs. Yeah.
Who's Wade Boggs, Peyton?
Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
That's the team. That's the go-to.
That's who I'm going with.
You're correct.
And Red Sox.
You are correct.
He's correct, like Hakeem Olajuwon, Toronto Raptors.
He's on fire. He's on fire.
Luis Arraez has 15 doubles.
He's on fire was from what game, Peyton? He's on fire.
Oh, street ball.
Go ahead.
So
no.
He has 17 extra base hits. OPS is on base plus slugging percentage. It is impossible to have a .495 slugging percentage when you have 17 extra base hits. But because this fool almost is at 100 hits already. He's got 87 hits in 58 games played. 87 hits. He's almost getting 2 hits a night.
His batting average to end the regular season, the over-under is set at what, do you think?
374.
Too high.
353.
351.
Oh, I'll take it.
351's the over-under. Will any player hit 400 or better by the end of the regular season? No is minus 1,000 in Vegas.
What's yes?
If you think yes is plus 550. 11-2. 11-2.
You know, there was a time last week, it's changed now, but there was a time last week where his slugging was higher than Trout.
In the modern era, the latest someone hit 400 on August 2nd was?
George Brett.
No.
Ooh.
American League.
Joe Mauer.
Toronto.
John Olerud.
Yes. John Olerud. He was hitting 400 on August 2nd, 1993.
Wow.
That's the latest.
This is incredible. This is a storyline I want to keep an eye on. It's fantastic. He's easily an MVP candidate, but, you know, we were talking with Bassick off air yesterday, and he was talking to his kid, and his kid asked him, would you rather hit 400 or bat 240 and hit 40 bombs?
Ooh.
And now, if you're asking me, is my goal to get paid, I want to hit 240 and 40 bombs, or is my goal to be remembered?
Right.
And then I want to hit 400.
Totally.
Because you will be remembered forever. Your name is in a history book. You are now the answer to the trivia question, who was the last player to hit 400? It's not Ted Williams anymore. Hitting 40 home runs is a dime a dozen.
It is, but also is the goal.
It's the goal,
like,
though.
Winning.
If you want to get paid.
Because, like, winning, a 240 guy who's hitting 40 home runs probably is contributing to winning more than just the base hits.
You would think so. Now, if you're hitting 400, now Arraez's worst is a 3.
Yeah.
That's It's pretty good. It's
good.
Like, he's one of the most valuable players in the game. But yeah, like if I want to get paid, I want to hit 40 bombs. If I want to be remembered, let me hit 400. Speaking of being remembered, this may be the greatest set of debut games that we have ever seen in recent memory. What Ellie De La Cruz has done in Cincinnati is absolutely remarkable. And I got to hand it to him. Whoever took over for Tom Brenneman on the call after he decided to go all homophobic on us had, I think, one of the great calls I've ever heard.
Anticipation to see what...
Oh, goodness! That ball had a family! In game 2, his first home run. A 2-run bomb.
That was good.
That ball had a family.
See, my reaction was when I heard it on social media that I rolled my eyes at it. It's like...
That's like my call.
Clearly doesn't.
That's like my resume tape call of he must be from Louisiana because that pitch was Bayou.
Did you really
Thank
say
God
that?
you didn't find that.
Oh, my God.
You remember that?
That's so good.
Thank God you didn't find
Why
that.
didn't you give us that?
I did not get the jobs.
Oh,
I
my
did not get the jobs that I
gosh.
applied for. Screw you, Jacksonville radio.
Who sang Blue Bayou, Peyton? Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
I'm saying down on the bayou.
I don't know that.
So
Linda
Ellie
Ronstadt.
is 6'5". He's a monster of a human. Tuesday makes his major league debut, bats cleanup. He gets a double. 112 miles per hour exit velocity.
They had him hit cleanup in his debut?
Yeah. It was the hardest hit ball by a Red all year. He did it in his first game.
Cleanup is what order?
That's another one.
On fire, bring him up.
So, second game, he just crushes this home run. It goes to the second to last row of the stadium. The stadium's got one level in the outfield. Second to last row. Another 10 feet, this thing is bouncing out of the ballpark. It was so high and so hard that it got picked up by Cincinnati's airport radar.
Wow.
It's just phenomenal. Like, this guy
Was he big time hyped prospect?
Yes. He's been like the number two prospect between him and Jackson Holiday. They've been kind of going back and forth. He's phenomenal. He is fast as hell. He went from home to third. Now, mind you, a straight line home to third is 90 yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? No, that's not right. 90, 180. Yeah, 270 feet. Straight line. He did it in 10 seconds. That's rounding the bases on dirt, so he's actually running far more than 90 yards. That's sprint. That's not quite sprinter speed, but he's already he'd be like one of the fastest guys in the NFL.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a freak. And it's funny, too, because he's got all this pop, and he doesn't, like, when you just look at his build, he doesn't look like a guy who'd hit these 470-foot
you
bombs.
can see, like, he's got room on his frame where he can put on an easy 20 or 30 more pounds.
Yeah, with some HGH.
Real quick, the stolen base, Sean.
Shut up.
The stolen base is back.
Not cheating.
The stolen base is officially back. I've got this stat for you right here, real quick. Last year, the leader in stolen bases for Major League Baseball had 41. We are 60 games in, and the leader right now has 29.
Wow.
There are, and if you just go down this list.
Ricky Henderson.
I know, right?
Who did Ricky Henderson play for?
The Oakland Athletics.
Bam!
Right now, there are about 20 guys who are kind of pacing to break last year's mark. More than 20, more than 30 that are pacing to break last year's mark of stolen bases. The MLB rules to make the game better have worked. Has it manifested itself into TV viewership at the national level? No. It has at the local level, not national.
What should we do for crosstalk with Bassick out today on a Friday?
We should make Peyton lead it.
Maybe Peyton should lead it for crosstalk. What's going to happen with KMC next on The Fan? But it is the same exact. Queens, Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk.
What's the story?
You tell us.
He said, and
Let me
I
guess,
quote,
he's got a busy life. My life's just too busy for
pretty
this.
much, he said, I have a lot of stuff to do.
He thinks he's the busiest dude in this whole building.
I talked to him this morning. He didn't sound very busy at all. Like, he had lots of time just to chat with me. And I was like, what's going on here, Mike?
I think I'm the busiest dude in the building. I would submit myself as the busiest.
And yet you find a lot of time for worthless crap.
Because I only sleep like 4 hours.
Ooh, I can co-sign that.
I maximize my time.
You can co-sign Bobby Sleeves for 4 hours?
No, that if you don't sleep a lot or have trouble sleeping, then you will definitely like watch or do worthless things.
Watch the X-Men series 2 or 3 more times.
The cartoon is fantastic.
I love the cartoon. Gambit, probably the most underrated character.
Yeah, they just
Queen's Gambit
couldn't make that movie work. I'll take Gambit from the X-Men over the Queen's Gambit, though both are top notch.
Peyton, can you name one X-Man besides
Wolverine?
Besides him.
What about the guy in the wheelchair?
It's not naming him.
Well,
that is a
vague
description, sir.
AIDS and wheelchairs.
How many groups of people do you plan on offending today?
Golly.
One more. I'll figure out one more.
By the way, if you'd like to go
What do you
visit
think about
my
Bud Light, Peyton?
What'd you say?
Oh my God.
Said if you'd like to go visit, hang out with our friends of My Possibilities, more than welcome. I'll meet you there, Peyton.
You want to keep him far away from that.
Trust me.
And that's Professor X. He's the leader of the X-Men.
Well,
What does the X stand
Did
for?
you say well?
Extra. The extra men.
Isn't it extraordinary?
Yes.
What about the guy that shoots lasers out of his eyes? What's that guy's name?
Cyclops.
See, I knew that guy too.
No, it was
and the woman.
Yes, that
what
is
about
Cyclops.
It was
Storm.
Jonas.
There's
Storm.
multiple women. Hey, turn off your mic.
Did you say Jonas?
Yeah, from Ghostbusters. Remember when he was in Ghostbusters 2?
He didn't know the
Where he
Ninja
had
Turtles either.
You know what? Just for you, Choppy, I'm going to throw out something that's on the show today. Masterpiece Theater. This is in honor of Transformers coming out today. What's the horrible movie franchise that you love? And
Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, that's we got a cut for that,
Dude, I
Oh, you get a
love.
cut for Fast and Furious.
Yeah.
For the new one? I've not seen the new one yet.
Did you hear Ludacris's
don't
approach to that?
Luda!
Did you
They're
hear
all the same.
he was in one of those interview? What are they called? Junket settings or whatever? I
Oh, like
don't
a
know.
press junket.
Yeah, and he said, "I wish," and I'm gonna like expletive delete a lot of this. I wish people would stop effing asking us why we make these movies, because they make billions of dollars.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars. He's like, why do you keep asking us? If I'm going to make a movie for $200 million and make $800 million off of it, of course I'm going to make another one, even if it looks insane.
Yeah. 1,000,000%. I get why they keep making them. There's a film series or two on this list that I love that is also terrible. So
What a PGA Tour perspective from
shut your mouth.
Chris Bridges.
It's not a merger.
How long has the latest Fast been out?
May 18th it came out, I think.
And why haven't you?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Why haven't you lined up to watch it like all the others?
Well, I'm not going to the theater anymore. I don't go to theaters.
Why is that?
I'm not going.
Why?
You
don't want to go.
You afraid of the COVID?
Yeah, no, just certain place I don't go anymore.
Because of shootings?
Yeah, not going.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that'll happen in Sarah's apartment. What are you scared of the?
So why not? No, so I just wait till it comes out on video. And,
So you're not going to go to a mall either?
Nah, I don't go to malls anyway.
Yeah.
I go to the theater, but I go to Cinemark because you have stock in AMC.
Yeah, nothing happens there.
That's really shifting the market on a day-to-day basis.
I assume it's out. It'll be out on like Hulu or
I saw
whatever.
on, at least on DirecTV, it is on demand. So I'm willing to bet that whether it's Vudu or Amazon or whatever, it's probably
I'll
on
watch it
demand.
this weekend.
Yeah, like
Good idea.
$25.
I'm going to go see Spider-Man tomorrow.
I'll pay $3.
Ooh, is that animated?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tobey Maguire, right?
So hold on, are they mixing any of the other, like the live action elements into it too, or is
I
this
haven't
all...
seen this one. I don't think so. I heard
Okay.
it's really good.
A lot of great movies coming out. Huge movies.
The first one was good. The Into the Spider-Verse or whatever. That
it was
was
awesome.
good. I watched that on the flight to Oxnard.
Transformers.
Yeah, no, and this is in honor of Transformers
Okay.
coming out today. So
Good. Hype up the movies, Kevin. What's coming up on the show?
Guys,
Great place to take the family.
today is Joey's last day with the
Who's
KNC
that?
Masterpiece.
Joey.
What?
Joey's our
Come on.
our producer. He's back there. He's been doing. He crushes hockey talk. So we're gonna do a 1020, the Dallas Stars season-ending fan survey with Joey, and see how he fixes this thing. By the way, he is going up north to be a hockey play-by-play guy.
I don't know the song.
That's
You
Garth
dance
Brooks.
by Garth
Brooks. That is a very
yeah.
famous radio song. That's what stations
song.
play when they're flipping
Come on,
format.
Sean, you should know
It's
this.
basically Miley Cyrus's The Climb.
What did Live Radio play? I thought that was
I don't know. It's a very famous song though that when stations
play
are
whatever they
sunsetting, when the stations are sunsetting, they'll play the dance.
They have $620 billion to play radio.
Sorry, Corey, for their rude.
And then, man, Kevin, I wrote this wrong in the
What was
11.
the topic that you just said?
The stars. We're going to talk stars with Joey. We'll get some stars season-ending stuff with Joey. He's going up north to be a hockey play-by-play guy.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's his
Chippewa
job.
Falls, I
Chippewa
believe?
Falls. So he's going up for a minor league hockey team. He's going to run the whole department up there.
Congratulations, Joey.
So our goal is one day he takes over the reins of some great hockey play-by-play analyst, and he's our guy. You know, he's the station's guy.
Good plug.
Yeah.
You trying to kill off Spittle?
Well,
that was a fascinating way to interpret
I
that.
You said you want him to be the hockey station's guy.
Well,
He's the hockey station's guy.
Well, I mean, like, but I'm not
Did
trying
I really twist that?
kill off. But he's worked somewhere else. But he has the credentials from somebody. You know how y'all had Brett Severin on. You know, like he works for somebody else.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we get to claim him as our guy.
We have a problem with Joey, by the way. Or Sean does. I
too much like Doc
didn't
Emmer.
participate in the fantasy football, but he finished last, and he was supposed to have a bet payoff for
Yeah.
finishing last that he never paid off.
Oh, dip.
I
For
guess he's gonna have
real?
to take a cake to the face today.
Well, give Peyton the Garth song again.
The Dance by Garth
the
Brooks.
Dance.
The dance. Okay, so Bobby suggested that Joey should take the Jaw Cupcake.
Yeah.
To
Pay off the bet.
for not paying off the
I'm
bet.
perfectly okay
He either
with that.
eats it or takes it to the face. He
His
can pick.
hair's so
Oh,
pretty,
my
though.
Lord.
What's he doing with the girlfriend?
That's Kevin's
That
department.
sounds like an off-air conversation.
Kevin's taking the reins of Joey's
Kevin
girlfriend.
has the most interest in that situation.
I realized yesterday.
Why do you?
Well, I was trying to, because their situation is really fascinating
It
in
is.
terms of moving in proximity.
Joey, come in here real quick.
I tried to invite her
Get the
to the
cupcake.
show today, but I
Get the
realized I
cupcake
had
ready.
no contact information for her, and I was like, well, that's not going to work.
Oh
yeah.
Has she been on air? Joey, come.
No, she was not on air. She's been here.
And find Joey's play-by-play that we played, which was fantastic.
Hold on. She's been here like at the station?
Yeah, because remember you weren't here. She made cupcakes.
The other day I wasn't here.
Where are you moving?
Around the back of the net,
Chippewa Falls,
poked away
Wisconsin.
by
Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. So what level of hockey and what's the name of the team?
It's a junior league. It's the North American Hockey League. So it's like your top high school guys around the country that are trying to make their way to, Division One, Division Two.
We have high school
Division
players
III.
here.
Yeah, a little bit. I was one back in the day. Yeah, I wasn't too bad.
What's going on with the girlfriend?
Well, we have a very interesting situation.
I told
because of the long distance factor. So she's actually currently moved into her new apartment at Oklahoma. She took a job at OU, so Boomer Sooner. So yeah, she's going to be 2 hours away from where I grew up, and I'm going to be 2 hours away from where she grew up in Wisconsin. So we're kind of flip-flopping across the country again, which was not ideal. But she supports me. And, yeah, she supports me, so I support her. So we're just going to try to make it happen because
that's awesome.
obviously I have to go somewhere, right, in order to get where I want to be. So I have to kind of move and do that thing, and hopefully the journey.
How'd Spittle take it?
He was fine with it, I believe. He was pretty stoked for me,
He's like,
We're
yeah,
big hockey fans.
get the other hockey presence in the station out of here.
We're gonna have Joey eat this.
How long has that been on top of the VCR?
Smell it.
Mother's
The
Day.
VCR.
Mother's Day.
Does
Okay,
it
doesn't
smell now?
terrible.
It has a
It's got a-
stale icing
Yeah,
smell
does it?
that really jumped out.
And you're kind of missing the point here.
Oh, he sounds
are
like
you
he's
gonna
okay
eat
with
it?
this.
Or take
Just
it
get
to the
some-
face.
just get some frosting.
Take it to the
You
face. or
might
eat it.
die
Just get
if
some
you eat
frosting.
that.
Take
I
it-
would not eat
Well,
Take
that.
it to the
Jojo,
face.
you can make the decision.
Just get some frosting off the corner.
Look, there's
Oh,
no,
okay. Now I get a whiff of it.
there's no
Just take some
pressure.
frosting.
Corey is eventually going to get that in his face
No.
when Jaw gets suspended.
Or you're going to get it in your face.
Or
today.
you could choose.
have known.
You could choose to take that off Corey's platter if you'd like,
Everybody loves Garth.
or we can wait.
I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. Our lives are better left to chance. I could have missed the pain, but I'd have had to miss the dance.
I do know that song.
Okay, good.
Your snapping is very off. Joey is so out of rhythm. So out of
We're
rhythm.
stepping on the 2s and the 4s. They should have been the 1s and the 3s.
On the 2s and the 4s. All right, that was excellent. Okay.
Do you think Joey should take the cupcake to the face
Just
today?
take a little. Just take a little fingerful of
Not
icing.
eat it. Just smash it.
I
in
ate
his
some.
face.
I ate some last week.
I was asking
I'll
him
take
if
it
he
to
wanted,
the face.
Yeah, you will.
Don't mark that.
I was
Yo,
asking,
you better mark that.
I was asking him if he wanted to take that off Corey's plate.
That would be nice.
In lieu. It's up to you. If you want to, I'll do it right now. If not, good luck in Wisconsin.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And what's your answer?
Now that's a tease right there.
Do you want me to eat it? I'm just confused. Do I need to take the whole thing?
I would smash it in your face.
You can smash it in my face.
You have to wear a show after this?
Yeah,
Peyton,
it's fine.
Mark all of this.
Hey,
Corey, do you want me to smash it in his face over you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Ryan,
Yeah.
Ryan, you got to focus over
I'll do
here.
it.
Take it over there to Sean.
Okay.
He's
Get the
following.
hell
He's
outta
like,
here.
I'll do
Go over to
this.
Sean.
I'm
Go over to
perfectly
Sean.
okay with what's happening right here.
Okay.
This is amazing.
All right, JoJo. Here
Pound
we
of
go.
flesh for the Tolos and the
so bad.
fantasy
Take the little
football
plastic
group.
parts
Now you
off,
don't have
though.
to deal with whatever fantasy football punishment they apply to Wolchuk and who was.
Now, what are you going to get? What are you going to get now?
Nothing, because I don't deserve anything.
man
This
of
is
his word.
this needs to happen though. Do we want to throw this blanket down over here? The
Finishing
blanket of
last
death.
place in fantasy football. He's owning up to it.
Here it goes.
Get ready, Joseph!
Oh my gosh! Don't try and throw it 85.
Here we go.
please.
No,
Oh, in the eye! In the eye! In the face!
Good luck in Wisconsin, JoJo. KMC is next on 105.3 The Fan.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on The Fan. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland, and Mike Bassick. The KNC. Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike is off for the day. He will return on Monday, unless all of his regular life stuff and errands have beaten him down into submission, which I don't want to entirely rule out. So you've got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and for the last time, Joey the Jet Erickson, a.k.a. Slim Scotty, on a Shout-Out Friday. Gentlemen, how are we today?
Well, I had here's the deal. I had a dream last night that I was a girl that I had known for a couple of dates back in the day was in my dream, and she was kissing up on me, all right? And she's trying to convince me to have an affair. And in my dream, all right, I'm thinking, I do not have time to have an affair. Like, there's no way I can accomplish this.
So, quick side question.
Yeah.
If she's kissing up on you, are you not already having an affair?
It's a dream. Like, that's
in the dream, though.
That was a subconscious. Well, yeah, but like we haven't gone further than that. You know, she's just like kissing on my neck and stuff, and I'm like, all right, okay. I remember. You know,
if that situation ever comes to pass, will you roll audio on that reaction?
Nothing
happened. She's just kissing.
She was kissing me. I was just standing there, and so that's where I kind of like am having this like, this is a dream is an area, a place where you can do whatever you want. You can control what you do in your own dreams. And in my own dream, I wouldn't even cheat on my wife. I was like, no, because I don't have time. I love my wife so much because in reality, what I would probably try to do is be multiple wives.
Hold on. Stop. Sidebar. Joey, did Corey just tell this story so he can talk about how much he loves his wife to start the show? And if so, do you think he's done something wrong to facilitate this?
I absolutely think so.
What are you doing to me, Joey? You know what? I am forever indebted to you.
As a ploy to just, shower your wife with love, even though you were the one that was being loved last night.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? I'm indebted to Joey forever. So whatever he says today, I think I can be okay with.
Did you do something wrong?
I don't think I did.
Okay.
I was maybe.
Oh my God.
So last night, I'm not telling this part. That's actually probably too personal. But, and somebody just texted, did Corey have clearance to tell this story? Was there a conversation with the wife before this?
As quality question.
I have not talked to her about this yet. She was still asleep when I left this morning. So I haven't really had this conversation with her. And knowing who this person is, she'd probably be like, she'd probably spend a couple weeks going, hey, what's going on here?
So you wouldn't just tell her it was a rando. It was this specific,
It was this specific person. Yeah, because there's nothing worse than hey, I had a dream. I don't really quite know who the person was in the dream. Don't lie. You know who you wanted it to be. You know what I mean, Kevin.
Who did you want it to be?
Face.
Who did you want it to be?
My wife. I wanted my wife to say, hey, do you want to have an affair with me? And me be like, yes, let's have two of you. That would be amazing to have two Adrians. She's the best. All right, so let's talk sports.
That was your fault. All right. And by the way, like I said, it is a shout out Friday. If you have any news that you want to shout out, 877-881-1053. Also up there for the Twolos and the YouTubers. And yesterday, the Twolos sent Joey Tiff's treats. So let's start our shout outs with the Twolos. And if you are so inclined, you can feel free to engage in this type of stuff as well. Now, Dallas Cowboys mandatory minicamp is over. What progress did they make and what questions did they create? This is off of something that you sent me that is about a very specific question.
Oh, good.
So how about we start with
a C-block topic later.
Oh, we can talk about
no,
other things.
No, I want to talk about this now.
Okay. Are the Cowboys communication? Are the Cowboys better off with Mike McCarthy calling the plays? So I know you might not be like, yes, I learned all of the pertinent information in mandatory minicamp. I'm ready to go. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I don't think anything that happens there, or quite frankly, maybe some stuff that happens in training camp, will change people's preconceived perceptions. But where do you stand on that question?
I agree that people are just guessing as to whether or not they think Mike McCarthy is going to make a difference with the offense. Right now, there's no way to know, because here's what we're hearing. We're giving more ownership of this offense to Dak Prescott. Hasn't there been this kind of feeling or theory that Dak Prescott at the line doesn't know what he's doing?
Yes.
So why are we giving more ownership to him? Now, if the teacher's better, then I'm perfectly okay with it. But again, that's just guessing, not knowing.
And so the counter argument to that would be, and I think, unfortunately, I know this doesn't make for like amazing, fiery debate, but the truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Won't some people argue he does know what he's doing up there? He's just constrained by nonsense or like dull plays that aren't good enough.
Yes. Yeah. And I think there are, in my mind, there are real purposes for what Mike McCarthy. I think Mike McCarthy does have an idea of why. And I would love to ask Bochy this question Tuesday. How much is the why question important to you with your players? Knowing why I'm doing something is very important. And I know Jerry, we talk about that with Jerry too, but why am I running this route? Is it because, am I trying to get somebody else open? Because if I need to fake harder on this route, then that makes even more of a difference, like why I'm doing something. So I think McCarthy understands what he wants to do, but here's the twist on this. I think they're going to look more organized by the end of the year than they did most of the time with Kellen Moore calling plays. Unless Mike McCarthy is coaching for his job. I think people that are coaching or doing things out of the fear of losing their job don't do it the right way. And I think it would go bad if Mike McCarthy feels like he's coaching for his job by being the offensive coordinator. I think he said recently, finally, we're going to be able to do the football the way I want to do football. I don't have Kellen Moore here, putting his stuff into this and me having to kind of just be like, all right, whatever. It's all going to fall on me. But if he's coaching for his job and has that pressure of it, then I think he does things differently. And I think right now he's like, look, do you want to light up the scoreboard or do you want to win games? Because we can light up the scoreboard and still lose. There's a possibility. Not everybody's Patrick Mahomes. Dak Prescott definitely is not. But there's a way to light up the scoreboard and still lose because you're not playing the right style of complete game.
I go back to this. I have no issue with what Mike McCarthy has chosen to do by taking the reins because of what you just said. If you're going to go out, and by the way, I'm not to the point anymore, despite my thoughts, despite everyone else's thoughts, that like if they don't go to the NFC Championship game, he's now going to get canned.
Interesting.
But I'm
good.
I'm just going to say, I don't think I would want it any other way. Like, if I'm going to lose my job or whatever the case might be, is I'm going to run things the way I want to run them. So if I fail, I failed of my own accord, not because Kellen Moore couldn't get the job done or whatever.
Yeah, and to that point of things, Kevin, don't you find that the people that are kind of when you feel like you have to do something because you're about to lose your job, you don't do it as you panic in certain situations. You're like, I'm gonna do these things that I probably wouldn't do if I was comfortable. But there are also, people that once they're comfortable, they coast.
Sure.
And that's you have to, as a person who's running the business, you have to know, are they the type of person that is self-motivated for all these purposes, or are they the type of person that as soon as they get comfortable, there's nothing in the way, then they're just going to coast? I don't think McCarthy's going to coast. And I don't think Dan Quinn's letting him coast. He has a perfect, hey, I got somebody here kind of pushing me, but he's pushing for championship for the Cowboys. He's one of those kind of, Mike, McCarthy is one of those like really good managers of an old steel mill. He's just, hey, this is my job. I'm here to do it
because of where
Pittsburgh,
he's from.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm here to do this
that.
job. I'm trying to get it accomplished. I need all you guys to get on the same page. We're going to be the best at what we do. And I think that's what McCarthy wants.
Do you want to go further into Mike McCarthy, or do you want to switch gears to another Cowboys?
Go ahead, switch gears.
Can you go ahead and fire off?
I don't know.
If you promise to make that noise today, every time I say switch gears, I will say that a lot. If you can go ahead and fire off cut number 11, please, good sir.
Elliott to the left of Rush, first and goal outside the 1. Snap back, Rush looking left, fade, Lamb, caught in one hand, touchdown Cowboys.
Now, you have seen the ascension of CeeDee Lamb up the NFL hierarchy. Like, whether that means you put him top 6, top 10, top 15, whatever. You've seen him ascend in the world. And Dak Prescott reiterated that, I believe it was yesterday. I say it, I believe it. I think CeeDee Lamb, is capable of being the best receiver in this league. He's really only scratched the surface of what he's capable of doing. This is just the beginning for him. And this is one of the things that I kind of am interested in going forward now into training camp. And obviously, thank you very much to the good folks at Bosch for all of our OTA and mini camp talk and everything like that. Bosch Power Tools. Thank you very much to them. Is how much of a step up does somebody like CeeDee Lamb take, or Micah Parsons? Like, players who you already think are elite parts of your team, do they get even better? Because when you hear Dak say, I think he can be the best, he didn't say, I think he can be one of the best. He said, I think he can be the best, and I believe that.
I'm trying to figure out what is the step up. Because 107 receptions for 1,359 yards and 9 touchdowns is pretty fantastic.
Absolutely. The first thing I would say to that is more touchdowns. And then the second thing I would say to that is you just start to get that attention more when you replicate those stat lines, right? Like, if so, over the next 2 years, he has 110 catches on 120 catches for 1,300 yards and 1,400 yards. Like, that will make everyone be like, oh, well, what can you do? Obviously, he's one of the best. But I think if you jump from 9 to even 12, that's a monumental step up.
Yeah, no, I complete 12's a good number because I was trying to look for receiving touchdowns and the leaders this year, or in 2022. Do you know who had the most? That's not 2022. What are we doing here? They're like, hey, Randy Moss, 23.
Do you know who had the most?
I know that, but like I was looking for 22 here, and I don't know who had the most touchdowns last year. But look, 23 is the most by Randy Moss.
Sure.
Rice is 22. Then we have a bunch of 18 and 15. So 12 is a reasonable number from a guy that had 9.
15.
It's a big year.
15 is an elite season if you catch that many touchdowns. By the way,
Zeke probably took a bunch of touchdowns off people's plates last year because they were like, hey, we're on the 1 yard line. And instead of letting Dak throw an interception in the end zone, let's just go ahead and run it in.
And not to say that Pollard couldn't do that, but we saw a lot of Pollard's touchdowns come from 20, 30 yards. when Zeke never had those, or at least like more recently didn't have those kind of touchdowns. Now, this is a great point from the 6A2, and I don't know why I didn't immediately think of this. You got to be more consistent and not drop the ball as much. That is an issue, and I'll include. It's not just the drops; it's the plays that you're like, well, was that a drop? Was that a bad pass?
Well, what about the game against the Giants where he dropped a wide open touchdown and you're like, what? And then later makes almost the exact same play and he catches it for a touchdown.
Exactly, because he can do that in a game. Have a drop that you're like, how the hell did that happen? And then make a catch that you're like, how the hell did that happen? So lower down some of the drops and maybe some of the mid plays. Because, some people will be like, well, that's on Dak for not throwing. I hear you, but you got to be better at that as well.
To add on to that, because I've loved this number, and I know it's not perfect, but his rookie year, 66.7%. So let's round up to 69.
Is that catch percentage? That's too high.
67. Yeah, catch percentage. The next year, 65.8%. That's bad. The next year, 68.6%. And none of those are bad, actually. Catching over 50% of your balls means that you're better than Chris Chambers. And so, but that number specifically, and catch percentage leaders, I can't do that. He's good, but you would love to have him in the 70% range.
Yeah, I think that'd be phenomenal.
If he's catching 70%, this goes back to Kevin last year. Devontae Adams costs 72% of his balls. That's elite.
Yeah.
And that's what you want is when I throw the ball your way, about 70% of the time, I can guarantee you're catching that, and it's not going to be one of those fluky ones that slides off your fingertips.
Well, if you listen to the Cowboys, he might not get that many opportunities because this is Brian Schottenheimer, the OC, talking about Brandon Cooks. And the reason why I say talking about Brandon Cooks is listen to the way it starts. Jalen Tolbert has had an incredible camp. If you talk to Jalen, what he's going to tell you is he's spent a ton of time with Brandon. Here's a guy who's been there, done that.
Your son?
Not my son.
Oh.
And he wants to encourage and invest in the younger guys. So what I do like about that is that was about the impact of Brandon Cooks.
Yes.
And Schottenheimer made sure to say, also, Jalen Tolbert is having a fantabulous mandatory minicamp. That's right. I love that word. And you don't need to debate me if you don't think it's a word. I'm going to use it anyway. And so I think that's really encouraging while we're talking about a step up that CeeDee Lamb can take. The Cowboys are at least saying the right thing about here comes Jalen Tolbert, and holy crap, Brandon Cooks is awesome.
Yeah, I think Brandon Cooks is going to provide an element we haven't seen. I'm trying to think back, maybe since Terry Glenn. And I'm trying. If I'm wrong about this, give me a receiver that can be as productive downfield as Brandon Cooks that we've had in a long time. And if you say Michael Gallup, he catches about half the balls. The production from Brandon Cooks is about 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's kind of the range that I'm looking at. I think you're going to get that, and that should help CeeDee Lamb a lot. It should help the entire offense in a number of different ways. But when it comes to Tolbert, this dude's focus, I believe, was, I think, the embarrassing moment of helping lose the game in Green Bay put him on the right trajectory.
And he has talked about
he's
the
been
problems he had last year.
Adamant that, look, man, I'm not going to make an excuse about it, but I started slow because I didn't get in the proper information early. We were short receivers. I got moved around, and I didn't learn what I needed to learn. And it's very much like, Kevin, remember the first time we filled in for Afternoon Drive, and everything was moving a lot faster than it did on weekends, and we just needed a minute to kind of settle in and go. That's kind of where he was I went to a small college, and now I'm going to the NFL, and everything's intense and fiery. So I think I'm very excited to see what Tolbert's year brings. It's between him and Fehoko for number 4. Maybe he slides up into number 3.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 214. Love the show. Can I get a shout-out? I'm headed out to Florida to get married. That is from John. So there's an uber positive shout-out.
Good luck with that.
This is not an uber positive shout-out, but I think it is definitely worthwhile. For the 817, shout-out to a buddy we laid to rest yesterday, Chris, a.k.a. Dead Reckoning. That was his gamer tag. He was a huge Cowboys, Mavericks, and Rangers fan and a Tolo. Gone at 39, too early. Rest in peace. Our apologies and prayers go along with you for that loss because shout-outs can take any form or fashion on a Shout-Out Friday. Coming up next, let's go to the Stanley Cup Finals, but also Joey gets to take the Dallas Stars season-ending survey. We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
The latest from
To you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Shot by Bennett, blocked by Whitecloud. Out it comes to Ekblad. Drives it across.
And that pretty much saved the series for Florida. We'll explain more about that in just a second. But it is also a shout-out Friday from the 903. My wife and I just got a new house. We move in on the 1st of July. Big step for us and our family. So shout out to us. Congratulations to you guys. And from the 972, shout out to KNC. I was laid off 3 weeks ago, and I've had a really hard time with depression because of it. For 4 or 5 hours a day, you guys make me feel a little better and a little normal. Glad for whatever assistance we can provide during the day. And that's why it oddly feels important when I know we all we have people move in, move out at this job and everything like that. But for a while, Joey was part of our radio family here. And that's why people sent him cookies and people are going to miss him and all that good stuff.
Yeah, think about this for a second. At this point, all that Sean and RJ have ever known is Troy and Peyton. All right.
They're like the Steelers.
Look at all the people that we've had. Yeah, that model of consistency there. We've had so much turnaround.
Yeah,
we're basically the Patriots, Kevin, because somehow still successful, even though we keep replacing people on a budget.
Had Bill Belichick
Great comparison
the whole time.
But look at all the championships, Kevin.
That's a good point.
I think that's the thing. We've gotten to know so many people, and I name more than one producer that has left us and not been I like those guys. Name more than one, because I'm sure there's one out there that's kind of I got screwed over here.
I think
but
we could do without.
Name more than one.
We
have a pretty good history here.
Vast majority.
Yeah, our track record. Are you leaving, Joey? When you're leaving here, are you going to look back and go, never? If you see some hockey player that you're hey, they're I'm going to go on with KNC, you're going to be no. You're going to be you need to go on.
Oh, absolutely not. I would be encouraging it to the end of the world. You guys are the best.
Yeah, look at that.
He's not wrong about that.
Nope.
Now, also the best, obviously, we played the one clip from Matthew Tkachuk, is tied the game with, I want to say it was was it 2.5 minutes?
2:13,
okay.
from what I believe.
Okay, and you're facing a 3-0 deficit on the other side. Not that you can't make a run at it after that, as we've seen, but that forced overtime, and then we can go to cut number 6, and you might hear a familiar name right here.
Bennett, cross ice, shot,
That's right.
One for Hagee.
I think they said Connor Verhage.
Oh,
I do believe.
I always get confused, and I'm I think they're always saying, and pass for Hagee, and I'm oh, Kevin's playing. Do you have a family member? But no, the answer.
I would love to claim that. So yeah,
you do have family members.
That is true,
That's
but
correct.
not that score goals in the Stanley Cup final, as far as I'm aware.
Yes.
Yet, that is a great point. So that series now 2-1, and it looks like at least there's a better output for the possibility of a competitive series. As of yesterday, if it would have ended like it did 2-1, I would have been okay, well, this series is going to end in Game 4. So we will move on to Game 4 with Florida looking to keep their just amazing miracle run going. Now, we haven't got the results just yet, so Joey, I'm going to allow you to take this survey. This is the Dallas Stars 2023 early offseason fan survey.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared?
I am prepared.
How did the Stars, and Corey, if you hear an answer that you think is stupid, feel free to cut in. How did the Stars measure up to your expectations in 2022-23? Below expectations, met expectations, or exceeded expectations?
For me, they exceeded expectations.
Okay.
I was expecting this team to pretty much be a fringe playoff team again, somewhere in those 2 wild card spots. And they were in the one spot in the Western Conference for the majority of the year, or at least the Central Division for the majority of the year. So I definitely think they exceeded expectations.
Stupid answer.
No!
They were below expectations.
No!
I expected 2 Stanley Cups this year.
2?
That would have been awesome.
That way we could call it the Stanley Cup Finals, but instead of the final.
That's a good point.
So
Stanley Cup's final.
And you know what? I expected a cup in the bubble too. So they've been below expectations
Does that
multiple
fall on
times.
this year's group?
Off to a bad start, Joey.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 5,
very balanced.
With 1 being not happy, 5 being very happy, how do you think Pete DeBoer did in his first year as a head coach? I'm assuming Corey's at a 1. Joey, what do you got here?
I'm going to go 5. I'm very happy. He was able to pull offense out of a team that struggled to score more than 2 goals a year a season ago, and they almost had, I believe they actually finished with above a goal average this year, so that was big.
Hold those thoughts.
All right.
We're going to see how in the tank for the Stars he is, as he's already laying the groundwork for his eventual future career.
I'll give DeBoer a 4 though.
Okay.
I was pretty impressed with what he accomplished. Rocking in here, kind of all on his own, having a whole bunch of new players.
On a normal letter grade scale, what would you give Jake Ottinger and then separately Jason Robertson for the entirety of this season? Regular season and postseason.
Okay. First full season for Jake Ottinger as the number 1 goaltender. I'll give him a B+.
There's no B+ on this.
So just a
These
B?
are flat
A, B,
grades.
C, D, F.
I will give him a
No
B.
E's.
I think he was
if you moved
phenomenal.
It up to an A, I would be concerned.
Yeah, I would have liked him to be a little bit more shut down in the playoff, in the postseason, as we would all have. But he was dealing with some injuries. But as a body of work, I will give him a B. For Jason Robertson, I'll give him an A. I mean, the guy scored
He had the
at
most
will.
points in the history of Dallas hockey.
Yeah, he scores at will. He seems to do whatever he wants sometimes. He struggled in the first 2 series, but he really picked it up in that Vegas series. So a nice A for Robo.
Okay.
Ottinger, Kevin, C.
Oh, what?
Grow up. And Robertson.
Hold on.
He's getting married.
Do I grow up or does he need to grow up?
He just got engaged.
You know what? I'm just putting it out there. Y'all can figure that out.
Okay.
If I told you the answers to all the questions, then you wouldn't learn anything. Robertson,
How that work?
B.
Okay. Wow.
Score more
critic.
goals. Did he lead the league in goals scored?
He didn't.
There's a man named McJesus.
Then be better.
He did have the most points in the history
Robert's son.
of the franchise in Dallas.
Right. That's a franchise,
Uh-huh.
not a league.
Okay. You've got me
How much
there.
is the league? How much is Hockey League worth? Is it in the billions, Kevin?
Yes.
Is there a franchise of hockey in the billions?
Toronto, maybe?
Yeah,
I think
but
they're the
even
most
then,
worth.
I bet
Yeah,
they
even-
fall a little short.
So where do you
Still
think I
suck.
sit on this?
Yeah.
Be in the billions, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't care. If it's not in the billions, don't bother him. How would you like to see the Stars handle Max Domi in free agency? Resign him, whatever it takes. Resign him only if the price allows for further cap flexibility. We're not interested in re-signing him.
Re-sign with hopefully the ability to have some cap flexibility. They are
Well, what
pretty
a nice
tight
little
right
pipe
now.
dream that is.
Yeah, they're going to have to make some moves in order to do that. And as I said yesterday during our combo platter, I would like them to re-sign Max Domi. I think he would be a great addition. But with him, he's bounced around for years. Like he's in a different place every other season. So he would probably like at least 5 years to kind of settle down somewhere, which might be tough.
Is there anybody better out there?
Yeah, and that's where the price. I mean, yes, but that's where the price point comes in.
Is there anybody bigger out there?
Ooh.
No, listen, and here's why. He's fast. There's some skill. There's obvious skill, and I'm sure it could grow a little bit more. I did like how scrappy he was. When the Pavelski thing happened, he was the first one to lay in there and put a punch on somebody. I like that part of him, but I felt like physicality was something this team needed a little more of, and I didn't think he provided that. I thought he provided a scrappiness, and I love that. But that's like, for me, I'm like, scrappiness belongs on the fourth line. And I need a little more out of it. But and that's why
We're
I'm
living in the 90s.
Damn team you've ever seen.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, is there anybody like Pat Verbeek was a scrappy guy for me? But I definitely need more production from him if I'm going to sign him for a big deal.
What position would you like to see the Stars address most in free agency, sign or trade? Forwards, defensemen, or goaltenders?
Well, I think the obvious answer would be the decor.
Goaltenders.
Oh, yeah.
What? No, that's because you gave Ottinger a C.
A backup goaltender that can
Ooh,
can actually play the spot because
Hey, Wedgwood was good.
Well,
Yeah.
but I want Ottinger to be able to take off more time late in the season.
Okay. Were you satisfied with Scott Wedgwood as the backup goaltender, knowing that he makes $1 million? Which I know for a regular job, you're like, holy crap. For a hockey player, you're like, that's fine.
Joey, I defer to you on that, but I think that they didn't trust Wedgwood enough to put him in late in the season to give Ottinger the spell he needed.
Well, that was because of an injury, which really sucked. He was out for about a month. Otherwise, I'm very satisfied. I think he's a great backup that comes in, and even in the playoffs when Otter was just, his game went to hell, he came in and he was able to settle down. Unfortunately, he did have that injury where Otter had to play every game down the stretch, which hurt, but you didn't want to have Matt Murray taking shots constantly for the final month of the season.
How do you feel about Jamie Benn's captaincy moving forward? Strip him of it now, keep him as captain through the end of his contract, keep him as captain for now, but eventually transition it to somebody else while he's still on the roster. That's my vote.
Okay. I would probably let him go till the end of his captaincy. I think there's going to be a young guy that eventually comes up. Maybe from the junior leagues, Logan Stankoven, who's supposed to come up maybe next year or in a couple of years. This is a guy that was the captain for his junior league team and was incredible. So maybe somebody like him, even a guy like Ty Delandria, maybe. A number 10. We've had a number 10 be a captain back in the day.
His last name is Stankoven? That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is an awesome...
look him up. He's really insane.
I feel like Outcast and him should link up and do something together. That is awesome.
Now, my final question, scale of 1, no chance, which is confusing. Because you know what? I'm going to change that. 0 is no chance.
All right.
On a scale of 0 to 5, 5 being very confident. How confident are you the Stars will win a championship in the next 5 seasons?
I'll let you, Joe. You've been going first on all these, so
I give it a 3.
Oh, I said
feel like it's
4.
middle of the ground.
I give it a 1.
What?
Yeah, dude.
That's odd.
Have you seen the Knights?
They choked yesterday.
They did choke. What a bunch of bums. Suckers.
I mean, they did still beat us.
I think a 3 is good. They have a shot to be in it, I think, for the next 3-5 years. And then maybe even beyond that, depending on how they add veterans and grow their youth department. But I think they've got a good thing in place. They're just obviously going to have to find a new coach. Because
Stop it.
It's not his fault that he's cursed. It's not his fault that he's cursed this way. I don't know what happened.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
You will be thinner.
Right
that
here
could happen.
On 105.3 The Fan from the 469. They didn't put their name, but this is on purpose.
Let go of Suitor.
I'm proposing today at Fan Expo as a surprise to my girlfriend. I hope it goes well, and good luck up north, Joey. Now, this is interesting.
Why aren't we at the Fan Expo?
That's a good question.
We're the Fan.
But also, how many women who are now going to the Fan Expo
are getting
who know
proposed to
that their boyfriends listen to the Fan? They're like, hold up. Do you think somebody in the car right now is like, oh, looked over and he goes, no. That probably happened.
Man, yeah. What if he's inside the QT right now and she's sitting in the car waiting for her Gatorade or whatever, and she's sitting there and she heard it and she's like, "We're heading to Fan Expo. Not really sure what this thing is, but we're going." And she's like, "He must be proposing." Now she's digging through the car, and then she finds some other girl's number.
No, what? I'm going to stop you right there.
She's looking for a ring and she finds something else.
It's a terrible idea to propose at Fan Expo if the person you're proposing to is thinking, I don't really know what this Fan Expo thing is, then propose elsewhere. I'm assuming she is well aware of what it is. Coming up next, it's time for baseball buckets with Corey Major.
Oh, man. Hey, I got some arms that are not the ones that you typically hear about next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 903. Met a girl after 2 years of being divorced and single, so shout-out to Chelsea. Ooh, very nice. And then from the 469, shout-out to myself, turned 45 yesterday, Christian. Happy birthday, and shout-out to you. And now, shout-out to everybody who's a fan of Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Very much for having me on the show today.
I mean, you're on the show.
It's a pleasure to have you on as always.
Baseball Buckets. Thank you, Joey. For your last show. Baseball Buckets is the original baseball segment on 105.3 The Fan.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can argue against that today.
Baseball show of record?
Yes, baseball show of record that is. Again.
So hold on, this is the original baseball segment on the baseball show of record?
On the baseball show of record,
wow.
Yeah. And don't forget the first interviews for your favorite pitchers in DFW that are pitching right now and still healthy. Us. Remember, we didn't get DeGrom as the first interview. Remember, we were at the card show.
He said no.
And he didn't say no. His day just ran a little late. And we were like, up to the last minute, we were like, are we going to get him or not?
Yeah.
And we didn't. And now look. But all the other guys.
Oh, my gosh.
Heaney, Gray, Evaldi. Look at that. So, I mean, the G-Bag bump is real. But the first interview needs to go to KNC if you want to be healthy all year.
And that feels like interview hostaging.
Don't forget what happened to Giovanni Gallardo many, many years ago with KNC. We were on nights, Joey. Giovanni Gallardo had a decent career, all right? Decent career. We walk up, first show to interview him, all right? We're like, where's Giovanni Gallardo? We walk into spring training. He's like, hey, guys, he's got some ice on his shoulder. I touch his shoulder.
Okay, hold on. You make it sound like you could have dropped a feather on it. I'm not saying you hurt him, but you were like, hey, pal.
And immediately Kevin's like, why are you touching him? And I'm like, I have no clue what went through my brain just now. Giovanni Gallardo has the best year of his career with that shoulder, by the way, and doesn't get hurt.
About that.
Does not get hurt.
You're not wrong.
Next year, back to being Giovanni Gallardo. Best year of his career. So again, the KNC Magic. The KNC Magic's real, Kevin. I believe that it's real.
Okay.
Here's my question to you guys, because I was trying to go through this mindset of like, okay, this is a very big series this weekend.
Yes.
And because it doesn't define anything, but it gives you a good outline.
But it feels like it does a little bit. You're right.
And it's great for fans of baseball that want to watch two good teams play against each other. Maybe it doesn't have the cachet that Boston, New York has, but this is definitely. I mean, think about this for a second. John Daniels leaves by being kind of forced out, and he goes and picks up with Tampa Bay, and now they're on fire. And here you are with a new GM, and you're also on fire.
Yeah.
So the John Daniels part of it also kind of is involved there. If you really hate John Daniels and you want to see him fail, you want to see the Rangers win, you can do that. That's your decision. I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm saying that's your decision. But whenever you think about all the other things, you don't hate Tampa Bay yet, right? There's nothing to hate about them right now, is there?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Something could happen this weekend.
I had to think about it
that makes you go, I hate Randy Arozarena, or I hate Wander Franco. Whatever, something could happen this weekend where you're like, if we see them again in the playoffs, it's going to get chippy, and I can't wait for it. So this is a great time to start setting the table for some stuff.
Another one of our former producers.
Chippy, yeah, exactly. The thing about it is, but it's exciting, but here's what I wanted to say. This team has so many different characters, as Will Clark would say, a cast of characters, that I wanted to ask who is going to be the one that has the highlight moment this weekend. But I think there are going to be multiple highlight moments from a Jonah Heim, a home run from Jonah Heim, or a home run from Adolis, or it's I just think that this club has so many guys that chip in at the right moments that it's hard to just be like, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be Marcus Semien that has the defining moment in this series this weekend. You could pick one, 877-881-1053. Who do you think has the fun one this weekend?
And by the way, I love that question because there are so many options to choose from, right?
I do too. Again, I mean, I just rolled off Jonah Heim could be one. And that's like, where does he bat for you? 7? Like this is great that you're kind of in this other vein where that dude could come up to the plate late in the game, and you're not just begging yourself to get back to the top 3 of the batting order because you know that guys can get on base. So
maybe it's Evaldi.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Yes, exactly. So like this is what's really exciting about this is 2 teams that have some depth across the board that are producing at a very good rate. I'm really excited about it. All right, so I saw this pop up, Kevin, and it was it's 8 potential trade chips.
Okay.
Who have gotten hot.
Oh.
And this could be attractive, if you will, and maybe they lost some weight and they're looking better.
Probably in the baseball.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. Candelero out of the Nationals, third base. You don't need a third baseman. You have the future of third base right there with Josh Young.
Right.
So
we do have the future of third base.
we're moving on from that guy. Michael Conforto. Now, this name has popped up a bajillion times.
Yeah.
19 RBIs, 7 home runs in recent weeks with a 1.110 OPS over his past 20 games. Yes, that was going into Wednesday. He's on a 2-year, $36 million deal. Do you need any outfielders right now?
Yes.
Because you don't like Jankowski.
No,
or Grossman.
Well, look, Grossman has had some struggles. If you're telling me there's one position that I would need to fortify, it certainly is in the outfield for this Rangers team, right?
Yeah. It's kind of this point of what's my lineup look like? Where can I add some juice to it?
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to, but just if offered the opportunity, that's where I'm looking.
Yeah, if I'm one of those guys that if I'm Chris Young and I'm in the midst of trying to acquire a relief pitcher, I'm also going, how do I beef up my order just a little bit at the same time without it letting everybody know? That being said, here's another option out here. The Cincinnati Reds, who have recently got a lot of energy in them. Alexis Diaz. This is Edwin Diaz's brother. He has a .82 ERA over his past 10 outings. Going into Wednesday, struck out 20 batters in 11 innings.
It's funny, found a little juice. Obviously, that division is not the best. But if you're going to wish failure on another team, it should be the teams that have the players that you want to try to trade. Because right now, Cincinnati they're only 5 back in their division because, like I said, their division is not good. They might be like, hey, we can stick this out for a while longer. Like, you would like to see them spin out where they're like, well, we're not going to the playoffs this year. What pieces do we need to peddle?
Mm-hmm. Man, I keep forgetting about Ezekiel Duran. And when he came up, I was all over. Look, this dude has something that I really like, and I don't know what it is. And then it kind of was back and forth last year, but he's at, 322 right now?
Yeah.
And he is, and somebody just said Ezekiel Duran is your outfielder.
He has shown out incredibly.
So if you had the choice, if you could trade Duran and a couple pieces for Soto, are you not doing that?
I would definitely do that and figure that out because you said a couple of pieces. I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, all right.
But I know there are a lot of people who are confident that you need to look no further and that Duran is your person. I think you can make arguments for every spot on this team right now, at least in terms of the batting lineup. But if you have to choose somebody, I'm still going outfield.
Michael Kopech with the White Sox, because the White Sox are kind of prominently featured here in the fact that they're not a good team and they might like to sell at some point. I know Lance Lynn is a guy that we always love too, but Kopech might offer that chance of being the biggest return. 27.232 ERA in his past 5 starts, struck out 43 batters, only 12 hits over 31 innings. He's earning $2 million this season and is arbitration eligible for 2 more years. Kevin, that sounds like the perfect thing the Rangers would have done had they not been this successful already. Like if Heaney wasn't working out and let's say Gray wasn't working out, they would have gone, hey, we need to make a move for a younger pitcher that we have some control over in the future. But maybe they look at the DeGrom thing and go, we got some time. We have to add something. Maybe that pitcher, a young 27-year-old pitcher with control there. And then Julian Merriweather from the Cubs. He had a rough April, but he's been very effective. 1.32 ERA with 20 strikeouts over 13 innings, 31 relief pitcher that you could rock out there. So those are some options for you with the relief world.
I mean, look, at this point in the game, clearly I'm much more interested in adding pitchers as opposed to bats, but talent is talent. From the 817 on a Shout-Out Friday, shout out to my best friend Matt out delivering for Amazon. Stay safe, buddy. We're both longtime listeners from Late Night KNC and Arnie. That is fantastic, and he loves you.
Oh, my line's open here. From the 817, Jankowski robs Tampa of a home run, then follows with a 2-out, 2-on, 3 RBI home run. Kevin, we are missing an opportunity to do Rangers prices right today, and it's my fault. I'm sorry.
Oh, you might be right about that, but you know what? I might be able to find a spot for it.
Let's do it.
But what's really awesome is I also saw Young, Heaney, and Evaldi pops back up there. There's a lot of options to choose from.
Choose them all.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Yes, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, would NFL owners and the league itself allow Saudi Arabia to buy a team? Talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the final day of Joey with the program, and it is also a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout-out to my boss. Asked me to cook for our subcontractors. Cook 4 briskets, 40 burgers, and 4 pounds of smoked queso. Pure enjoyment doing it, as long as I get reimbursed. That is a very good point.
I got to smoke some queso this weekend for Lucius. Yeah, I got to do that. He actually said he'd cash at me some money for it, and I was like, no, man, this is I owe you. I owe you because you asked.
From the 817, oh, that's a dangerous strategy to put out over the air. The 817, shout out to all the homies that are down on their luck. We can't give up. Thanks for all the support y'all give us listeners. Absolutely big proponents of mental health on this show and getting help if you need help. And then from the 903, Kevin, give me a birthday shout out. They didn't ask, but I'll still do it anyway. My name is Zach. I will turn 37 tomorrow, and I've been a huge fan of KNC back to when you guys were on nights. Happy birthday, and there is your shout out. Now, Corey, I know this has been of fascination to you now that you're a billionaire, Corey.
Yes. Yeah, I'm having if y'all haven't heard lately.
Oh my God.
Now that I know just how much money is available out there, these measly NFL contracts of hundreds of millions of dollars are just really irrelevant to me because, Kevin, somebody can just be like, hey, we'll give you $600 billion. Actually, don't forget about the 20 extra, Mike. And just take it because we aren't really good at our business. So take the money from us. Kevin, there's so much more money that we're not discussing. We're limiting ourselves by not living in the life of billions.
And this is why I'm intrigued by the way you've set it up more, because there's been a bunch of dumb articles the last 2 days. Could Saudi Arabia afford an NFL team? And I'm like, what the hell are you even talking about? Did you not hear what Corey said? $620 billion, which, oh, by the way, the goal that the Prince of Saudi Arabia has discussed is by 2030, he would like the public investment fund to be worth $2 trillion.
So hold on. How do you know what the PIF is currently?
$620 billion.
They're only at that 620.
Yeah, yes.
And he wants them to be at $2
billion.
Trillion.
Or, excuse me, $2 trillion.
$2 trillion. And I don't know what's after trillion. I just don't. Has our national deficit gotten up to past the trillions?
Oh yeah.
Don't worry about it, man. It's all fake anyway.
I do worry about it sometimes.
It's all fake. It's not going to hurt us.
Oh my gosh.
So when they have that much and they want to be in the 2 trillion area. So what makes anybody think that they couldn't afford in any NFL team, let alone the entire damn NFL, the way that they just bought the PGA Tour?
Look, 1,000,000%. By the way, we'll get back to the PGA Tour and Forgiveness Friday because they're idiots. Is Saudi Arabia, I fully believe, could buy all of the NFL. Now, the order that would go in, whether it's the Jones family, the Rooney family, who would be like at the end of the line, I don't know about that. But what's intriguing to me about this question is, because I think the answer is definitely yes, would the NFL allow it? Because you might be like, well, what can they do to stop it? Money is money. But remember, and this is what we're going through with Harris and the Commanders right now, and that vote is set for July. You have to have 24 of the NFL owners approve this. So you have to have 3/4 of the NFL owners to approve it. Personally, I'm of the opinion, but I want to see if you're there with me, that for the right price, they damn sure will approve that.
Okay. I think I was looking. I'm trying to find this real quick, Kevin, because it's not up. There it is. The poorest, the two that aren't listed are Cincinnati and Green Bay. Green Bay because it's a bunch of owners.
What's up with Cincinnati?
Cincinnati, Mike Brown, I just don't have his money listed right now.
I like the idea that he has no assets whatsoever except the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, that's a great asset to have, but he's like, I got nothing else.
He spent most of his life working inside the organization. His net worth is like $925 million based on a report from 2015 from Forbes. So that's what we know there. The Rooney family. We'll go to them, though. You brought that up.
Yeah.
30th.
Okay.
Art Rooney is worth $925 million.
Okay.
Chump change. Considering
you don't care if it's not billions, Corey's gonna
everybody
pass.
above him is at least.
Are you going to start watching the show Billions?
I guess I have to now. Yeah, at this point, I need to watch a 3-comma show. Otherwise, what am I even doing? Mark Davis is at $1.2 billion. I'm just kind of giving you a scale of the bottom 5 are a 1.2, 1.9, 1.3. That's a small range. Yeah. Let's go to the top of the list, though. The top of the list, who do you think the top 5 are?
Okay, I feel pretty confident the people who just brought the Broncos are the Walmart family.
$20.3 billion.
Are they one?
Yeah, Jody is currently Yes, $20.3 billion. They are number 1.
Just think about that. That's the leftover part of the public investment fund. That's $620 billion. So the richest owner has the leftover part of the $600 billion plus money.
The Seahawks, 18.5, Jody and Paul Allen. David Tepper, 15.3. He's the Panthers. The Chiefs, the Hunt family, 13.6 billion. And Jerry Jones at number 5 at 12.9 billion. All right. The entirety of the NFL net worth owners, $59.8 billion, which does not even come close to making an imprint on the rest of what the PIF has said. We'll just give this to you so we don't have to do this anymore.
First of all, I love the fact that you're calling it the PIF. Here's the way I view it is the Commanders are selling for $6.05 billion, and what did the Broncos go for? Like just a touch under $5 billion, I feel like, is all you have to do to get the NFL on board. And I will address what somebody else brought up about doing business with Saudi Arabia on a governmental level is I think you just double the price, right? So like, let's say you want to buy, I don't know, the Minnesota Vikings or whatever.
Gross.
I know, right? But like,
unless Kellen Mond's the quarterback, then I'm good.
Well, I'm pretty sure they cut him. That happened like a while ago. I was going through my cards and I definitely had some Kellen Mond cards. And I was like, whoops.
Well,
okay, so like, let's say it's, again, they're looking for theoretically valued at, exactly. Okay. So the PIF, if you will, they come in and they're like, all right, 10 billion. This is your in, because then it's nothing. It's to them, but it's gonna go through the NFL owners, because the NFL owners can be like, I have moral reservations. And look, we're not discussing that particular aspect of it right now. If you have your own moral reservations, totally get that, but that's not really the point of what we're talking about right now. But
we're talking about greed right now.
Yeah, and NFL owners will see that, and everybody looks out to one degree or another for their own self-interest, right?
Yep.
So if you're sitting there and you're like, you kidding me? The Vikings are going to get $10 to $12 billion? What's my team going to be worth? And everybody at that table will look at it and think about it for at least a minute. Now, are you going to convince everybody? I don't know about that. But I bet you can convince 24 of those owners that the value of their franchise skyrockets with that sale, just like you remember with the $2 billion sale in the NBA. Well, guess what?
Everybody got launched on the billionaire area.
Exactly. And so the franchise value skyrocketed in the NBA. Same thing with the NFL. And I think that's what pushes this through. Now, somebody did ask the question or make the statement, and I will just tell you, I appreciate you texting in. I disagree with your point, and we're getting a lot of feedback. Here we go from the 214. It's not the NFL will allow it. It's whether Congress will allow it. The PGA deal will not happen. I fundamentally disagree with that just because the United States does business with Saudi Arabia all the time. And like, I'm trying not to beat you down with geopolitics or anything like that, but that happens all of the time. Yeah. I do not think that the government will stop that.
Yeah, so nobody really even should have gotten involved in the conversation of morality whenever it came to this in the first place with the PGA, because our government's already like hand in hand with them.
Look.
And by the way, we've decided to go with PIF, by the way, instead of the Saudis. It just didn't feel right to keep saying that.
So you can say the Public Investment Fund if you want, which is essentially like that's essentially the Scrooge McDuck money bin or silo of Saudi Arabia, if you're curious why that keeps getting referenced. And so I do think if the interest is there, they can 1,000,000%, not just by one team, but by multiple teams. And then I think eventually some of these legacy families, whether it's the Hunts, the Rooneys, Jones family, it's kind of like, hey, we're going to give you above market value for your property so we can build the mall here, and you're the last holdout. And they're essentially like, hey, the mall's coming, whether or not you sell. It might just shift over a tiny bit. And I wonder, I don't think that would happen, but
look what just happened with the golfers. Do you want to be a Phil? Do you want to have the extra X amount of money, or do you want to be the one left behind? And I do go to the Ted Lasso point on this. There's a scene where Rebecca is there. There's people that have done atrocious things.
Sure.
They're like, hey, we're building this new league. You're coming with us. And all the rich guys in that room are like, yes, let's go look at our bottom line and how much it's about to go. We're going to be printing money. And Rebecca kindly goes, are y'all idiots?
Yeah.
This is for love of the sport. I believe there's part of Jerry that would say, I helped build this thing from the ground up. I turned this into the most profitable league in all of sports. Why would I want to sell? And he would probably be, again, like you said, a holdout with a number that's so ridiculous. But Kevin, there are lots of breweries around here that said, I am a local brewery. We will always be a local brewery, and we will never change.
Right.
And then Anheuser-Busch or Miller Lite rolled in and said, we're going to give you $4 million to sell it to us, and we're going to make the product a little lighter. But, we got cost expenses and everything.
Like you've been burned by this exact scenario in one of your breweries.
And then there are a few Peticolas. There are a few locals that have held out, and they're like, no, we like our business. And they've stuck to their guns on things. And I appreciate that. But whenever the money rolled in, most of the people said, I'll take it. I'll cash the check. See you later.
And that's why from the 214, again, not to beat you down with geopolitical discussion, PGA is one thing. The NFL is different. Congress will put up roadblocks. Well, what's going to be the counter move from Saudi Arabia, who has a heavy hold on OPEC and everything like that? They're like, fine, we'll cut oil even more and gas prices will go up. And then guess what? It'll be politically advantageous for whoever the hell is in charge to be like, I would like gas prices to go back down, even if you want to argue the cause and effect of that. And a deal will be made. I hear you, and if I'm wrong, I will definitely tell those people who are like, I told you so, that I'm wrong. I do not believe the government will step in on this.
We've heard Jerry Jones say, I want a bigger boat. Like he could look at let's say they offer him $25 billion for the Cowboys.
And that's what I think.
He go, I can buy 4 boats.
Because I think he'll say, I want a number that won't be beat for lifetimes.
Yeah.
Like eventually everything goes up in the world. I get that. But he's like, it won't be beat for lifetimes. And they're like $25 billion. And he goes, yeah, that's a pretty good starting point. I want $30 billion. And they can do that like that. I'm not predicting that would happen. But when people keep asking the question, could they come in? 100% they could.
I know the money that generates is a magnificent power for owners in that they have the money to do whatever they want with their clubs. But the other part of it, I do think, is power and access. That's the one thing that I think that they wouldn't want to give up is the power and access that being the owner of the Cowboys gives them. Jerry Jones gets access to every door. And he probably has a key to every city, Kevin.
Sure.
Because he can kind of pay for whatever he wants, but he has power and access to, hey, I'm the owner of the Cowboys. Do you want to sit down at the table and start this negotiation?
Right.
Usually it's going to be yes, because how do I become part of that? So I think there are a lot of owners that are like, man, if we're willing to sell our souls for this, will I always have that power, or will I owe that power to somebody else that has money? Or will I gain more power from it? And that's where I think a lot of these businessmen would be looking and saying to themselves, this is a great opportunity. I don't look, man, when it comes to the morality of it, when you see all the dollar signs, I don't think a lot of people are willing to turn it down.
That is an interesting point and a very interesting question that you posed. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 325. Shout out to my buddy Ryan. Oh, this is a rude shout.
Hey, Ryan.
For losing the par 3 money and the stroke play match to me today.
Damn it, Ryan!
See, that was pretend shout-out. That was really a burn against your friend. And from the 469, shout out to my sister Melissa, who is a Tolo and listens every day. Happy birthday from your brother, Philip. Happy birthday as well. And there is your shout out. And then an interesting pushback from some people who said, well, you know what? I've been a listener of KNC since y'all were on the weekends. So in your face, birthday shout out guy. I don't think that
we started out on only the weekends, Kevin.
I don't necessarily think that is what we should be encouraging. But then again, I read it. Coming up next, it's time for Forgiveness Friday. Trent Williams, United States tennis players, and Joey. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
RhinoShieldTX.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. Once again, this is a trick shout-out. Shout out to Whataburger for making me go inside to get my order that was supposed to be curbside. It's a trick shout out. They're angry about that. And from the 817, shout out to Joey.
Dude.
The Tolos will miss him.
We will miss you, Joey. But
We'll
I
see.
do.
He's in Forgiveness Friday.
I do have to shout out somebody here. There is a dude who DoorDashes cans of Copenhagen from 7-Eleven. Because I have seen I've stopped the same 7-Eleven twice now, and somebody in front of me has an order for, I'm not going to say his name, but has an order for this dude, and it's 1 can of Copenhagen. He will not get up off of his butt to drive to the 7-Eleven, which has got to be nearby somewhere, all right, to get a can of Copenhagen.
I respect it.
No, I can't. Like, y'all were saying how it's just throwing away money, and I'm not worried about the money part of it. It's just 1 can of Copenhagen. It takes 15 minutes for that person to fill all the information out just to get that, and I'm sitting there waiting just to get my 1 Gatorade. And I'm like, come on, man. I'm trying to get out of here. We only have 1 guy working the counter, and here all he's doing is this can of Copenhagen that he has to fill out a form on DoorDash to get delivered to you.
Okay, I'm going to try to combo
Shout out to that guy.
in your fake shout out. I'm going to try to combo that in to Forgiveness Friday. Does the other person
That was a shout out though,
who is at any convenience store who sees the issue and sees people waiting but chooses to do nothing about it on the other register, they need to ask for forgiveness? I don't care who you are. You've seen this before. They're there. They're like, you'll be fine.
Or grocery store. That happens all the time. Hey, let's open up another register, Target.
Yeah.
Ever think about it?
Although, but that's if you can see.
They have 68 registers.
The self-checkouts.
Only 2 of them open. Yeah.
Yeah, because we can't figure out how to fix those self-checkouts, or somebody's there because they have 800 items. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't for you, buddy. We might need to get into a self-checkout discussion at some point. As long as there's other people working there. Because I remember when I worked at the video store one time, I was scheduled on the Sunday night before Labor Day, and usually you're not very busy on a Sunday night, but it was before Labor Day, and so everybody was off. And so we were slammed all night. I swear I was moving as fast as I can. So was the other person who's running register. And this guy yelled up from like midway through the store with in line. He goes, "Hey, can you open another register?" Look to my left, nobody. Look to my right, nobody. And I said, "Sure, who do you want to run it?" And that was the end of that conversation because we did not have any other employees there. I'm going to throw the PGA Tour in this again because the PGA Tour, these people are idiots. I can see why they needed to sell because they are terrible at everything. I would get rid of the commissioner, the PR person, everybody.
Have you ever had to apologize?
You know what?
He did.
Every day.
You did.
A lot.
And then you're like, oh, my bad. And then you had one of your golfers go up there yesterday and essentially say, it'd be great if they could just kind of like get over it. That is pretty much what happened about the families of 9/11. Hey, if you could kind of like just be cool with it, that'd be great.
I have a request, Kevin. I don't know who the next person will be that sits in Joey's chair, but can they add the "Have you ever had to apologize" to the beginning of Forgiveness Friday song?
Oh yeah,
but that sounds like the perfect "Have you ever had to apologize? Please forgive me."
That's a great point. That is a great point. Now, the PGA Tour, they're the worst at everything. So they originally put out their release and they called this a merger. And then they were like, oh, we don't want that in there. So they had to put out an edited release that took out the word merger.
All right.
And then PGA Tour spokeswoman Laura Neal, it's probably not her fault. She's just stuck with garbage and has to figure it out. I know it's been called a merger shorthand, but that is not accurate. PGA Tour Inc. remains intact as it was prior, tax-exempt organization. We have created a separate commercial entity underneath that structure. Cool. It's a merger, and we all know it. You know it too, because you put merger in the press release that you put out.
It was confidential, Kevin.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the confidential.
You shouldn't have read that.
Yeah, well, I can't believe all of these people still have their jobs. Now, United States Tennis, they need to ask for forgiveness because they are not involved.
They're not live.
Well, NBC needs to ask for forgiveness for not airing this tennis match live. Or maybe they just knew the third and fourth sets were going to suck, and they were like, don't worry, we'll show you the good sets. This is the 12th straight major without a men's or women's champion for the United States, breaking the record for its longest drought in history dating back to 1877.
Wow.
The previous record was 11 between 1963 and 1966. So the United States has now gone 12 full majors without winning on the men's or the women's side. And honestly, I should just say on the women's side, because it's been a long time since the men have had a consistency of player to put out there. So realistically, I guess the women kind of failed us, but it's the men who have been failing at this for so much longer. So thank you to American women tennis players for being awesome. Men, let's get it together.
Yeah, I can't believe nobody knew about this, Kevin. Like, why have we let this go on so long? Do we even have a good American tennis player?
Not good enough. Because, do you know, how long do you think it's been since an American man won a major?
Oh, well, you said 12 straight years of no
12
majors.
straight majors, not years, majors.
12 straight majors. So how long has it been? I'm going to say 19 years.
It's been 20 years. That is an excellent guess.
Look at me. I guessed wrong just because I didn't want Kevin to feel bad that I knew more about tennis than him.
Very nice of you.
That is very fair. Andy Roddick won the 2003 U.S. Open.
Wow. That's the last one, Andy Roddick. And now all he does is like deli meat commercials with his wife.
That's the last one for the men. And so we're not holding up our end of the bargain. Do you think that Joey needs to ask for forgiveness for leaving? Because there's a lot of people giving him a shout out and stuff, and that's all fine and well. But Joey is also leaving us producer list. I'm assuming Carter just moves up in the room, and then one of us leaves. Carter just takes over our position and continues to just move up.
Yeah.
Through
Carter's eventually going to run
rooms.
this place.
It's the cycle of life.
Yeah. Here's the deal. Joey could ask for forgiveness all he wants. I don't think we're going to grant it. You know, it's just one of those situations where you're leaving us out in the cold here. You know, this was one of those surprise, hey, I'm done, out of nowhere kind of situations, Kevin.
I mean, I feel like he has told us.
We haven't known for very long
Okay.
about this, and he's just leaving us.
Do you remember when he was telling us about interviews and stuff? I kind of feel like maybe he
I
did.
let you know like a day after.
When?
I thought.
Yeah.
When was he talking about this stuff?
Like a month ago?
Yeah, it's been happening.
During the show?
Do you just tune out?
If it's outside of on air, that's my private time, all right?
The break is your private
Even if
time?
I'm in that room over there, like that's where my brain is my brain. I have to focus so much in here. How am I supposed to focus everywhere else? I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't know that you let us know so long ago.
Yeah.
Still not granted. This is really tough on me.
Is
I'm
that
emotionally.
why you weren't at the top of the list of references?
Yeah.
Because they call Corey and he'd be like, what? Who the hell he is?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call the Frankels about this emotional distress that you put me in. So that's there. Kevin, I do have another suggestion. I think my wife needs to ask me for forgiveness. She has yet to text me about my dream that I talked about, so that means she wasn't listening to our show this morning. And so now that's on her. Yeah, sure, I had a dream that put me in an awkward situation.
All right.
But she hasn't texted about it. So
let's prepare.
or is she waiting at home?
No. She didn't hear.
For me. Okay.
She didn't hear. There's no chance she heard. And let's prepare Joey for this real quick.
Oh, yeah. You're about to be in this situation.
Your girlfriend, who I tried to get her to come to the show and then realized I had no contact information for her. And so
He knew a name.
I sent her a friend request, and she has not accepted
Oh,
it. So I could not reach out to her.
I'll get on that. We can say her number over the air,
I bet
maybe.
you will.
Her phone number?
Yeah, and then you can have it.
Just dial it. Call her up.
Yeah. And she's going to be like, I can't make it in time. But when you start your broadcasting endeavor, she'll be all about it for like the first year for sure. Maybe into the second year. But eventually, like if you make it back here and you take over for the stars and stuff, she'll be in at the beginning. And then she won't particularly care. That is the cycle I've seen Corey go through, Mike go through, and now
Jess still listens, right?
Yeah, she still listens,
but you're starting
to see, it's definitely way less, because it used to be like, oh man, I loved your 10-20 segment, and now it's like, hey, did you guys say something about the Rangers today? Like that's not
or she found out through somebody else, a friend that was
exactly. Yeah, and so it's not exactly like that, but she definitely listens less, which is fine because also, we have a baby and stuff from the 817
together.
That is true. Kevin, the people that have 80 items in a self-checkout should serve life in prison. All right.
Yeah. Limit it to like 15.
Even that I can live with, but it's the person who has the completely full shopping cart that walks up and is like, dude, this is not for you.
And then you look in that basket and they're like, look at all the produce, individual scans. Hey, I don't even have a SKU number on this one. Got to go search it. You're like, that's not what this is for.
They tried to put the barcode on there to speed up the process. I don't know why at some point somebody was like, hey, you know how everything else in the store has a barcode? Do you think we should consider that for these items? They're like, you know what? They should. And then somebody said,
how do you spell kiwi?
Yeah. Somebody said all the people who want to do all the lottery tickets at the convenience store or the grocery store need to ask for forgiveness. If you're just like, hey, can I get the quick pick for tonight or whatever, but it's the person who's like, all right. And you can tell they've taken like their entire neighborhood's lottery ticket order so they can break it down in the most complex fashion. All right, I want 3 of the randoms, and then I got 5 of my own. Also, if I can do quick pick, 17 of those.
2 bingos, please.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that's like, and again, this goes to, is there a second cashier open? Is there a second register? There's that person you said, Kevin, that's just standing there like, I'm stocking today. My job is to stock all this Copenhagen for the guy that keeps DoorDash in Copenhagen. And I'm like, what are you doing over there? And he's like, I don't have a password. I have to stand here and wait for lottery ticket guy?
And then for the 817, Mike needs forgiveness for not being here for Joey's last day. They had as close to emotional send-off as I think Mike gets.
Yeah.
Hey, Slim Scotty, see you later.
It's a great handshake.
Yeah, that's
nice. He did when he called me this morning on the way out of the conversation, he said, have a great show for that guy today. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he was like, you know what I'm talking about. And I just assumed that he meant you, Joey. So
that's
a lot of love. He said, have a great show for that guy.
So, yes. And by the way, Joey is going to be broadcasting hockey in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin.
Yes.
Got it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a little gridiron gravy and a little Dallas Cowboys Hall of Fame watch. How many on the current roster will eventually end up in Canton? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Total wellness optimization begins with my friends at Men's T Clinic.
segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
On 1st and 15, Dalton picked off. Gilmore down the sideline. See you later. Touchdown, New England. Second pick of the day for Stephon Gilmore.
Haha, Stephon Gilmore. We will talk about him in just 1 second, but it is a shout-out Friday. Man, y'all have been bringing it with the shout-outs today. Well, since everyone is shouting out how long they've been listening, I've been listening to y'all since I worked the weekends, and I remember when Lucy was born. It made me tear up on my drive to work.
Man, it made me tear up too.
That makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
We did start on the weekends. If you didn't know, I want to lay this out real quick.
Okay.
Kevin. Natural progression of this show. I had finished college and was looking for a job. Our friend Frito, when I was an intern at ESPN, he was like, "Hey, we've offered a job here to somebody. If he accepts, you should go over to the Fan and talk to the guy who was our program director, Bruce Gilbert, at the time." And so I was like, all right, the guy accepted the job, and he said, go talk to the Fan because now there's an opening there. I reached out to Bruce Gilbert. Bruce Gilbert said, enjoy your last semester of college. And I never heard back from him. And I was like, holy crap. Fast forward to like April of something, and Tim Collins messages me and says, hey, do you want to come in and interview? And I was like, oh, this sounds amazing. I walk in to interview, and he says, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to show. And he was like, well, that's interesting. We think you have something. I was like, they said, who do you want to work with? And they named off a bunch of people. And I said, this guy, Kevin, I think is really funny, and he's one of the smartest people I know. Here's some videos. Just tell me what you think. And he goes, he watched the videos and came back and said, I think you guys, you guys get 3 Sundays.
But didn't he say, do you think you can get him?
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious.
And I was like, yeah.
Important.
I go home, I call Kevin, I'm like, I get his voicemail. I knew I shouldn't have called.
I didn't answer the phone.
I knew I shouldn't have called. And I leave a voicemail. I'm pretty sure the voicemail went something like this. You need to answer the effing phone next time I call you. This is important. I know we haven't talked in a while, but you need to answer the effing phone. Kevin calls me back. He's like, what's going on? I was like, you want to do radio with me for the rest of our lives? And Kevin said, that sounds like a great idea. We did 9 to noon every Sunday, starting on the day the Mavericks destroyed the Lakers.
You're welcome.
Then we stole Saturdays after Chris Arnold left, and we took 2 days a week because we wanted to prove we could do 2 days a week. We filled in sometimes for Rage whenever they were here, and then a nighttime show came calling for us. We had the night times. We were 2 days, 4 hours on the weekend on Sunday. Then it turned into 8. And then we took over nights, and somehow we convinced the bosses to keep us here in the middle of the day, and the Tolos have been with us every step of the way, and we thank you so much.
A couple things about that. Pretty much if Chris Arnold had the shift, we eventually had the shift after him. And also, I swear.
So eventually, are we going to be the Mavericks I
think that makes sense.
In the arena announcers?
I think that makes a lot of sense. Also, I thought we were getting fired after our first show.
Yeah.
Because for sure I did. Because I thought the show went well before I understood what a good show was. And they said you get 3 shows. And then they called us in after the first show. I was like, oh no, we're getting fired. And then I thought they were like, your show sucks so much you don't even get 3 shows.
You didn't even have Mike on yet.
Yeah.
They closed the door, and the boss said, all right, we don't know exactly what it is y'all have, but y'all got something, and chemistry's it. And so we rode chemistry for a very, very long time because of we had to acquire skill. But we rode chemistry for a while. And here we are. And then that's when they said, you guys are going to fill out our weekend rotation. And I'm pretty happy with the choices we made along the way.
From the 940, we might have to reschedule Gridiron. From the 940, I love you guys, but I do miss your No Shirt 9 o'clock segment. You know what, Joey? As long as you're going away.
We should do No Shirt Noon?
You should. Oh, that is an interesting point. Carter supports that. It used to be different because pictures used to come into our text. And this show was wild. And we would do No Shirt 9, and then we would fill in, we do No Shirt Noon, because as Corey said, because It's noon for the
So
moon?
yeah, when we
Is
worked
that what it
late
was?
nights, we would work until 1 a.m.
Yeah.
So at midnight, we would call it no shirt noon because it's noon for the moon.
That's right.
And so that was noon
no
for
shirt
the moon.
noon, no shirt 9, and no shirt noon for the moon. And
It was a hit, dude. No shirt segments were we got Michael Irvin to be in on it.
Yes, we did. Brandy Chastain.
Brandy Chastain was like, she was like, I definitely listen to the No Shirt 9. Jerry and Stephen Jones were like, can you imagine it right now?
Jerry goes, you haven't seen mine? And which I just thought was amazing. And so I'm with you about the No Shirt 9. It lost a little something in translation when we changed over our text system.
Yeah.
The 214, y'all some real MFers. Love hearing that. Thank you very much. From the 817, I've been here since the beginning. And from the 682, might have to edit this a little. My first time listening was when Corey got waxed. I was sold instantly. That was a very delicate wax area.
It was perfect. Like, yeah, it was amazing. It was terrifying. It hurt like hell. But it was really nice after for about a month.
Mhm.
It was perfect. Then all the hair started coming back. Got a little itchy.
From the 972, hold up, where's Joey going? He is going to Chippewa Falls to pursue his dream of one day being an NHL play-by-play man. Any more play-by-play as opposed to color?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Kevin, the other thing too, people are like, I miss those wild, like those super wild things like Corey getting waxed and Colby with the shot collar. It got to a point where nothing we did would satisfy the Tolos anymore. People were basically saying Kevin stapled a dollar bill to his hand.
You over-delivered
And
too
people were
early.
like, not good enough. And I was like, what? And they're basically saying, cut off a limb or we're out of here. And we were like, we can't.
I remember I was bleeding and they were like, that's fake. I was like, I'm telling you, it's definitely not. And we pulled the staple out and some people were like, meh, that's not okay.
A lot of thought and delicate work went into building and creating those ideas, though.
And for the record, for the 817, are y'all leaving? We're not going anywhere. And I don't even, but just when people have been talking about how
As we
long they've
reminisce
been
about our
listening,
history
yeah,
here.
so no, we're still here.
I go where Joey goes.
From the, oh my gosh.
You don't want to do that.
Where the hell is Chippewa Falls? It is in Wisconsin.
Nobody
and
knows.
people are volunteering. Good Lord. Some of these texts I cannot read, even if I think some of them are funny.
The 469. Well, I used to read y'all's articles in the paper, so I've been there before everyone.
Man,
Wow.
that is
We did write articles.
That is a good point. From the 817. Oh, yeah. I missed the broken bottle over Kevin's head. That is a thing that happened. Fish broke a bottle over my head at Cowboys training camp. And so
On the Derek just texted, wait, Corey's never been to Kevin's place on the
Yeah!
Twitch. Derek Holland is in the Twitch stream right now having fun with everybody.
I have been to multiple homes that Corey has lived in. I believe the count is now up to 3 of Corey's homes
You've
that
been
I
to all
have
of them.
been
Yeah,
to.
you came into the tiny house that I had, and you met Avery. And this is when I knew, I was like, Kevin's a good dude. Like, I already worked with him and kind of thought this, but he walks in and Avery's standing up in his crib, and Kevin starts playing peekaboo with him, and Avery starts cackling, laughing. And I was like, that's a good dude right there. Like, he instantly was like, peekaboo, this is a winner. And he did.
But I promise it's not our farewell show, because there are multiple people like, hold on, what the hell is happening right now? And from the 214, I've been listening longer than anyone. I remember the Rangers are in it to win it. All right, Joey, have you heard this story?
No.
The Texas Rangers are in the American League Championship Series. This is the first time we ever did anything with Mike. Like, we all joined the station at the same time, but we're doing a post game with Mike, and Corey goes, are the Rangers in it to win it?
Next.
And Mike is like, well, you know what, Corey? They're in the American League Championship Series, so I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, and I should have known then.
And they were.
That Mike and I would have a unique relationship from there on. Like, I should have known at that exact moment.
And they still do. I remember when Kevin got tackled in the hallway by Jesse Holly. I don't know if that was mentioned. That got us in trouble because we did not follow certain safety precautions. But if you get a chance to find that video, Get the video from our producer at the time, Sean's perspective. He's standing in the studio, and I just disappear.
Just gone.
Because Jesse Holly runs through me, and I just disappear. And he goes, oh my God.
Dude, you know what's really funny? Somebody, Aaron just tweeted us a video of Mike taking his shirt off and dancing around. And it's one of those, those kind of videos where his head's cropped on. But Mike used to take part in the No Shirt 9 all the time. He even took part in the Pants Off 10.
Which I did not love.
Yeah, what do you mean?
He got aggressive with me about the Pants Off 10, and he's like, check out these lunges. And I'm like, no to all of that.
From the 817, I started listening about a month before Pippen played all the games. So that was whenever we got into middays.
That's right.
So this is where people are just now, they're starting to reminisce about the times that they started listening, and I appreciate that.
And somebody texted in from the 817. It was called the No Shirt Nighttime Noon.
That's right.
That's right.
No Shirt Nighttime Noon.
It's like noon for the moon. And so, yeah, we're not leaving. This is just too much fun. I remember when Corey disgusted another Cowboys player, me too, because you asked about how Sean Lee kept getting hurt. And
Justin Durant.
And we're all sitting together at training camp. And Corey looks at Justin Durant and he goes, like, we ever see Sean Lee get hurt and be like, come on, man, why can't you stay healthy? And Justin Durant looks at me and he goes, come on, what's wrong with this guy? And I was like, I don't know.
No, I think he said, what's wrong with this guy after I asked him up to the bathtub. I was like, I got to lave it. We got some bathtub
That's
up
right,
there.
because he goes, do you ever take baths? And he looks right at me and he goes, what's wrong with this guy?
What's wrong with the bath, though?
I don't know what to tell you. So, yes, Joey is moving on. We are not. We will continue to be here. Mike will be back on Monday.
I don't know.
Okay, I feel very confident.
From the 214. I think this is a lot of listeners out there. I'll be very honest with you guys. I couldn't stand the show whenever I first heard it.
Fair.
But then I met you both at the fans cornhole tournament and decided to give you guys a try. I'm glad I did because I absolutely love your show and the chemistry you two have. And now Mike is involved and whoever else is going to sit where Joey sits.
I think the go-to is give us like a week.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, okay. And
I get it.
This is amazing for the 817. Shout out to y'all. Joey's leaving and y'all are reminiscing about your own stuff. That is a great point.
That is very us,
That is
isn't it?
the height of selfishness. But you know what?
What?
Coming up next, from the mind of Joey.
Ooh, Cracker Barrel.
Could the Rangers make MLB history this season? And I'll tell you a funny story about what Joey said to me when he sent me this article.
Oh, my gosh.
All of that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we have a ton of shout outs today. And unfortunately, I think I just closed one of the shout outs that I wanted to read. But basically, they are graduating, and they're a Tolo, and they are a member of the class of Mr. Nate Wood. Now, Nate Wood.
I saw that earlier.
Used to work here for the station, but we did a show together once, and it was in that moment that we realized that Nate and I sound very, very, very similar.
I was in Tennessee because it was a weekend, and I had to go out of town. And I was in Tennessee, and I called into the show. And so for about 2 minutes, I was listening to y'all talk, and I was like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life. It was basically Kevin talking to Kevin in his own brain.
Two Kevins.
Yeah, it was
show.
It's too much.
Actually,
one might be too much.
We had a month fill-in where we were filled in. Kevin did 3 weeks, and the natural progression was just add Nate Wood in for the week Kevin can't do.
1,000,000%.
So it sounds kind of like Kevin.
Now, As we celebrate Joey and all of those shout-outs from the 817, shout out to Joey. The Tolos will miss him. This idea is from the mind of Joey. We've been trying to get this on the show all week. Luckily, we've had a lot of content, which is great. Now, could the Rangers make MLB history this season? I have a very specific history in mind because Joey sent me this article. So, in the divisional era, which began in 1969, could the Rangers have the biggest jump in victories year over year? Now, my little note I'm going to tell you about Joey with this, and I appreciate that. He sent this article along to me and just added but except for the Rangers and not the Orioles, because the article was all about the Orioles and what they did last year. And
yeah, it was like a year-old article.
Yeah, I appreciated the clarity.
But just about the Rangers instead.
Then also, I was like, does Joey think I'm an idiot? I would have figured that out. Now, the Rangers last year, they won 68 games. Right now, they are on pace to go 106-56.
All right.
Just think about that for a minute, by the way. That's crazy. They have the second best record in Major League Baseball, obviously going up against the team with the best record. But they're on pace right now to go 106-56. That would be an improvement of 38 wins year over year.
I would also say this. That would be the most wins in a single season by far for Bruce Bochy in his career.
And the most for the Rangers.
The most he's ever had is 98. And that was with San Diego. The Padres won the NL pennant, but not even the championship that year. So that was in 1998. The three championship years, Kevin, 92 wins, 94 wins, and 88 wins. That was a weird one, but yeah, 92 and 94, but never 106. I don't think they can do it.
Sure.
That just seems like too much.
But if this team finished with 94 wins, don't you think people would still be like, holy crap?
And it wouldn't even be one of those things where you're just looking at it just going like, man, that was a good year and it'll never happen again. That would be whatever they're doing this year, expect that for a few years, in my mind. Now, we've talked about this is the year to go ahead and ramp it up, get your relief pitcher, trade some things away. But I think within that window, you still have a few years of good pitching and the ability to be in that spot. So I think this is it's not just a magical season. It's a great feeling, but this season is more to come with this Rangers team.
And along those lines, with the pace, I'm pretty sure the Rangers' best record ever is 96-66, and that would be, thank you, Carter, that would be in 2011. That's the best Texas Rangers team ever. I realize the heartbreak that comes along with that, but just imagine that. Right now, the Texas Rangers are on pace to have 10 more wins than the best team in Rangers history, which is wild. But here's where it gets even wilder. This would be the most improvement in the divisional era. As it stands right now, only 5 teams ever have gained 30 or more games. So,
you know all those teams?
Yes, I do. You didn't think I did you?
Name them all.
I will. The 1993 San Francisco Giants, the 2008 Tampa Bay Rays, the aforementioned 2022 Baltimore Orioles, the 1989 Baltimore Orioles. Though remember, that was the team that the year before, I think, started 0-20 or something like that and went on to win 54 games. And the 1999 Arizona Diamondbacks. All of those teams improved by 30 or more games. I think 30 or more is a reasonable goal. If you think 106 wins, which would be an improvement of 38, is too many, and that is not reasonable. I tell you right now, the Rangers can win 98 games this season. Do you think that's doable?
Let's go ahead and book our trip to the World Series for one. But yes, I do think that's doable.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And that would put them in elite company in the divisional era. They would be only the 6th team to ever get it done. So in a year where we're just talking about amazing achievement after achievement after achievement, the Rangers could put themselves in position to accomplish another amazing achievement.
Here's the reason I think they can as well. Like I think they have the talent finally. They were void of talent for a very long time.
Yes.
And that turned off a lot of Rangers fans. I get that, man. It was brutal for a while. Hey, we built this new stadium that costs a whole bunch to have these sweet seats up front. But our team's not any good, so good luck. And I also understand, like, when COVID hit and you built the stadium, it wasn't necessarily the right time to go throw money at players, I guess, if that's your excuse.
I actually will say to a certain extent, I do see that. I also wonder if they were like, we're so terrible.
Yeah. But the reason I think they can do it is, and I don't know how much Bochy has to do with this, but if they ever veer off of it, I hope he knows how to rein it back in, and I believe he does. They focus on today. They don't look at a series and go, hey, we can take this third game off because we need to start thinking about, like, I know you were talking about that the other rest for this Tampa series, and you could have had 3 in a row, whatever. If they focus on their daily task and they don't get too far ahead of themselves. That's where, for me, just seeing their ability to tackle what's ever right now in each game, and each game is important, that's where they are. And so they're not in a place where they're too caught up in what happened already or caught up in a loss. Actually, if they lose, they get ticked off about it and bounce back even better. So that's the kind of mentality that is best in baseball throughout a season, because every day the grind's already there. It's 162 games. It's a long season. The grind is already there. What are you going to do within it? And that's where the Rangers are at their best right now.
And the thing that I love is you just said, you mentioned Bochy, and then there's a lot of people out there who want to give credit to Maddox.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people out there who want to give credit to Chris Young. And then you go into the line. I want to give credit to Simeon.
Adolis Seager.
Yes, that's a great point. Our next person wasn't even the same.
Yeah.
There was a time when you were like, thank God for whatever your chosen player in the moment was. But now, if you want to go with Garcia or Heim or Duran or
Nate Lowe.
Yeah, or Lowe, who, by the way, is going to face off against his brother this weekend, or Evaldi or Gray or whoever it is for you. And every time I stop and get ready to say the next part of the sentence, then I'm like, ooh, I don't want to leave out Will Smith. Ooh, I don't want to leave out Dane Dunning. Is that shows you how much fun and how amazing this season could be.
I'm pretty sure, like this, there was a time when you would go out to the stadium and you would probably see number 5 Seager jerseys everywhere.
Sure.
And that was about it. Everybody's looking for all these other jerseys right now. Like everybody wants to, they want to wear, they're picking a player on this team and saying, that's my guy. He's doing something special. He's different than that other guy. And I'm going to have, so I'm betting if you ask right now, the fan text, say, which jersey do you want right now? You're not going to get a single answer. You're going to get a bunch of different answers. And that's what you want out of your team. Like Will Clark said, a cast of characters. You want the whole group to be at a level that they're at right now. And that is, they all believe they can do it. Kevin, they all have a little piece of this sign that said believe on it at one time. And they all put it like in their sock or behind a little photo or in a book.
Their national team photo.
Maybe a book that their coach gave them before the season, something like that. So that's where this team is mentally right now.
How many people get that reference?
7.
877-881-1053 is from the 817. What was the Vegas over-under? If I recall correctly, I believe it was 79.5. And I told you right now they're on pace for
that would have been huge too.
Yeah.
That would have been a significant bump from what they did last year. It would have been 10 wins.
My prediction and my hope for was 84, which that's a 16-game improvement. Now it feels like 94 is a likely outcome. And right now they're on pace for 106 wins, which is wild. And then from the 682, I don't know this information offhand, but you're right about the awards people. How many times has a team had MVP, Cy Young, Rookie of the Year, and you can look at it and say, Josh Young. Josh Young is the favorite for American League Rookie of the Year. Marcus Semien, and then they put Evaldi/Gray for Cy Young. So think about it. Not only do you have a live MVP candidate and a front-running Rookie of the Year candidate, they said, or one of these two Cy Young candidates. And I know the Rangers didn't play last night, but it feels like a celebration of them as well.
By the way, Kevin, Brandon Lowe will not be playing. Brandon Lowe, it turns out, and this is from this morning, he had lower back inflammation. The report now has a herniated disc, and he will be shut down from baseball activities for a few weeks. So the Nate Lowe, Brandon Lowe matchup, not slated anymore.
Said in his back?
In his back.
See, I heard when they went to go do surgery, they found a big yellow streak.
Oh, my God.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow.
I am kidding. I hope anyone who hears that knows. I know that we can be a sensitive people. I hope people know that I'm just kidding about that.
Heaven.
And obviously wish him wish him well in his recovery.
Maybe we'll get
that really sucks.
Maybe we'll get another story from their dad, Streaker, and we'll get I want to know a little more about Streaker, where that came from.
By the way, I'm impressed by how many people are all caught up on Ted Lasso.
Oh,
so
good for y'all.
Good for y'all.
And me.
And good for Corey for getting work done. So the magic number, if you missed it, is 35. That is the biggest improvement in Major League history, at least, in the divisional era. And right now, the Texas Rangers are on pace to improve by 38 games. And here's why I thought you would want to know that is that Diamondbacks team, they made the playoffs. So, and then 2 years after that, they won the World Series.
Did they win the World Series the first year they made the playoffs?
They didn't, Corey, and I hate...
Again, this isn't a one-season runoff, Kevin. This is...
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate bearing that bad news. But
Yeah.
the good news is they were on the right track, and then they would win the World Series in what still feels like an all-time great World Series. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway as part of the lunch rush. We got NFL This or That. We've got Masterpiece Theater and more of your shout-outs, all crammed into the next segment. Next, right here on the Fan.
Murray in some trouble, and Bosa got him. 5th sack of the year for Nick Bosa, and a giant sack.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan as we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. For people asking, Mike will be back on Monday. He has quote-unquote too much stuff to do, and so he is not here today.
Meeting Larry Bird.
Yeah. I do not believe he's in Fort Worth hoping to see Larry Bird at the TCU Indiana State Regional.
But he's going to be there at some point.
I have no doubt.
And you don't think that he's not going to be there thinking, is Larry Bird here, right? He's going to be at that stadium looking around going, just in case.
Mike, most of the things Mike says, he thinks is a possibility. Now, Corey, did you have...
I do.
You have an addendum for us?
Yes. Josh Lowe is Nathaniel's brother. Josh Lowe is healthy. Brandon Lowe is just some random Lowe who also plays for Tampa.
So you lied?
Yeah, so well, not lie. I looked up the wrong information. So B Lowe, otherwise known as Brandon Lowe, is going to be not available because of the hernia.
Okay.
That's a fact. That's a fact. The whole situation with Josh Lowe, that was a misunderstanding, not a lie. I think that's two different things. Misunderstandings and lies. Like if I was to tell, let's say you sit down.
What are you in the middle of your trial prep?
This is like
right
your dream again.
You know what? Thanks, Kevin. I'm done talking now.
Okay, it's time for NFL This or That. By the way, if you want to start contemplating the next question in Masterpiece Theater, we're going to ask, is there a terrible film series that you love? Are you capable of realizing the film series you love is terrible? All right, NFL This or That. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved. Now, I played the highlight of this gentleman. Would you rather have Micah Parsons or Nick Bosa? Nick Bosa, the defending Defensive Player of the Year, but on NFL.com's top disruptors, he's second behind Micah.
Let's see. Year 2 of Bosa, he played 2 games.
That sounds about right.
The last 2 seasons, he's been there for every game, and he has played at an exceptional level. This is a very difficult question because I like what I got, but I also know I can't just say the other one's not, trash or garbage or whatever. So I will stick with Micah because he might be, and I heard Broadus say this yesterday, he might be the best defensive player in the game. They were arguing where the teams were based on their cores in the NFC East, and in the NFL, and I think they had the Cowboys at 6 behind the Eagles. And it was a heated debate on G-Bag. I loved the conversation. It was awesome. But when Broadus said, we might have the best defensive player in the league, my thoughts started going, how far, like when you talk about Mahomes, how much better is he than the rest of the quarterbacks? A lot.
As much as I like Burrow, a pretty good amount.
But when you talk about the defensive players, if Micah is the best, how much better is he than the rest?
Yeah.
So it's a coin flip, but I'll take Micah. That's a very tough question.
They get tougher from there, Corey.
Son of a...
NFL This or That. Would you rather only have to root for the Eagles with all your heart?
Nope.
Or never
Next question.
Watch any NFL football again?
What are you doing, dude? Do you know how much I love football?
Yes, I do, Corey.
On Sundays, I tell my family, go figure out life.
That feels rude.
I am busy today. If you want to watch football with me, family, that's fine.
Everybody have to take one of the kids to the ER. Well, you know what? Go figure out
Figure
life.
it out. You got a bicycle. Get there. Or call an ambulance if you need to go to the ER. I'll be there when the game's over.
Oh, my gosh.
Actually, that's a lie. I can take my phone anywhere and watch the game.
Not under this scenario, you can't.
What are you talking? I would give up football.
Wow.
I'm going to have to give this job up, too, because I can't talk about football because I didn't watch any, but I'm never going to be an Eagles fan.
Send you over to the ticket. You'll be fine.
I'm never going to be an Eagles fan. Sorry.
All right. So you're giving up NFL football.
Not now, but yes, in your fictitious scenario that you've created in your mind.
Sure.
God.
Joey?
Never.
I'm going to pull a Mike Bassick. What was the question?
Oh, man, I like it. I like it.
Sorry.
Mike's
you know what?
Me and Carter were discussing a movie that might come up in the next segment.
From the 817, you still have college football, Corey.
Exactly. That's
in your face.
That's why. Not in my face. That's why I set up the question the way that I did.
Here's what Kevin's trying to do. He's trying to get me to watch XFL. He's like, I'll figure out a way for you to watch XFL.
Because you can see the players eventually.
Uh-huh.
Like once they're done with NFL football, they can eventually make their way there. You know what, Joey? Now you're out on this question.
Okay.
Next one.
Right.
NFL, this or that. Ignore the contracts. Would you rather have Tua or Kyler as your QB going forward?
And Kyler's contract is a situation I don't want to deal with, Kevin. So,
But I said ignore the contract.
when
And you just have
I was talking to Joey about
what? That just happened.
all right, who were the quarterbacks again? Kyler or Tua?
Goodness.
This is interesting. I cannot put into question Tua's desire to play and win.
For sure.
That's something that you cannot create or force to any player.
For sure.
However, I question Kyler's by far. Just because I have not seen that from him yet. Now, Kevin, there's no doubt that whenever he was in high school, he was the most talented person on the field.
Yeah.
When he was at OU, he had a very talented line keeping people off of him, and he was exceptional. But his desire to be the best, I don't see. Tua's desire just to be good enough to play quarterback is there, and I'll take that any day of the week. So that's where I am with that.
I will take Kyler purely on availability because I don't know how much Tua is going to have left, and he's obviously dealt with some injuries already, and those are by far have been discussed enough in what has happened. So I'll take Kyler, and if we bring him here to the state of Texas, he will not lose. So
that's a good point.
That's another point.
He never loses here.
Did he lose to the Cowboys here? Or is he undefeated here?
Never lost.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
But I said what is it LeVar Ball said? The dad of the
What Reggie says every time we talk about weight loss, Reggie's like,
yeah.
I've never had to lose any weight before. And you're like, God, Reggie, shut up.
NFL this or that. Which is more likely? Cowboys win 13 or more games, or the Cowboys win 8 or fewer games? Not your preference, I get, would be 13 or more, sure. But more likely, Cowboys win 13 or more, or 8 or fewer.
So I was going to say 8 or fewer. That was more likely because if something was to happen to Dak, but they proved last year if something happens to Dak, they can win. So I will say it's more likely that they win 13 games than they don't win 9 games.
Okay.
I think it's more likely they lose fewer than 8. I feel like there's a lot of things that could go wrong. Injuries on the offensive line. Dak's under siege constantly. The run game's not there with TP, who's coming off an injury. He can't win games with his arm on his own. So I'm going to say fewer than 8.
Wow. Joey's a hater. Never forget that on his last day.
Hey, you were the hater during the Star segment, so I get that.
Ooh, he makes a compelling argument.
No, I just want more out of him. See how I spun that?
Very nice.
It wasn't a lie. It was a misunderstanding.
See why you've been married for so long. I can see that. You're like, oh, really, Adrian? Or is this what happened? And you're like, oh, crap. All right. Be an NFL owner in NFL this or that.
I'll do it.
Hold on.
I love it.
Hold on. Be an NFL owner who never has any say in anything having to do with football.
But I get the money?
You do.
All right.
Or you get to be a GM that will never get fired, no matter what you do.
Oh.
Now, I can't promise you won't go to jail if somebody texts that in. Because, I mean, football-wise, you can run the team however you want for as long as you want. Corey, you love football. You could do whatever you want.
Okay, but also I can own a team and always be on vacation. If I never have any say, then I just get to go do whatever I want all the time. I have to show up for games.
That's what I was
just
thinking.
Be like, y'all do whatever you want. I'll see y'all.
That's neat.
Sending checks your way.
Buy Sweet at the Stars game.
Maybe, or Corey, you could be the general manager who gets his name in the Ring of Honor because you steer this team back to greatness.
All right, let me ask you this, Kevin. If that's your real name.
I mean, it is.
Nobody knows that.
Show you my driver's license?
How many hours a day as the GM do I have to work?
Well, here's the thing. You're not going to get fired. So if you decide that you want to take a vacation in the midst of this, you can.
I'm never getting fired. I'm still making whatever money I make. And I don't even have to try that hard. Gosh. Man, you're making this very amenable to me. Is that a good word for that?
Good enough.
All right. I'll take the GM position because I would try really hard for a few years.
And then if it doesn't go well, you're just leaving.
You know, and then I always have the opportunity to hire some other people that can help me out with it, and I can still get some glory. As the owner, all I am, and I'm a puppet for my GM at that point. You know, I don't really.
Well, I'm thinking if I'm the owner, I could have bundles of children, and they grow up, and then they become part of the business, and then really, I never could get fired because my family name's always a part of it. That's what I'm thinking.
Dude, what about this?
That is
what happens though,
if I'm the payoff?
If I'm the GM and the PIF comes in and starts paying my owner, and now I have to answer to the PIF? I don't know if I want that.
You will never have to answer to.
If I'm an owner, I can at least fight against the PIF and be like, "No, guys, we won't do it." And they're over there like, "Hey, you have no say, buddy." And I'm like, "Oh crap, I guess you're right."
Under my scenario, you have all the say. The Dallas Cowboys next season, NFL this or that, go 2-15.
Lies.
And get Caleb Williams. Or they go 12-5, defeat the Eagles in the wild card round, and then lose in the divisional round.
Let me ask you this question. Hold on. And lose in the divisional round? You didn't make that scenario much better.
NFL this or that is about challenging you, not making you feel
for
happy.
everybody that's really excited about Caleb Williams, do we consider that maybe Lincoln Riley has a very good cheat code offense and Caleb Williams is a product of it?
You have to factor that in. Now, he does have the other more tangible looks of what you would think of as a prototypical NFL quarterback, but
can he make the
decisions
on his own? Like, can he grow up after college? Is this something that I like? Hurts finally grew up, but also he was a product of Alabama. He had some stuff there too. He worked well with Lincoln Riley there. I still have questions on Caleb Williams. A lot of people will probably just kick me in the teeth for the rest of my life about it, but I just have thoughts on Lincoln Riley's offense and what it is. So what was the other option? The other option was bad too.
Or
what?
You go 12-5, eliminate the Eagles from the playoffs, but then you lose in the divisional round again.
I'll take beating the Eagles in the playoffs. I'm fine with that.
I will too.
Yeah.
You know, as much
Guarantee
as it would be,
Mike says 2-15 and you get Caleb
No,
Williams.
absolutely. But how exciting would it be even just to hold that over the Eagles' heads for a year? We have that on them because they've had it on us over the past few. Even if we don't get back to the NFC Championship, what is that anyways?
Dude, think about all the turnover that's going to happen if we lose enough games to get Caleb Williams. Everything's changing. Now, that might be exciting for us. It might be an exciting time. First round, first pick overall, new head coach, new coach. Like, there's a lot of stuff that would change there. But it might be, rebuild time at that point, Kevin.
This just popped into my head because of what you guys are talking about, maybe what some people are texting in. You win the Super Bowl this year, but a member of the Jones family is guaranteed to run this team for the rest of your life.
Fine with that.
Or Jerry steps down as GM today.
Oh, listen, man. I'm perfectly fine with the Jones running it for the rest of their lives. They've run it for most of my life anyway.
Okay.
I like the guy that's in the ear helping make a lot of decisions right now. I like him. They're doing a fine job of making that thing a good marketable team.
All right. Video game. Last one I've got for you. Video game Michael Vick or video game Bo Jackson?
I never got to play with video game Bo Jackson, I believe. The video game Michael Vick.
Look at Joey flexing on.
Was pretty sick.
Dude, I played with both. I've had both of them.
Mark that.
Both of these men were spectacular in video games. But I think just because of the video game itself, I'll take Michael Vick because, dude, you could roll out literally and just send everybody down the field and run for 85 yards every time if you wanted to. So I'll take Vick for sure.
See, on this one, I think I would go Bo Jackson, but I'm definitely influenced by that Family Guy clip where somebody ran Bo Jackson for the entire 5-minute quarter and then scored a touchdown when the time expired. And the other person was so mad. They're like, well, what the hell am I supposed to do about that?
Well, I said hut.
So, yes, you did. So I thought that was really
You win
funny.
your games 24-0, basically.
Yeah, and so I'm going to go Bo Jackson. You guys go Michael Vick, 877-881-1053, if anybody else wants to jump in on that. Now, before we get to Masterpiece Theater, I got a couple of notes for you guys. And since we didn't really do Gridiron, we congratulated ourselves for Joey leaving. That
was a weird congratulations to us.
Did you see have you seen the Cowboys Alan Strong t-shirts?
I have.
With the 8 for where the O would be and how much money they're raising for charity and everything like that. I know the Cowboys get a bad rep. I understand why. We're from the Metroplex. We definitely understand why, but they also do cool things like this to help raise money for worthy causes. And I wanted to make sure I mentioned that.
Kevin, can I mention this in addition to that?
Yes.
I know you were really calling for the loss to OU's softball team.
As they were guaranteed
going up against Stanford,
they would win the championship.
You were like, "Hey, they're in trouble,
audio?
And they're probably going to lose this game." And you were like, "Hopefully so."
What?
They get their three-peat. All right,
Cut three, play it.
Struck her out. And Oklahoma caps off the winningest season in history with a 7th national championship.
7 national championships. They have a three-peat. But this is interesting.
6 of them in the last 10 years.
In the last 3 seasons, do you know their record?
Ooh, I bet I can figure this out.
All right. No, don't take too long here.
Okay. I'm going to say 165-10.
176-8. That's how dominant OU's softball team has been over the last 3 seasons to add to their 7 championships there. That's pretty impressive, man. Congratulations to OU's softball team.
Absolutely. And then a couple of more NFL notes for you is everyone's thought that was the case, but Robert Saleh flat out said, hey, I know there's several teams that would love for Hard Knocks to be in their building. We're not one of them. And so he's like, no, I definitely do not want to be on Hard Knocks. DeAndre Hopkins is going to visit the Patriots, and they couldn't get any last-minute trade deal done, but Dalvin Cook is officially being released.
What's that conversation like with DeAndre Hopkins when he walks in with the Patriots? And do you know why I'm asking this?
Maybe I don't.
Who's the offensive coordinator for the New England Patriots?
Oh,
Bill O'Brien.
The man who will do whatever Bill Belichick wants.
Bill O'Brien was the head coach for the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
He traded DeAndre Hopkins away for virtually David Johnson.
Yeah. I think he'll walk in and be like, hey, people who moved on from me knew to regret it. And then just kind of look over and like, that's how I predict.
Do we have an understanding of the pecking order in this room now?
No.
Coach O'Brien?
Absolutely. All right. Now, we asked the question earlier, is there a terrible film series that you love? And let's discuss in Masterpiece Theater.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, 2 guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
Now, as we celebrate Joey's last day and continue to get those shout-outs going, shout out to the Boyd Yellow Jackets that just won the state baseball tournament. Now, I got an update on that because they sent the shout-out in earlier that I didn't get to yet, and so they were playing. in the state baseball tournament.
Oh,
so
nice.
now they just won the state baseball tournament.
What state?
The state of Texas.
How do you know?
Because I've seen that team before.
Foley High School's in Alabama.
What?
It says right here, Foley High School
I
in
said
Alabama.
Boyd.
Oh, Boyd. Sorry. This person texted and shout out to my daughter, Chrissy, softball dad, Foley High School, Tolo 251.
Well, I don't want to rule that.
Maybe there's a
success
Foley High
out
School in
either.
Texas. Oh, look.
Now, this is in honor of a new Transformers movie coming out today. And I'm not debating whether or not these films are successful, but I think people would agree, or a lot of people would agree, they're not very good. And that's okay. Because if you can play the very last clip on the run sheet, I am a fan of this film series, and it is also not very good.
You know, to be perfectly honest with you, I never really chopped wood before, but it certainly looks like fun. Leave me alone! Here, Vic, want a bite? Here, I'll just put it over here. And later on, when you're hungry, you can have it. Well, if that's the way you feel, forget it, Vic. Just forget it. But I think you're really out of line.
That is the scene from the Avengers when Captain America and Iron Man are chopping wood together.
That is from Friday the 13th.
Oh, okay.
Which I think.
What do you mean that's not a good series?
Look.
That thing was the scariest series we'd ever known in our lives.
Really, Corey? Do you need to YouTube again Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, where the Gold Glove boxer starts boxing with Jason Voorhees, and then Jason punches him one time and his head flies off?
So, no, I don't, because you made me watch that during the show one day. My son came up to me and was like, Dad, have you ever seen this movie before? And he started showing me, and I was like, we just literally had this discussion on the show. Yeah, it looked bad. That's because we didn't have CGI yet, bro. All we had was the ability to, like, stuff animals and stuff humans.
What?
And make them look dead.
So it's not a great film series because once you get to Part 3, they're pretty much all the same. But I have seen all of them, and I love them. And that's where I'm asking, are people able to accept that they love a terrible film series from the 469 Children of the Corn? That's another one. And I know this one's going to hurt some people, especially RJ Choppy. But let's play another one of, I don't think this one's winning too many awards.
All systems go.
Everything looks stable.
Guys, we gotta come up with another plan. They got a tank.
All right, they got a tank. That is from Fast and the Furious, and I'm not here to debate how fun those movies are.
They got a tank.
Yes, that's right. Or how much money they make. Just to say, come on, y'all. We can all agree sometimes those movies are kind of stupid, right? And
let's play that with it. Yeah, I just gotta hear that.
They got a tank.
All right, never mind.
They got a tank.
So yes, from the 254 and the 972. And that's what this segment kind of comes down to. Is there a terrible film series that you love, or are there film series that you love that you maybe just have not come to the conclusion that they're terrible like you probably should?
All right, terrible film series that I love.
From the 682, Friday the 13th is the worst of the slasher movies. Nightmare on Elm Street was way better. Nightmare on Elm Street is definitely better, even though there's a couple of terrible ones there too.
I'm going to go first with Batman.
What?
The Batman. Look, man, here's the deal.
What?
With the Batman franchise. Can we get a Batman? Can we get one Batman and like kind of understand the whole theory here? Why do we have to have so many different Batmans? Why? If so, just call it the Batverse and be like, hey, there's lots of different Batman.
I think they're taking your idea because with the Flash, they're bringing back Michael Keaton. They're like, you know what? We shouldn't have post 1960s with Adam West. we really shouldn't have shifted this up.
Yeah.
So bringing back Michael Keaton.
So yeah, and if you're not okay with that, Kevin, then I'll roll this little number out.
You look terrible. I want you to eat. I want you to rest well, and a month from now,
Is this The Godfather?
Hollywood Big Shot's gonna give you what you want.
Too late. They start shooting in a week.
I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
Yeah. So Kevin, you're talking about bad movie series that are that I love. I love the Godfather series, even if the rest of the world doesn't.
Look, I know maybe not the third one. The first two are universally beloved movies.
Okay. So next thing you're going to tell me is Harry Potter is a beloved series.
Yes.
Whatever.
Now, I know some people have other opinions more recently about things, but that is a beloved film series.
All right, whatever. Star Wars.
Only
terrible.
a precise hit will set up a chain reaction. The shaft is ray shielded, so you'll have to use proton torpedoes.
Who knows what
That's
a proton
impossible,
torpedo
even for a
is?
computer.
But it's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats in my T-16 back home. They're not much bigger than T-meters.
Then man your ships, and may the Force be with you.
Now, are there legitimate questions to be had about Luke Skywalker harassing things in his home planet?
Yeah.
That is fair. But that is the most popular film franchise ever.
Oh. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I
if
guess
that's
that's
true.
just a tank.
Yeah, they don't have a tank, do they?
Although I guess Fast and the Furious is really popular too. I guess perhaps popularity alone.
Has Indiana Jones lost cachet with you because
right.
of the Skulls movie?
You know how much I hated that last Indiana Jones movie. Fun side note about that. When I went to go see it's too far. I probably should not.
Are you interested in the new one?
Look, and this is
because you're going to see it, aren't you?
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is why it comes up.
Right.
I've seen more Transformers movies than I probably should admit to. Am I going to see this one?
I won't.
I want to say no, but I
I'll
can't.
see it on TNT sometime.
Yeah, exactly. But I can't promise it. I have seen all of the Scream movies. I've seen Scream come up a few different times. I keep watching some of the. I told you I haven't watched a Friday the 13th remake, and if they come out with another one, I will definitely go see that as well. Because I know what it is now, and like I think RJ knows what the Fast and the Furious movies are, but then again, sometimes he's like, it's about family, man, and like sometimes I'm thinking maybe you don't like totally understand the fun and ridiculousness that those movies are.
All right, give me some better examples then, Kevin, of terrible movie franchises because I don't. Somebody text this in. I don't have time for trash movies, Kevin. You might be able to watch Thanksgiving over and over. I can't.
I would recommend everybody at one point in their life watch Thanksgiving. It's amazing.
Okay.
For the 469, the Scream movie series. They're on Scream 6 now.
Really?
And here's the thing.
The first one was good.
The first one was very good. But then did you see 2 or 4 or 6? You can pick whichever one you want.
I saw through 3, and then I was like, how
Did
about
you know that the killer is like related to that one person that you knew?
It's kind of like the Saw
other
series.
thing?
Didn't the Saw series do that to us?
Yes.
Where you're just like, hold on, he died of cancer, and then his niece took it over?
Yes. And so that's the thing that they're like, hey, now we're killing that person that's related to that other new person that you don't care about. And you're like, out. Unless Courtney Cox ended up being the person who killed everybody, then you're like, okay, I see the legitimacy of that. From the 817, somebody said Austin Powers. From the 430,
what?
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Austin Powers is fantastic.
How long has it been since you watched those movies?
Well, now Avery's of age. It's time to go back and watch them again.
Okay.
Because we can talk about things. The lady from Fubar that Arnold Schwarzenegger's trying to get with is the lady from the hot tub scene. So I'm interested to go back and see, the comparison on if she has her fastball or not still.
Oh.
All right, let me ask you this. I wasn't infatuated with it like my wife, but my wife did make me sit through them. And I was like, okay, somewhat entertaining. As long as we have this blue filter on them. The Twilight Saga was not good. The acting was miserable, but I was kind of entertained by it. The acting was, Kristen Stewart's bad. She's just like, oh man, everything's so, I don't know what.
Can I ask you a question about those movies? Is everybody in those movies some kind of creature, or could she have chosen just like a regular guy, but instead she got torn between the vampire and the werewolf?
Dude, let me ask you a question. would you choose a regular human or would you choose somebody with superpowers that's intriguing and mysterious? You know what you're doing. You're choosing the regular person.
Yeah.
That's what you are.
I never quite understood it. I saw both of those people. You should have chosen the werewolf, right?
Because of his muscles?
He's just like...
He's lovable.
Yeah. I've not seen these movies, but just when they showed the pictures, I was like, I'm picking the werewolf guy.
Oh, you know what? My kids love the Spy Kids series. And I liked them. My kids loved the Spy Kids series.
They were pretty good.
Yeah.
I remember that was kind of the...
It was a little weird.
The cat's pajamas back in the day.
Yeah.
Is that what they say?
The oldest thing I've ever heard somebody say.
When have you ever seen a cat in pajamas?
For the 817, oh, trust me. You get to a certain age, for some people, they just don't care anymore. They're like, I'm going to dress up my pets. From the 817, Star Trek. Another 817, The Karate Kid. Ooh.
Jaden Smith.
See, I don't think I ever even saw that one. Karate Kid Part 1, I think is really good. Part 2, they're like, hey, what if we did the exact same story, but moved it to Okinawa? And then in Part 3, they're like, hey, what if we redid the exact same story from Part 1?
Mm-hmm.
I love all of those movies, but I can accept they're not great.
And then now you got Cobra Kai, and it's good. It's quality, except... Like, why are we fighting so much in school, guys? Come on, let's back off just a little bit here.
Nobody there who could have broken up that
Not a
all-out
single
school brawl.
person.
Pirates of the Caribbean from the 214. Once you got past the first one, they're kind of not so great.
Did Depp just recently tell Disney that he'll never play that character for them again, too?
Ooh.
He's like, I'm out. And I think that character is him. More than anything.
Fascinated to see what other work he gets.
I know there was a lot of discussion on his whole trial and everything, but there is a quote of him saying, look, the great thing about this character is that I can take him anywhere I want in a box with me. So I like to take him to children's hospitals and visit the families and visit the kids and let them smile for just a little bit. And I was like, man, that's a pretty impressive little thing is I can dress up as this character. Derek does that, right?
Yes.
Where Derek will be like, I'm going to go be Batman today. Maybe I shouldn't have taken shots at the Batman series, knowing what Derek does after that. But I think that's a pretty cool thing. I don't know Johnny Depp off air, dude. I don't know him at all. But that's a cool thing to do.
Everything I've heard is he's eccentric. And I always wonder, like, is that just a big word that has lots of different definitions? And then they brought it up. They're like, how has Twilight not been mentioned now that it has been mentioned? Ooh, the Jason Bourne series. Ooh, this is a good one. From the 214, The Hunger Games. All right.
Not good
real
series.
Quick. The first Hunger Games, I think, is really good. And then they're like, well, let's just do another Hunger Games. And then in the third one, which they made 2 of, they're like, now it's war. And I'm like, I don't know if you totally understand why people like this to begin with, but maybe Suzanne Collins will show me her net worth and be like, I'm pretty sure I understood. But those movies are not great once you get past the first one.
Are you interested in seeing the prequel?
No.
Come on, Kevin. You got to know how it all started. You got to know how Donald Sutherland became what he was. How did he become the vicious man that he is?
If the prequel's all about the facial hair that some of those people, then maybe I'll watch that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I have a very important Cowboys question that I will figure out during the break, but also, Kevin, sharks and what we need to know about them before we head out on our summer vacations. Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout-out to you guys. I've been listening since the very first day y'all took over middays. I love the Jerry Jones interview when Corey asked, "Are you embarrassed?" Haven't turned it off since then. And then from the 972, that was a moment. Shout out Friday. Shout out to my girlfriend Victoria, who's a huge fan of the KNC Masterpiece. It's her birthday. She's 28. I don't know if you're supposed to give out that age. She's amazing and definitely better than you, Kevin. Happy birthday, Victoria. And thanks to y'all who have been sending in shout outs and listening or twitching or YouTubing, all of that, social media, interacting with us. You guys are awesome.
Is Wes Anderson, is Bill Murray in every Wes Anderson movie?
It feels like it. So does Tilda Swinton, but I don't know that to be the case.
Like I'm going back in like Life Aquatic, Rushmore, the Darjeeling Limited.
Oh, the Darjeeling Limited.
Royal Tenenbaums, Isle of Dogs. I think he's in the Fantastic Mr. Fox, Moonrise Kingdom, French Dispatch, He's in all of them. Bill Murray, shout out to him. I think he's I just saw he's dating Kellis. So he's 72. She's 40.
The Milkshake?
43.
Singer, right?
He's dating Kellis. So good for him.
What?
It's an interesting approach for that man right there. He's an interesting man, though.
Time for the C block.
Yeah, let's get started with the C block. Hit the music, Joey. All the time that Joey's been here, he still never created the song for this. All right, very simple. We're going to get to Sharks in just a moment. But before we get to Sharks, we need to get to something more important. What is, in his first season, a way to quantify success for Mozzie in year one?
I think there's a couple of ways. First of all, do you feel like your run defense completely vanishes when Jonathan Hankins is not there or is hurt? And also, I think you would just generally look at run defense game by game in the season as a whole, since that, or you might just look at, how many times he breaks through the line of scrimmage or disrupts a play. I think those are like three different ways I would think of to quantify his success.
That's a really good thought on that, because a lot, like Bobby, very frustrated. Look, he's a 2-down guy, and that's it. And if you can't get pass rush out of him, it was a bad pick. And I don't necessarily agree with that, because your team has pass rush, and like my feeling a lot of times is when you're drafting for making your team good at what you're bad at. And maybe you're like, well, free agency is good for that too. And the Cowboys don't ascribe to free agency.
Yeah.
Very often. They did a better job of making moves this offseason than they have in a long time, by adding Brandon Cooks and by adding Gilmore. But they said, look, we are not good at stopping the run when Jonathan Hankins isn't on the field. So we need to do that. So that doesn't mean they needed to add pass rush. They might have actually added pass rush.
That's what they think,
with
right?
him, and not necessarily from him, but indirectly of him.
Sure.
In that maybe he absorbs two people, and now now Osa has a little less on him. Micah's got a little less on him. They got to pay attention to this guy.
Yeah, and that's a great
Dorrance
point.
Armstrong, yes.
That's a great point, because what if what Mozzie does leads to more one-on-ones, right? And then you're like, hey, I know Micah got the sack, Dorrance got the sack, whatever, but you're like, but that was made easier by Mozzie gobbling it up in the middle.
All right, think about this for a second. How many, like, you might have a running back that you're like, man, that's a good running back right there, but you can't block for him. So blocking for him is not directly adding a better running back. It's just adding something that makes the running back better. And I think those things work hand in hand a lot of times. There's no guarantee on it all, but I think a lot of times if you are providing the things that you need up front, and you're winning that battle and pushing that offensive line back, that you're giving yourself an advantage, and that's what the Cowboys decided. So I don't think there's going to be a number where we look back and go, man, he had 2 sacks this year. He wasn't great. I think we can look at everybody else's numbers and go, oh, when he was on the field, were they better?
Do you think then tackles for loss kind of jumps in there a
Be
little
good.
bit, maybe?
That would be nice. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I remember his numbers in college were kind of limited there. I might be wrong about that.
That does not have to be a direct reflection of his effectiveness. I was just curious.
But I think that could definitely be a huge factor is when he's on the field, is he movable? And if he's one of those things where they're just like, he's a tree stump, dude, and we can't get him out of the way, then I think that for most people, they will see Mozzie have a good season rather than looking for stats that give him a good season.
Okay.
So it's hard to quantify, but I'm very, very interested in it. From the 214 as a shark expert, they told me they're okay and safe. All right.
And somebody gave you a specific stat line.
This is Kevin from a website known as Barstool Sports. I know you're a huge fan. You were
probably a bigger fan than Reggie.
But I saw this pop up and I was like, what? There's a study out there that says that we should not fear sharks. Even though I just saw a picture or a tweet from Bobby, or that was at Bobby, that showed a person getting attacked by a shark in Egypt. And I was like, that's terrifying. But I think that sharks have gotten a bad name and a bad rap, and it's mostly because of Jaws. 877-881-1053. What movie series...
I'm glad that came back up. I thought I might have just heard that in my brain at first.
What animals out there have gotten a bad rap because of a movie like Jaws? Like, let's think about this. Do moths get a bad rap because of Godzilla? No. I mean, as a moth, you're not mad at it. You're just like, dude, stop eating my suits.
Doesn't the giant moth usually help? Maybe that's why.
Oh, no.
It's positive shine on the moth.
So, Kevin, here's the story. As great white sharks make their way back north to Cape Cod for the summer and fall, shark researchers have released shocking results from a 2-year drone study.
How did you not say researchers have released sharking results?
Because I'm a professional, Kevin.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
This shows that the apex predators came very close to people, but simply moved around them or ignored them completely. Researchers from Cal State Long Beach Shark Lab revealed that at juvenile white shark aggression sites, people were near sharks 97% of the days they surveyed. So on 97% of the days that they surveyed, people were near sharks. During the 2-year drone study, there were no reported shark bites in any of the surveyed locations. Christopher Lowe said, frankly, we were sharked. Sharks would interact with people every single day, multiple times a day, and would just swim by. It was sharking that these occurrences were happening so often, and the fact that no one was being bitten smacks in the face of the misconception that if there's a white shark nearby, you'll be attacked. This shows that's not the case. So basically, Jaws gave all sharks a bad name.
My follow-up question to them would be, why did you run the study via drone? Because you were afraid
no, they were just
to be near the sharks.
To study this
is what I would say.
This is the easiest way to study sharks.
You know what? Somebody gave a better example, and I've seen this a couple of times, and I'm gonna change my answer. But originally, I thought probably back in the 60s, people gave birds a bad rap because of the Hitchcock movie. And they were afraid like those birds were going to attack you if you were in a phone booth or whatever. But from the 469 in the 817, it's spiders because of arachnophobia. 1,000,000%, because that spider that comes from the jungle bites you one time and you just straight up die. And then they like all hung out and took over the farmhouse, and John Goodman had to try to shut it down. I do think sometimes...
And what happened to John Goodman? All the spiders collected him and hung him upside down and sucked his blood.
And, oh my gosh. And it's because of that when I see a spider, I don't think, well, hold on. This spider is, I don't know, whatever color. It's probably safe. I'm like, it's a spider, and I either divert, or if it's in the house, I'm not trying to make people mad, I probably kill it.
Yeah, so here's my brother-in-law worked in attics and under houses a lot. And he was like, dude, there's basically like 2 spiders out there that are dangerous. He was like, all the rest of them, you need to keep them around your house because they eat bugs. So I usually don't mess with the spiders. Now, as a pool owner, this has been a very difficult thing because there are lots of wolf spiders in Plano. and they show up in my pool sometimes on a leaf in the skimmer. And so I'll open the skimmer up and I'll be like, I have to put my hand down up in there, that thing, and pull it out. And there's this wolf spider, and it's just looking at me like, hey, watch this. Guess what's about to happen? And I'm like, what? And then all of a sudden, a million little baby spiders jump off of it real fast. And I'm like, they're all coming after me. And I put the lid back on and I run for my life and hope that they die in the water, but they never do.
Ooh, see, somebody threw Jumanji in there for also creating this arachnophobia. The spiders in the original Jumanji scarred my wife for life. Now she hates spiders.
Yes.
And then somebody's bringing the science is that horses kill or injure many more people per year than a shark does.
That's true.
Get your facts out of here.
And that's the interesting thing is because I've heard a million times now over the last few years that hippos are
too?
way more. I don't know about
Maybe?
the cows.
I don't know.
Maybe that hippos are legit dangerous. So now if I saw a hippo, I would freak out. But I would walk by a horse way quicker than I would dive in because there's a shark there.
I would definitely run from a horse. So
I have one more animal that may have gotten a bad rap, thanks to Carter here. What about crows after Corey had his incident?
Dude, do you want to know what's really funny about this? So we go out to eat for Lucy's birthday on the same day that we did this story. And Adrian looks at me and goes, when were you attacked by a crow? I've never heard this story before. And I was like, you also don't believe that I hit a coyote. So would you believe me about this crow story? She's like, I've never heard this story. Have I? And I was telling Kevin about this. Carter and I were just attacked. And Carter looked at me, my Carter, not our Carter. My Carter looked at me and he goes, Dad, did you know that crows have facial recognition and pass the stories along if they hate you? And I was like, my kid knows this. Somebody texted that into the show the other day, and I was like, this is insane that my kid knows this. But he was like, yeah, Mom, Dad and I got attacked by a crow the other day. And I was like, see? By the way, my brother-in-law said he's the only person that really believes that I beat up that coyote that one time. He was like, it sounds like nobody believes you but me. So I was like, I appreciate it. Even my son was like, I don't believe this.
I told you I believed you because you said you chucked a rock at it and it shook it off and walked away. Like, I tend to believe stories that don't paint someone in the most positive light. Like when Johnny Manziel's girlfriend was talking about all the awful stuff that he did. And she was like, look, I did some bad stuff too. And I did blah, blah, blah. I'm like, that feels like an honest story because she didn't go, well, I'm just
perfect.
sitting there.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he said, I'm going to stab you. Like she told the story to make you be like, I could see how that's a situation that happened.
So my thing is, a lot of people are going to be visiting some beaches this year. If you see sharks, get out of the water, obviously. I mean, but you don't have to panic.
Or a cage.
Yeah, don't limit yourself from, there's lots of other scary things that can eat you in the ocean. I mean, we saw that whale jump out and eat those two kayakers, you know? And they spit them out, obviously, because it wasn't really that hungry. But there's lots of things in the ocean we don't even know about that could come get us.
See, and I would take no solace in the whales spit you out because you're probably dead. Or people are like, well, sharks will spit your body part out. Okay, well, great. I'd rather just have my arm attached to me instead of being like, thanks for giving my arm back, shark. Now we got to get to the hospital.
Did Cujo make you terrified of dogs?
I don't think so, just
That's
because
scary,
that
though.
came out like a little bit more
Before your time?
Exactly. But I could see why that would be the case, because if some dog barks at you aggressively, you're like, oh my gosh, it's Cujo.
Did Anaconda make you scared of J-Lo's acting? Or was that Jiggly?
You wanted to do this segment, right? This was not just a giant setup for that joke, was it? Oh my gosh.
There are things to like about J-Lo.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to football because there are some things that we need to get into, including, since I asked you the question earlier, specific win totals for the Cowboys and just what Travis Kelce was going to say at the White House. All of it and Masterpiece of the Week coming up next right here on The Fan.
is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Franklin Frankel right now because they have a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Gray home again with a 1-2, swing and a miss. Caught him with the slider as he records his 10th strikeout tonight. Again, that is a season high for John Gray.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sure you didn't forget, but just in case, 5:40 the game starts. 5 o'clock pregame starts right here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers, Rays. It is the biggest series of the season thus far in Major League Baseball.
I'm glad you said thus far.
Oh yeah, I mean it's because it's June.
Because on our, I think
World
it was,
Series,
I think it was our sheet, our run sheet yesterday. It said the biggest series of the season, and I was like, Kevin, come on, man, you know better than this. What if there's a bigger series?
Thus far,
I like that. I appreciate that. It is, man. Was the Braves one the first biggest one?
I think so.
Or was the Phillies one the opening day one the first?
Yeah, you
one?
know that's a good point. And then you look at the Astros just because those are the World Series teams. But for the most part, the Rangers have passed the tests. It's the not perceived as test series like then Baltimore, although Baltimore's shown to be a fantastic team, and Cincinnati, where they've had more stumbles than they have against some of these other teams, though clearly that last game of the Braves series went awry. Couple more shout outs for you. Tua donated $10,000 to the family of a fan who died. The fan was Eric Carmona, who would post videos of himself wearing a dolphin mask and using a voice distorter to try to fire people up. He called the account We Are TuaNon, which, look, regardless of how you feel about politics, I think that is objectively clever. And he died in a car accident. He has a wife and 4 kids, which is obviously devastating. And Tua donated $10,000. And so I know that doesn't like fix the pain or anything like that, but I thought that was a really cool move by him.
I just want to remind everybody this is Joey's last show, not our last show. Yes. And Mike's going to be back on Monday.
Mike's was Friday.
We hope.
Show.
No, Mike will be back on Monday, we hope. But it is Joey's last show. So on the day of Joey's last show, I'd like to read this from the 214. You guys are genuinely the highlight of my day. Keep on keeping on. So we appreciate that. That nod to our importance to them, and Joey as well.
Thank you.
Well, and I mean, look, we've set a precedent that we still keep in touch with pretty much all of our producers. So,
you do?
Well, I know your hatred of Waddle aside. Okay, I wanted to throw out a couple of Chiefs notes for you before we get to Masterpiece of the Week. Travis Kelce said what he wanted to say at the White House, and the way he makes it sound now, it sounds like it was not a bit. And
what did he say?
Because you remember he went up there and he's like, I've been waiting for this moment my entire life, and
Mahomes stepped in and was like, nope.
So Travis Kelce said, it's the president at the podium. It's iconic. And what he wanted to do was stand up there and say, to my fellow Americans. I'm like, that's all he wanted to do.
Yeah.
He admitted the mistake he made was going off by going up there and being like, I've always wanted to do this. And then I could see how Mahomes was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, if he'd have just started with my fellow Americans, and that would have been fine.
And that's all he wanted to say. And then that was going to be a wrap for him. Now we go from the Chiefs to the Dolphins. Have you seen that Tyreek Hill is also throwing his hat in the ring to hopefully get more than 2,000 yards receiving this year? He set the Dolphins record his first season, and with the addition of the 17th game, he said, that gives me quite an advantage. This is definitely a realistic goal.
Nice.
And he goes, look, I want to get better every single day, but he does look at the record and think, maybe I could hit that.
Yeah.
And maybe I could surpass Calvin Johnson. And not that. Maybe I can surpass Calvin Johnson and break the 2,000-yard barrier for receiving.
Man, based on what all these receivers are saying they want to do, this year. I can't wait for football to be back because it sounds like all these dudes just want to break all the records this year.
Yeah.
And I don't know how real it is. I mean, you got to have a quarterback that can throw you the ball, right? Like, that's important. But I'm interested. They sound motivated. So
absolutely. And then I had betting odds for you. What do you think is the exact number of games the Cowboys will win in the regular season?
13.
Really?
I do.
8-1 on your money, and 13 is 6th on the list. Now, keep in mind with these betting odds, you have to kind of be conservative at times, and that's why you'll see like the Chiefs over-under is, like 11.5. Even if you think the Chiefs are going to go 15-2, a lot of times you have to kind of like put it at a palatable number so you can even up the bets.
My thing with that exact number, Kevin, is I know they can win 12 games in the NFL.
Sure.
Coached under Mike McCarthy with most of this team.
Sure.
I think they got better. Now the question is, do they need to? More than anything else, do they need to win that many games to get what they want? And that is, do they want home field advantage throughout the playoffs, or do they just want to play? So, like, that's more of that one extra game is more of what they want rather than what they need.
Now, at the top of the list, 10 and 11 games are tied for the leading. So Vegas is saying, hey, we see this as 11-6, 10-7 team. That's a playoff team right there. Then it goes 9, then 12 wins for the Cowboys, then 8, and then 13. What is really fascinating to me is you go all the way to the bottom of the list. You get bigger odds that the Cowboys will win 0, 1, or 2 games than they'll go undefeated. I think it's way more likely, not way more likely, let's try that again. I think it's more likely the Cowboys would go 2-15 than 17-0. But 17-0, 125-1 on your money.
Hater.
And 2-15,
What a
200.
hater.
Dude, we've seen 2-15 teams before. I don't think this team will do that. Cowboys go 2-15 or 17-0. Which is more likely?
I mean, just add 3 more wins, Kevin. Like, that's Super Bowl right there, baby.
Mm-hmm. Joey, do you also think it's more likely?
Do you want to go out on top, Joey?
Oh,
beloved
man.
by all the Tolos or hated by Kevin?
I always want to go out on top, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, my God.
I don't have a clue what you're saying. Please elaborate.
Please,
I would like to
I
go
would call your bluff right
Hey,
now.
I know you're leaving. We got to stay. So please do not elaborate on that. Right now, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hello, gentlemen.
Cowboys have never gone 2-15, by the way.
They've gone 1-15, though.
But that's not 2-15.
It's not going to happen this year. We're going to Vegas.
I also don't
Mike
think
already
it's
put
going
in
to
the
happen.
call.
Yeah, Mike put in the call.
It is time for Masterpiece of the Week, though, where we play all the funny clips and highlights that happened over the past few weeks. And boy, do we have some great ones today. A good variety as well. Last week was a Mikesterpiece, but we got a couple of good ones because Crosstalk has been a lot of fun lately. But we start here with Kevin. And Kevin, this is your new catchphrase.
Happy hoes ain't hating, and hating hoes ain't happy.
Amen.
I do want to say,
I love it.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I don't want that to be my new catchphrase. I feel like that's probably
That needs to be a shirt. Who would buy that shirt from the merch store? By the way, 105throughthefan.com/merch. Wear it.
See, what? There's going to be a spike like Messi when he joined Inter Miami. If you put that shirt up there, merchandising sales are going to explode.
It's true, though. If you're happy, you're probably not hating.
Yeah. Dude, but you don't say that to a lady, right? Like, hey, ho. You don't say that, right? That feels like a bad idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't lead with that. I wouldn't lead with that. No. Not at all. We're gonna switch over to Corey here.
Oh no!
And I really love Corey at the end of this, but
love you too,
this one's pretty good.
Oh. I will continue to pull this to figure out like where they all ranked in this. Come on, Kevin, what are you doing, dude? Come on, man!
You're supposed to keep giving
trying to
your
make
point.
a very serious point here, and
You're
you're like,
oh
oh yeah, it's masterpiece of the week.
What an
Really got to
awkward
crap
plug.
on Masterpiece.
If we create a different intro, I want Corey going, Masterpiece of the Week.
By the way, we did the list thing is from when we would do, it was 10:15-ish.
Yep.
We'd do list every single night. And it was, some people loved it when the Stars games let out. Some people didn't love it.
Right.
But that was more of me doing the Broadus bit, because Broadus knows as soon as he says anything that once we start snickering, he's like, I don't even know what I said. What are you? As soon as we do it, I love it. It's one of my favorite things because Broadus knows that he could say something and he's going to wind up on this.
People are still waiting for the shirt of the dramatic way that Joey says snap.
Do it, Joey.
Snap.
I love it.
Boom. We will go to Mike now in honor of Mike for his last show yesterday.
No, he's coming back.
He'll be back, right?
Probably.
We'll just let this one.
Yeah, because you're lobbing it up there. Go crank it as hard as you can.
He's not here to defend himself, so just take that for what it is.
This is a tough one.
Why is it so tough?
Because all of these
just
have been
wait.
good so far.
Just wait.
Oh, no.
Let's get into a few of the crosstalk situations that we had. First up, Eric Chiafalo.
Like, that's what I was just talking with my wife.
The go-to move on everything.
Yeah,
Doesn't
pretty
matter
much.
what it is, how sharp it is, how big it is, how small it is. They want to taste it.
Man,
this is a tough week, isn't it? Even Chiafalo gets in on this game. Wow. What is it? It's tasty.
Okay, this one was actually dropped in my folder by the one and only Eric, and you may have not heard this one. I'm hoping this is not going to be disqualified because it does have a little bit of a tie-in, so let's let Sean take it away.
A super soaker is going to get Corey Majors cream to the face.
What the hell did he just say?
A super soaker? Like, is
Cream
it
to the face.
Is that the peanut butter cream that Mike's always talking about?
Hopefully
I don't know if we should address. Holy cow.
What is Sean what do they do on that morning show?
Yeah, supposedly that was at 6 a.m. Like, man, waking up to that.
Morning. Why is Eric up that early?
The Sean.
Oh, he's got kids.
Sean Corey connection something. Yeah, your kids don't give an F what time the alarm is
What
set.
kind of cream are you filling up in a super soaker, by the way? You remember the super soakers when you're a kid?
I never had one. Never got one.
The whipped cream's not gonna. It's gonna clog it up, and it won't be able to
The other one
eject
would
from
take
the.
way too long.
It
A
won't be able-
super soaker is going to get Corey Majors cream to the face.
The hell, Sean?
I know.
What the hell?
Okay,
Nice job, Sean.
a couple of more for you, and then we will have our voting. I had a couple of moments today. I did take a cupcake to the face during crosstalk.
That was
with Sean
awesome.
RJ, and there's a compilation of a few of the things I said.
I'll take it to the face.
Yeah, you will.
Don't mark that.
I would smash it in your face.
You can smash it in my face.
What is with Sean and people's faces?
Face. By the way, if y'all didn't see this morning, Joey, I guess he was in the fantasy football league, which I did not lose because I don't have to pay this off. And Joey was one of the 3 people with the worst record. They all had the same record and lost. And so since they haven't paid that off yet, they haven't paid off their loss bet, Joey said, I'll take a cake to the face. That was the cupcake that's been sitting there since Mother's Day that was supposed to go at me based off the Ja Morant ruling. I guess we'll still have to continue to wait on the Ja Morant ruling and something new. But thank you, Joey, for sacrificing your face for my dignity.
I would always do that for you. One more here. It has to be Mike and describing something.
Because you
Would
have
you
to
have
get
to lay on
on
the
your hand.
ground?
You have to get on your
Yeah.
knees to try to get underneath the ball.
Mike.
Wow.
He's right.
Ooh, this is tough.
I know it's not. There is one very clear winner for me.
Do we vote for Joey to send him out on
No.
top?
Unfortunately,
You don't
I
wanna do
cannot.
that.
You can if you want.
I am gonna vote
Okay.
All right.
for Joey.
Play it, Joey.
Yeah, I want to hear that one again.
Okay.
I'll
Him
take
if
it to
you
the
want it-
face.
Yeah, you will.
Don't mark that.
I would smash it in your face.
You can smash it in my face.
Such a weird.
There's a lot of cooperation
Yeah, there
happening.
was a
and
lot.
those
Yeah.
are good teammates
Let's
right
do
there.
this together
I like
and then
it.
high five at it. I'm voting for Kevin's first one. I want this slogan on a shirt for Kevin. For
happy hoes ain't hating, and hating hoes ain't happy. It checks out.
And I'm
It
pretty
makes
sure
sense.
after he said that, he was like, "That's what they said, not what I said.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't say that. I was reading it.
He wasn't even going to read it, I don't think. He was like, oh, no, I'm not going to read it.
Is that the one where I had Joey turn the music down?
Yes. Yes, it was. For this exact scenario, I imagine.
I am for sure voting for Kevin as well. So congratulations, Kevin, in my final masterpiece of the week. You are the winner.
Happy hoes ain't hating, and hating hoes ain't happy. From the... Thank you very much.
Oh, man. That was glorious.
214. I truly enjoy you guys. Keep it up. Been a listener for years. Man, we've had a lot of like super positive feedback today, and I really appreciate it.
Cream to the face?
I don't. It was 6 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
and Sean is just hot taking it already right
Dude,
there.
somebody just pointed out Joey's going out on June 9th. You know what month June is?
I do.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice, Joey.
Classic Joey from Constable
Going
Scott.
out on top.
Damn, y'all are sick, but I love y'all.
We're on the
you
side.
know what? In that scenario, I see the appeal of I do. We're the KNC masterpiece. My goodness. That might have been too far. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
My friend and I are taking...
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 469. This person texting in that they love Joey, as we've been celebrating Joey all day long for his final broadcast. And I'm going to get back to Joey in just 1 second because I made a mistake on social media that I hadn't realized until just this moment. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you? Happy Friday.
Thank you very much. I'm doing well, and I hope you guys are doing well, too. I had a plan, now that Joey's girlfriend is closer, to try to convince her to come drive up for Joey's last show. And so I was going to try to message her on Facebook, and so I sent a friend request. Now that my friend request has been accepted, although just within the last hour, I realized it said we had no mutual friends, and I was like, oh, crap. And I could see...
Weirdo.
That's fair. I can see why she did not want to accept my request. But in my mind, I know she's hanging out with her dad. I was like, hey, y'all could all come down to the studio and surprise Joey. And I thought this was going to be this fun thing. And now it just looks like I'm a weird person.
Your heart was in the right place.
But I did it all wrong.
But it does look like you were a creepy man.
For sure. For sure. And I want to apologize on Forgiveness Friday for that.
Well, forgiveness granted. But that is pretty dang egregious, Hagee.
I know. I'm sorry.
Are you trying to hit on his future wife?
What the hell are you doing?
0% on that.
You're a married man.
I think you're pimping out your
Why
kid
not?
like
What's
that,
wrong with
too.
it? Why 0%?
What are we doing to pimp?
You don't know.
You're like sending her pictures of the baby and stuff. I mean, things got weird, man.
What?
Why were you doing that?
No, to all of that.
He leads with pictures of the kid all the time.
He leads with it. It's like the opener, like, hey, check out my baby.
Yeah.
I do really love my baby, and he's super cute.
Hold on, real quick. I wanted to ask G-Bag this real quick because as I was listening yesterday, Lucius brings up hedonism, and then was like, "That's all I'm going to say about that." And he wanted to. He brought it. You couldn't just let him bring it up.
No.
Escape that so
we
quickly.
carried it through the show.
We tried.
We carried it.
We
through
followed
the show.
up several times.
Several times. Okay.
You mean like
Broadus was all over
the
that.
concept,
It was.
the club? What are we talking about?
We were talking about neighbors, who was involved, all kinds of stuff.
Wasn't it in the context of him discussing his vacation?
Yeah,
that he returned from.
Yeah.
It was a hedonistic vacation. I had to Google it.
It was,
and then I was damn impressed.
I saw something about it in like Men's Health back in the day, or For Him magazine.
Workaholics is what brought it to my attention.
Yeah, but it was just weird how he was like, "All right, we're getting ready to start G Bag of the Day," and he was like, "Y'all ever heard of this?" That's all I'm going to say about it. I was like, "Hold on, I want more now."
No, we tried.
Thank
we
you.
tried, and he did a great job of backpedaling. I mean,
it was a good tease.
Diggs was impressive with the backpedal. How he was able to navigate
like
that.
a White Lotus vacation of sorts or something.
Sounds awesome.
I booked one for next month.
Now,
sounds like
happy
he doesn't
hoes
care
ain't
about that.
hating.
Corey, got a question
and
about
hating
that?
hoes ain't happy.
I do. So,
True
what
words
was it
never
that
spoken.
made you want, like, just because of what Lucius told you about it? Or
He was
just
inspired.
Did you get a video? Do you have any
His
links?
hair growth.
Felt like it would be absolutely great content. You know, just gonna interview everybody on that boat and keep the rest to
I
myself.
think the initial inspiration was from Zion, and then once he got the Lucius stamp of approval, it was like, okay,
Gotcha.
for sure, we're booking this thing.
We're partying.
All
You
right.
feel bad for Zion's girlfriend. This is like a big happy moment. You're like,
I feel bad
hey,
for a lot of people.
but also might have a half sibling or whatever.
It's one
She's
of the
going
weirder
after
ones,
my guy.
man.
She is
Every
going after
5
him.
seconds, there's a new screenshot of a new girl saying something new, and they're playing the one-upper game.
Yeah.
Which is not cool or at least not cool for Zion.
He definitely needs to not have either his Snapchat set as his name or not be giving out his real phone number so people could transfer that into their Snapchat contact.
He's still young. It's early in the process. You know, he's still developing as a player on and off the court. You know, and I feel like when he's a veteran, he won't be making these sorts of mistakes. We gotta hope he's putting the work in. You know, he's learning from these things.
This morning, I thought Eric took over her Twitter because she started fat shaming him.
Whoa!
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't
called
done
it
that.
small in some areas.
She was
too.
rat. Oh,
See that
did
one?
she?
Yeah. She went for the small comment. Had to do
Is
something
that the
herself.
go-to insult if you're trying to insult a man or like your jilted ex or whatever?
Yeah,
Be like,
size or stamina. You know,
Yeah.
either one.
okay, I could see that.
Or you're stupid like your father.
Those are the cuts.
It just creeps back up days later. Dang. My father's a great man.
That sounds personal, Wolchuk.
That's more of a girlfriend situation, not the side
That
yam
did sound
situation.
personal.
No,
didn't
it's an
it?
old Dane Cook skit.
Oh. Who he stole that
Yeah.
from somebody probably. Yeah.
He probably did.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what he does. He's a joke stealer.
We talked about this earlier in honor of the Transformers, which I believe it's the 6th one, if you don't count the spinoff coming out today. Is there a terrible film franchise that you still love for some reason?
They got a tank.
That's Fast and the
Hey,
Furious.
Fast and Furious
came
is
up.
one.
Yeah.
I just saw Fast X, and it wasn't bad. Jason
No,
Momoa
we're
crushed it.
considering Rocky a great movie franchise, right?
You know, I thought about that one.
Besides the
because
5th.
Rocky 5 is just an abomination.
Sure, that
But
doesn't
I'll
count.
still consider it
Yeah.
to be.
And Back to the Future is good movie making, right? Or is
Yeah.
that
How
okay?
do you order your Back to the Futures? Do you go 2, then 1, then 3?
I didn't know there was an opportunity to.
What's up with all the tough
get creative
questions,
here.
Heggie?
1,
Come
2,
on, man.
3 for me.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
Friday, bro.
God.
I'm sorry.
Chronologically.
Supposed to be an
Poor
easy
Gavin's
show.
just like he's here today.
Brain buster.
Yeah.
Man's got to coach a soccer match tomorrow, and you're
Yeah,
asking
he's
him,
ready.
Hey, when you thought about this film noir, what were you thinking of?
Does how you order the Back to the Futures go to this film noir?
Well, I mean, you're making it sound like it is.
Okay,
Poor
fair.
Gavin's over there looking at you. Please
By the way,
stop.
DJ told me the train tracks right down the street from the hotel in Oxnard is where Back to the Future 3's final scene was shot.
Yes.
Where Doc
Yes.
comes through in the gold-plated train, and you know they're finishing up everything.
With Ted Danson's one.
You know, I think the Jurassic Park things are horrible movies. I've never enjoyed a
that's a
moment of
good
any
one.
of them.
The Jaws.
agree.
Yeah.
Jaws was another one. They should have stopped after the first one.
Dinosaurs got a bad rap from the Jurassic Park movies.
See, and I think it was, I want to say it was Michael Caine who didn't show up to get his Oscar.
Yeah.
Because he was filming one of the Jaws sequels.
Big mistake.
And also, when they came out with Jurassic World, my fascination with that is people got bored with seeing dinosaurs. They're like, hey, we had to create a dinosaur because the regular dinosaurs we had, people were like, is that it?
Wasn't cutting it.
Yeah, what else? What else you got?
I'm still fascinated by the pterodactyls, to be quite honest with
Oh,
you
they're
guys.
fun. I was more of a land before time.
Why'd they make the flying and the swimming ones though? That was just stupid. You know, they can fly off the island, they can swim off the island.
Yeah. The
Let's keep
remakes-
them all land based.
the remakes have been bad.
Slow.
I think
we can get these with a chopper.
I think you just put a weight around one of their ankles and they can't fly out off the island. They can only get so far.
Let's see.
The Halloween
Outside
franchise.
the box.
That's one we probably should have stopped.
Ooh, yeah.
Not good. Alvin and the Chipmunks has never lived up to the cartoon from back in the day.
One of the greatest lines.
I'm just telling you, man. Wasn't it the same movie like 30 years later?
Yes, but
That's
it was
what I'm
30
saying.
years later. You got
We
to
did
have a
that
whole
with
new
the
audience.
Karate Kid. We did that with Star Wars
what are we
movies.
doing?
Force Awakens. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh,
They're like,
yes.
hey, what if we just make the same one?
No doubt.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, it's a mail-in Friday, which is convenient because we have Rangers and Rays, the most anticipated series in baseball of the year. So this is basically just like a 3-hour pregame show for the pregame show. We're just killing time till Rangers-Rays play. First pitch 5:40 with Sands and Hicks.
I'm looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. And then remember, Rangers Rays will be right here on The Fan. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Say goodbye to Joey, Kevin.
Goodbye, Joey.
Thanks, Joey.
Thanks, Joe.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour one of the G-Bag Nation on a Friday here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Krusty's Corners coming up at 2:40. Lucius Alexander over there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, ready for a 3-hour Friday show. Rangers and Rays pregame is coming up at 5 o'clock tonight with the first pitch at 5:40. Here's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Coming off a big defeat yesterday in the Bet Payoff Immunity Challenge edition of the Pyramid.
I resent that.
Brian and I were on fire.
Embarrassing moment for us, okay? We're going to come back stronger the next time.
You can go back and listen at 4 o'clock yesterday. We threw that down. And you do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Friday, gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Fantastic. Are you kidding me? This is, I believe, I'm gonna ask Jared this later, but I believe this is the single most anticipated June 9th baseball game/series that's ever been played.
I think
June 9th.
Definitely in Rangers history.
Everyone
Rangers.
is. You got MLB, they're tweeting about it.
How about
It's
that?
the two best teams in the sport right now.
Well, in 2010...
The MLB's even promoting it. That's how you know it's a big deal.
In 2010, they hadn't acquired Cliff Lee yet. So we're just bumping around with like C.J. Wilson and Colby Lewis as our best pitchers. Like, yeah, this is cool. You know, we'll get to the playoffs. And then in 2011, he'd already gotten to the World Series. So June the next year was filled full of expectations. And, you know, since then, not much has happened. But this is the kind of series that I think if we win it on Monday, on Monday, the show is going to be like next level cloud nine for baseball euphoria here in the great state. So
agreed.
It's huge. And you will have tonight Heaney against Glasnow.
Yeah, Glasnow.
And then Evaldi and Perez are going to be throwing on Saturday and Sunday. So pretty good matchup tonight, though. These guys, ERAs, you know, and good lineups and all that. Very comparable numbers.
Announced attendance 9,446.
Yeah,
that's a big night
the
for Tampa.
Rays and the Rays and Rangers. Thank you for your attendance.
Well, what
is up with that?
It's an old town, you know. And
Like
this has been a great
people
team.
like me.
They need to relocate that son of a gun, don't they? Send them out to
Orlando's made a
Vegas or something.
pitch to try and get them, but yeah, at some point I could see them maybe leaving.
Holy
It's the
jeez,
old
how could you
Thunderdome.
be that good and just nobody give a damn?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know.
Crazy.
Maybe football country, you know.
Yeah.
The Marlins were good right around the time their franchise
Well,
was.
they brag so much about their sports town, you know.
They do.
brag about their hockey. They rightfully
Well, 'cause
so.
they've been
Super
dang
Bowl.
good.
No,
but
they have. But
is it a pretty transient? I mean, like people are moving there from out of.
Atlanta's more transient. than that
maybe they're all
place.
Yankee fans. That's a good
Like
point.
they're all
Yeah.
It's a retirement, isn't it? Kind of retirement area. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn.
Yeah,
but
no, my grandparents lived at Newport Richey, which is like 20 minutes away. You know, you got Clearwater close by. Yeah, it is. Tarpon Springs. You do have a lot of older people living in that
So
area.
people
but
just don't give a damn
they
about
love the
good
Bucks.
baseball.
They love their Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but yeah, they just don't seem like they give an F about baseball.
I mean, it'd be one thing if they were always bad, but they're pretty good.
They're
that should
good.
get
That's
you
what I'm
sucked in.
saying.
That,
Yeah.
You know, they've had a lot of good teams over the years. Of course,
No question.
Rangers took their asses out in 10 and 11.
You're dang right, 100% about that,
Yeah.
and they're still probably feeling the effects of that, and I don't blame them. But I also feel like they're
Scaring the crowd
They probably
away.
don't have enough fan width, as you mentioned. I mean, they've invested. You invest a lot as a fan in these Bucks. Here's these Lightning doing a lot of good work over these last few years. The Rays, they don't have enough in them. They don't have the stamina for
They were
it.
just
These
in the World
these people are
Series 2
having
years
supper.
ago.
Remember, they're calling it supper, and it's 4:30, and then it's time to go to bed.
Yeah.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough.
So you're saying they need some like blue plate specials maybe at the game?
Matinees.
If you just if you gave these
Yeah,
folks
let's do that.
100% on that, I think that's a great idea. But I also feel like if you scaled it down to one team, you know, they got three pretty dang impressive teams there on any given year with Tom being on the Bucks and stuff. Like now the Bucks will go back to irrelevancy and it'll give the Rays an opportunity to have some fans show up because they don't have to care about the Bucks.
That means you're just a bad sports town. I think it's more about Tropicana Field's a dump.
Yeah.
And people don't want to go there.
Jared tried to make it with a picture like it was really a nice place. It didn't look nice. nice at all.
Yeah,
the roof
Photoshop.
is slanted. When you drive by it, it's got a slant
It
roof.
is slanted.
It doesn't
The
look
roof's
good.
Slant. Yeah,
it's gross.
weird.
Doesn't feel good.
You got all the rings going on. There's weird stuff happening there.
214. These teams have nothing on the real top dog in Major League Baseball. The Braves, obviously.
Oh,
well,
come on.
it's not what happened a couple weeks back.
It's probably one of those jerks that showed up at that stadium the other day
We're
when
the
we were
Braves.
there. Man, congratulations. You do have a good team.
They are good.
Well, big opportunity for the Rangers once again to show what they got. Now, I'll be happy if they take 2 or 3. Obviously, you're hoping for the sweep. You have to acknowledge that, losing a series is possible. Not likely, but against good competition in their stadium. Rangers have been good on the road.
Yeah.
But we got to be able to take this in stride. Like the Astros just lost their 3rd in a row to Toronto.
Toronto, yeah.
We got a 5-game lead, and it's a long season, and we've been living in a Rangers paradise. Hopefully, that just continues to hold true over the summer. But I'm trying to manage expectations here, guys. I don't want, like, I'm seeing the text light up talking about you're ready to sweep the Rays. I'm ready for it, but I know how the way baseball goes.
They don't lose at home. That's kind of their MO, right?
No, they're
The Rays,
fantastic.
Yeah. Even
at
though
home.
we,
Well, you just talked about the home field
I
advantage
know
they
I
have.
dumped
It's
on them,
huge.
but yeah, it's because but they don't lose there.
It's a hostile
they don't.
environment.
6
They don't.
games.
Well,
I
yeah,
think.
because it's a difficult place to play because of the weird sight lines and the lighting.
Just
and so
because
they're-
how
it looks
ugly
like a
it is.
circus.
Exactly. They're
Like a
used to
circus
it.
tent.
Yeah, they're
it's
used
kinda
to it, so they
crap.
do have an advantage from that regard. But Glasnow's kind of been dealing with an injury, according to Tampa Bay. So this might be a night that you can get to him early. And then their bullpen, shockingly, maybe similar to the Rangers, has been a weakness for them.
Watch them tonight. The one they get tonight is with Heaney on the hill, and then you because you're kind of expecting Evaldi. You're kind of like, hey, we'll go out there and get that one.
He'll go
We'll win a game we're probably not supposed to win, like tonight.
Heaney will dial it up.
Yeah, he'll
9,
dial it
10
up.
Ks.
Yeah, why not?
Well, we have no Cowboys to dial up for you until training camp, at least on the field. There will be plenty of Cowboys content over the next 6 weeks. And on that, Brian, you're checking in on the Dalvin Cook story. pretty
Yeah,
good?
I'm running the Dalvin Cook, and by the way, the Gang of 7 is all about Dalvin Cook right now. So I don't know. I mean, the question will be. I'll get to that at 2:40 at Krusty's Corner. We'll sure dive into that a little bit, but yeah, it's. I was kind of expecting, what we were talking about yesterday. With our receiver, with Hopkins, there were people, old, can't do this, can't do that. It's really kind of the opposite, what we're getting from Cook.
Well, that's cool. 27 years old. It seems like I wouldn't want the team to give a long-term contract because the Gang of 7 thinks he's good now, but maybe there's something that could be worked out. It's just difficult to imagine because of what the Cowboys already have committed to the running back position.
Yeah.
It's not only Tony Pollard, but there's a substantial thing for Zeke as well. Like, I think it's at $16 million right now that they have at the running back position when it comes to total cap space.
Chief
committed.
is about to lose his damn mind.
Yeah.
If
I already lost
If
Yeah,
Cook
I'll
shows up, you are going to lose your mind, aren't you?
Well, and you might as well double down on it. If you're going to spend 12 or 11 on one running back off an injury, you might as well just go ahead and double up and just lean all the way into it.
Yeah. I think if they would do that, it better be incredibly team friendly.
Make it part of your team identity, right?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
bro?
what the heck?
Absolutely, man. Part of your
But
DNA.
you're worried about the running backs, right? So, I mean, would Cooks not help that?
No, but like, what's the price?
I don't know what the price is.
I think the price is probably
No,
going.
Eric is hopeful
like,
Eric is hopeful that they throw about $6 to $8 million on this one.
I
That's
bet
what
he-
he's
I
hoping
It's
bet-
for.
just like we're worried about the running backs, but here's a guy that can help you. We don't
Eric
want
is
him,
like,
right?
hey, let me.
It's
I'll
weird.
handle
not
this.
that we don't
I'll
want
handle
him.
this negotiation. Listen, I'll give you. Would you like
Well, that's what
$8
the
million
Cowboys
per
would do.
year?
That's
We
what
can
it'll
do that.
be.
We can do
Cowboys
that.
would be like 1 year, $1 million. What do you
Yeah.
say? And Dalvin's like, I'll go with the Jets or the Dolphins. Go believe yourself.
Cowboys have lots of cap space, but they don't want to spend it. They want to save it for their own players. That's well established.
And to be fair, I'll say the same thing about the Dolphins. I'll say the same thing about whatever team decides to slap more than the requisite Super Bowl champion $3 million on your running back or less, then I will designate them the team that cannot win the Super Bowl. The Cowboys are already there with Tony Pollard costing them $11 million. History says they can't do it. The team that does it for Dalvin Cook will be the same thing.
Okay, so like he goes to the Miami Dolphins. You gonna like get in your old man's face about his team?
I'm like, Pop, I'm going to send him immediate text. Sorry
you
sorry
lost.
about the
No chance.
Yeah.
Tua and Cook, you're not going anywhere.
You might get to the Super Bowl. You're just not going to win.
Not going to win it. Well, hey, even if they got there, that'd be huge.
I'd like to see you do that with your dad. Like just
He'll
completely
haul off and punch me in the face.
just completely shut him
There
down.
hasn't been a single
The old
day
man strength.
in my 29 years of existence that I could have taken my dad. I mean that.
Oh,
No,
I would
a little bit
know.
of fear.
My dad's
I got some fear
84. I
there.
would never. I
He
mean,
is a
he would
beast.
still drop me. Yeah.
But no,
Your
I'm
dad
out
can
on
still
Dalvin.
kick your ass?
Oh, he hit me one time, and I buckled.
I saw a TikTok the other day of this guy in his 80s like beat up 5 dudes in their 30s. It was pretty impressive. Some of these guys can still go, and apparently Brian's dad is one.
Oh, no, see, I need to get on that algorithm, Dawson.
Okay, that's a fun one.
That's a damn good algorithm.
Oh, no, this is 40 years ago. Like, I came in kind of hammered, one of those deals, and he asked, where have you been? I'm like, I don't
Ladies'
know.
night, Pops.
I don't know. Bam.
Baby
Never
dolls.
saw it. And I picked myself up. Next morning, we're having breakfast. Didn't say a word. Did not say a word.
Where'd he get you?
No. Right in the jaw.
Oh,
I deserved it, too.
Was it a KO?
Oh,
See you,
God.
Joey.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like
it.
Hi,
Joey,
we love you.
It made me slide down the wall.
That is special. Has it ever been addressed between the two of you since? You've never once spoken about it.
No, I never have. But he's, where have you been? One of those things. I don't know. Bam.
That's old school parenting right there.
Yeah, that's 40 years ago.
Let me smell your breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he knew. Jeez.
You didn't call the child abuse hotline. That's what I'd always say.
I was grateful to have a roof.
In the 80s, my dad would be tearing me up. And I thought it was hilarious to yell about the child abuse hotline because I saw it on like the commercials during cartoons once.
Next to the Smokey the Bear.
Yeah, my dad say, call them. I'll kick their ass too.
Dad, in here.
You sure did.
Dad's waiting at the door,
I'll kick their ass too. All right.
Tell me how to parent.
Yeah. I
People
thought
are
I was
calling on
being
Jamal
clever.
Murray's dad after his story too.
Dude, the Jamal Murray story is amazing.
Oh my gosh!
I went over to Keller's to get hamburgers today, and Lucius. I love the story Lucius was telling because it reminded me of my dad. Like, you used to sit at Keller's and like everybody just drinking beer.
Yep, in the parking lot,
in the parking lot, waiting for your food. Like, that was like, and they were doing
Good
it.
old
They
days.
were doing it today, but like, you'd sit there and have 4 or 5 beers.
Yeah, Saturday afternoon, Pops would go wash the car and help him dry it off a little bit, and that's how I pay for my hamburger. I dry it off the car. I'll put some Armor Alls on the wheel for you, Pops. Get you a double cheeseburger, son. And I'm sitting there eating that burger, and he'll crack some beers right there next to me, and he's eating this burger, man. Oh, right over there by Bachman Lake. Right there, Northwest Highway.
Yeah, right down there, man.
Yeah, that was one of those things like from LA Live a couple of days ago where it's something that feels illegal that isn't.
Yeah.
I'd be sitting there drinking beers in the parking lot at Keller's, like,
exactly.
can I just drive away?
Yeah.
Isn't that illegal? And she'd be like, it might be, honey. It's up to you.
You grown.
Would you like a styrofoam cup for your beer?
Sure. Why not? Here.
Everybody pay their own tickets.
Yeah, that's why you're doing cash, man. That's why it works.
NBA Finals resume tonight. It's a must-win Game 4 for the Heat. I'm going to pick them to win because I feel like they're built for this and they're at home. But, man, Denver is big and skilled. And it's not just Jokic. Like Jamal Murray, he looks like a smaller player out there. The dude's 6'4".
He is.
He looks like a 6'1" guard running around with his teammates, but he's giant too.
He looks good.
Jokic is so damn big.
Yeah, Jokic and Gordon and Porter. I mean, these are 6'10" and up players for the most part.
Yeah.
And they're either, Caldwell Pope is a big, skilled guy. He must be 6'7" or so. And then there's an IG picture of Luka as well that suggests he's back in shape. That's going pretty viral in these social
Hey,
media.
he looks good. I need to get on that plan. Man, Luka looks good.
Well, you hire a nutritionist and good things happen.
There you go.
You work out for 6 weeks of summer, and then you spend the next 10 and a half months binging. It's kind of like the start of summer is his Lent for me.
Yeah.
As soon as Easter hits, we're back to sugar wafers and zingers.
Eat your ass.
But this is 2 summers in a row now where he started the summer and got in great
Yeah.
shape. I think there's something to the pattern where when he's back home in Europe and his routine of being a professional as a kid was there, he gets in great shape. When he comes to America, it's time to party as an NBA superstar. It's time to go full James Harden on America. Back in Europe, he's dialed, bro.
Yeah.
He comes over here, and it's like party time. I think the Mavs have to troubleshoot it.
I'll tell you what, that's an interesting thought. And I was just it maybe dawned on me that people over there are willing to tell him, bro, you're looking fat.
Yeah.
You're looking too big, bro.
Yeah.
He listens to people over there. Nobody over here wants to tell him he's fat.
Yeah, he gets over there, and they're like,
narco
boy.
Luka, man, what have you been eating?
Yeah.
Pierogies? What do you got going over here?
It's that American pizza.
It's a Texas barbecue.
It unfortunately also coincides with shred and bulk season. Does
Yeah,
the NBA
it
season?
does.
He's poolside right now. Of course, he's going to be tip top.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, obviously,
I just wonder
We
if
got to
nobody.
flip the seasons.
Exactly. If
wonder
NBA Summer League, that's why he's so dominant for his Slovenia.
I
He's
just
rocking
wonder
and
if
rolling.
nobody ever says anything to him over here because he's a
Yeah.
superstar. Nobody wants to like.
Well, then he's not on the internet.
I don't know. I don't know how many people he likes over here, to be honest with you. from
I'm
what I've
talking
heard.
about people at the Mavs. Who's
Yeah,
like
me
who's
too.
like jumping over there and saying, "Hey, Luka, you're."
I think
looking
Jason
great."
Kidd
Head coach
could.
sure has.
I think the head coach could. I don't know
Yeah,
about
that's
it.
It's not getting
That's a
through
good
to him
point.
if he's doing it.
All right, Nation, we got to run. We're off and running here on a Mail It In Friday. We got 3 hours. It's pretty much a Rangers and Rays pregame show, pregame of the pregame. It's coming up at 5 with Sands' first pitch at 5:40 as the top showdown of the year in all of Major League Baseball pits our Rangers against the Tampa Rays. It's not been a long rivalry, but it's a good one. And you go back and read some of the game stories from 2010 and how emotional things got back then. It's fiery, and it's good to have these teams on a collision course once again. Maybe we'll kick their ass in the ALCS this time. What do you say? G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. 2 incredible stories of death hitting the sports and outdoor world in the news cycle. We'll revive a segment that has not been heard in 10 years here on The Fan. It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as...
Afternoon. It is a Football Friday for the first time in a decade here on Afternoon Drive Radio in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's time for a Richie and Grego extravaganza staple, Dead and Gone. We have two of them to get to. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel, and Frankel consultation's always free. Visit truckwreck.com. Hit it. Yeah, I've been struggling with should I do this segment or not, and I always thought it was a pretty good one, talking about the people that had recently passed in the world of sports or celebrities. And I've never done it, but these two right here are almost unbelievable from the world of sports and the outdoors. Shark attacked in Egypt. Have you guys seen this video?
I have.
That's incredible.
Slung them around like a rag doll.
That's a nightmare, right?
Yeah. One.
Yep.
Yeah.
We were just talking yesterday about how we don't trust the ocean.
Yeah.
Because
you shouldn't.
No, I don't.
Because we don't know what's in there.
No, you can't see
every day
well
they
enough.
pull up something brand new. This one has 6 eyes.
Yeah.
yeah. There's a bunch of crazy stuff in there, a bunch of stuff that can hurt you. I mean, even a jellyfish sting is the worst. Yeah. It's just not worth it. Usually the water's too cold. If you want to swim, get in a pool. Or a lake out that doesn't have gators in it. Those are my rules.
Those are good rules.
Maybe a nice river.
Walchuk used to at least put down the fact that he appreciated the jellyfish silver lining, which is the only way to fix it is the golden shower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got stung once.
And it has to be somebody else's. That's the weirdest part.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
You get a hottie to pee on you or something.
Yeah, he was asking me to do it last year in auction.
Can you
I was
turn around,
like,
please?
Walchuk, I don't see a sting.
Yeah, but what the hell, man? That was one time we were inebriated, bro. That was when RJ was on the beat. A lot of weird stuff was going on. We consumed a lot.
But yeah.
Can you turn around,
please? I'm not getting a good view of this. Of you saving my life.
Can you turn around? I was not going to let that go.
So Russian dude's in the water in Egypt. Apparently he just moved there a couple of months back. They said he wasn't a tourist.
Yeah.
And you see a big shark circling around him, maybe like a 12, 14 foot or something like that, and coming out of the water to attack him. And as the video goes on, it's kind of weird because the guy's like looking like he's treading water, but he's got to be torn up.
Yeah.
He must just be like unable to move that well or in total shock and panic.
Yeah.
Like just staying still. Like I would imagine you're trying to swim away, but I think he missed his opportunity to put his hand on the nose of the shark.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned from, it's in my algorithm pretty good on TikTok.
Punch him in the nose.
When you're under the water, yeah, if you don't even have to hit him, you could just put your hand on a shark's nose and it short circuits all their electricities, their eyes roll back in their head and they're like, okay, this ain't good.
Yeah.
But if you try to swim away or, parry him in any way without putting your hand on his nose, if he wants to get you, he's going to get you.
So just kind of hammer fist the top of the nose and you feel good about it?
Just touch the nose.
You just touch it. Heisman.
Wow.
It closes their eyes and it sends them off.
Because they got like a sonar type of radar going off their nose that allows them to have all their equilibriums and their ability to move about, and you can totally screw them up if you put your hand on the nose. Anyway, guy didn't know it, or guy was done ski before he had the chance to implement that technique. Apparently it was a tiger shark, which is the worst kind of shark to bite you because they're almost as aggressive as the great white, but they don't have any flavor, taste buds. So all meat's meat to them. Yeah. Like a great white's like, oh, that's gross, bro. I'm out of here. I'm going to go find me a seal. Tiger sharks are like, yeah, this is good stuff, bro.
I ain't got no type.
Yeah. They no type at all. So this was near the Elysis Dream Beach Hotel at the popular Egyptian resort at Hurghada. I think the shark said locals only here, bruh. Yes. Right as the shark is finishing the job, a man shows up on a small boat. He is probably 30 seconds late or so. And then you see the shark kind of pick him up out of the water and drive him down in. And then the camera's far away, but you can definitely see the color of the water significantly changes. And I don't know. Apparently, there were some Egyptian people who were yelling, "Get out of the water!" But maybe this guy hadn't learned Egyptian yet. He was like, "Man, why are these people yelling at me in Egyptian? This is crazy." Because his girlfriend was there, and a bunch of other people were out in the water, like right before the film picked up. But shark attacks are rare in Red Sea coastal regions, which is where this happened. Although there were 2 attacks just days apart last year in Hurghada that killed an Austrian and a Romanian tourist. So
got to eat.
That's pretty insane.
Streets got to eat.
Yeah.
And then BMX star Pat Casey has died while attempting to perform a motorcycle stunt in California. Yeah, police say he was 29 years old. That's what I always wonder, like, how can these guys be so calm to pull off these stunts where they're flying 40 feet in the air over 100, 200 feet of distance?
I would never.
Always wondered. Like, I used to love to skateboard and ride bikes and stuff, and we would go to the skate park, but never was it anything even close to being, like, impressive. It was just a fun kid thing we would do. But imagining these guys at the X Games and the way they fly through the air the way they do on
How do you
whatever it is.
practice that?
Thank you. I know there's so
How do
much
you come
foam
up with
pitting
that?
involved,
Yeah.
but there's got to be so much of it too that it's just like, you are risking it all every time.
It's a different mental makeup, like the Tony Hawk doc. I think it's on HBO that they came out with. There was one trick, I think it was the final one that he ends up doing that had never been done before. I can't even remember what the name of it was, but he would just practice it over and over, and he is just eating ass like over and over.
1080 on the half
yeah,
pipe.
and just going back up on the ramp, boom, down, it eats it, boom, goes back up. How do you do that over and over again and just keep putting your body?
See, the half
in that
pipe's
much pain?
okay because if you come down in the half pipe, you're going to hit that wall and slide down slowly and like, hey, I'm okay, as long as you don't land on the actual top.
Yeah.
On that
The
coping
deck.
or the
The
deck.
deck, yeah.
Crazy.
The guys that could fly through the air.
Yeah, the 900 817. Thank you.
Okay, was it a 900?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember watching that though. That was
incredible.
Like 15 years or so ago. Yeah. And I don't know. I think it is a different like kind of wiring where these dudes can feel comfortable while they're up in the air twisting and somehow like a cat know where the ground is and how to get their feet, positioned back towards it. But, apparently this incident happened Tuesday at the Sleigh Ground Motocross Park in Ramona where Casey was attempting to perform a jump from one ramp to another. San Diego County Sheriff's Office said paramedics performed life-saving measures on the former Summer X Games champ. I mean, this guy's in a bum. This guy's a champion.
Yeah. Real deal.
And he died on the scene, deeply saddened by Pat Casey's passing. And our thoughts and prayers go out to his wife, children, parents, and siblings. Read the Instagram post there by Sleigh Ground officials. A tough break there for a couple of gentlemen in the sports and outdoor world.
Come on, bro.
Yeah. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
This man said tough break.
Tough break.
Come on,
sure
bro.
did.
Come on, dog.
Sure did.
That was.
I don't know if you're doing that on. I don't know what's going on. God bless that man.
I know, it's way too soon.
In the
He
family.
knew exactly what he was
This fool
doing.
said tough break. Shout out to William Campbell over there at Travelmation for sponsoring G-Bag of the Day. We appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, book a trip with him. Just stay out of the ocean, maybe.
Please stay out of the ocean. How deep do you go? You seen that thing that's been going on Twitter? Like how deep you go to shows the levels of the ocean?
Ankle.
Yeah,
Ankle deep. Ankle
Yeah.
deep.
Sure,
I tell you what, I've seen those orcas go all the way up on the shore to get a seal.
Sure have.
I mean, you got to watch yourself.
There's an X and Y axis, and one is how deep you go, but it's also on like the X or whatever. It's like how clear is the water.
Yeah.
Because if it's pretty clear, I'm a little bit more willing. If it's dark and seaweed, I'm like, I'm more scared.
Yeah.
Off the coast of San Diego, 1994, we go out on a full moon surf at midnight. 15 to 20 feet, about a half mile out is where the waves broke. I had no idea what I was doing.
Oh, y'all were chill.
There's like semi-pro surfers and bodyboarders with me, and I'm like, sure, guys, I'll go.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah, y'all was strong out there.
There's no way I would have done that.
That's amazing.
No way.
Like succulent pieces of meat on boards out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Big waves too.
It's just meat
Big
on a
waves.
cracker, bro.
Reef breakout. I'd say they were kicking at about 8 feet. And I couldn't really see one. So as I'm paddling out, the waves are breaking in front of you. You're supposed to go underneath them. I didn't know that technique yet. I got caught at the top of one, got thrown over as a wave is breaking. I fall 8 feet back. I land on my back. The wave then pulverizes me towards the bottom. I thought I should have hit the bottom. It took me forever to get back up. Never touched the bottom. And I popped my head up and I was like, oh my God, I got to get back to the shore as quickly as possible.
I'm out of my league. What am I doing right here? I should be studying or something. I need to do something productive with my life.
There was a lot of near death from about 18 to 30.
Yeah, I look up and be like, how did I make it this far?
Exactly.
Our winner is the Subway manager. She had the patience. Yes, she did. She was dealing with a customer that was loud and wrong over cheese and couldn't say sorry.
She asked me if I wanted cheese. I said pepper jack. Who made your sandwich? What? I made it. But she already ate it. You asked me, you remember you asked if I wanted pepper jack cheese. And then you were busy making somebody else's sandwich. And then I said, is my sandwich even done yet? And then she reached over and put some ham. Ma'am, there is cheese on it. There is cheese under the ham. There's no cheese under the ham. There's cheese under the ham. Exactly. There's cheese right there. It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah. She knew it.
There's cheese, and that's all I'm complaining about. So,
right.
It just didn't taste like it. You know, like I said, the fact that you were distracted, you were making 2 sandwiches at the same time. I just get this sandwich all the time. So I know it's something that, but I happen to be almost all the way home, and I just started taking 2 bites of it from starving.
Come on, lady.
Stop it.
Okay.
We're not innocent either.
I wish the server would have gone next, please.
Yes.
What would you like on your sandwich? Cheese? Would you like cheese?
I don't need your whole story of how you had the sandwich and you bit the sandwich and what you used. I don't need this. Just say sorry and move on. Do you need more cheese?
Yeah.
Say you need some more cheese.
Yeah.
It's not enough. All right, I get it.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got going on here. Spinners on a Friday.
Party time.
All right, let's see here. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel. He wants the media to know that he was not born yesterday. What the hell's going on here, fellas?
This is awesome.
What's going on here? I'm serious.
I'm
asking
asking he's got like 5 running backs on his roster.
Yeah.
And they're asking him about Dalvin Cook.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what he means by it, but I think it's just not time to get that excited about it.
You can't talk about it.
There's a lot that goes into
it. He was baked. He was chill. Check this out.
Okay.
Allegedly.
March 3rd, 1983.
Bruh.
That day I was born, right? Now we take a closer look at that date, and that in fact was not yesterday.
That's weed.
Okay, so people that are rumored to be tall, short. Wow. People that are rumored to be
it's going, bro.
You know, that's you're not going to get this guy. I'm year 2. Okay.
What does that mean? What does that mean? No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
It gets the people going.
The spirit of Mike Leach has posthumously been passed from Leach to McDaniel.
Yeah. I love him, man.
And it came with a vape pen.
Stays with the mind. Oh, we'll get to the vape pen later.
They got him one time on the field doing that,
Yeah,
right?
it was the
During
playoff
a game. The playoff game.
He just did an interview with Barstool. NFL News of the Day. We'll break into that.
It was a 6-fingered lid.
What's up, Rod?
Paul Pierce. He was Liddy 2 TDs. That's another phrase, though. He was Liddy 2 TDs. Wildin' on Kevin Garnett's Game 3 live stream on Showtime Basketball.
Oh.
Paul Pierce didn't realize it was live. He must have been pre-gaming before he sat down because he was super, super loose. Listen to Kevin Garnett trying to back him up a little bit. Paul wasn't feeling it.
So this is my girlfriend for the day. They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for the day. Stop, man. And so I got a girlfriend right now. I went on the website and I hired a girlfriend for the day.
Look, Collins. There go Collins. Look at D Wade at the game.
Trying to distract him.
D Wade at the game. On the one.
You can start that website.
This is a live stream, P. We're live. You're streaming. Whatever you're saying, they can hear you. Oh,
That's
right
the
here.
Troop and Kevin right now.
All right.
I need to wear the ticket at to speak that real.
To understand live stream. You know what I'm saying? No. Right. Shooting out the dark and some shit. You gotta do some production and some editing within the live stream. Like
It's live right now, y'all.
Yeah, it's live.
It's live.
It's live. He's burnt, Lord. He's burnt. No, we're working. We're working. We're not popping. We're working. We're on the live stream.
Once you understand the difference between
No.
popping and popping,
No.
we're
No.
popping.
No.
Oh, this is it.
The realization.
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah.
Man, hit the button on this one. Man, what the?
Yeah, he got let go of ESPN for partying on Instagram Live.
Lots of lows.
I like this Paul Pierce, though.
I
Just
do.
screw him. You know, Yeah, you had a great career, dude.
Rent
yeah,
your
you don't need
girlfriend
it
for a day.
Yeah.
4 kg. And he tries to bring it back up. He's like, I got to show you the site, man.
Yeah, I love that. He's like, well, this is Kevin talking. I need the ticket to talk that real stuff.
Yeah.
What do you say, Lucius? You want to vote?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. It was good, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
Pause.
Mike McDaniel's one challenger. Paul Pierce on KG Showtime Basketball Show is another challenger. I'm going to vote for Mike, the Dolphins head coach there. Explaining to everybody when he was born.
I want to clarify I'm voting for Kevin Garnett here.
Okay.
He is great.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Shoot. Yeah, Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett.
It's 2-1, Bully.
Liddy, 2 TDs.
Yeah, I got to go with Paul Pierce and KG here.
Yeah, it's Paul Pierce.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Paul Pierce doing all the fun media out there on KG's podcast. I want to have him on the show. See if we can get Paul to be talking about, and I need that URL too. No, I'm just kidding.
I get pissed when my man on the fan text said, I get pissed when my girl or a friend talks when I'm listening to G-Bag of the Day. Man, I hate when people talk over my radio, dog.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's no rewind button.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah. Well, I guess unless you're on
Shout out to the Odyssey app, right?
Yeah. I like now on the TV. Actually, Tom Likas taught me this.
I love Tom Likas. What's up, Father? How you doing, Father?
You're sitting there hanging out, and somebody starts talking in the middle of your TV show or whatever. You just hit pause.
Yeah.
And then turn to them and give it your full undivided attention.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, cool. You done? Right on.
Thank you. That's awesome.
It doesn't take too many to get the point. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, I've got something on Dalvin Cook. And then also, though, I want to talk a little bit about some Cowboy predictions. We'll talk about that next.
Okay, we do have Rangers-Rays coming up at 5 o'clock. We're excited about that. And maybe you'll be excited to head into a local lodge and watch some sports tonight. Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. Pair any of our made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience. Now, Miss Twin Peaks it's coming up. It's June every year, and here we are in June. Your chance to meet your local Miss Twin Peaks rep, June 16th from 5 to 7. This is a can't-miss party at Miss Twin Peaks. Every location coming up on June 16th, and the voting will continue through June 19th. Then the big show in Nashville, Tennessee, June 20th. So we're now in the official countdown to the Miss Twin Peaks live broadcast. June 20th is the night. Get to your favorite Twin Peaks location. Catch all the action from Nashville, Tennessee, broadcast live. Plus, we'll be featuring a bikini costume party and tons of drink specials available all day. Who's going to be crowned Miss Twin Peaks 2023? There are some absolute rock stars at a Twin Peaks near you. We have 10 DFW locations. It's a Bourbon and Brews Day, honoring the pursuit of brews and barrel-aged bourbons. You get in there to Twin Peaks today, and you'll be celebrating some Bourbon and Brews Stanley Cup Finals. Champions League Final tomorrow at noon at Twin Peaks. I'll see you there. Eat, drink, scenic views.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Rangers stack up with the Rays? Best and worst of the weekend at 7:20, and a brand new giveaway, LL Cool J during the Expressway. It's a Monday morning on the home of the Rangers.
Right now at Diamonds Direct, whether you buy a $3,000 diamond pendant or a $30,000 designer ring, you can spread your payments up to 5 years. Or if you prefer, you can get on-the-spot savings as much as $5,000. And everything's included. Exquisite diamond rings, earrings, bands, bracelets. It's our best offer of all time. You can pick a low monthly payment for up to 5 years or get instant savings up to $5,000. Don't miss this amazing offer. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. Get details and more at diamondsdirect.com on approved credit.
Hey, Mary, is that a new phone?
Yeah, just upgraded at T-Mobile. Their new Go 5G Plus plan gives me the same great phone deals as new customers.
I am so jealous. AT&T's got me locked into a 3-year device contract, and my phone is locked to their network, too.
Ooh, that's a long time.
3 years! That's like the length of 2.5 relationships.
It's time to ditch AT&T. Bring your locked phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off, and they'll give you a new 5G phone for free.
Boom! You hear that, AT&T?
Introducing the Easy Unlock. Bring your AT&T locked phone, trade it in, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $650 and give you one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Plus, next time, you're ready for an upgrade a whole year earlier. Free your phone now at T-Mobile.
Pay off via virtual prepaid MasterCard in 15 days. Free phone via 24 monthly bill credits for well qualified, plus tax and device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. See T-Mobile.com.
Psst, hey, Mark, remember, getting help from Progressive is so easy. You can use the mobile app, chat with us online, or call us.
And you pick now to tell me.
I couldn't miss Little Grace's ballet recital. Oh, thanks for inviting me, by the way.
Did I?
Because you know I'm always here for you.
Yeah. I can use the mobile app if I need help. Sorry, you're in my wife's seat, though?
Oh, yeah, I gotta go anyway. Tell Grace she nailed her chassé.
Get the help you need from Progressive with our mobile app, online chat, or over the phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers.
O'Reilly. Stay cool this summer with AC Pro and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate plus 2 times O Rewards points with the purchase of select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer. Is this for real?
Apparently. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
The classic Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich. Crispy chicken, 100% white meat with crunchy pickles and mayo. It might just be the best KFC chicken sandwich.
Oh, don't forget KFC Spicy Chicken Sandwich. It brings the heat.
Also very good.
Topped with a kick of spicy mayo, it might just be the best.
One of the best.
Okay, one of the best KFC chicken sandwiches out there.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
Choose your flavor with KFC's Chicken Sandwich in classic
or spicy.
That's finger licking good.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Rangers and Rays pregame coming up at 5. First pitch, 5:40. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Gotta love it coming back to Boston. Love that stuff back in the day. I know that we were talking about with Dalvin Cook that he wouldn't be here with the Cowboys. But I was just curious, what did my gang of 7 think of Dalvin Cook? And like we were talking about in our opening segment, people are pretty positive about that he's still got something left, that Dalvin Cook can still help somebody. Again, what's the price going to be? But I was expecting that maybe, because yesterday we talked about Hopkins and, he's slowing down. He's older. Doesn't practice hard all the time. Everything about Dalvin Cook was positive.
He's an A+.
Well, I don't know if it was an A+, but it was just like, it's almost like my guys were surprised I was asking the question. I go, does Cook still have anything left? ? Take that how you want to take it. And they were like, what? Sure. Yeah. What do you mean by that question? Because these guys and gals all watch tape. They're all watching the pro tape and stuff like that. So I was surprised, but
he's definitely on the way down at 27 years old with all the carries that he's had. But he was still at 4.5 last year. It was a career low, but that just speaks volumes about how good he's been and how good the offensive line was in Minnesota for 6 years. Is that how long his career has been?
He was 7 years, wasn't he? 6, 7 years there. I thought it was. You're right, 6 years. I think you're right about that. But I was just interesting. If I could just read some of these comments.
Yeah.
One of the guys says, I said, hey, Cook still have anything left? The guy said, yeah, he does. He just needs to finish his shoulder rehab. So he was doing something with a shoulder injury. Maybe that's why we'll see if some of the teams, if it's a little bit slower, to get to him.
Yeah.
Are they worried about that?
And is it his throwing shoulder or not? 'Cause I want to make sure I have the opportunity for a halfback pass at some point throughout the season.
This guy goes, he was such a big part of their offense. He goes, Madison's good, but he can't change the field like Cook can. He's such a threat in the passing game. So he was like, I don't get why they let him go.
Yeah, if it wasn't for age concerns and salary cap concerns, I'd love to have him on the team.
Yeah, they let him go because he was just too super expensive.
Yeah.
They're saving like $10 million or whatever, $11 million by cutting him.
It would be pretty awesome if you could get the guarantee of a good player, because I just don't know what Davis and Dowdle can do.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Dalvin Cook is still a good player. But yes, clearly running backs, it's a young man's game, but I don't think he's that far out of being in the top 10 conversation. I think he's one of the only players that's had 1,100 plus yards and 9 touchdowns since 2019. He's still extremely productive.
New Gang of 7 member here.
Welcome.
No, I'm just saying new text here.
Oh,
same old guy.
I thought we did like a player swap with somebody else.
No. I said it made it sound like it was a new guy.
I thought you had a free agent edition, or you made a big trade.
No, I just rely on these.
We got a gang of 8 now.
I just rely on these 7. Cook still have anything left? ? Yeah, he really does. I said, in what way? He says he can still run. He can align inside and out. He's got veteran feel, savvy in coverage, tough, and competitive, is what this guy said about him. I said, oh, okay.
You had me at veteran feel.
I said, oh.
Veteran feel.
Do you ever lose the veteran feel? You get to a point, once you have the feel, it never goes away.
No, I never lost the veteran feel.
You lose your athleticism. Your feel gets better.
Yeah,
actually.
you lose your legs.
Yeah.
But the feel's still there.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, I said, this one guy, I said, hey, Cook still have anything left? He said, definitely. Why are you asking me this question?
Wow, dude, he's doubting your football senses.
Yeah. It's like
costing yourself credibility.
It's like he's kind of like, I get why you're now on the radio kind of a question. He's kind of,
the Vikings cut him.
Yeah.
Tell him that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have cut him if he's 23 years old. He's 27 now,
this
idiot.
This is a really good team. I'm
Bark
talking
back at his ass. Don't take that crap from this guy just because he's still employed.
No, I'm taking it because this is a really good team. This is a really good team. This guy's on. Like, this guy would know.
Sure.
I don't. By the way, I don't mess around the gang of 7.
You don't talk trash.
You're talking big dogs. No. I'm not getting bummy teams.
Okay,
I'm
good.
going for good
A-listers.
Yeah,
A-listers.
Yeah, I'm not getting bummy teams. Anybody can do that.
Well, don't be scared to fire back if they question your intelligence, Brian. It's not like they can fire you.
Well, that's true, but man, he's like, yeah. He goes, definitely. Why are you asking? Kind of. And I am like, oh, okay. So
he's a free agent, bro.
I didn't even follow back up. That's how kind of scared I was. This guy.
Wow, tucking your tail.
You didn't even follow back up.
You know what? I admit it. I'm a coward on this guy.
He's
just a little boy.
All right. Hey, enough.
Okay, Uncle Bri.
Enough. I didn't expect this kind of answer, but I'm being honest here.
I
right?
appreciate the vulnerability.
Yeah.
It's strong.
So I'm not going to ask this guy another question ever again.
Oh,
because
we can't go gang of 6 on these fools.
It's kind of scary when a guy like that just kind of calls you out.
This is kind of fun, though. This is going to be a good test.
It's kind of like, hey, you watch football?
No.
Hey, no, you prank him. Say, well, you guys just signed him. Said that. Said that.
No, and he's like not in the loop. He's like, wait, what?
Until he finds out that Broadus is, then he finds out that it's not true, and Broadus is even further outside of the loop than this guy even originally thought.
Schefter just told me you signed this guy.
Might want to call your GM.
I think you got butt cracked.
Oh no, this guy is
this
guy is
he is the GM.
This guy
might want to call your coach.
Only 32 of those things out there, boys.
Only 32. All right, okay, thanks. Those were the guys that answered back.
Sounds like they like him, man.
Yeah,
a lot of
they do.
people were alleging that
They
the
do.
NFL treated 27-year-old running backs the same way Leo DiCaprio treats 25-year-old ladies.
It does seem that way.
But
aged out.
They're changing that. That might not be the vibe, dude.
This could be a good, like the analytic group who's trying to be like, oh, Dalvin Cook's not any good anymore. And then the people that are watching the tape, the scout side, they're still like, no, Dalvin Cook can play. And we'll see how he does this year.
All right. Well,
And
thanks.
it's not that he's not good anymore. I just think they're just showing you the numbers to show you like why, when you're making the argument for why is a guy like Dalvin Cook being cut. Yeah, he's costing quite a bit, and he's now not productive enough to make up for it. So he's lost something.
Yeah.
Let's not act like it's still Dalvin Cook the same way that a lot of people enjoyed talking about Jason Witten in his twilight years like he was still the Hall of Fame tight end.
Why you got to take shots at
run
Jason
through
Witten?
the Cowboys offense like they got a Hall of Fame tight end.
He's also trying to take Tyler Algier over Dalvin Cook. His
His
own team took a running back in the top 10. That's how good Tyler Algier is.
Tyler Algier is better than Dalvin Cook.
He's
right now.
not.
It's a shame, but
He
I'd
isn't.
rather have
He's
Tyler
younger.
Algier. And
He's
better.
younger, but
He's
he's
got the
not
fresh
better.
legs. The only thing he doesn't have is the veteran feel.
You're running back
and the bloated
takes.
contract.
We got to workshop these.
I tell you what, here I'm trying to get to these 4 unexpected predictions for the Cowboys 2020.
All right, lay them on
I'm
us.
sorry, real quick. I'll try and do this.
Fine.
I always tease things and never get to
Beating
them
us
because you
down.
guys kind of carry the.
We're
segment.
infighting over here. What do you want us to do?
Yeah,
We're
sorry
football
about that, man.
guys.
Blogging the Boys come up with these. I love Blogging the Boys, by the way. You folks go over there, do great work. 4 unexpected predictions for the Cowboys 2023 season. Number 1, Cowboys will have a run-pass ratio of 60% or higher in favor of the pass.
Oh, that's false. What was it last year, Chief?
That's a good question.
I think they were 60-40.
I'll report back.
But we need to confirm.
Number 2, Jake Ferguson will lead all tight ends in yards and receptions.
I agree. I'm a Fergie guy.
This is unexpected prediction.
That's true. Ferguson for the win.
It's expected for me. That guy he's got it.
It.
Yeah.
He's got it. How about this next one? The Cowboys will go undefeated in December.
Oh my gosh.
Don't they have to go to Buffalo? Don't they have to go Buffalo,
that's not
Miami,
happening.
and all that?
That's not happening. They've got a tough December.
I would say that's highly unexpected then.
That's very unexpected, I would say.
Be a hell of a Christmas, though, boys.
Gosh, dude, I would be so tore.
And the number 4 unexpected prediction, the Cowboys will not sign a proven veteran kicker before the regular season.
Oh gosh, that's false. That's a fart.
Chief, you're looking at me like, do you
No,
want
I'm
me to
sorry.
tell you?
I'm trying to do the homework on this question, this run-pass question, so I was halfway listening.
Run pass, run pass, run pass.
December,
Wilson
by the
runs
way,
him out,
Cowboys, Bills, Dolphins, Lions. So that's going to be that'd be a hell of a 4-0. I'll say no. They will not sign a veteran kicker. They'll find some cheap jobber and give him a shot.
How about you there?
Yeah,
Willie
no, they're
Bodeman?
not going to just stick with Tristan Vizcaino, even though he seems like he's looking a little bit better.
I think his range is about 52 yards. That would be my
he
guess.
He doesn't seem like he's got a cannon at all.
It does. The further away he gets, it looks a little weaker.
And you've talked to me about this. You can hear it.
You can hear
off
it.
the foot.
You can hear
he
it.
doesn't have that boomer.
For sure. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you on a Friday.
Thank you, Broadus. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We got 1 hour down, 2 to go. NFL News of the Day is coming up here with Wolchuk, and Rangers Rays pregame at 5 o'clock tonight, the most anticipated series of the year in the big leagues. Wolchuk, where are we going next?
Oh, man. Julian Edelman, tales from dating Jerry Rice's daughter, and more from the G-Bag Nation's Coach of the Year, Mike McDaniel, next.
I want to chat Frank.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, Nation. It's hour number 2 of the broadcast. Hope you're having a great day. As it's time now for the NFL news of the day. Now, coming up in 2 hours, we will be we'll be on our way home, listening to Rangers-Rays pregame as first pitch coming up at 5:40. It's time now for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here's the bully.
Thank you, General. The latest on DeAndre Hopkins. He's going to visit the New England Patriots once he's done visiting the Tennessee Titans. So he's going to visit with the Titans on Sunday before meeting with the Pats. Then he's going to go to New England. Now, they certainly need wide receiver help, but why did this kind of shock me? It wasn't surprising New England's got interest. They had expressed that. That was one of the teams we found that were, talking about maybe bringing in DeAndre Hopkins, even if it was via trade. What is interesting is their offensive coordinator now is Bill O'Brien. And it was Bill O'Butchin who traded DeAndre Hopkins from Houston to Arizona for David Johnson and a bag of chips.
Yeah.
I wonder how that reunion would be, if there's any bad feelings there.
I think my guy's looking for a job. I think you have to go where you can go. I know about talking about, he sat out a big chunk of last year, so he's not going to be able to do the thing and heal up, go to the right spot and all that. I think he just wants to get into a camp, get as much money as he can and get going. But how that plays out, I think that, if you're O'Brien, you walk up to him and you say, hey, listen, my bad.
Squash it.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm going to do the best I can for you here. You did a great job while you were in Houston. My apologies about that. You're trying to be a man about it. You admit that you were wrong about moving on from him.
Yeah. Because it was afterwards you kind of started to hear maybe there was something going on with the head coach and the player, and that might have been also a reason why he wanted him to get out of here. But, man, Bill O'Butchin reuniting with Nuke Hopkins, that would be fun, and it would instantly be Mac Jones' number 1 target there in New England. It makes a lot of sense. Makes more sense, I think, than even Tennessee does.
Yeah, it's an easy way out of that. You just go, man, I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
Oh, man.
I mean, people have been making fun of me, and I'm like, dude, that was the worst decision of your career.
I'm so sorry. I made a big mistake.
Well, no, you do. You absolutely. You just walk in there with hat in hand, and you say, hey, listen, I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have been making general manager moves there. They gave me the possibility to shape the roster the way I saw fit, and I felt like I'm needed to move on from you, and let Hopkins say what he wants to say back, and then go for it.
Yeah, just air it out, and then you move on. We'll see where Hop ends up signing from one.
This is a Belichick call, by the way.
I'm sure it is
total Belichick. This is not and maybe Bill O'Brien has. I mean, we could ask. Maybe Bill O'Brien is got to the point where he's like, hey, I made a huge mistake here. Telling Belichick that. Should have never got rid of the guy. If you want to bring him in, man, we're all good.
That's another guy. You talk about Bill O'Brien as a bad GM. Bill Belichick is not a good one either. That roster compared to the other 3 rosters within their division is poochies.
Yeah. And I don't really know what O'Brien would have to apologize for. He can at least say, hey, we was trying to capitalize on David Johnson at 28 years old, coming off at 345 yards rushing and 3.7 yards per carry for the Cardinals that year. There was
coming off injury.
There was some opportunity there. Yeah, he started 12 games.
I think this is probably conjecture and speculation, though. I think O'Brien probably traded him because he's the pain in the ass that, it's kind of like the worst kept secret in the NFL right now. DeAndre Hopkins has been cool to people. He has been great to the media. So nobody's telling the story of
to us it seems like he's a great guy, maybe behind closed doors.
I think he's difficult to coach, and I think that's why he was ultimately traded for David Johnson. Yeah. And now in his next attempt to be moved, it's like nobody wants him. Mm-hmm. And we're all scratching our heads, but there's things in the inside that people aren't just going to air dirty laundry usually, without a good reason for it. And I think that explains what's going on here.
You remember what I said? Well, if you're new to the program or didn't catch this yesterday, remember I asked one of the gang of 7 guys, I asked all about him. And one of the guys says he has a terrible reputation of practice, preparation, and work habits. Baller on Sunday, but everything else the process was poor.
And a guy like that, when he's 25, you're like, this is fine. You know, he doesn't practice, but he gets out there and crushes it. Now he's been on roids. His production has declined. His
separate
yards,
like he did.
his yards per attempt is declining. And you're like, I don't think this is worth it. Like T.O. could have played in the NFL for 4 or 5 years after he was done, but he was no longer worth everything that came along with the T.O. experience.
Agreed. Yeah, it sounds a lot like Amari Cooper, too, and the reasons why the Cowboys wanted to move on from Amari.
If I'm DeAndre Hopkins and I'm showing up to these facilities, I'm just showing up. I'm not really saying too much. I'm plugging in. Yesterday was National VCR Day, so I'd like to think he did this with the Patriots yesterday, and it's just a one-play highlight, and it's him last year running into the end zone and extendo grabbing like Elastigirl, where his arm was like an Inspector Gadget and stuck out like an additional 12 inches than what it actually is and made a one-handed touchdown grab.
Gosh, he's got
like, what else do you need to see from
one a little of this?
No doubt. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and their receiving core is terrible.
Didn't he make a last play of the game catch against Buffalo?
Yes.
Too, that was just incredible.
He can still get it done.
Years ago.
I'd be ecstatic.
A couple years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully the market's so low that the Cowboys will circle back around here and we'll have the best 4 wide receiver set in the history of the game.
That'd be fun. All right, from one All-Pro receiver to another one, Tyreek Hill, who was second in the NFL in Offensive Player of the Year votes to Justin Jefferson, he was talking to the media. He's got lofty goals. He believes he's going to be a 2,000-yard receiver this year. Here's Tyreek.
For me, not getting injured, coming in each and every day, wanting to get better, wanting to be coached, and I feel like I got the right tools around me. I got, obviously the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. I got one of the best, head coaches in the NFL, and also my position coach is, a monster also. So just having those 3 things, man, and me just keeping the same mindset each and every day that I want to get better and, I want to break the record. And, I do want to break the record. So I feel like this is one of those years that I can, achieve it.
Which one do you think is less likely to be true? The fact that he's got the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, or that he's going to hit 2,000 yards and break the record?
I mean,
take the 2,000.
He might not have the most accurate quarterback for the whole season.
Yeah, if you told me Tua and Tyreek were going to play all the games, I would say, that would happen. But
they've been playing all the games.
Yeah. Now, football guy question of the day: if you know it for sure, don't shout it out. But when he said at the end there, "Man, my position coach is an absolute beast as well." You know who is former NFL wide receiver playing receivers coach
it's one of the dudes from the New England Patriot guy. It's one of the old Patriot players, right?
Brian's onto something.
I know who it is.
Walchuk knows who it is. On 3, Walchuk. 1, 2, 3.
Will Ferrell.
Westwell. What did he say?
Texas Tech.
Will Ferrell is
Will Ferrell.
Yeah, but
yeah.
That's
Wes Welker, right?
Wes Welker,
I knew it was one of the Patriots
Wesy
guys.
West.
I don't think he ever won a Super Bowl with them.
No, he didn't.
That's crazy.
He didn't. He lost both to the Giants. That is crazy. Yeah. Oh, Wes, man. He took a lot of heat afterwards from that second one, too. All right. Let's go from Tyreek to their head coach, Mike McDaniel. Now, McDaniel was on Barstool Sports with Pardon My Take. And, Brian, you brought this up earlier.
Yeah.
He got caught vaping during the playoff game
Buffalo.
against the Bills on the sideline. So, Big Cat asks McDaniel about the sideline incident with the vape.
You were vaping on the sideline. There was a clip of you. You went
like water vape?
You went with your hand to your mouth, and it looked like you were vaping. Were you vaping?
I mean, what a confusing question. I don't know this technology you guys speak of.
Just a
having said that, I will leave you with this. In past lives, I have vaped.
Okay.
Regardless, just the idea of that being something that people are talking about after a playoff game is annoying enough to provoke me to never do it again, and I've since quit classic McDaniel style. Classic McDaniel style, cold turkey, just like alcohol. But as far as a game, I'm sorry. I wish I was better schooled on the subject. I just don't get
That's crazy. People would even assume that.
Who would think this?
I don't know whether to love this guy or just shake my head. I don't know if I'd want him as my head coach or be terrified of it.
I think he's a treasure.
He is, man.
He's partially a treasure, but would you want him coaching the Cowboys, really?
Gosh, I'd love him as our offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
I don't know about as a head coach.
that.
But gosh, his pressers would be fun. Like I'd be glued and I wouldn't be able to wait. I'd be just waiting. Hey, when do we have the audio of the McDaniels presser post game? Fire it up.
I think that his ability to relate to players would
it's
be a huge asset.
Well, he's had huge success there in Miami. I mean, they
Yeah.
look like the third best team in the AFC halfway through last year.
Yeah.
Obviously, what they did in San Francisco was incredible as well. I think I'd take him as my head coach. Probably pretty dang good. I just love the sideline vaping. Like, that's starting to take over youth sports, too. And you'll see a parent, like, hacking up a lung and these giant vape clouds come over the playing surface. You're like, guys. You know?
They're so convenient, man. I got one right here. You can just puff it, and it doesn't leave a smell everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like old school radio. You can smoke cigarettes. Give you the news of the day.
Days, man.
Yeah, we're going back to the future here in radio.
That Jewel. Gosh, that is legendary.
Yeah,
right before a question, I think it was like Dalton.
Yeah, it was Dalton Miller, maybe. Jewel Rip. I thought you were asking the question, but it was on me. That was
it's so good. All right, let's go to Julian Edelman. Speaking of former Patriot receivers as well.
Speaking of Jules.
Yeah, true that. I didn't know that Julian Edelman did this, but he apparently dated Jerry Rice's daughter. And so
you got to close that deal if you're a receiver, bro.
Oh my gosh,
you're dating the GOAT's daughter and you let her off the hook. You're about to break all the records.
That's a worse bag fumbling than Tony Parker and Eva Longoria.
Oh, no doubt.
It's a lot of pressure though, too.
It is.
Yeah, my dad would have caught that though.
That's a good
Really?
point.
You're retiring at 35?
So
my dad was putting up numbers at 40.
He was 50. And
I can have my dad show you some pointers. How about it?
Try running up a hill, Jules. All right, Gil's Arena Show. He was on this with co-host Josiah Johnson, and Julian Edelman talks about what he would do when he was dating Jerry Rice's daughter.
So dads can be extremely protective, obviously, of their daughter. So I want to know, what was your relationship like with Jerry Rice growing up? Did he with you at all? Was he like
terrified?
Yeah, he knocked you down.
Terrified. Remember the first time I went over, Jerry came out, had his chain on, no shirt, six packed up, and just gave me a head nod. And that was like the last time we talked for like 2 years. It was tough. It was scary.
And what Jerry was that? Was the Jerry with like the Floyd Mayweather Senior braids? What Jerry was that in his stage?
That's highly disrespectful, by the way.
Yeah, that is.
I need you to Google Floyd Mayweather Senior's braids. You see how disrespectful that is to the GOAT.
He was starting to get those. He was starting to get those. You know, this was
Mayweather Senior, Jerry.
late 90s. Yeah, they were starting to creep. They were starting to creep where they were, getting back there. But it was all. I was terrified, and I have a little girl now, so I understand. So you get it. A little punk little kid coming into the house, thinking he's dating a daughter and stuff. But I'll tell you one thing. When Jerry wasn't there, I was putting on his Super Bowl rings and everything.
Wow. Just sizing them up. And you're absolutely right, Lucius. Big time disrespect.
Super disrespectful, like the Predator. It's like the Predator's mother or something like that. You know what I mean?
Not a good look.
I feel like I'm looking at Lil Wayne in like 10 years.
Yeah.
10 more years.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call. Man, but Jules, he's great. And I think he's very, very entertaining. Now,
Jerry really pushed it trying to stay young, though.
Oh, he did?
I mean, that was bad. He had the full cul-de-sac with the braids starting behind where a cowlick would be in the middle of your.
Oh yeah, the hair definitely. He needed some elite skin center there.
Yep.
There's no question. But he still looked good, even though I couldn't stand looking at him on the sideline during the Cowboys game. But he still looks great. Yeah. So hey, good shout out to you, Jerry. Now,
shirtless with the gold chain was sweet though.
Oh, fantastic.
Whoever braided his hair need to be stopped too, by the way.
No doubt.
Yeah, I don't care if they're paying for it.
Some quick injury updates. Jimmy G is apparently going to be ready for Raiders camp. Michael Thomas, do you believe this? Says he's going to be ready for Saints camp as well. That's funny, right? That's a good joke.
It's rich.
J.C. Horn, Cowboys. I mean, I love J.C. Horn. He was a great interview. We had him on the nosebleed seats from South Carolina.
In a boot right now?
Cowboys
Dodged a bullet.
Him. Yeah, they might have.
Dodged a bullet.
He's a guy that just can't seem to stay healthy. He unfortunately broke his foot his rookie year.
Yeah.
And then last year he was really good, but he's now dealing with an injury again to his left ankle, and they're saying he might not be ready for camp on time either. So J.C. Horn, one of those guys that could be an absolute stud. And I want to wrap up with this. G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Is this fair or foul? Teammate on teammate crime. Alex Anzalone, who is the linebacker for the Lions. He was talking about the comparisons that a lot of people are making with Jahmyr Gibbs, the rookie running back, and Saints running back Alvin Kamara. And Anzalone told the Detroit Free Press, he said, quote, I think AK's a little bigger, thicker. He's like 215-ish. And yeah, he's a little taller. So I'd say size-wise, no. I think Gibbs is a little faster speed-wise, but AK has a little like smooth sneakiness to him. And that'll be interesting to see if Gibbs has that. It's hard to judge when we're in pajamas. I want to see in a game when people are going at it. I don't think he said anything wrong, but it's like, shouldn't you kind of uplift your teammate there instead of just say, nah, bro, he's not Alvin Kamara?
I like it. I like it quite a bit. I think Jahmyr Gibbs, it's going to add a little bit more fuel to the fire when the inevitable Dan Campbell training camp day 1 of practice, Oklahoma drill, full speed, and it's Anzalone versus Gibbs. That's going to be a little bit bulletin board.
I want them laying on their back, when they have both guys laying on their back and they say
spring break style.
And then they flip, and then you go full Oklahoma drill. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, I saw Baby Gronk doing that earlier. Against a 13-year-old. It was quite a matchup. Do we have time for some Baby Gronk conversation? I know, Chiafalo, you're going to take the broadcast spotlight next. Where are we going?
Absolutely. We got a little biggest L, biggest dub on a Friday, 877. Oh, there's a sausage finger being raised into the air by Wolchuk.
We got Cowboys news. They've released Tack McKinley.
Okay.
So not big, not breaking, but Tack McKinley no longer a Cowboy.
Thank you. Appreciate that. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week, like perhaps Tack McKinley has, or where have you gotten some personal victories? Let us know next right here on The Fan.
But we got Eagles Nest to tell you about on a Friday, baby.
L's all over the place.
Oh, we got chicken fingers. It's a chicken finger basket Friday with the Eagles Nest. And, they got happy hour as well. So whether it's golf, baseball, they got UFC tomorrow. You got NASCAR. You bet it's going to be on at the Eagles Nest. 75 TVs. No, I do love me some baby dolls, too. Don't forget that they also serve amazing breakfast Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 11 a.m. at the Eagles Nest. But they got the all-day chicken strips with fries or onion rings. And then, as I mentioned,
Ball Barbecue Whiskey.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by H-E-B.
Be a part of something as big as Texas. McKinney and Allen H-E-B stores open soon. And they're hiring checkers, perishable reps, and in-store shoppers starting at $15.50 an hour. Plus great benefits and competitive pay for more roles. Visit careers.heb.com. Here, everything's better.
Welcome back, Nation. By the way, LA Live's coming up here in 15 minutes. It's a typical 5:40 segment. So if you have not heard it, it might be worth making an appointment for, and you'll get a sample here coming up at 3:40, because coming up at 5 today, we have Rangers pregame, Rangers-Rays in Tampa, first pitch 5:40. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel, truckwreck.com. Time now for Eric Chiafalo and his biggest L and his biggest dub, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. That's what we're doing on a Friday, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's rock and roll.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
No question, big dub with the Rangers and the Rays getting going right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is a weekend series for the ages. I'm pegging it without any research as the number one most anticipated baseball series ever that started on June 9th. I'm going out on a limb with that one.
It's a huge dub. You know, just to be basking in the glory of the same day on the calendar of that event. It's good enough for me.
It's definitely the biggest series of this season so far. There's no question. I mean, MLB's hyping it up. You got the two best teams on every power ranking, two best records in baseball. And I'm hopeful that the Rangers can take 2 or 3.
Huge dub for us at the station to have 100,000-watt blowtorch that the Rangers want to make their flagship. You know,
good point. Absolutely good point. I believe that's probably going to be the biggest dub of the week, but we'll find out. We have, of course, the Luka photos. I think that was a collective victory. It was like a small sigh of relief. It's not the end game. We're not doing the confetti stuff. We've seen this before, but it's a step in the right direction. Early on in the summertime, a photo of Luka is showing that he is putting that work in.
Man, the first 2 to 3 weeks of the season are going to be outstanding for him.
I know.
Get that carryover from the summer before the bulking season kicks back in.
That's the problem with basketball, man.
Yeah, it's kind of looking up what happened on this day, in baseball history.
Yeah. Give me some nuggets. Tell me why I'm right.
Yeah, in 1945, after an 8-7 win over the Phils, Brooklyn manager Leo DeRocher was arrested. It was a complaint by a fan that DeRocher slugged him while at Ebbets Field. Cops pinned him back his arms. Charges were later dropped when the fan admitted that he received $6,750 from the Dodgers for his injuries. Yeah. How about this one?
Outstanding story. Yeah, please.
1963.
So he didn't get hit?
Feed me.
Didn't get hit. 1963, the Colt 45s. That's the Houston bunch. They beat the Giants 3-0 in a Major League's first Sunday night game. The exception was made because Houston's oppressive daytime heat. How about that?
It's a good reason to play baseball at night, Chief.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, man, absolutely. You don't want to overheat. Definitely not this time of year.
And one final one for you here. In 1990, Dodger Eddie Murray homers from each side of the plate for the 10th time in his career. The second time in 1990 to tie Mickey Mantle's Major League record. The Dodgers beat the Padres 5-4 in 11 innings.
He went dong ball twice in the same game from opposite sides of the plate 10 times.
Yep.
Eddie Murray's a freaking legend.
Eddie Money Murray.
Well, he was at the Dodgers at the time, but he was an Oriole,
He was
right?
a long-term Oriole. Yeah.
Great kicker as well.
I love it, dude. That's fantastic. Thank you for the history lesson there.
No problem.
Braz.
Happy to help you.
I think point still stands. Most anticipated baseball series of all time, starting on
ever
on National 6-9 Day, is this one right here: Rangers and Rays. Okay, it was Zion Williamson who took a pretty good size L this week, and we actually have Stephen A. Smith to give you just a small glimpse into why.
Zion Williamson and porn stars
Stars.
It's pretty much where it starts, and there's a whole lot going on in the middle there, and then it ends. And we're finding out, was it 2? Was it 3? Was it 4? Some of the screenshots and some of the continuous Twitter threads from random ladies, it's not stopping. But kudos to the PR team for Zion. They're working overtime right now. And just 3 hours ago, the New Orleans Pelicans Twitter account tweeted out a photo of Zion with his hands around a handful of people at a local high school, I believe, Jefferson Parish Schools for Summer Bridge Program, and they're getting a big Zion donation. So the PR
of
team
what?
is
What are they getting a donation of?
They're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, I believe.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, he's on the recovery tour after what's gone down this week. It's been a tough one, I will say. It was supposed to be a beautiful week. It's gender reveals.
We're not richarding around anymore here, are we?
Girl dad.
And was he really letting these girls on that he was like in love with them? Because they really seem heartbroken. I thought this was my way out of porn.
Yeah, no,
I was gonna marry an NBA superstar. And you've been
to New Orleans.
Yeah, yeah. You have all these good questions. We actually have Stephen A. Smith with as many details as I can give.
Zion Williamson and porn stars.
That's a great drop.
Hey, money cannot unlame you, by the way. You can have all the money in the world and still be lame. Yeah. Because if I had that situation, I'm telling you right now, I'll be a nurse practitioner. I'm finding a sexy lawyer or something like that, a doctor, you know what I mean? Yeah. Some girl that's like killing in real estate. She owns half of California. Yep. That type of vibes. Yep. I'm going somewhere that I've never been before with the talent that I have. Right. I'm not going to go stoop down to the bottom to the everyday man situation and try to conquer that. What are you doing?
I have no idea.
That's a lame move.
That's a great point. He needs a guy like
Lucius
around.
What's your Twitter handle?
I say that respectfully, man.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Maybe give her a call. I'm out to that point. I'm about to that point.
Hey, he's definitely got a type, though.
I believe in what Lucius is saying, but man, I'm to that point now.
The big old fake cheeks she had.
Yeah, big old fake butts.
Big old fake cheeks.
Yeah. About a 35-inch waist and like a 60-inch fake butt. Yeah, he's all about it.
What's that sound? Zion knows.
It's like that new song.
Like a couple of seals.
Bro, you must need a damn baseball bat to get there through that thing. Wrong sport. Oh, that's what you guys reacted to? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the baseball talk, baby. Let's go.
Dude, Dawson is wild.
I'm sorry.
No, you're in the bag today.
But I agree. I thought the same thing.
Well, how do you get to that thing? You wild, bro.
Aaron Rodgers getting a victory. He's talking about Zach Wilson. Quote, he's been incredible. He hasn't made my life hell every day. So I think that's a victory because Zach Wilson. I don't know. I guess that's a good point.
Zach can pull the weighted sleds. That's what he's good for over there.
That's true. Yeah, they are doing weighted sled stuff. This feels like coaching malpractice, but big dub for Lamar Jackson, who is now going to be granted the opportunity to make slide protections and different adjustments at the line of scrimmage. He was apparently never given that freedom before. So congratulations to Lamar Jackson. He's now allowed to do just baseline level things at the line of scrimmage that
quarterbacks do.
Seemingly all quarterbacks do and are certainly supposed to. So.
I think that's what Zion needs, some of those protection adjustments. Yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah, he does.
No question about that. Not going to talk about the Jacob deGrom L that we took collectively as a Metroplex this week. No reason to bring it up. That would be foolish. I actually did personally take one right here on the air. This is what we call an L sandwich.
Just one?
Okay. It's an L sandwich. You know, people do this with compliments. You know, they'll give you a compliment, and then they'll hit you with the critique, and then they close it with the compliment so that it all feels good, but they still got their critique in there so we could switch it up. I had a great coach. Shout out to Coach Duck. He used to do that to us all the time. And then we do up-downs, and it sucked.
Coach Duck.
But we had, it was Coach Duck. We have Dave Raymond on, TV voice of the Rangers, earlier this week, and I asked him just an honest question that I thought was legit. Things went haywire. Then things went good again. I got a dub. I bounced back. And then Walchuk and Dave Raymond, they sort of tag teamed together, and they top roped me.
So we do.
Dave, are you open to referencing Marcus Semien and referring to him as Marcus Himian?
Why?
Just because, he's him and it's, kind of a cool nickname.
I think I'm probably out on that.
Okay. All right. Very good. What about Welcome to the Youngle? After a Josh Young home run.
Yeah, Jared won't do that one, Dave.
Yeah,
Welcome to the Youngle. That actually really works. That does work.
There we go.
I could roll with that one.
1 for 2. I'll take it, Dave.
I might steal that.
You're hitting $500 over there, Chief.
That's right, boys.
Was the Marcus Himian question maybe the worst question you've ever been asked?
That was not strong.
And that's the L sandwich
Not
there.
strong.
Courtesy of Dave Raymond and Zach Walchuk.
Oh, man.
Hey, huge dub for Netflix. I don't know if this has affected you guys personally, but it's affected me personally. And I was actually wondering this aloud with my family because I've been sort of doing the password sharing thing.
I'm doing it too.
But I've been the one who was the mooch.
Oh, it hurts right now. Because you have to be in the same household even though we're all on the same account.
Yeah.
We've always been on the same account, but it has to be under the same Wi-Fi now.
Netflix had been talking about this for a long time.
Haters, bro.
But they freaking got this whole thing figured out.
Yeah, they got us.
I spent a good while trying to outdo them, outthink them, outsmart them. Inevitably, I did not. But I was wondering, how many people are actually going to find out that they can no longer get the free password sharing viewing of Netflix and actually decide to and feel obligated to go and purchase their own account? And apparently a lot of people have. I'm not one of them, but apparently Netflix averaged over 70,000 daily signups from May 25th to May 28th, which is a bigger subscriber spike than the one that happened in tandem with the initial pandemic lockdown back in March and April of 2020. So as a result, Netflix has seen, quote, the 4 single largest days of U.S. user signups since January of 2019. This actually worked for them. That was a huge home run. I thought people would be more like me and be like, okay, fine, you're not going to give it to me, the way I've had it for free this whole time, then I'm not going to take it. Now, maybe I'll cave at some point, but people were caving on the spot. Huge dub for Netflix.
My dad might have found the loophole here because he told me about this. You just set it to you're traveling, and he said it worked for him.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was thinking about that, but how long will it work?
That's what he's worried about. He's like, I don't know how long until they catch on to this, but it's at least worked so far for a few days.
This is the family account. This has been the family account for years. And you're screwing up this family, Netflix.
Breaking up
While
families.
you're clinking your champagne glasses. We won.
It's sad. It's disappointing.
Money for everyone here.
817 Biggest Dub started doing 500 push-ups a day while delivering my UPS route. Seeing some fast results.
Huh.
As if UPS wasn't enough.
Yeah.
That guy is burning some serious calories.
I'll tell you what, those poor dudes, those guys and gals out there in the summertime, man, they wear those brown outfits. The sweat, just.
Do they even have AC in there?
They don't. They keep their doors open,
Built
right?
different, dude. Built different.
Built way different. Hey,
That guy better be getting the protein shakes and the electrolytes. Tell you that much.
Yeah. Took a dub last night, by the way.
Took a dub this week.
Chinese
you found
buffet?
out your heart was not actively...
that
Took
was
a dub this morning.
Yeah. Took a dub last night, though. Actually set up my own cable, modem, and router in my house.
Wow.
That's they sent all that.
It to you.
They sent it all to me, and I actually set it up, and it worked.
How long did it take?
You plugged it in and plugged the Ethernet cord in?
Everything.
Holy cow.
Oh, wait a minute. You're making it
dude.
sound like it was a nothing deal here. But for somebody that has no technology,
zero
technology skills.
Well done, Brian.
No, I did it I tell you what, Dawson, I hate Dawson. I can't wait till this show's over right now.
He's being serious right now, too.
No, he is. No, him, he's serious.
No, you are too.
No.
But I am proud of you because I would have said, hey, I need you to set this up for me, dude. I ain't doing it.
I do love that in a week where Broadus found out his heart wasn't actively just disintegrating from his body, the biggest dub that he wants to announce to us is setting up his internet and cable.
I really thought he was going to say I took a big dub. I went back to the Chinese buffet last night.
No,
and it was delicious.
I can't do that anymore. No, that's over.
Oh, my God.
They're going to miss me over there.
The willpower is strong with Broadus, though. He's dialed in. Looks like he got bit by a snake or something there on the wrist, the entry wound.
That's just the little bitty spot. I can see it on the.
And that's the only part you felt it?
That's the only time I felt it. I watched the guy go through my vein.
How do they push it up through the skin? Is there a little motor on it or something?
It's like they run it. They just kind of just feed it through. It's on a
you
camera.
felt it downstairs too when they shaved you.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah,
that was an embarrassing time.
That was
cute. She's supposed to prep anyway,
really
bro.
cute. Well, really, you know what? I was thinking about it. I didn't know how intense it was going to be, where the area was exactly. So I could have.
Why'd they have to shave down there if they went through your wrist?
Well, they have
in case they got to go through your ball.
There was a just in case.
Oh, they didn't know.
Just in case.
The plan B.
And the
The lady was attractive. Were you worried about it moving?
Brian goes, yeah.
Did he wanted it to move?
No,
Did it move?
He was wanting it to move. Please.
It would have been the first time in 5 years.
I was on some Valium. I was okay.
We do need to get into. We need to do a deep dive on Broadus's general manscaping habits at a later date.
Well, it's
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm on some Valium. I'd usually be a lot more excited for you.
What are you talking about over there?
We're talking about your.
Okay. We're having some Friday fun.
Yeah, we
Sounds
are.
like what we're doing. Okay.
I still took a dub, Dawson. I don't give a damn what you say.
You did, man.
buddy.
You've had a
You
great
did.
week.
Thank you.
Okay, my bad. LA Live's coming up next. Lucius, where are we going with LA Live?
Oh yeah, I got a tease here, huh?
Yeah.
The very best of City Councilman Eric Mays, and a question for the Tolos right after this.
Okay, let's talk about D&M leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, we've made it to the weekend, and you have 2 days to relax and hang out. You know, maybe hang out with the buddies, the family, whatever it is.
are at the pool.
Back on it, Olivares turns, watches, out of here! A grand slam for Adolis Garcia!
Rangers baseball, Rangers announcers, streaming live on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Get in the game and download it today.
The two best teams in baseball meet tonight for the first time as the Rangers open a 3-game series against the Rays in Tampa Bay. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 5 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Every night at 5:40, Lucius Alexander delivers L.A. Live. Tonight at 5:40, Rangers going to be taking on the Rays, so it is time now for L.A. Live. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
I have a question for the Tolos right after the great Rick James. Hold on.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time to smoke.
Fire up this funk.
That's weed. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody get high.
Your hat. Is this your secret to staying warm?
No.
No, it isn't.
I have no secrets. I'm mad. I have to go to work. I have to earn a living. I'd rather have a private income and get laid well and often.
Hello. Yep. Hello. LA Live for June 9th, 2023. It's a Friday. Rangers game day. How you enjoying the Rangers game, boys? How you guys got plans for the Rangers games?
Yep, sure do. Going to get home nice and early, kick up the feet on the television, and wait for my kids to pester me into playing with them constantly.
Fantastic.
There we go.
That's a great idea. Yeah, I'll be listening on the ride home, and then we'll be cranking it up on the tube, and I'll be doing my best to fend off the kids as well.
There you go. Yeah, same deal. I'll be driving to Aubrey. I got a house sit for my buddy out there.
You're going to be fighting off
the one with the big screen?
Yeah. He does have a big screen.
Yeah, he's got the big screen.
Oh, you're going to be house sitting?
Yeah.
Okay, I see you in like a long button down with just your underwear and some big old socks and you slide around. Dun, 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 dun.
You know me well.
Business.
Hopefully it doesn't have any cameras hooked up in there.
Yeah. B, how about you, B?
I just got, luckily I'm by myself tonight. I'm sitting in my big Hemingway chair and listening to Jared and them call the game.
Big him sitting in the Hemingway
chair.
Yeah, I got a cigar from downstairs at the Chevron right here.
Oh.
Apparently, there's nice premium cigars they have in this joint. Not Davidoff, but I grabbed a Romeo and Juliet. Yes, I'm going to swing through this. What is the Majestics right here next to us, the liquor store?
There you go.
Pick up that Corlejo tequila. And hopefully, if God is riding with your boy today, there will be no poop for me to clean up and I can sit down and enjoy the Rangers game.
Pulling for you, man.
Man, some of these gas stations can double as a little smoke shop these days.
They
got all kinds of stuff in there.
Somebody can catch them right.
That's wild. They are getting wild. Let's see what I have here. Question for the Tolos. What is a myth many people refuse to accept? What is a myth many people refuse to accept? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like, Arby's is fire.
I've come around on that.
Arby's is pretty good.
Arby's is good.
Do they still have the chicken bacon Swiss? I think it's one of the most underrated chicken sandwiches in fast food.
Good for you.
I just beef and cheddar it myself.
Yeah, the beef and cheddar is
that
outstanding.
fish fillet that from last year as well was pretty strong. I'm not gonna lie.
That burger does look good.
Yeah, that burger looks crazy. That ranch something burger. Yeah.
They're doing like Wagyu beef or something with it, maybe?
I'm going to say that the UFOs are here. You know, aliens are here. We're
That's what we don't
coexisting
want to
with
accept, but they're here.
Yeah.
Cats are disgusting animals with no boundaries is a truth we're refusing to accept, Tolo told us. Dak Prescott sucks. That's a truth that many people refuse to accept. The credit system is financial slavery.
Yeah, it's brittle.
Yeah.
You have to get into debt to prove that you can take a loan.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, sorry, you haven't been paying enough interest charges your whole life.
Get
You
your
don't
scores
qualify.
up, yeah.
You must be responsible.
Yeah. My credit score is like a 31. What is the truth many people refuse to accept? Stomachs don't go in leggings.
Learn that the hard way.
Yeah, I like the old man version of that, where you just you buckle your belt at your belly button.
Yeah, it goes all the way up there.
Get it in there.
You don't have to go to college to be successful.
It's true.
Most bottled water is tap water. AI will end the world. Des Bryant caught it.
He damn
right he did.
Girls poo.
By the way, Des working out on social today. He ain't coming back.
Ow, something like that.
Saint it.
He's let it go a little bit.
Oh, come on.
Still way better than most of us. You know,
Brian and I saw him stretching outside the Star yesterday.
Yeah. Did you notice his gut?
I don't know. The guy
He's doing planks, right? Plank.
Great workout.
Good. He's working on the mat.
Working on the core.
Yeah.
G-Bag of the Day, we do it every day on the Fan at 2:30. It's brought to you by William Campbell over there at Travelmation. Our winner is Paul Pierce. My man was super, super loose during the NBA Finals live stream on Showtime. I mean, super loose. He was wilding. Kevin Garnett tried to reel him in a few times. He just wasn't having it. Check this out.
So this is my girlfriend for the day. They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for the day. Oh, man. And so I got a girlfriend. I went on the website and I hired a girlfriend for the day.
Look, Collins. There go Collins. Look at D-Wade at the game. Okay, D-Wade at the game. You don't know what.
You can start that website.
This is a live stream, We're live. We're streaming. Whatever you're saying, they can hear you. Oh,
It's
right
the
here.
Troop and Kevin right now.
All right.
I need to wear the ticket at to speak that real.
You need to understand live stream. You know what I'm saying? No. Right. Truth after dark and some shit. We gotta do some production and some editing within the live stream. Like,
Is this live right now, y'all?
yeah, it's live.
It's live.
It's live.
That's why it's called
Bert, Lord, he's Bert. No, we're working. We're working. We're not popping. We're working. We're on the live stream.
Don't you understand the difference between
No.
popping and popping?
No.
We're
No.
popping.
No.
Oh, this is it.
Well, they do call him the truth. You know,
Hey.
sometimes I like this. I like this version of him though.
The super loose. I don't care about it anymore version.
Yeah,
I like
I
that
want
too.
this Paul Pierce version of the media.
This is the real me.
Yeah.
No apologies.
There's that Arby's burger you're talking about.
That looks
Show it.
fantastic.
Look, yeah.
All right, let me give you some of the best of Eric Mays. This is a Flint City councilman up there in Michigan. He's fire. I don't understand how he keeps his. I mean, I do understand. If he was in my district, I'd vote for him every time just so I can get explosive stuff like this. Listen to this perfectly timed nope. Perfectly timed nope.
This is talking so loudly I cannot hear the.
Your point of order is received. Mr. Mays, you are out of order, and I'm giving you your warning.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Disorderly.
I'm sorry.
I rule you out of order, and I ask that you would be dismissed from this meeting.
Nope.
Mr. President,
I don't care what you ask. Leave. Bye.
Bye.
Assalamu alaikum.
I want to say one thing. You guys have not given me an opportunity to talk tonight.
Point of order,
Hold on,
Mr.
hold on.
President.
You just can't-
This is out of hand. You got folks
You
at the
can't
mic.
just talk.
Mr.
You just can't
President,
talk.
this
Then
is
you must
crazy.
leave then.
Bye. This is crazy. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, he's the man. That'd be a good bet payoff. The Eric Mays. Can he do a segment? I don't care who the hell you think you're talking
care
to.
who you are. What do you mean beloviate? I don't know. Beovulate, amalgamate. Here we go. Let's see. City councilman. Oh yeah. He wanted this lady to finish her statement. Yeah. So, she wanted her to finish her statement. So Eric Mays gave her the go ahead. Go ahead and finish your statement, lady.
Bless you. That's you and your
Thank you, Mr.
judge.
Mays.
Miss Fields, please be very careful in that area. Please.
All
Be
I
very
said,
careful.
there was mediation and there
You
were
told
people in rooms.
details
That's
of who
not
in what
confidential.
room and how many.
But
and
I am
what.
going to finish saying this.
Oh, go ahead!
Dude, he could be like a new Darth Vader.
Wait
incredible
a minute,
voice.
bro. Why do you scream at her?
How many?
But I am
and
going to finish saying this.
Oh, go ahead!
Yeah, he's just mocking her. That's the tone she took.
It
He
is.
gave it right
She
back.
turned it up a little
She
bit.
kind of sounded like the
was.
Margarita lady.
Yeah. I'll re-raise back
Sister
all in,
Cindy
honey.
or whatever her name is.
Hilarious. Here he is about some goofy stuff.
I want her goofy butt warned and out of here if she keep on. This is serious city business. It ain't a laughing game in your school.
Order. I believe goofy butt is an attack and name
Dookie
calling.
butt. I didn't say dookie butt. You hearing wrong.
She said goofy.
I said goofy. Laughing. Goofy is laughing.
Jeez, bro.
It's only the comedy hour when I start mocking y'all. Let's get this straight here.
Let's see. What was the clock looking like? I got one more I can do you. One more right here. a lawyer tried to fight him, go face to face with Mr. Eric Mays, city councilman. Yeah, tried to step up on the stage.
Formidable opponent.
Stepped up on the stage, said, "I'll put these hands on your face," and it explosiveness happened.
You this. I'm no Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, you're out of order. You can move and leave. You said you were gone. I'm asking you to do, but you ain't gonna stand in the middle. Point of order. You out of order, Mr. Scott, and your business is over. You don't need to talk to me. Okay. You had your chance to talk to me. Why are you walking up here on me? Get on back away
Councilman Mays.
On what? On what you doing?
This is inappropriate. We are taking a meeting.
Get away from me.
This is
inappropriate.
This is inappropriate.
You're out of order. Get the hell away from me.
He out of order.
Get the hell away from me. You want to crack me across my head? And I'm going to tell you what. I want this sent to the police. You ain't cracking me across my head. Well, you ain't going to threaten nobody in no public meeting because your man don't want to answer an easy question. I'm going to make a promise to you. You're not going to interrupt this meeting threatening no elected official with no physical violence. I don't care what kind of suit you wear.
Who do you think you are, Will Smith? Who do you think you are?
The very best of Eric Mays right there. Go look him up on your little devices. He's on every social media platform because he is fire. Hope you have a good weekend. And don't get nothing on you because you will not see the judge until Monday. You won't see the judge until Monday, so don't get nothing on you. That's my time.
3 nights. 2 nights. Yeah. 3 nights if you go tonight. Rangers and Rays is 1 hour away right here in the G-Bag Nation with the pregame. And the first pitch, 5:40. We're going to look at Cowboys Twitter. Guys sounding the alarm on Dak. Plus, we have Michael Gilkin with some great content on this offense, as well as we'll recap as the offseason workouts are officially over and get into the third and final hour of the nation next year on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. The headlines are created here on DFW Sports Station 105.3, The Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. You all right over there, Broadus?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at traffic over your shoulder.
Right on.
When you said the last hour, I was starting to, I was like, what's going on?
You were looking for home?
What's going on out there? Yeah.
Well, we do have some pretty good Cowboys Twitter and a couple of smaller ones to get to before we get to the real meat and potatoes of the conversation. ESPN Stephen A. Smith wants Michael Irvin back on First Take. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Get the playmaker on First Take.
We know what it takes.
That's right. Yeah, make him an offer. Might have some competition there from Mason Cameron.
Hey, Lucius, how often do those guys do that podcast? Is it an every week podcast?
2 times a week. But it's like usually maybe a few days behind of the stories.
Okay.
But it's 2 times a week. Yeah.
2 times a week. Okay.
Yeah, and then you
circle back on that.
Yeah, it sounds good. And then the Cowboys released veteran defensive end tackle McKinley, and we had that story a little bit earlier, but not a huge one. He's been off and on with the team. Former first-round pick of the Falcons. Thought maybe, he could have something, but they have more than enough pass rushers here for Dan Quinn and his guys.
He was brought in last year during the season and just never was able to gain any traction. I think he was kind of like probably just one of those things, Will trying to protect himself, see if they can get the guy to play a little bit, but just didn't materialize like they thought it might.
No, he told his grandma he would make it to the NFL. Didn't say much apparently about staying or hitting his potential. Yeah. Real interesting Dak contract story here. Not because of how Dove Kleiman thinks it is, though. Here's the tweet from Dove Kleiman, who's like a content aggregator. Underrated storyline this offseason is what will the Cowboys do with Dak Prescott? Dak has an almost $60 million cap hit in 2024. And the Cowboys need to give him an extension or they'll be severely handicapped by that figure next season. Got to get the deal done now because the longer they wait, the more costly it will be. And every year of the deal, they essentially push back between 20 and 25 million. And now it's to a point that next year's salary would be 59.4. To me, what Dove is missing here is they have already added 2 voidable years to the end of his contract. They're going to keep just pushing money out into the future, another 15 a year or something like that, 10 a year. And they're getting space from that now, just pushing it off into the future. So my thought here is what the Cowboys will do is keep adding voidable years until it's time to rip the Band-Aid off. And the reason that is fascinating is the Cowboys have gone past the point of being able to manage a hit like this without a real Armageddon type of situation on your salary cap. So at some point, you either have to release him and bite the bullet of a salary cap hit like they just did on Zeke's, or you have to release, a handful of players to make room for it. But a really bad year is in the cards for somewhere between the next 2 and 4 years. Like that is coming for you. I don't know that there's any way to avoid it, especially if they want to keep all these good players that they've been drafting. And when that happens, you're going to be so bad, the opportunity to take your next quarterback is going to be staring you in the face when you get around to April in the draft. What do you guys think about this Dak $60 million? That's my takeaway on it. I think they've let it grow so big. Now it's kind of its own monster. And you're not just going to be able to sweep that kind of monster under the rug. You're going to need a full season refresh of the salary cap.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I do agree. I think that the extension's inevitable. I think that it's going to happen because you're right. They're not going to go in there and take the type of cap hits, and that's the Cowboys' way. They like to do that and kind of kick the can down the road. And they'll go ahead and have it to where the first couple of years will be the less cap hit possible, and then the last year they'll get like a boomer $40 million or whatever, like they're kind of sitting with now, right?
Yeah.
So I do agree. I don't think the fans are really happy about that. I mean, judging from the text line, I think they're saying, "Hey," and I kind of felt the same way. Like, let this play out.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
It is what it is.
They want to play the year at $60 million.
I don't know.
Are you willing to let Diggs walk or Lamb walk?
No, I don't. And cap stuff always kind of drives me nuts.
Which is why inevitably I agree with you. That's what they'll do.
I just kind of feel like though that, they know this they know this is about to happen. They just know it. And the thing that they're trying to do is, they dealt with a guy and that went on the short and now they're back to the table already. This is something they've kind of fought with and wrestled with for a couple of years. And here we are again, back at it, and it's just, anytime, and good for Dak and good for the agent there, what they were able to do. I mean, they've kind of put the Cowboys in a tough spot. But, they've just got so many players ahead that they have to get done. And wonder.
I want to tip my cap to them for being pretty aggressive. They're pushing so much of Dak's money back so they can keep these guys.
Yeah.
Eventually, there's a price to pay for it. Like the Saints. The Saints came upon a situation where they're like, wow, Drew Brees is still pretty good, but we can't keep anything like a contender around him. So Sean Payton's like, see you guys later. Yeah. Drew Brees is like, I'm going out the door with them because nobody wants to sit in a rebuilding situation. They did that from like 11 through 14 and ended up being bad from 2014 to 2017 until they were able to re-rise from the ashes. That, I think, is the reality that everybody who manages the cap and pushes money back like that.
It'll be interesting to see Joe Burrow's deal, because Burrow's been the guy, and I immediately thought of Dak. In his last comments was saying, hey, I know that you've got to pay other people as well, in regards to his buddy Jamar Chase and and T. Higgins. And I don't know if he ends up taking less. If he doesn't, then it's a non-conversation. But if he does, I think that's going to reflect poorly on Dak even more, because we've already got a text from the 469, and this happens all the time when we bring up the Dak conversation in the contract. Dak's greed has screwed the team. He's no Tom Brady. There's no other quarterback that's done what Tom Brady did, and he also got paid on the side with his TB12 stuff that doesn't go reported, that fans don't understand. Brady wasn't making just what he was getting based on the salary cap.
But Brady, you're right about Brady, but Dak Prescott wasn't a first-round pick.
Oh, I agree, Brian.
So that's where
the big picture is what you got to look at.
No, and I was just looking at over the cap, and it's funny how C.J. Stroud's cap number is 9.069. Joe Burrow's cap number is 90.47. So, like, C.J. Stroud makes more money by $20,000 than Joe Burrow.
It's crazy.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we're at right now with these quarterback contracts and the way that guys are. But Dak was not a first round pick. Dak played 4 years
for $500,000 a year.
Exactly.
Right, but the counter for the Dak haters out there, or that want to just stew and say that he's greedy, is, but he was getting a bunch of endorsement money, right? Yeah. Look, these NFL players' careers, and Dak saw this happen to him with the ankle injury. They can end on any play.
Yeah.
I'm never going to side with the owners. I'm always going to side with the player on this. I don't think you're being greedy. You cash in and you get as much money as you possibly can.
Well, the Niners did it with Garoppolo. They almost did it with Brock Purdy. The Eagles did it with Foles. I mean, it's not the quarterback's fault. It is the team's unwillingness to spend and push the team over the top. I think that is ultimately the biggest problem here. I mean, all you need is an amazing linebacker, a really good offensive lineman. And at that point, I think your team is set. A kicker, you could get this done for about $15 million in payroll, money that they have, but they've decided we're earmarking that for CeeDee Lamb and Diggs. That's the real problem here. There's no fantasy world where you get to have a franchise quarterback making market money and you get to just be a playoff team and a contender every year. It doesn't happen. It's not baseball. It's not basketball. It's not hockey. It's football. You either have to have Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes taking team-friendly deals who are absolute GOAT candidates, or you're riding the roller coaster. And it's the franchise deciding not to ride the roller coaster because they want you tuning in every Sunday of every season for their damn TV ratings. That's why Dak Prescott can't win a championship. It has nothing to do with his abilities. Michael Gelkin, putting the Dalvin Cook idea in an absolute body bag, wrote about it in the morning news. Here's the quote they tweeted to promote the story, Chief. I think you're going to love this.
Hello.
Did you read this Gelkin story today? He says, with all due respect to the four-time Pro Bowler, the Cowboys seem an unlikely fit. To follow Elliott's release by investing in a running back with substantial mileage would be like buying a timeshare, regretting it, and buying a second for peace of mind. You ever been on vacation when these timeshare people are trying to get after you?
No, dude. I've avoided that my whole life, and I'm really thankful for it.
When I went down to Cabo San Lucas, Mike warned me. He said, as soon as you get off the plane, there's going to be people offering to give you a ride to your hotel. It's a 1-hour drive. Don't take their ride because they're timeshare people, and they're going to start pitching you the entire ride. He says, when you get to the hotel lobby, do not go to the meeting they ask you to go to as soon as they give you your key. Just go to your key, go to your room, and enjoy your stay because those timeshare people are relentless. But the Cowboys do have $10 million tied to Pollard's franchise tag. Zeke counts for $5.8 against their cap this year and another $6 million next year. So I think that's probably, a deal breaker right there when you're already at 15 for the least important, positional value job in the NFL. And I think the Cowboys want to see if these young guys are sufficient. Mike McCarthy saying yesterday, let's not forget what Rico did when he played. He and Malik are similar. They're two young backs, and when they got their opportunities, they produced. He had the hip injury in 21, and he's fully recovered now, said Mike McCarthy on Rico.
Yeah, and General, if I could circle back real quick, because I was again looking at over the cap. Lyle Collins is counting $8.3 million on your dead money right now.
Brutal.
We just kind of forgot about that one.
Yeah.
They've got, according to over the cap, and if you guys are over at the Cowboys, and I'm just going off this, they have $14.7 million of dead money this year. With you're talking Lyle Collins at 8.3, Zeke at 5.8, and then Blake Jarwin and John Ridgeway are in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, some of those you can't help. Like Lyle Collins appeared to be an incredibly team-friendly deal when they got that thing done, and he played incredibly well. And then like injuries and bad shape and the pandemic just totally sinks his career, and you got to move on. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Finals back underway tonight, Miami and Denver. It's a huge night in sports. Of course, Rangers and Rays will have the most anticipated baseball series of the season in all of the game, and the pregame for that is coming up at 5 o'clock with Mike Peasley, who's in and already throwing heat. Okay, Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420 is next. Where are we going with that, sir?
National Donald Duck Day. Who are the best cartoon characters in TV history? Next on The Fan.
Hey, my friends at D&M want you. Welcome back, Nation. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. We are 36 minutes away from the Rangers pregame show as they invade the Rays here. They're down in Tampa tonight. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free, truckbrick.com. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. We will get into your favorite cartoon characters on National Donald Duck Day. Give them to me. I already got some love for the Batman cartoon. R.I.P. Kevin Conroy, who is forever Batman to me. But we'll get to this list in just a moment. But Gavin, earlier you brought up Baby Gronk.
Yeah.
You wanted to get into a conversation regarding Baby Gronk. Now, you and Eric both, I think, just figured out this Baby Gronk story today.
Yeah.
I've been on the TikTok for a little bit now.
I saw something with him in the LSU.
Livy Dunn.
Livy Dunn.
Smoke show.
Had no idea what it meant and just moved on pretty seamlessly. And then I saw the New York Times 7 hours ago tweeting out a full-on New York Times article, and he is the main subject, he being Baby Gronk, who is not the real Gronk's kid, but he's a 10-year-old whose father is pitching him as the next big thing in college football, and he's being quoted as things like he's not a normal kid, he's a real athlete, he's been trained and programmed since he was 6 years old. This sounds like a cloud-hungry dad who wants his son to be something awesome.
From Dallas, too. From Dallas family.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I did not know that Baby Gronk was
real name Madden. So the dad's pretty obsessed with football.
Okay. Yeah, no, his name. Yeah, he's got a great name.
Football family.
But so I've known about Baby Gronk, and he's supposedly like the top 8th grader in the class of whatever his graduating class will be.
That's cap.
And I think right now, and he is like for an 8th grader, he's good. But I think this is a situation where this is a kid who is the biggest of his grade level. And one of my best buddies, the one who actually I locker boxed and he KO'd me.
Whoa, you did what?
This was his. I locker.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, were you out that day?
Story, Lucius.
I don't know what that means.
I don't need a locker boxing. So it's essentially like
it's not a euphemism.
If you were in a sports locker room and you guys just like box each other.
Oh, okay.
But we put on like hockey gloves and box.
Locker boxing.
So
and he actually knocked you out.
He didn't actually knock me out, but I would have not been knocked down
if it wasn't for that
car that I was
parked car.
That's
right. The parked car story.
Yeah. Yes.
He knocked you into a parked car.
Yeah, man. He gave me the 2-piece in the soda, man. It was he got me good. But he also was the biggest kid in our grade. Problem was he didn't grow after 9th grade.
Man-child, and then
this could happen to Baby Gronk.
Sam Beatty in my class back there, class of '94, Southwest Washington. Baby Gronk's not good. He's not even good compared to 8th grade players. What this is marketing and branding and social media. I think they have like 300,000 followers.
They got a lot.
And you're able to generate income somehow on Instagram just for the views. I guess there's advertising dollars or something involved. Maybe he's selling product placements as well. But Baby Gronk is on a tour of like college youth camps. And they're kind of pretending like they're on recruiting trips and getting dressed up in like the college's uniform and being like, hey, should Baby Gronk play at Kentucky? This kid will be lucky if he goes D2. I've been watching kids play football because Abby's been doing cheerleading since kindergarten. The 5th graders at Terrell would whoop Baby Gronk. Whoop him. He'd have no chance. Wow, that program's for real out there.
Oh, I believe it. There are legitimate, and I haven't seen this kid play at all. But like his dad says, quote, we put 5 or 6 days a week of training. He diets. He eats clean foods.
Well, he's got to because
brown rice.
He has a terrible body fat percentage. You know. He is eating super clean, he's like super doughy.
Right.
They're trying to lean him out. This is not an athlete.
Has anybody seen Dad? Do we know what Dad physically looks like?
That's the thing. Like you mentioned, like the dad for the clout. I can't say that. Like he definitely is pimping out his kid, but the dad's never front and center with these videos.
This is a social media play.
Yes.
More than it's like a legendary player in the making.
Right. Like I don't think the dad really cares, but he is probably cashing in heavily on his son. But yes, I don't know that Baby Gronk is actually going to amount to anything. Like I do think for his age group, he's good.
Yeah, he's big and he's tall. And up until about 14 or 15 years old, that will produce in most sports. Being heavy and tall.
Is he an inline guy, or can you feel like you can flex him out? What is soft hands?
I'd say guard. I'd say he projects as a guard.
He'll project to a lineman?
Yeah.
Is he like Schoonmaker after the catch? Just
I mean, I don't know. Like Caleb,
I see no yaks. I see him just mossing people, and then they can't tackle him.
Brian, rebuttal?
Jake's, the father is a former musician and high school football player himself. Not much known about the mom. They do live in Frisco. I'm reading about this right now. Jake, San Miguel, and Elizabeth are the parents.
Maybe we can get this kid on.
Father, like I say, he was a former musician and high school football player, so it didn't sound like he was.
Seems like a pretty cool guy.
Should we slide it in the DMs? Baby,
I mean, people are crushing him for being overly sports dadding. That's pretty common.
Well, he's also being called the Riz God because he got a hug from Livy Dunn.
He said, quote, I've had a plan for my son since before he was born, and it's all playing out right now.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a total agreeing with you right here, Dawson. Yeah. His name is Prince. He's got like the #1 kid wide receiver out here.
Okay.
And then when it comes to that, he says, we're okay with Baby Gronk. He's not really all that, though.
Yeah.
He's okay. He's not really all that.
Yeah.
He's fun. It's a cool story.
I'm ready for Prince's kid. Let's get Prince's kid.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. This kid is amazing.
There's some kids at that age that can fly and change direction and jump. And, Baby Gronk, he's a big kid.
Yeah, all these YouTube kids that are out here trying to be like, I'm the best, like the Baby Diggs out there. If you look, there's a Baby Tyreek now. They're all trash-talking Baby Gronk. Like, let's go, 1v1.
Yeah, Gronk is not going to accept that challenge. You don't want it with Baby Cheetah.
But he would also, but Baby Cheetah ain't actually that good either.
Oh, he's not that good either?
No, like Baby Gronk is clearly the best out of all these wannabe social media stars. Baby Diggs, look him up and tell me what you think. You think Baby Gronk's chunky? Well, you're not going to like Baby Diggs.
Oh, Baby Diggs is not lean.
Is Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia? He's already received college
he's got legit offers. That's what I'm saying. Like I brought this up to you earlier. It looks like he's going on like
He has
Media days.
Dude, look at this.
He's in Missouri gear. He's in Memphis gear.
Yeah, Missouri gear.
Dad says he's making about $100,000 a year with promos and advertisements.
It's a nice social media play.
Okay.
And I bet those schools are benefiting from it's not binding. Here's an offer. Cool. You're going to take a picture in our uniform and post that on social? We're going viral all over TikTok and Instagram. That sounds great.
903. I've seen Baby Gronk at a 7-on-7 tournament. Nothing special. So I'm with you. I'm with you.
Outside there.
Is he a bum or just like a jag?
I want the scouting report from the 903. Let's see if they follow it up.
If you
call him a bum?
Bum or jag. We should do that. That's a new game.
Bum or jag. Is he just a guy or is he a bum totally? Like, just a guy could make
bum
it.
and a jag are kind of the same thing.
Blaine Gabbert's a jag.
Neither one of them
just
are
a guy.
Would you rather be a jag or a bum?
Give me a jag.
Rather be a jag.
Oh, yeah, you'd much rather be a jag.
Would you rather be a puma or a cougar?
Yeah, I'm an average player in this league.
There's another word you could use that you never want to be called as a player.
All right.
I can't say it
enough of this.
See you next Tuesday.
I got to slide into the top 10 here. I got to get the payoff.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, see you next Tuesday.
That's a scouting term?
That's a scout. If you're called see you next Tuesday,
I thought that was an acronym for something else very vulgar.
It is. But it's also a scouting term.
It's a scouting term.
I'm going to start putting that in my scouting reports.
If a scout says that about you,
what's it mean?
That's what I thought about Mike Mueller, the edge from Michigan this year.
Immediately the tape stops. You stop watching. Like Jerry goes, all right, who we got next? Who's the next guy?
I want to dig up some old broad scouting reports that have that on there.
Hey, this guy's a real see you next Tuesday.
Player that you deem to see you next Tuesday.
Sometimes you just you get so frustrated watching tape that you just say it, and then everybody. It stops the room.
That's one.
Everybody just stops the room. It's not me.
This guy's and then you see you next Tuesday, and that just you go to the next guy.
Yeah.
When that's being said, you go to.
If we take this guy, we're effed. Is that what that
pretty
that
much?
means?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
pretty much. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the top 10 best cartoon characters in TV history.
I like that one.
Shout out to Donald Duck, National Donald Duck Day. Lucius, did you have a favorite TV
Donald
cartoon
has
character?
such a bad attitude, by the way.
Yeah,
Donald
well,
used
that's
to
why
get so
Donald's
mad.
not ranked highly in these lists.
Curse.
Donald's on a bum, but he is a jag.
Yeah, let's see. Foghorn Leghorn.
Ooh, good one.
If he came on a little strip, I'm going to watch it. Boy, I said, boy. He used to give that dog a hard time.
The little egghead.
Yeah.
The little egghead.
Well, you something special there, boy.
The
Now,
little egghead was always doing it wrong, wasn't he?
Was that was the little rooster?
It was a little. It was a little.
A chicken hawk.
Chicken hawk,
but
he,
a chicken.
He had the glasses, and he was just kind of always,
Yeah.
and he was thinking of the logical way of doing thing. Where Foghorn Leghorn was always like doing it the wrong way. Yeah.
Boy, I said you was kind of timid now, ain't you?
Ain't you? You guys had one that comes to mind, like favorite TV cartoon character?
Thanks to the kids, man. Now I'm a huge advocate for Daniel Tiger. I think that dude's a stud.
Who the hell is Daniel Tiger?
Sid the Science Kid.
Who?
Sid the Science Kid's a real
these
deal.
schmucks
That
are.
kid's you want to talk about a Riz God? Sid the Science Kid's a real deal.
He's pulling.
Yeah.
Grown-ups come back.
Grown-ups do come back.
Daniel Tiger's
know any
amazing. Chip and Potato are two little pugs that are running around a lot on my Netflix right now for
you guys
little
are
Remy.
talking new school.
Like it.
I need old school.
And I really enjoy that one, but I'm going to go with Gruffy Gummy. He was one of the gummy bears in the Disney after school cartoons. Yes,
you guys are really failing.
Bouncing here and there and everywhere. And Gruffy, he was the toughest one. You give him some gummy berry juice, he's taking down ogres.
Well, with a name like Gruffy, he better have been taking down ogres.
That's still mad impressive. Whatever your name is, if you're taking ogres down on the regular, I think you're impressive.
A guy like Gruffy, I'm expecting him to be a badass.
Sure.
He was pretty tough.
All right, so honorable mention is indeed Donald Duck, whose list this is based off of. Number 10 is Tom and Jerry, and yes, they're lumped in together because without Tom, there is no Jerry. Without Jerry, there is no Tom.
Oh.
So don't you dare argue.
Yeah, they were trying to kill each other.
This is not me being agreeable. I'm putting my damn foot down.
No, it's fine.
There you go.
I'm not here to push back.
Yeah, go
They
with
got
yourself,
busy every
Brian. I
time.
saw you over there. You're about to chirp up.
Good
I want
vibes
you.
Friday, man.
Yeah.
No,
you
not
weren't
at
paying
all.
attention again. This is you not listening.
No, I'm listening because I was looking something up because my favorite character of all time was Johnny Quest.
Oh, Oh my gosh, Brian!
I thought you were gonna say Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Quest is a great poll.
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
Yeah, Johnny Quest was like,
yeah.
I thought Lucius was the only one. Lucius, you know what I'm talking about?
100% do.
Dr. Quest,
Yeah.
like Race Bandit, like they went around the world saving things.
Ooh, Marvin the Martian, that's a good text.
All I have on Johnny Quest.
Space modulator.
The Adventures of the 10-year-old son of a government scientist.
That's him.
That's it. That's the synopsis.
We will meet again, Dr. Quest.
I can't remember
and you will not
any,
be so fortunate.
Yeah, it's good. I can't remember any of the characters' names in Thundercats, but I did like Thundercats.
Lioness.
Yes, Linus.
Yeah.
Snarf, snarf. I don't remember what
Linus
that dude was.
is Snoopy, right?
You know who I'm talking about? Snarf, snarf.
I do.
I can't remember what his character was.
How about Heathcliff and Garfield?
Oh.
Heathcliff was like a rap of Garfield, kind of took off of it.
Garfield
He
is
was
an
more
honorable
street.
mention.
Heathcliff was cool.
Yeah, he was street.
Peter Griffin, honorable mention.
Not to be confused with Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Yeah.
Oh, Clifford, great. Yes,
Clifford was
Caillou,
awesome.
good pull. Johnny Bravo getting some love on here on the text. Number 9 is Stewie Griffin. Stewie.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
And Stewie is the best character in Family Guy.
Yeah.
100%. Stewie. Number 8 is Daffy Duck.
Yes. I like Daffy. He was real arrogant. Very arrogant.
Ooh, Dexter's Laboratory. Yes.
Static Shock, bro.
Absolutely.
He was.
469 Static Shock.
He was.
All he wanted to do was just be better than Bugs.
He
was
did.
trying to
He
make
did.
a mistake.
You're right about
Blow his mouth off or something.
He
You
was
know.
always doing something wrong.
Those old tunes were toxic, man.
Yeah.
They were toxic,
Oh,
but they
yeah.
were delicious. Number 7, I didn't watch the show, but it is Bender from Futurama. Anybody from
Oh,
Futurama?
yes. Bender was great. He
Yeah,
was an
jokes.
alcoholic robot.
Yeah, he had the jokes.
What?
He's beloved.
Alcoholic robot?
Yeah, Bender. He was always trying to get hammered.
Oh,
His name's
Bender.
Yeah.
Bender, okay.
He was super strong, so he could bend stuff, you know,
Oh,
and help fix their spacecraft and
And
stuff.
not Bender from The
Alcoholism?
Breakfast Club, okay?
Oh,
I get it.
yeah.
Very commonly confused. Number 6 is Scooby-Doo.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That's weed.
Don't you have a good Shaggy?
Zoinks!
Yeah, give me your shag.
Scoob! It's the guy from the state fair!
You meddling kids! I would have got away with this.
Yes. Number 5 is Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
That's a rat.
What?
It's a rat, bro.
I love it.
Mickey
Right?
Rat?
I love it.
That's a rat, not a mouse?
I don't know if a mouse be that damn big. That's a rat, bro.
It's a rat.
You're about to ruin me.
That New York City mayor's looking at him right now.
You know something about me?
The hell?
I hate rats.
Number 4 is Eric Cartman.
That's being texted in
What
quite a
show
bit.
is that?
South Park.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You should be.
It's a great show.
I watched a couple of them.
Forgiveness
Sorry.
Friday. You're
Sorry
forgiven.
about that.
Screw you guys, I'm getting ham. I love Eric Cartman. Number 3, Bugs Bunny.
Yes, I like Bugs.
Yeah, Bugs is great.
You like Dags?
Thanks. Bugs was a baseball fan because back in those days,
Yeah.
if you were a Bugs, that means you were like into baseball.
And I do think Michael Jordan co-starred with Bugs Bunny in Space Jam.
I'd say that's fair. I wouldn't
think
fight you too hard on that.
Bugs owned that movie.
Bugs Bunny would always be pitching, man, and he
Yeah.
would get the guy who struck out with like the ultimate screwball.
Yeah.
Dude would swing 20 times and swing his way into the ground.
From the Mudville team or whatever.
Yeah, digging a hole down there.
Mudville, yeah.
They were all top, too. They were just all top. Little legs.
Yeah, all time.
Yeah, all top.
Skip leg day.
Jessica Rabbit getting texted
Yes.
Is that the one? Is that the one that's now a
Yes.
Halloween costume?
in. That's a baddie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the one seed, right?
It's
Yeah.
somewhat like awkward to say, but that's a baddie.
Yeah, and it's a
You pull that
it's a
one
TikTok
off.
challenge too, by
Yeah.
the way. That and Lola Bunny. That and Lola Bunny.
Lola.
Yeah. Shout out to Roger Rabbit though.
Uh-huh.
Because Jessica was driving him crazy.
Yeah.
Patty cake. Patty cake.
A lot of good text.
Yeah, Hank Hill. Not,
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Harlan.
No doubt.
Not to be confused with
Damn
Darwin.
it, Bobby.
Number 2
Damn it,
is
Bobby.
Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
yeah,
go. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
But number 1, the best TV cartoon character.
Boondocks. Oh my bad.
Number
Johnny
1
Quest.
was it was number 1 on every list I looked at.
Auto Rocket.
SpongeBob.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah,
Two
there
is
you go.
not a winner.
Yeah.
People love
Congratulations.
SpongeBob.
We got to run, Nation. When we come back, we'll be cross-talking with Jared Sandler. The pregame to the pregame is next here as the Rangers visit the Rays coming up at 5 in the Fan.
But it is a Friday, and the Eagles' nest is
Rangers preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. As Jared Sandler joins us now here. Pregame's coming up in 10 minutes. Sands, good evening. How's Tampa?
Tampa's, well, it's humid. But, we're inside here at Tropicana Field and excited to see the two best teams in Major League Baseball play against one another.
Jared, if you went roster for roster, player for player of the lineups, where do the Rangers have an advantage? Which just if you went through I'm looking at the lineups right now. If you went player for player, how would that play out?
Yeah, I haven't thought to do that. I guess just right off the bat, Marcus Semien would be advantage Rangers. You're not upset with Corey Seager, but Wander Franco is one of the the bright young stars. I think if you were to do a draft of players in the majors you want to build a franchise around, he'd be one of the top picks. So you're not upset with either, but I guess if you were to ask baseball folks, they would take Franco. At third, give me Josh Young over Isaac Paredes. I mean, Yandy Diaz is having like an MVP-type year at first, but same thing. It's not like you're upset with Nathaniel Lowe, but I think it's tough to go against a guy who's second in Major League Baseball and OPS. In the outfield, I take Adolis Garcia over Manuel Margot. I take, I guess you got to take Jose Siri, Leody Taveras. That's tough. That's a toss-up. And then you take Arozarena over Duran. But, the Rays, what's unique about how they build their roster is Harold Ramirez, for instance, is their DH. Harold Ramirez won't see the field when a righty's on the mound, but when a lefty's on the mound, he's definitely going to be in there, and he's going to hit third because he's one of the best hitters in baseball against lefties. Josh Lowe, Nathaniel's brother, will probably get an appearance when the Rangers go to the bullpen, but he doesn't start against lefties. But this is a guy who is putting up all-star type numbers. So they really mix and match, and they have a roster where the puzzle pieces really fit together well. Whereas the Rangers have a bunch of guys who are really good players, and they fit well together also, but it's not as much in a platoon-type way as it is just complementing skills.
Yeah, how much is that going to be a talking point on the broadcast with the Lowe brothers playing against each other? And were you able to catch up with either of them? I mean, how unique and special is that for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's around 100 friends and family members in attendance tonight, and I'm sure throughout the weekend. There was a whole bunch of media stuff before the game with both Josh and Nathaniel, as well as their parents, Wendy and David. It's going to be a huge talking point. It'll probably be more of a talking point tomorrow when Josh presumably is in the starting lineup. But like I said, I imagine Josh will play tonight. So, I'm sure it'll come up. And it's not just those two. Randy Arozarena and Adolis Garcia are incredibly close friends, coming up together in Cuba and actually being a part of the Cardinals organization together. So we got a lot of ties here this weekend. And on the tertiary side of things, you got Andrew Heaney, who was once drafted by the Rays. Jonah Heim was once a part of the Rays organization. Brock Burke, once a part of the Rays organization. Bobby Wilson, Rangers catching coach, once a part of the Rays organization. You got all sorts of crossover here between these two teams.
JD. Yes.
Yeah. How about that? John Daniels. He's not here this weekend, but of course, John Daniels now a part of the Rays organization.
Now, with it being the two best teams in baseball, is that resonating in Tampa? Is it a big story nationally? This series as big as it is for us here, or do they only get excited when it's Yankees Red Sox as the two best teams?
I watched MLB Network, and Rangers Rays was dominating the discussion. So I do think this is a series where the baseball eyeballs. The seam heads like you guys, they're going to be focused on Tampa or St. Pete technically. But yeah, and I think, here in Tampa, I was speaking with their president earlier, they don't necessarily sell out, regular season games, but they're expecting pretty big crowds all weekend relative to what they typically get.
Jared, when you look at the pitching matchups throughout the entire weekend, is it going to be one of those things that you feel like the Rangers have got an advantage maybe on Saturday, Sunday? Or is this one of those games like tonight that Heaney can go out there and really it could surprise us against the Rays?
Well, I think the Rays have the advantage Sunday with Shane McClanahan,
okay.
and was really bummed that we didn't get Eovaldi versus McClanahan. They pushed McClanahan back a day. I do think the Rangers have the advantage tomorrow, and I think it's a toss-up who has the advantage tonight, just because Tyler Glasnow making just his third start coming off of injury, and I'm not sure that he's fully back to himself. So this actually might be a game where on the rotation, the Rangers could have the advantage. Sunday would be the Rays, tomorrow would be the Rangers, and tonight might be the 50-50 game.
Are the Rays also a team that's been struggling in the bullpen?
Yeah, their bullpen's not in great shape. Now, they've had a lot of injuries. Their bullpen is injury-ravaged, but their bullpen's not great. They've performed better than the Rangers' pen, but they're kind of leaking oil in their bullpen. So unlike years past where you want to get to the Rays early, this could be one of those games where there's a lot of action late from both lineups.
We know you're against Welcome to the Youngle and Young Moolah Baby, but would you consider MLB Young Boy if he goes yard tonight?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not upset. Welcome to the Youngle's fine. He goes by Jungle Cat. A lot of his teammates call him Jungle Cat. He's the one who vetoed Young Moolah Baby. He's like, yeah, that's tired.
We got to run, Jared. Thank you so much. Thanks to Carter
Love
and
you.
Lucius. Peace to you, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. For Broadus, I'm Gavin Dawson. You're going on with the Nation at Ease.
This Odyssey Sports.